Chapter 1. The Impending Apocalypse. Fortunately, I possess a simulator. Where can I find the ultra-thin ones? At the convenience store counter, a female university student murmured to herself, scanning for the safety supplies she desired. The 60D black stockings, subtly showcased beneath her short skirt, exuded a silky allure. Suse? Are you working part-time here? Suddenly, she noticed that the cashier was a handsome classmate. The female student feigned innocence, greeting him with a smile, while surreptitiously returning the safety supplies in her hand for a pack of gum. Safety supplies could be purchased elsewhere. She certainly did not wish to leave a negative impression on the man she had long admired. A part-time. With a calm demeanor, Suze replied, somewhat distracted. As he scanned the item, an unexpected question slipped from his lips. What would you do if tomorrow were the apocalypse? The apocalypse? I'm just joking. No need to take it too seriously. Before she could ponder too deeply, Suze lightly redirected the conversation. He had recently resolved to only pursue women rated 8.5 or above, seeking meaningful exchanges in life. This particular classmate, who hovered around a 6 or 7 in his estimation, held no allure for him. Once she departed, Suze settled into a chair, his gaze momentarily lost as he contemplated the information that had just appeared before him. Apocalypse Simulator version 1.0, countdown. 6 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes. The simulator will transition to version 2.0 after the apocalypse. Please select one of the following talents. Demon Contract, Gold. Resurrection of the Dead, Gold. Mirror World. On the first day, the sun ceased to rise, and the apocalypse arrived as foretold that on the second day. Temperatures plummeted, citizens scrambled for supplies. On the third day, the safe house proved detrimental to health. It was wiser to remain outside. You boldly left your shelter, seeking the mysterious. On the 45th day, the line between reality and dreams blurred, and you encountered formidable challenges. Over the past 20 years, Suze believed that his identity as a transmigrator was his greatest advantage. Little did he know that there were indeed others with exceptional skills. However, the simulator that had suddenly manifested before him did not inspire much enthusiasm. An apocalypse? Zombies? Are zombies impervious to 7.62mm bullets, or what? Though he silently grumbled, he had no choice but to accept the reality. Undoubtedly, this world would undergo a monumental shift in 7 days, marking the onset of the so-called apocalypse. Yet, the simulator provided scan information. Whether the impending cataclysm would involve the cliched zombie apocalypse, a meteor colliding with Earth, or some other horror remained unknown. What he did understand was that he could not remain idle. Much like the question he had posed to his classmate, as the apocalypse approaches, what do you intend to do? This is utterly frustrating. Scratching his head, Suze continued to silently lament that it was normal to vent frustration. After all, as a transmigrator, he had leveraged the advantages of 2 lifetimes to rise among the successful. His assets were valued in the tens of millions. Although in Sioux City, a quasi-first-tier city, he hardly qualified as a big shot, he was nonetheless comfortably wealthy. Furthermore, he was still young, with a promising future ahead and considerable vitality. In essence, his prospects were bright. Exhaling slowly, Suze refocused his thoughts entirely on the simulator before him. No prompts, no explanations. Fortunately, he was well versed in the mechanics of such simulators that to uncover the utility of this simulator, he would naturally have to put it to the test. Beep. The apocalypse simulation has commenced. Loading. With a mere thought, Suze initiated the first simulation. You may select one of the following 3 talents as your innate ability for this simulation. Talents are ranked into 5 levels. White, green, blue, purple, gold. Professional boxer. Green, your fists will become as formidable as those of the top boxers in your weight class. An ordinary person struck by you may find themselves incapacitated immediately. Touching stomach. White, you consume grass and produce milk. You are highly efficient, requiring only half the normal food intake to feel satiated and restore your energy. Sharpshooter. Blue, your perception of firearms is greatly enhanced. Eliminating an enemy from 800 meters is merely a trivial feat, and you can even shoot bullets that. Curve. Leaving even the likes of Yin, Shuangying in awe. Oh, there are talents to choose from. It seems the difficulty of this apocalyptic game is not as daunting as anticipated, although the talents available in this initial simulation are somewhat lackluster. The best option is merely a blue talent, and it feels as though he must reluctantly select it. However, Suze held a measure of confidence in his ability to survive the apocalypse. After all, he had the advantage of foresight. While others remained oblivious to the looming disaster, he had the opportunity to prepare in advance. At the very least, he would likely survive longer than most. Most importantly, he was not a greedy individual. He sought not grand achievements during the apocalypse, but merely a safe haven to see him through the remainder of his days. Upon reflection, a safe house alone seemed rather dull. Perhaps he ought to entertain the notion of acquiring a couple of companions, or even 20. But even a robust constitution has its limits. Moderation would suffice. You have selected the talent sharpshooter, blue. Simulation commencing. On the first day, the sun set, never to rise again. The blood moon hung high, and the apocalypse arrived as anticipated. You were well prepared, taking refuge in a newly rented high-rise building, observing the unfolding chaos. On the second day, temperatures plummeted, the long night persisted, and official news urged everyone to remain indoors, avoiding the outside world. You heard numerous terrifying rumors and observed flames erupting throughout the city, chaos reigning everywhere. On the third day, a young woman downstairs kindly brought you food, seeking solace in your presence. Yet, you had long bid farewell to superficial relationships, determined to preserve pure love. Unless you faltered, you succumbed to temptation, and soon, you found your eyes blood red, consciousness slipping away. On the fourth day, your awareness faded, lost in primal impulses. On the fifth day, your awareness faded. On the sixth day, your awareness faded. You perished. Wang Defa, how could I be gone? Su Zhe's eyes widened as he meticulously reviewed the simulation content. After engaging in intimacy, his eyes turned blood red, followed by a swift loss of consciousness. It was reminiscent of a certain infamous game. This simulation's evaluation, a fleeting journey through the apocalypse, lacking notable highlights. Please select one of the following 3 rewards. At the end of each simulation, 3 rewards related to the simulation content will be presented. Upon reward selection, the simulator will enter a 20-hour cooldown period. If no reward is chosen, only a 10-minute cooldown will follow. This rule applies solely to version 1.0. Rewards are as follows. 1. Professional boxer talent. 2. A piece of highly informative apocalyptic gossip. 3. Unknown virus antibody. There are rewards for the simulation. Moreover, it seems that previously selected talents may also appear among the rewards. Su Zhe's breath quickened, igniting a sense of excitement. If only I could acquire a few golden talents or other formidable rewards before the onset of the apocalypse, wouldn't that render us invincible in this end times? Chapter 2. Earning gold, continuing to challenge vulnerabilities. Closing the shop early, Su Zhe lowered the shop shutters. After extinguishing the unnecessary lights within and pouring himself another cup of hot tea, he returned to the counter and settled back down to take tea. This point, he had indeed grasped the operational rules of the simulator. Whether he could preserve his existence after the apocalypse arrived, or even act at will, depended entirely on the rewards from the simulation. However, the information gleaned from his initial simulation was, regrettably, scant. Su Zhe discerned that this apocalypse was not merely the typical zombie apocalypse. Yet beyond that, he remained in the dark. After all, during the simulation, he had only survived a few days in the end times. Thus, he was uncertain about which simulation rewards to select. Certainly, the rewards from the previous simulation could be dismissed. They were utterly useless. Choosing no rewards incurs a 10-minute cooldown. Selecting a reward entails a 20-hour cooldown. Rubbing his chin, Su Zhe calculated the time. If all went perfectly, he could attain a total of 8 simulation rewards before the apocalypse struck. However, such a scenario was overly optimistic. In reality, securing 7 decent simulation rewards would be satisfactory. After all, one could not disregard the standard cooldown time for simulations. Regardless, I must first ascertain the true threats of this apocalypse before preparing accordingly. Patiently awaiting the cooldown of the simulator, he soon activated it again the moment the cooldown ended. Apocalypse simulation has commenced. Loading. You may choose one of the following 3 talents as your inherent talent for this simulation. Animal Ambassador, green. You can understand the voices of certain canines and command a few dogs to execute your orders. You need not worry about their loyalty. They are far more reliable than your human companions. Near maximum poison resistance. Blue, your body has been enhanced. You are 100% immune to all known viruses and bacteria, with a high probability of immunity to unknown viruses and bacteria, and a low probability of becoming stronger due to exposure to them. Self-sustaining water bottle. White, your survival capabilities have improved. Akin to a cactus, you require almost no water, but do remember, it's merely almost. The most advantageous talent options remain the blue one. Yet, Judging by the talent description, it appeared rather commendable. A high level of poison resistance is likely an indispensable ability in the apocalypse. Inherent talent, near maximum poison resistance, blue, selected. Simulation commencing. Day 1. The sun no longer rises, a blood moon hangs in the sky. Despite the official news release, the city remains engulfed in panic as you hide in a high-rise building, observing the unfolding chaos. Day 2. The temperature plummets. Panic escalates. You hear rumors of people dying in fights over resources, along with more terrifying whispers, though their veracity is unknown. Day 3. A young woman living below brings you supplies, seeking emotional solace from you. You firmly refuse, but after some reflection, you decide to confront your vulnerabilities and test your poison resistance talent. You engage with your evaluation. Day 4. Brief survival during the apocalypse. The power goes out, commendable soon courage. Followed by the water supply. You inexplicably develop a fever, racked with pain. Just before losing consciousness, you notice your eyes are blood red. Day 5. Your consciousness fades. Day 6. Your consciousness fades. You have died. This poison resistance talent appears rather ineffective. There is hardly any distinction from the first simulation. It remains unclear whether my poison resistance is lacking or if the poison was simply too potent. Or perhaps it wasn't a virus at all. This won't do. The intelligence is still far too meager. While pondering, the simulation rewards presented themselves. Please select one reward from the following 3 options. 1. Near maximum poison resistance, blue. 2. Self-sustaining water bottle, white. 3. Custom baseball bat. He promptly disregarded this round of rewards. Suze attempted to summarize his insights while patiently waiting for the 10-minute cooldown of the simulator. Before long, he initiated a new round of simulation. Apocalypse simulation has commenced. You may choose one of the following 3 talents as your inherent talent for this simulation. Succubus bloodline, green. Your charm is significantly enhanced, but after the world undergoes drastic changes, you must wield this ability wisely, for excessive allure may incite jealousy. Wilderness expert, white. You can calmly consume repugnant food and use your intuition to discern whether certain foods are toxic. Athlete, white. Your overall athletic abilities have been moderately enhanced. Alas, these options are still rather lackluster. Pinching his nose, Suze once again selected the most appealing choice. Inherent talent, succubus talent, green, selected. Simulation commencing. Day 1. The sun has vanished, and you hide in a high-rise building, observing the chaos. Day 2. The temperature drops drastically. The world seems to have entered an ice age. You scour the internet for information, receiving numerous alarming reports, including tales of haunted neighborhoods, where entire buildings' occupants mysteriously perished in their slumber, though you remain uncertain of their truth. Day 3. Panic spreads. The streets are nearly deserted. Not only your city has come to a standstill, but the entire world seems similarly afflicted. The woman from below seeks you out, but you dismiss her harshly. Day 4. Power and water outages occur, and flames erupt across the city. The situation appears utterly out of control, and many inexplicably die. The woman from below approaches you again. You notice her blood-red eyes, seemingly devoid of reason. Without hesitation, you shoot her and dispose of her body from the high-rise. A firearm? Ah, it seems I have discovered a means of acquiring weapons. Moreover, it is evident that my simulated self still chose to confront the alluring woman head-on, not opting to change the safe house despite her presence. Such a choice is understandable. After all, he possesses limited knowledge of the apocalypse. Rather than seeking a new safe house, it is wiser to address known dangers directly. Day 5. You remain unconcerned about the repercussions of murder and disposal for such. Occurrences are rampant at this moment. You continue to hide in your abode, observing the unfolding chaos. Day 6. You hear that military actions have been thwarted. Your neighborhood witnesses an influx of individuals afflicted with red-eye disease, who roam like the undead, driven solely by desire and violence. Day 7. Your residence suddenly becomes the target of ire, and you are compelled to kill over 30 afflicted individuals, leaving you exhausted. Day 8. You experience a nightmare, featuring strange keywords, contaminated zone. Upon waking, you notice your own eyes are blood red. You resolutely venture out in search of survival. You collapse at the community entrance, consciousness fading. You are attacked, and you die. This simulation evaluation, brief survival during the apocalypse, yet decisive actions taken. Please select one reward from the following three options. 1. Succubus Bloodline green. 2. Wilderness Expert white. 3. Athlete white. Although he survived 2 additional days compared to the previous simulations, the reward options remain utterly dismal. Suze promptly disregarded them. While awaiting the cooldown, he endeavored to contemplate the useful information gleaned from the recent simulation. Could the patients suffering from Hong Yinbing be the harbingers of a different kind of undead? Even the military's operations are fraught with difficulties. It must be far more complex than it appears. Pollution zone? What is that? Is it a distinction between safe zones and contaminated areas? The intelligence is woefully inadequate, leaving little room for accurate conclusions. One thing, however, is certain to Suze: to steer clear of married women and cherish life. The apocalypse simulation has commenced. You may select one of the following 3 talents as your inherent gift for this simulation. Fallen gift, golden. Oh, gold has been obtained. Suze straightened his back and gazed intently ahead. Chapter 3. A Silent Fury, claiming the first reward. False gift, golden. When someone dies in your vicinity, you will receive a layer of healing energy, including the removal of negative statuses. You may use this to heal yourself or others, with a maximum storage of 7 layers of energy. Titan Bloodline. Blue, your physical constitution is comprehensively enhanced, making the slaying of ferocious beasts a trivial task for you. Scarecrow. Green, you can draw little figures on paper to curse your target, with a chance for them to contract a disease upon completion. The golden talent radiated brilliance, captivating Susie's gaze. The other 2 talents, while not entirely devoid of utility, paled in comparison to the allure of the golden gift. Without hesitation, he chose the golden talent, and before the simulation commenced, endeavored to devise an apocalyptic plan in his mind, yearning to challenge the mature woman once more. Chosen inherent talent, false gift, golden. Simulation begins. Day 1. The apocalypse arrives as anticipated. You hide in a high-rise villa, gathering intelligence through the internet. Soon, you are convinced that the sun has indeed vanished, and humanity's sky has succumbed to a mysterious shroud. Day 2. You continue your quest for information, though with little success. Day 3. The mature woman downstairs, while delivering supplies, seeks affection. In a fit of rage, you strike her down. That evening, you attempt to use Fall's gift to resurrect her, but fail. You cannot revive someone who has been dead for too long. Day 4. Amidst chaos in the neighborhood, you dispose of the body. By afternoon, both power and water are cut off. Day 5. You attempt to heal a patient afflicted with red-eye disease and succeed, quickly replenishing the expended talent energy. You surmise that someone must have perished in the corners of the community. Day 6. A surge of red-eye patients emerges in the neighborhood, sensitive to sound and light, prompting you to maintain a low profile. Day 7. They find you. You remain composed and eliminate dozens of the frantic patients. Day 8. After recuperating, you take the initiative to search for uninfected individuals in the community, eliminating many dangerous red-eye patients. Day 9. You experience a nightmare. Upon awakening, your stored talent energy diminishes by 1 layer. Fortunately, you remain unharmed. That night, you unleash a bloody rampage. Day 10. In a frenzy, you kill indiscriminately, and no living creature remains in the neighborhood, though your ammunition supply is nearly depleted. Have I truly slaughtered the entire community? If armed, dealing with these mad patients who rely solely on brute force is not particularly surprising. After all, I am quite familiar with firearms, having lived 2 lives. Moreover, compared to these deranged individuals, the real threat lies in the mysterious red-eye symptoms. Fortunately, my golden talent has proven effective, allowing me to cleanse and heal negative statuses even unbeknownst to me. Truly, the golden talent surpasses the previous poison resistance by a significant margin, Susie mused, quietly marveling at its efficacy. Day 11. You survey the surrounding areas, noting that other nearby neighborhoods also harbor red-eye patients, but you choose to avoid trouble and ignore them. Day 12. You observe that numerous red-eye patients outside the community have succumbed from exhaustion. Moreover, you are relieved not to have to deal with the bodies, as those who die from the disease dissolve like burnt dust within mere hours. Day 13. You experience another nightmare. Upon awakening, your healing energy decreases by 1 layer. Day 14. Another nightmare ensues, causing a further reduction in healing energy. Day 15. Yet again, you face a nightmare. You realize that the community is not safe, and you learn of a secure area 4 kilometers away. Day 16. You make your way to the secure community, encountering danger along the way. A mutated dog nearly damages your vehicle, but you swiftly maneuver through the drainage ditch. Day 17. Arriving at the new community, you find it populated with numerous refugees. Despite food shortages, order is well maintained. Soon, you hear astonishing news. The overseers of this safe zone are referred to as Awakened Ones. Day 18. You acclimate to your new surroundings and learn new terminology. Safe zone, polluted area, Awakened Ones. The terms safe zone, polluted area, and Awakened Ones stimulate Susie's contemplation. It appears that the greatest existential threat in this apocalypse stems from some mysterious entities, aptly termed as the arcane. Day 19. Food becomes increasingly scarce. Fortunately, the Awakened Ones venture out in search of sustenance. You witness their impressive agility firsthand. Day 20. New Awakened Ones emerge in your secure zone, and you gather fresh intelligence indicating that the polluted area originated from a contamination source. Day 21. The harsh conditions of a secure zone make you deeply nostalgic for your safe house. Day 22. You successfully replenish 7 layers of healing energy and hear rumors about the process of becoming an Awakened One, though you remain skeptical. You decide to take a risk, leaving the secure zone to return to your previous community. Day 23. After a day of rest in your safe house, you fall asleep only to be plagued by another nightmare, reducing your healing energy by 1. Day 24. You search both inside and outside the community, seemingly locating the source of the pollution. That night, you are mercifully free from nightmares. Day 25. You lament why you have not yet awakened. Day 26. In your dreams, you find yourself in a bizarre realm, pursued by terrifying hounds. Engaging in a desperate battle, you exhaust your 7 layers of healing energy and ultimately perish. You survive for 26 days, only to meet your end in the familiar place. Although the simulations never explicitly named the community, Susie could surmise its identity. It is one of the few high-rise villas suited for a safe haven in this city. I did my utmost. Without the golden talent, I cannot fathom how many times I would have perished in that community. Moreover, I risked returning to seek the path of becoming an Awakened One. Dying here does not feel ignoble. Yet, the question remains, what exactly is an Awakened One? As Susie's thoughts raced, the simulator continued to operate. This simulation's evaluation. The significance of life lies not in its duration, but in its breadth. Please select one of the following 3 rewards. 1. A parchment documenting the process of becoming an Awakened One. 2. Scarecrow green. 3. Fall's gift golden. Fortunately, the simulation rewards did not overlook the one thing Susie desired most. While the first option piqued his curiosity, it paled in comparison to the allure of the golden talent. He was still unaware of the probability of obtaining the golden talent. What if it were exceedingly low? Or if his luck dwindled in the future? In any case, missing the rare opportunity for a golden talent would be a tremendous loss. Chime. You have chosen the simulation reward, Fall's Gift Golden. Chapter 4. Indeed, I must nurture too. Currently held talent. Fall's Gift, 77. Simulator cooling period, 19 hours and 59 minutes. The simulation reward was successfully bestowed, yet Susie, on high alert, felt no particular sensation. He had expected the experience to be akin to the others, filled with pain and discomfort, but it seemed he had overthought it. Scratching his head, Susie regained his composure. He then scrutinized the recently acquired golden talent reward. To his surprise, the healing energy was replenished simultaneously with the reward, alleviating some of his concerns. Otherwise, he would have had to devise a means to fill his energy reserves. Reflecting on the terms mentioned in the previous simulation, polluted area, Awakened Ones, Susie found himself deep in thought, his brow furrowing instinctively. Such information would undoubtedly prove vital in the impending apocalypse. Regrettably, the simulator is akin to a piece constrained in length, failing to encapsulate all the information within the text. This renders Susie somewhat uncertain, making it challenging for him to arrive at precise judgments. Nevertheless, time is still on his side. As long as he continues to simulate, intelligence will gradually accumulate. Sucerimans remarkably compose. Exhibitino no impastions whatsoever. In the initial rounds of simulation, information has indeed increased incrementally. If his assumptions are correct, subsequent simulations will undoubtedly reveal more core intelligence regarding the apocalypse. When the time comes, all the answers he seeks will be laid bare, If they do not materialize, he shall consider it unspoken. Given that he has already received his rewards, this simulation comes with a lengthy cool-down period of 20 hours, compelling Suze to rest for the time being. After closing the shop, he stepped into the night, returning to his current residence. The following morning, Suze, in a state of lethargy, brushed his teeth in the bathroom, the mirror reflecting his weary visage. The sudden revelation of the impending apocalypse had stirred his mind, making it understandable that he had not rested well. A gentle reminder of the gifts bestowed upon him. As he pondered, Suze found himself momentarily transfixed by the simulator before him, the cool-down timer ticking away. His acquired talents were displayed on one side. However, the normalcy of the moment struck him as somewhat surreal. After a brief hesitation, he coldly retrieved a knife from the kitchen and lightly cut himself. The shallow wound on his palm healed rapidly after he utilized his talent, even banishing the fatigue from his lack of sleep. Although somewhat excessive, the experiment was a success. The reality was undeniable. Less than 7 days remained until the apocalypse. Venturing out, he arrived at school early, relishing the rare opportunity to remember his identity as a university student by attending an early class. "Oh, see ye. You actually came to the first class," a classmate exclaimed. As a financially independent individual, Suze usually led a laid-back lifestyle, avoiding classes he had no interest in attending. Yet, at this moment, his presence in the classroom was solely motivated by a desire to enjoy the fleeting moments of peace before the end. However, plans often yield to change. After roll call, he could not resist the urge to slip away early. It became evident that he merely wished to savor the youthful university experience and admire the beauty of young women. Such a straightforward desire mirrored the candidness of Mr. Yizdayori. Upon exiting the school, Suze hailed a taxi to the hospital. This morning, he had expended a layer of healing energy during his experiment and intended to replenish it. Simultaneously, he sought to ascertain just how near the vicinity was required for someone to perish nearby. As he traveled, he contemplated whether to liquidate some of his assets. Be it stocks, real estate, or gold, none seemed to retain significant value. However, the cash in his possession exceeded 10 million. If he aimed merely to acquire supplies, that sum would suffice. Furthermore, should he decide to act decisively, he could easily deceive suppliers into providing materials in exchange for a deposit, knowing that once the apocalypse struck, the creditors would likely vanish. That evening, after wandering about all day, Suze returned to the vicinity of the school, taking over from the convenience store clerk and resuming his duties. This store was also an investment of his, recently acquired from someone else just last month. He was merely filling in as a cashier due to a shortage of personnel. His intent in opening the shop was not to generate profit, but to enjoy life. When asked what he wished to enjoy, the answer was as simple as the moment. "I want to eat cake." "Stop eating. Look at how much weight you've gained," giggled a group of girls in high school uniforms as they entered. Suze immediately noticed one girl among them, stunningly beautiful. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and her brows resembled distant mountains. Unfortunately, the loose winter uniform obscured her figure, preventing a precise assessment. Nevertheless, she was still captivating enough to outshine countless pure schoolgirls he had encountered on both legal and illegal websites. The convenience store's location was strategically situated between the university and the high school, attracting students from both sides, although the high school crowd was more prevalent, particularly during the evening class dismissal. However, encountering a high school girl of such exceptional beauty was indeed rare. And this was precisely why Suze had opened the convenience store, to appreciate the allure of youth. His simple pleasures post-financial independence mirrored the hobbies of avid fishermen. As the students finished their purchases and departed, Suze settled behind the counter, engaging in playful musings. Time passed slowly, and the night grew increasingly tranquil. At last, the cool-down period of the simulator came to an end. The apocalypse simulation has commenced. Eagerly anticipating this moment, Suze wasted not a second and immediately initiated a new round of apocalypse simulation. While commencing the simulation, he reminded himself to avoid remaining in the safe house for too long and to actively seek out more information regarding the apocalypse, particularly concerning keywords such as awakener and safe zone. However, even as he held these thoughts, their efficacy was uncertain. After all, exploring mysteries and gathering intelligence implied danger. If his simulated self were sufficiently realistic, he would not jeopardize his existence for the sake of elusive information. You may select one of the following 3 talents as your innate talent for this simulation. Brute. White, you possess great strength, but your intellect may be lacking. Danger perception. Blue, you have an innate ability to sense danger, capable of avoiding peril to some extent, though this ability may render you more timid. Pea shooter. Green, you excel in ranged attacks. Any suitable object in your hands can become a deadly weapon. 3 relatively ordinary talents appeared as options. Excluding the first white talent, the remaining 2 seemed advantageous, adhering to the principle of opting for the higher choice. Suze hesitated momentarily before ultimately selecting the blue talent, danger perception. This talent would undoubtedly prove useful. Had he possessed it in yesterday's simulation, he likely would not have lingered in a contaminated zone. In addition to the newly selected talent, Suze's existing gift from the fall would likewise be factored into the simulation. Innate talent, danger perception selected. Simulation begins. Day 1. The apocalypse has arrived as anticipated. You remain in the school dormitory, receiving notifications alongside your classmates prohibiting departure. Wait, am I actually back in the school dormitory? The content of the first day's simulation momentarily left Suze in a state of astonishment. To be honest, he had considered the option of returning to the school for camaraderie today, albeit without thorough contemplation. However, upon witnessing the simulation content, he found it unsurprising. After all, the information he yearned for concerning the apocalypse was crucial. With a larger population at school, the dissemination of news might be broader. Yet, he wondered if the school would become one of those so-called contaminated zones. Certainly not. The school would undoubtedly be safe, at least in the initial moments of the apocalypse. Suze quickly realized that the talent he had drawn this round was danger perception. If the school were to present dire threats at the onset of the apocalypse, then there would be no reason for him to return. It was evident that his talent had played a pivotal role. Foreknowledge of the school's relative safety influences one's decision to choose it as a sanctuary. On the second day, the temperature plummeted significantly, and an unsettling atmosphere seemed to envelop every corner of the institution. Rumors circulated widely, though their veracity remained uncertain. By the third day, chaos erupted within the school. Panic gripped many, yet the situation was swiftly contained. On the fourth day, you and your roommate remained sequestered in your dormitory, not venturing outside. When the power and water supply ceased in the afternoon, the candle held by your roommate transformed into a precious commodity. The fifth day brought grim tidings, with harrowing news indicating that many lives were being lost. On the sixth day, someone managed to escape the confines of the school and did not return. The seventh day saw a light snowfall, prompting the school to mobilize personnel to maintain basic order. Word spread that the food supply line had been entirely severed. Various terrifying reports continued to emerge on the eighth day as you engaged in card games with classmates in the dormitory, attempting to alleviate their mounting anxiety. The ninth day witnessed numerous individuals engaging in inappropriate conduct on the school playground, leading to a chaotic scene. On the 10th day, the school announced a reduction in daily food provisions, emphasizing that no one could afford to waste any supplies. An instructor revealed that official rescue efforts were hindered, leaving the school to fend for itself. The 11th day featured an ambitious initiative by some to cultivate the school's back mountain for vegetables, though the exceedingly low temperatures cast doubt on its feasibility. On the 12th day, the medical supplies in the infirmary ran out, and a classmate suffered a fever reaching 42 degrees Celsius. Despite possessing ample healing energy, you hesitated to offer assistance. By the 13th day, the emergence of so-called awakeners drew considerable attention, and you were taken aback by the speed and strength they exhibited. It had been over a fortnight, and you found yourself still ensconced within the school's walls, with no intention of venturing outward to explore. It felt akin to merely trading one safe haven for another while continuing to hide like a turtle. This sanctuary, while populated and conducive to camaraderie, offered little in the way of advantages, particularly as sustenance remained insufficient. Most critically, the apocalyptic intelligence you sought had yet to manifest significantly. Fortunately, on the 13th day of the apocalypse, the appearance of the Awakeners sparked a glimmer of hope. On the 14th day, you joined the school as security team, using your position to glean information about how one might become an Awakener, although critical details eluded you. By the 15th day, more individuals had undergone awakening, prompting your roommates to express their belief that humanity was on the brink of a new era. On the 16th day, you uncovered vital information. The first awakener had ventured into a contaminated zone, and upon returning, was plagued by nightmares that transformed him into an extraordinary being. The 17th day was spent in indecision, torn between the desire to leave the school in search of the unknown and the instinctual caution that restrained your actions. This hesitation persisted into the 18th day. On the 19th day, you learned of someone who had attempted to mimic the awakener's method, only to perish in their sleep upon returning. This realization reinforced your belief that your reluctance to act impulsively was prudent. On the 20th day, leveraging the powers of the awakeners, the school established a new supply line. However, you understood that this was merely a temporary solution unlikely to endure. On the 21st day, you accompanied the awakeners in departing the school, traversing the contaminated area where you encountered mutated creatures. In the ensuing chaos, you became separated from the group. Through your heightened perception of danger, you managed to escape without expending your healing energy. On the 22nd day, rather than returning to the school, you retreated to your pre-prepared safe house, a solitary high-rise dwelling where the provisions remained intact. You feasted heartily and resolved to delay your return to school. However, on the 23rd day, the anxiety stemming from your danger perception made you restless, leading to the loss of a layer of healing energy in your sleep. On the 24th day, you identified and neutralized the source of contamination within the community, at which point your sense of danger subsided, providing a semblance of safety. That night, you awoke abruptly, sensing an ominous and unknown peril that rendered you unable to return to slumber. On the 25th day, you ventured back to the school, where your survival prompted joy among your roommates. On the 26th day, you fell into an uneasy slumber, only to be beset by a pack of terrifying hounds in your dreams. After a fierce struggle, you exhausted all your healing energy and succumbed. Another cycle of 26 days had come to an end, with your demise occurring in a strikingly similar manner, assaulted in your dreams by a horde of hounds. Even the bestowed healing abilities proved futile against their relentless onslaught. Your instinctual danger perception had done its utmost. The simulation assessment indicated that you had judiciously utilized your talents, and your demise was not in vain. You were presented with several rewards to choose from: a pea shooter, green, a precise map of the vicinity surrounding the school within a 5-kilometer radius, including contamination zones and safe zones, or an enhanced danger perception, blue. Taking a deep breath, Suze reassured himself that time was on his side, and he need not hastily select from these options. While not entirely without merit, he believed there were superior rewards awaiting him in the future. Seizing the 10 minutes afforded by the simulator, he meticulously reviewed the simulation details once more. He could not help but marvel at the peculiar disparity. Why did others awaken upon returning from the contaminated zones, while he faced demise whether he remained or returned? What was the true nature of these contaminated areas? Chapter 6. A narrow escape and continued information gathering. A multitude of disordered questions lingered in Suze's mind. Undoubtedly, this round of simulation had yielded a wealth of valuable apocalyptic insights. For instance, the area surrounding the school had become a refuge, remaining relatively secure even into the later days, with order maintained despite some shortages in supplies. However, more critical information regarding the apocalypse remained ambiguous. Why did contaminated zones pose such lethal threats? Was any safe zone truly safe? What were the pathways to becoming an awakener? These questions swirled in his mind, lacking precise answers. Particularly puzzling was the similarity of his two demises. After returning to the safe house and dismantling the so-called source of contamination, he inexplicably found himself ensnared by fearsome hounds, meeting his end in slumber. The causes of both fatalities were strikingly alike, both stemming from his desire to explore the key to awakening. Such aspirations were hardly misguided. After all, as his roommates had lamented during the simulation, a new era was dawning. The simulation indicated that on the 19th day, others had attempted to replicate known methods of awakening, but failed. Suze scoured the previous simulation content for any overlooked information, pondering whether the intelligence he had received regarding the pathway to awakening was flawed. If so, it would explain why both he and others had faltered in their attempts. Alternatively, perhaps the information was accurate, but he had erred in critical steps. One must tread the path step by step, savoring each morsel of progress, reigning in his chaotic thoughts. Suze mused. Clearly, 2 or 3 simulations could not unveil the entirety of the apocalyptic narrative. The concise nature of the simulation content suggested that significant details might have been omitted. Consequently, he resolved to exercise greater patience. Whether in discovering the correct path to awakening or understanding the true origins of the contaminated and safe zones, clarity would eventually emerge with subsequent simulations. Moreover, should he acquire a useful talent in future simulations, it could facilitate his journey further. Regarding the progress of collecting apocalyptic intelligence, it is certain to be expedited. The cooling time of the simulator has ended, and without wasting a moment, Su-Zhe promptly activated the simulation once again. The apocalyptic simulation has commenced. Please select one of the following 3 talents as your inherent talent for this simulation. Full Retreat. Purple, activate this talent before encountering fatal danger, and you will gain inspiration to retreat unscathed from peril. While using this talent, be mindful of its duration and cooldown time. Wind Whisperer. Blue, you can utilize the winds of nature to transmit or receive messages over long distances. Banana Expert. White, you have a fondness for bananas. After consuming one, your body will temporarily gain enhanced strength. Upon encountering the purple talent, Su-Zhe made his decision almost without hesitation, opting for Full Retreat as his inherent talent for this simulation. However, before finalizing his choice, he pondered the correct application of this talent, since activating this talent allows one to find a path to survival from various lethal dangers. Even if he were to be ensnared by the terrifying hounds of his nightmares, as in the previous 2 simulations, he should still have a chance to survive. Furthermore, as long as the talent's duration persists, he ought to possess sufficient confidence to explore hazardous areas. Talent Full Retreat, Purple, has been selected. Simulation begins. On the first day, the apocalypse arrived as expected, and you and your roommate remained in the dormitory, watching the official news. At noon, the teacher notified everyone that leaving the school was prohibited. On the second day, the temperature dropped and you donned long underwear, comfortably surfing the internet all day long while tucked under your blankets. On the third day, due to the spread of panic, chaos erupted in the school. Fortunately, the situation was not dire. On the fourth day, there was a water and power outage. On the fifth day, a more extensive outbreak of terrifying events occurred, resulting in numerous fatalities, with some seeking refuge at the school. On the sixth day, the school was completely sealed off. On the seventh day, light snow fell, and the school organized personnel to maintain order. You actively participated, eager to receive news concerning the awakened ones. On the eighth day, panic silently spread. Due to your handsome appearance and excellent psychological endurance, you were selected to conduct psychological support in the girls' dormitory. On the ninth day, influenced by an incident in the playground, more than one girl expressed a desire to engage with you, which you politely declined. On the 10th day, you attended a meeting and learned that official actions were hindered, necessitating the school's self-rescue. On the 11th day, you spent the entire day patrolling with the team. On the 12th day, taking advantage of your position, you slipped out of the school to test the effectiveness of the Full Retreat talent, achieving ideal results. On the 13th day, you returned to the school, where awakened individuals had appeared. On the 14th day, having been promoted to the captain of the security team, you seized the opportunity to converse with the awakened, acquiring precise intelligence. It seemed there were 2 conditions for becoming awakened. One was contact with the pollution source, and the other was experiencing nightmares. When you inquired about the content of her nightmares, she informed you that she could not recall. On the 15th day, the second awakened individual emerged at the school. After making inquiries, you learned that she also gained extraordinary powers following a nightmare, but whether she had encountered the pollution source remained unknown. You departed from the school. Impressive. Indeed, you demonstrated remarkable patience, remaining in the school for a full half-month before leaving only after gathering the desired information. Next, should you seek to replicate the path to becoming awakened? As Su-Zhe contemplated, he suddenly clicked his tongue in realization. Something was amiss. Despite having encountered the pollution source during his previous 2 deaths, he had not awakened. Instead, nightmares continued to plague him. He felt an unsettling disquiet within. On the 16th day, you arrived at your residence near the school, feasting on the stored food. You devised a plan to thoroughly investigate the area surrounding the school, aiming to uncover all pollution and safe zones in the vicinity. The simulation content before him caused Su-Zhe to pause momentarily. He had assumed that his simulated self would return to that upscale, standalone community. Evidently, he was not the only one harboring doubts about the intelligence. The version of himself within the simulation similarly exhibited skepticism. Thus, instead of recklessly attempting to replicate others' paths to becoming awakened, he shifted his focus to prioritize investigating the pollution zones near the school. This would allow him to fully utilize his full retreat talent and acquire information through first-hand experience, alleviating concerns of being deceived by others. Chapter 7. The Spell of the Awakened. On the 17th day, you awoke from a nightmare, realizing that your healing energy had not diminished. You understood that your residence was also within the pollution zone and resolved to begin your investigation there. On the 18th day, you uncovered some clues, discovering that residents near your residence had seemingly evaporated into thin air, vanishing without a trace. Later, you stumbled upon a peculiar mirror, which you suspected to be the pollution source, yet you dared not touch it. On the 19th day, you found little of value in the pollution zone where you resided. However, you observed that many zombie-like infected individuals lurked in the nearby Bima community, exhibiting aggressive behavior while preferring to hide in dark corners. On the 20th day, you witnessed a team of awakened individuals departing from the school, aware that their objective was to search for supplies. On the 21st day, you made an astonishing discovery. The pollution zones appear to have strict boundaries. On the 22nd day, while gazing into a mirror, you were dragged into a mirror realm, where you faced terrifying trials. Without the full retreat talent, even 9 lives would not suffice. Now, you understood why the residents within this pollution zone had seemingly vanished. On the 23rd day, you investigated the Jaha community, discovering numerous mutated animals congregating there, exhibiting ferocity that rendered ordinary firearms ineffective. On the 24th day, you examined the pollution zone near the middle school, where the residents had also disappeared. You speculated that the lurking threat here was akin to that of the mirror realm. On the 25th day, on the 26th day, on the 27th day, the record of survival time quietly refreshed. Your simulated self was indeed steadfastly executing the investigation task, thoroughly exploring the pollution zones surrounding the school. As this intelligence consolidated, Su Zhe acquired 2 crucial pieces of information. First, the dangers lurking within each pollution zone vary. Yet undoubtedly, these threats are lethal to ordinary individuals. Second, the pollution zones possess strict boundary lines. The first piece of information is self-evident. To survive longer in the apocalypse, one must remain within safe zones and avoid entering pollution zones. Otherwise, disaster may unexpectedly befall them. The second piece of information serves as a supplement to the first. Knowing the precise boundaries of pollution zones allows one to ascertain their safe range for activities. On the 28th day, you returned to your residence to rest and encountered other survivors along the way, exchanging brief conversations. That night, despite your attempts to avoid facing mirrors, you were once again abruptly dragged into the mirror realm, and by employing the full retreat talent, you narrowly escaped once more. On the 29th day, the survivors you met yesterday had gone missing, leading you to suspect they perished in the mirror realm. On the 30th day, you stealthily returned to the school, only to discover that the number of awakened individuals had surpassed 10. Their methods of awakening bore no distinction from those you had previously heard about. On the 31st day, a confrontation arose between you and one of the awakened. Your roommate intervened on your behalf and suffered the loss of a leg. By the 32nd day, lacking medical supplies, your roommate lay bedridden and immobile. You secretly treated them and departed from the school once more. On the 33rd day, upon returning to your abode to recuperate, you shattered a peculiar mirror that might have been the source of contamination. That night, you experienced restless sleep. On the 34th day, you awoke to find an abundance of vegetation suddenly sprouting in the contaminated area where you resided. The plants assaulted you, and with the assistance of your innate ability to retreat unharmed, you narrowly escaped. On the 35th day, you returned to the school, where the awakened who had previously injured your roommate came to apologize. Although you recognized their insincerity, you refrained from voicing your thoughts. A nightmare ensued where your ability to retreat saved your life, but in your desperation to become awakened, you fought valiantly. In the final moment before death, you gleaned that the knowledge to become awakened required a spell. You perished. The mobile phone on the table displayed a map. The information regarding the contaminated area acquired from the simulation was hastily sketched by Su Zhe on the map. At this moment, upon realizing that his simulated self had met with death once again, Su Zhe's expression remained remarkably calm. Indeed, those who become awakened cannot consistently adhere to past rules. Injuring another merely necessitates a feigned apology to gloss over the matter. Although the simulation did not explicitly mention the altered status of the awakened within the school, one could deduce from the limited information that their standing had undoubtedly risen above that of others. Thus, it was not surprising that in the nightmare, the simulated version of himself chose to fight for survival. His determination was to become an awakened individual, an equal to his counterpart, resulting in a desperate struggle. Alas, it ultimately ended in failure. Fortunately, he had finally acquired crucial information. A spell? This suggested that the path to becoming awakened had always been missing this vital element. The so-called spell. Setting aside the nature of the spell, Su-Zhe began to doubt whether he had been deceived by other awakened individuals during the simulation. Such critical information had gone unshared with him. Although, according to the survival of the fittest principle, others bore no obligation to inform him. Simulation evaluation: daring and meticulous, brave and strategic. You may select one of the following 3 simulation rewards. 1. Retreat unharmed, purple. 2. A customized map of the contaminated area. Choose starting point. Radius of 10 kilometers. 3. Wind Whisperer, blue. The purple talent prominently appeared among the reward options. Su-Zhe's hands trembled with anticipation. The practicality of this talent was beyond doubt. It would ensure his safe passage through perilous territory. Yet, this remained merely a purple tier talent. He decided to endure, believing there was still time to refresh for a golden talent. Gritting his teeth, Su-Zhe ultimately relinquished this round of rewards. Before long, the 10-minute cooldown of the simulator quietly elapsed. Su-Zhe initiated the simulation once again. Apocalypse simulation has commenced. Please select one of the following 3 talents as your inherent talent for this simulation. White Zombie of the Qing Dynasty. You can jump exceedingly high, even performing double jumps in midair, though your movements are rather stiff and lack elegance. Culinary Expert. White, you possess exceptional cooking skills. The food you prepare is so delicious it may incite explosive reactions. Hibernate Master. White, you have a unique sleeping technique. Once asleep, you expend no energy, provided you can fall asleep. What is this? Looking at the new set of talent options, Su-Zhe was momentarily taken aback. Would it be possible to have the previous talent reward returned? Chapter 8. A new talent. The Divine Father listens. Selected inherent talent. Hibernate Master, white. Simulation commences. Day 1. The apocalypse descends. You remain in the school dormitory, receiving a notice forbidding departure. Day 2. Although only subpar talents were available for selection, at least he still had the top-tier talent of Fallen Gift as a safety net. If merely surviving in the apocalypse was the goal, it did not appear particularly daunting. However, a mere existence in isolation was evidently not the outcome Su-Zhe desired at this moment. Similarly, it was not the outcome his simulated self sought. The simulated version of himself continued to employ the same strategy, treating the school as an information exchange hub, attempting to extract precise details regarding the spells from the awakened individuals present. Day 30. The first awakened person to appear at the school informs you that she has recalled her dream during her awakening. Her spell is Starry Sky. You express gratitude and set off that night to the relevant contaminated area. Day 31. You destroy the source of contamination. Day 32. You spend the night in the contaminated area, where you are pursued by mutated animals in your dreams, exhausting all your healing energy. UD. Once more, you have fallen. Despite having obtained the spell, you return empty-handed. Su-Zhe found himself at a loss for the reason, compelled to maintain patience and repeat the simulation time and again. Selected inherent talent. Silent Sorcerer, green. Day 1. Day 26. You confirm that the spell to become awakened is Starry Sky. Day 30. You experience a nightmare, finding yourself in a bizarre space, pursued by hounds capable of instantaneous movement, exhausting all your healing energy. UD. Selected inherent talent. Then none shall eat. Blue. Day 1. Day 35. You learn of different spell inspirations from other awakened individuals and suddenly realize that human physiques vary. Perhaps different individuals require distinct spells to awaken. Day 44. You once again attempt to actively attract the mysterious, hoping to become awakened. Indeed, you dream a nightmare. You made numerous attempts, but until you exhausted all your healing energy, you could not succeed. UD. Endless simulations, repeated deaths. For others, The journey to becoming awakened seemed relatively simple. Merely encountering the source of contamination, experiencing a nightmare, utilizing a spell, and one would gain formidable power. Yet he, even with the aid of a powerful talent, remained unable to awaken. Consequently, in subsequent simulations, his focus shifted. No longer fixated on rapidly becoming awakened, he sought to acquire more information. The result of this approach was a deeper understanding of the circumstances surrounding his school. He learned about the boundaries of contaminated areas, which locations were safe zones, and the primary threats posed by various contaminated zones. He even discovered that contamination could not be eradicated, even if the source was destroyed. New sources would swiftly emerge, bringing forth new lethal threats. For instance, a contaminated area previously teeming with zombies might transform into one haunted by vengeful spirits capable of passing through walls. Such information accumulated in Suze's mind, making it increasingly feasible for him to construct a safe house in advance, as he was acutely aware of which areas would become designated safe zones when the apocalypse struck. As the simulation progressed, time swiftly elapsed. Over 4 hours had passed. The ordinary 10-minute cooldown, coupled with the time consumed during the simulation, instilled a sense of urgency within Suze. He yearned to acquire as many simulation rewards as possible before the impending apocalypse, which necessitated astute management of his time. Should the simulation exceed 4 hours, it would hinder the optimal utilization of the simulator's cooldown mechanism. Fortunately, yesterday's simulation was rather time-efficient, granting him a semblance of leeway. If only he had chosen the previous purple talent, which allowed for a complete retreat. Such thoughts perpetually echoed in Suze's mind whenever the simulator presented a lackluster inherent talent. Until this moment, he was prompted to select one from the following 3 talents as his inherent talent for the simulation. Safe Haven. While your presence significantly enhances others' sense of security. With you nearby, they feel at ease, yet you do not gain any actual strength. Natural Hearth. Green, activating this talent envelopes you in warmth akin to that of a furnace. Father's Whispers. Gold, you often hear the genuine voices you yearn to listen to, which may harbor significant secrets. With a strong will, you can also discern the thoughts of those around you. At last, he encountered a golden talent again. It was indeed a rarity. Suze mused that if another purple talent reward were to appear, he would not let it slip away. To his astonishment, the simulator promptly bestowed upon him yet another golden talent. There was no room for hesitation. He immediately opted for the golden tier talent. Father's Whispers. Inherent talent selected. Father's Whispers Gold. Simulation commenced. Day 1. The apocalypse has arrived. The school is locked down, and you remain in your dormitory, observing the unfolding events. Day 2. The temperature plummets, yet you accomplish nothing. Day 3. Panic ensues. Every person you encounter wears a mask of anxiety. Day 4. You stealthily exit the school and return to your residential complex, where its inhabitants have been dragged into the mirror world, their fates unknown. You are aware that the mirror world activates every 7 days, pulling all individuals within the contaminated zone into its depths. Day 5. You remain in your room, filled with supplies, feeling a sense of monotony. Day 6. The boredom persists. Day 7. Your talent, Father's Whispers, manifests, allowing you to hear vital information from afar. Different contaminated zones correspond to distinct spells. Day 8. You hear a foreign voice, through which you identify a new spell concept. The newfound golden talent indeed proved extraordinary. It swiftly granted him the intelligence he so desperately sought. It appeared that the previous information he had acquired regarding becoming an awakened was indeed accurate, albeit lacking in comprehensiveness. However, this did not fully elucidate his repeated failures in attempting to become awakened, as he had employed the correct spells in the corresponding contaminated zones, yet failed to succeed. It was perplexing. Fortunately, in earlier simulations, he had opted for talents that directly enhanced combat capabilities. Generally, a green combat talent would suffice for him to contend with awakened beings, while a blue combat talent would empower him to easily overpower ordinary awakened individuals. Hence, Suze had devised a plan. If he could not become awakened, he would select a talent that directly enhanced his combat prowess. Thus, even if he could not swiftly become awakened within the simulation, it would not matter, for his talents would provide him with the foundational strength necessary to explore the contaminated zones. Day 9. You waited the entire day but heard none of the information you longed for. Chapter 9. 6 Spells. Day 10. While sleeping, you are dragged into the mirror world. Within the dream, you face challenges and attempt 3 different spells, yet all end in failure. You expend a layer of healing energy to escape the mirror world. Day 11. You venture out to replenish a layer of healing energy. Day 12. Day 17. You re-enter the mirror world, attempting 3 spells once more, yet still achieve no success. You realize that the mirror world differs from the nightmares of the awakened. It is purely lethal. You expend a layer of healing energy to escape. Day 18. You hear a new voice and learn of a new spell enhancement. However, you now feel pessimistic about your aspirations to become awakened. Day 19. You intentionally start a fire in the courtyard of the complex, attracting other survivors, yet you remain hidden. You overhear their thoughts, which are not benevolent. Day 20. You decide to lay low, leaving your residence to return to school, where you deceive others, claiming you had been hiding in another safe zone. You have temporarily relinquished the notion of becoming awakened, which is understandable. Remaining in the contaminated zone, devoid of opportunities to awaken, while confronting the lethal threats of the mirror world, would be daunting, were it not for the safety net provided by the fallen gifts. Multiple encounters with the mirror world would have already cost him his life. Under such circumstances, a shift in strategy is warranted. Moving to a safer location to observe and survive is certainly a viable option. Day 21. You are selected for the security team, joining the awakened in collective efforts for resource acquisition. Day 22. Day 33. A female awakened expresses her affection for you, inciting jealousy and resulting in a conflict with another awakened. Day 34. You sense that the awakened who clashed with you is contemplating how to eliminate you during outings. Day 35. During an outing, you effortlessly eliminate the awakened. This is no challenge, as awakened beings cannot withstand a bullet to the head. Relying on your talent, you realize that your companions suspect you of the murder, yet they possess no evidence and are unwilling to provoke you. Day 40. The awakened who had previously expressed affection for you informs you that a teacher was murdered by an awakened, leaving everyone unsettled. Day 41. You are expelled from the security team due to not being an awakened. Your roommate claims this is a blessing, and you continue to linger within the awakened group, wary of being schemed against. Day 42. You discreetly leave the school to spend the night in the contaminated zone. Day 43. You experience a nightmare, wherein you attempt 4 different spells, yet all fail, expending a layer of healing energy before awakening. Are you attempting to become awakened again? Indeed, one can sense the yearning within the simulation for awakening, or perhaps for power itself. Both the conflicts with the awakened and your expulsion from the team have likely intensified this desire. Regrettably, it culminated in failure once more. Moreover, an evident observation arises. Whether in this simulation or previous ones, it all underscores one fact. Some individuals, upon becoming awakened, become somewhat arrogant, believing themselves superior. Suze holds no objection to this phenomenon. In a somewhat melodramatic sense, the strong dominate the weak. This is a fundamental rule of human society. Rarely does anyone genuinely abhor this rule. What they resent is merely their inability to ascend to the ranks of the dominators. On the 46th day, the official transport aircraft swept across the sky, dropping supplies into the school. On the 48th day, your talent manifested. You discern new sounds, revealing the existence of 6 spells. By the 50th day, you learn of the school's dire shortage of supplies, leaving the team responsible for maintaining the supply routes at a loss. On the 51st day, the number of awakened individuals in the school surpassed 30, and you realize that behind this, at least 300 had met with failure and lost their lives. On the 52nd day, a conflict erupted between the awakened individuals of your school and those from other safe zones, resulting in the deaths of a dozen awakened souls. The cause of the discord was the dwindling supplies, as both parties, once collaborators, sought to monopolize the resources. On the 57th day, you attempted once more to ascend as an awakened one, yet ultimately failed. Your healing energy decreased by 1, though it was quickly replenished. As time progressed, some valuable intelligence began to emerge. For instance, the authorities had not abandoned their efforts. Despite the difficulties, there were still those striving. Additionally, regarding the spells, you had come to know 4 out of the 6. Other information seemed rather mundane. In previous simulations, Suze managed to survive only until the 60th day. Had he not been so fixated on becoming awakened, he might have lived longer. In this current simulation, it appeared he was poised to break that survival record. On the 58th day, the scarcity of supplies became acute. Due to strained relationships with some awakened individuals, neither you nor your roommate received any provisions. You sensed your roommate's thoughts. They bore no resentment towards you, but directed their hatred towards the awakened who targeted you, which brought you some comfort. On the 59th day, you clashed with an awakened individual. Though you sustained no losses, you chose to leave the school. You had intended to wait for your adversary to pursue you, only to turn the tables, but they proved to be a coward, and you returned to the safe house. On the 60th day, you resolved to destroy the source of pollution, fully aware that such an action could invite dire consequences. Even with the talent bestowed by the fallen, it would not save you. On the 61st day, before you could enact your plan, a strange fog descended, causing you to lose your way. Within that mist, you encountered indescribable horrors, exhausting your healing energy, leading to your demise. Vang Defa. What kind of fog could whisk one away so abruptly? Gazing at the display within the simulator, Su Zhe found himself wide-eyed. Frankly, he knew he was destined to die. However, he had expected his demise to mirror previous encounters, perishing as a consequence of disrupting the pollution source, thereby invoking a nightmare far deadlier than usual. Even with the gift of the fallen, there would be no salvation. Do not question why he met his end in the same manner repeatedly. The answer was straightforward. He could not endure the indignation. Each simulation led to confrontations with the awakened. Given his temperament, he would never swallow his pride. Aside from seeking ways to retaliate, he aimed to acquire a power that surpassed his adversaries, a strength greater than that of ordinary awakened ones. Thus, he engaged in constant attempts and repeated failures. Yet, the manner of his demise this time was entirely unforeseen. To perish due to an unexpected fog was beyond his imagination. He pondered whether he was simply unfortunate or if the fog itself was particularly lethal. Encountering the indescribable within that mist felt too cursed. Su Zhe lamented, as one who traverses worlds might. Setting other matters aside, if the fog that manifested on the 61st day was a recurring event, one that could claim his life, he would need to be vigilant. He must discover a means to counteract it before it truly arrived. Of course, it was possible that he was merely unfortunate in the simulation, coincidentally colliding with a fatal event. The evaluation of this simulation stated, luck is also a part of survival games, but it appears you have been rather unfortunate. You may choose one of the following 3 simulation rewards. 1. A natural hearth, green. 2. Godfather's listening, gold. 3. 2 unknown awakened spells. Upon seeing the golden talent among the rewards, Su Zhe's heart settled into a calm. Without further deliberation, he chose the golden talent. Although this round of simulation did not seem to showcase its decisive utility, the practicality of the talent was unquestionable. Not to mention the esoteric ability to hear crucial information. Simply being able to discern the true thoughts and intentions of those around him was sufficient for Su Zhe to select it. Additionally, Su Zhe noted the simulation evaluation, which seemed to elucidate why he had perished within the fog. It was merely bad luck, an unfortunate encounter with something terrifying. Yet, he could not completely dismiss the possibility that he possessed an innate affinity for attracting misfortune. Naturally, discovering the specific answer was not difficult. In future simulations, should he survive long enough, he would inevitably face the fog again and gather intelligence then. Selected simulation reward. Godfather's listening, gold. The simulator enters a cooldown period. Countdown, 19 hours and 59 minutes. The simulator once again entered an extended cooldown. Having spent considerable time in the shop, Su Zhe finally rose to enter a state of rest. The hour had passed 2 in the morning. The shop had long since closed, leaving only a small lamp lit within. There was nothing particularly remarkable about the atmosphere, but this new talent seemed quite conducive to experimentation. Rubbing his chin, Su Zhe muttered to himself. Mid-sentence, he suddenly frowned. Was it not agreed that a safe house should be prepared, accompanied by at least 2 components? Why was it that today, as simulation provided multiple safe houses, yet completely lacked the latter? This was unacceptable. Tomorrow, he must prioritize addressing this issue. Chapter 10. The plan for the safe house and components. The next day, with half an hour remaining before class, Su Zhe made his way into the classroom. The front rows were occupied by academic overachievers already engrossed in their studies. His university, Suda, was not among the top-tier institutions, yet it ranked favorably nationwide. In Sucheng, it was undoubtedly the premier establishment. Overall, the school was quite commendable. Nevertheless, even the finest institutions were not devoid of individuals like Suze, who seemed to languish in mediocrity. Upon entering the classroom, Suze headed straight to a seat at the back. After selecting a random spot, he took out his phone. Now recalling someone? That person had married just last month. Oof. Perhaps they would grace his live stream with a rocket later. It had been a while since he had received one. In the evening, they could meet, and he would showcase the new cosplay outfit he had purchased. His phone displayed a flurry of flirtatious messages, all from women with whom he had engaged in meaningful exchanges over the years. There were virtuous ladies and those of less reputable standing. However, he found himself increasingly disinterested in these women. According to his standards, set at an 85, there were indeed some who met the criteria. Yet, considering internal qualities such as character, the matter became somewhat complicated. Having refrained from replying, Suze set his phone aside. Lost in thought, he was currently contemplating how to construct his safe house and its two components before the apocalypse descended. Setting aside the safe house for the moment, the issue of components alone was sufficient to occupy Suze's mind. Should he seek suitable candidates from among the women he had previously known? That was a plan he had just abandoned. To be frank, rather than selecting components for the safe house, it felt more akin to choosing companions for the journey through the apocalypse. Perhaps his final moments in that world would be spent alongside one of them. With this thought, the narrative shifted towards pure romance. Thus, he considered, Suze aspired to select young maidens, endowed with beauty and kindness, to become his companions in the impending apocalypse. Naturally, should they prove reluctant to cooperate, he would have no choice but to resort to force. Though a forcibly plucked fruit may lack sweetness, it still quenches thirst. Yet, the pressing issue at hand was the absence of any suitable candidates, leaving him uncertain of where to commence his endeavors. Zegu, you arrived quite early. A voice interrupted Suze's reverie. As the class time approached, more students filled the classroom. The two individuals who appeared beside him were none other than his two roommates. The loquacious one was Wang Zixin, while the more reticent was Sun Bin. During yesterday's apocalyptic simulation, both roommates demonstrated commendable loyalty, standing firm against oppression. Time and again, he clashed with awakened individuals. Yet his roommates, undeterred by the formidable, bravely came to his aid. Achieving such solidarity was no small feat, though the human heart is often inscrutable. Today's allegiance does not guarantee everlasting fidelity. At the very least, for the initial days of the apocalypse, these two roommates could be considered decent friends. With this in mind, Suze's curiosity piqued as he turned his gaze toward Wang Zixin, quietly activating his divine eavesdropping ability to glean the thoughts of those around him. Damn, I should have accelerated to level 3 and then invaded their red zone. How naive, this game-loving youth. Why are you staring at me? Wang Zixin, noticing Suze's gaze, feigned shyness, pinching his voice. Senior Suze, will you go out with me? Get lost, Suze retorted, laughing. Intrigued, he resumed his focus, attempting to listen in on the thoughts of other classmates. Is Suze looking at me? I knew he liked my twin tails. One more glance, and I might explode. I'm running a brothel in international waters. There's no reason to break the law. His talent was quite useful, though was best employed without direct stares, as it could appear somewhat foolish and might evoke discomfort in others. After a brief round of eavesdropping, Suze withdrew his gaze and began contemplating the matters regarding the safe house. As for the components of the safe house, they could be set aside for now. The first consideration should be the location of the safe house. The previous simulation made it abundantly clear about the delineation of safe and contaminated zones surrounding the school. Logically, one would naturally construct a safe house within the safe zone. However, the contaminated zone was not without its merits. By understanding the threats posed by certain contaminated areas, one could navigate them with relative safety, much like his current residence. Although the onset of the apocalypse would also envelop it within the contaminated zone, the primary threat stemmed from the mirrored world. As long as he avoided this peril and refrained from engaging with the sources of contamination, he could achieve a considerable degree of safety. Of course, absolute safety was unattainable within a contaminated area. Lethal nightmares could arise at any moment. Fortunately, Suze possessed the talent bestowed by the fallen, providing a safety net. Even if he failed to survive a nightmare, he could rely on a layer of healing energy to make a full retreat. It was unwise to place all eggs in one basket. Thus, selecting multiple locations could prove beneficial in unforeseen circumstances. With only a few days remaining before the world's upheaval, establishing a vast apocalyptic base was simply impractical, both in terms of time and financial constraints. Therefore, he decided to identify several potential locations on the map and subsequently seek rental accommodations. The housing did not need to be extravagant. It merely needed to be capable of storing supplies. After all, yesterday's simulation had already demonstrated the scarcity of resources, especially after 50 days, when awakened individuals would likely resort to violence over the acquisition of supplies. Hence, an ample stockpile of resources constituted the core component of any safe house. As for security, one must consider the advantages of situating a safe house within a contaminated zone, particularly in areas where formidable monsters resided. Even the awakened would hesitate to venture inside. Storing supplies within a contaminated zone would significantly reduce the likelihood of being discovered by others. Additionally, should he draw a commendable talent, it was conceivable that he could remain unscathed within the contaminated area, though the sporadic nightmares could prove bothersome, consistently depleting his healing energy. He had narrowed down several locations, intending to assess the specific circumstances today before making a decision. Once the class concluded, Suze's deliberations regarding the safe house's location reached a conclusion. Coincidentally, he joined the throng of students leaving class and made his way back to the dormitory. Though he typically did not stay in the dorms, he occasionally returned for the night, ensuring that his bed remained intact. There was even a high-spec computer on his desk, facilitating his gaming sessions with classmates during his stays. Zege, did you see the messages in the class group? I heard the class monitor has organized a social event this week, and our class is going on a picnic. As soon as he sat down, Wang Zixin approached him with his phone, brimming with enthusiasm. A social event? Suse mused silently, wondering if it was possible that there might be a beautiful girl from the other class whom he had yet to meet. Shifa, are you going to the social event? Of course, why wouldn't I? Then I'll inform the class monitor that our dorm will all attend. Wang Zixin chuckled lewdly, while Sun Bin, from the adjacent bed, smiled with a more refined demeanor. However, he was already in a relationship, making his participation in the social event somewhat unnecessary. Not lingering too long in the dormitory, Suze primarily aimed to inspect the living environment. After all, should he decide to establish the school as the epicenter of his survival, he would need proper bedding and other comforts. He must not forget that once the apocalypse arrived, daylight would soon vanish, and temperatures would plummet drastically. Hence, ensuring warmth would also be a vital consideration. Once he confirmed the dormitory was suitable, Suze quickly departed and, upon leaving the school, hailed a cab to view rental properties. As a quasi-first-tier city, Sioux City's housing prices were not low. Even someone of Suze's status could not indulge in extravagant purchases. Moreover, renting proved to be more convenient than buying. He required swift access to housing rights to store the supplies he would acquire. Throughout the afternoon, Suze busied himself preparing for the safe house. In the evening, he arrived at the convenience store earlier than usual to gather supplies. He was quite experienced in this matter. After taking over the convenience store, he had established connections with suppliers. To procure supplies, one merely had to inquire with the supplier. As for what supplies to stockpile, Suze held no extravagant expectations. Primarily, he needed water and food, with water being less critical. According to previous simulations, acquiring water resources in certain safe zones was not particularly difficult. Thus, the focus should be on food, prioritizing items that could be stored for extended periods and were convenient for immediate consumption. Reflecting on yesterday's simulation, he recalled the official messages that had emerged. As he stroked his chin, deep in thought, he considered the implications. If the authorities could distribute supplies to other safe zones more than 40 days into the apocalypse, it suggested they had stabilized their position, allowing them to extend assistance to others. However, the situation might not be as favorable. According to the intelligence Suze had gathered, the extent of the contaminated zones far surpassed that of the safe zones. Moreover, safe zones were generally encircled by contaminated areas, akin to a defensible high ground. To exit a safe zone, one must traverse the challenges posed by the contaminated zones. In light of such apocalyptic threats, the actions of the authorities would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. Hey, Xiao Su, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Would you mind taking over for me? The store manager's voice jolted Su-Zhe from his thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, Su-Zhe nodded in agreement. Originally, there was still more than 20 minutes until the shift change, but the manager, employed by him, hastily lied about having an urgent family matter to attend to as he rushed off to play mahjong. While responding to the other party, he utilized his innate ability to eavesdrop on their thoughts. How delightful, the apocalypse. After the manager departed, Su-Zhe couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. He found humor in the notion that such a person would perish amidst the impending cataclysm, which brought him a certain satisfaction. Aside from the manager, another part-time worker exhibited commendable character. Yet Su-Zhe had no intention of becoming a saint in the apocalypse. If he refrained from acting as a ruthless outlaw, the others would surely suffer. As time passed, the night deepened, drawing ever closer to the conclusion of the simulator's cool-down period. Ding! A new customer entered the convenience store. Su-Zhe, engrossed in his phone, glanced up to see a high school girl who had visited the store the previous day. He distinctly remembered her from yesterday, when she was accompanied by several other girls, chatting and laughing. Without staring directly at her, he shifted his gaze to the counter surveillance monitor. The footage revealed that this girl sported a simple ponytail, clad in a school uniform below and a thick, solid-colored sweater above. The curvature beneath the sweater was remarkably alluring, a sight he had missed yesterday. Remaining silent, Su-Zhe continued to observe the girl. In front of the shelves, she pursed her pink lips, her unadorned cheeks radiating a pure beauty. Her delicate, long eyelashes fluttered slightly, accentuating her clear, pristine gaze. At the very least, she deserved a score of 9 out of 10 in his estimation. He was generous in his internal appraisal. Then, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to find a companion for the impending apocalypse. Why was that person still lingering? Just as Su-Zhe contemplated whether to use a gray or black sack to abduct the naive girl before him, he unexpectedly overheard her thoughts. At that moment, he noticed a middle-aged man loitering outside the store, his demeanor lecherous as he scrutinized the interior. This man was undoubtedly stalking her, and the girl was understandably frightened. It was apparent that she had entered the store to evade this unfamiliar man. Su-Zhe now comprehended her predicament. It seemed the girl hesitated to seek his help due to uncertainty about whether the man outside was truly a pervert. What should she do? If only her parents were still alive, listening to the girl's thoughts. Su-Zhe made a startling discovery. It appeared her parents had recently passed away, leaving her home alone. Even if she wished to find someone to escort her, it was no simple task. Seeking help from classmates was out of the question, as she did not want anyone to know of her family's misfortune. While she could approach a teacher or call the police, she feared being a burden to others. Moreover, she remained unsure whether the middle-aged man outside posed a genuine threat. Thus, she remained awkwardly in the store, pretending to browse. After eavesdropping on the girl's thoughts, Su-Zhe promptly stood up and walked directly out of the store. What are you staring at? Go home and check on your mother. He effortlessly dismissed the middle-aged man lingering outside. Upon returning to the store, he immediately noticed the girl gazing at him with starry eyes filled with gratitude. So handsome. Please refrain from stating the obvious, he replied coolly. Thank you for dealing with that man earlier, the girl said, her voice slightly trembling, likely still shaken from her earlier fright. You can sit here for a while. If you truly feel uneasy, I can escort you home, as you must live nearby. Su-Zhe suggested, deliberately glancing at her school uniform. Since she was a day student, she should reside in the vicinity. Oh, okay, I'll sit for a bit. The girl, slightly more bashful than he anticipated, settled onto a bench behind the counter. Su-Zhe maintained his aloof demeanor, continuing to embody the persona of a cool, detached young man. This guy is genuinely kind, she thought, although her perception was somewhat misplaced. This young man is currently pondering what color sack you might prefer. Having seen him yesterday, she mused, he must be a university student. With such a handsome profile, he must have many girlfriends. Oh, enjoy admiring my alluring profile at your leisure. She wondered why he referred to her as his girlfriend when he dismissed that pervert. It was to completely dissuade him from any malicious intentions, Su-Zhe stated without warning. Chapter 12. She is worth this score. Huh? The girl, startled, instinctively shrank her neck, appearing somewhat adorably foolish. How does he seem to know what I am thinking? So cool. Bingo. She was on the right track with that thought. Su-Zhe relished the praise, echoing in her mind. Although he maintained an outwardly calm and composed facade, he realized that guessing her thoughts should be exercised with caution. If he directly informed her that he was aware of her parents' passing and her current fear, he would likely frighten her even more, having just chased away a creepy pervert only to be met with a more terrifying revelation. Oh, I see. The girl scratched her head, feigning comprehension of Su Zhe's explanation, though she truly did not grasp it. Su Zhe, uninterested in further explanation, countered with a question. What is your name? Chun Kaching. Silence lingered for a few seconds, and then the girl named Chun Kaching blinked her eyes and asked, And you? Su Se, are you a university student? Yes, I attend a nearby Su University. Wanted to apply to Su University as well. Their awkward conversation fell flat. To be honest, Su Zhe wasn't particularly interested in flirting. After all, the apocalypse was imminent. When the time came, he would simply use a sack, regardless of her preferences. However, he wouldn't mind if he could charm her in the meantime. How about this? I'll walk you to your building. Su Zhe suddenly broke the silence. The cool-down period of the simulator was nearing its end, and he did not wish to be distracted by the girl at his side. That's a bit troublesome. Thank you, Chun Kaching replied without any polite refusals, clearly still rattled by her earlier fright and eagerly awaiting Su Zhe's kind escort home. As they walked, the conversation remained awkward, yet the atmosphere lightened considerably. I live right here. Thank you for walking me. Soon, they arrived outside her apartment complex, and Chun Kaching expressed her gratitude once more. This time, she appeared calmer. Each gesture conveyed her sincere appreciation, and she even managed a rare, resilient smile. Then, as she turned to leave, bang, she collided with a lamppost, letting out a yelp of pain. 95 out of 100. Su Zhe silently elevated her score in his mind. Both her beauty and physique, combined with her endearingly clumsy demeanor, fully justified such a rating. I'm going back now. Feeling embarrassed, Chun Kaching hastily turned and walked away. Su Zhe also quickly turned and left, returning to the convenience store just in time before the cool-down period ended. He poured himself a warm drink and settled back into his seat behind the counter. The simulator's cool-down period has concluded. Simulation, activate. Apocalypse simulation has commenced. Please select one of the following 3 abilities as your inherent talent for this simulation. Tennis Prince. White, your tennis skills have been significantly enhanced. You can now use a smash against your enemies, although it may not be particularly useful. Disinfection Expert. White, your saliva possesses disinfecting properties comparable to medical-grade alcohol. Clothing Explosion Warrior. Green, by removing your upper garment to reveal your muscular chest, you will become a formidable warrior, with an overall enhancement of your attributes. Once again, 3 rather unremarkable options. However, Su Zhe had grown accustomed to this. The probability of encountering purple and golden abilities was indeed quite low. At present, one can only select the most beneficial option from the 3 available responses. However, prior to choosing his inherent talent, Su Zhe once again silently recited his thoughts. After yesterday's simulation, the information he yearned to acquire most was, in fact, the process of becoming an awakened one. More specifically, he sought to understand how he, as an individual, could achieve this transformation. Others had successfully navigated similar paths to break through and become awakened, yet he found himself unable to replicate their success. This situation felt distinctly targeted against him. Thus, in today's simulation, he was determined to elucidate the steps necessary for him to become an awakened one. If clarity eluded him, it would be as if he had said nothing. Moreover, he would not mind acquiring additional information regarding the dense fog and various polluted areas. Selected inherent talent. Explosive Warrior, green. Simulation commences, day 1. The apocalypse arrives as scheduled, plunging the world into panic. After contacting Chun Kaching by phone, you drive to pick her up and bring her to your current residence, Jinxiu Community. With you, she feels a profound sense of security. He realized he had not ensnared Chun Kaching with a sack. Cough. The sack was merely a contingency option, and judging by the simulation's content, it seemed unnecessary. Evidently, he had employed some strategy prior to the apocalypse to strengthen their bond and foster mutual trust. Otherwise, she would not have so readily joined him. Additionally, it appeared that in this round of simulation, he had chosen a safe zone as his starting point. Jinxiu Community was indeed the closest safe zone to the school. In previous simulations, the awakened ones from the school had clashed with factions from this very safe zone over resources. Day 2. A sudden drop in temperature spreads an unsettling atmosphere. You and Chun Kaching prepare a hot pot together. Day 3. Terrifying news circulates online, frightening Chun Kaching. Day 4. Power and water supplies are cut off, chaos ensues in the city. You accompany Chun Kuching downstairs for a walk, encountering panic-stricken residents. Day 5. You spend the day assisting Chun Kuching with her homework, and in the evening, you share many conversations. Day 6. Day 7. Day 8. Day 9. Day 10. Mysterious incidents in other communities spread within your own, causing most residents to hesitate to venture outside. Day 11. A shortage of supplies plagues the community. Currency has utterly failed, ushering in an era of bartering. Day 12. You observe the emergence of awakened ones within the community. Some gather to discuss how to procure food for everyone, and the awakened ones are elected as leaders. Day 13. Someone knocks on your door, but you choose to ignore it. This chapter has undergone modifications. If it seems peculiar, I cannot help that. Chapter 13. A safe house that is not safe. Day 14. The individual who knocked yesterday returns, attempting to force the door open. You intervene, and they explain that their intention was to collect supplies from within the community. However, you perceive their true intentions are far from benevolent. Day 15. Another knock is heard, this time from someone claiming to be a relative of the landlord, demanding the return of the property. You activate your explosive warrior talent, killing one on the spot, while the others flee in panic. Day 16. You symbolically donate old clothes to help residents fleeing from the polluted areas keep warm. Day 17. You hear tales of a community member who kindly sheltered a fugitive, only to be murdered. Day 18. An awakened one establishes a stable channel for procuring supplies, garnering admiration from the residents of the safe zone. Day 19. News of your stock supplies spreads like wildfire. Day 20. An awakened one arrives at your door to demand supplies. You activate your explosive warrior talent and engage in a deadly struggle with the awakened one, emerging victorious and successfully eliminating them. To maintain your well-being, you are compelled to expend a layer of healing energy. Day 21. You are recognized as an awakened one, with other awakened ones inviting you to join their leadership team. You decline, having sensed malicious intentions among them. Day 22. Like previous simulations, the green combat talent suffices for him to confront the so-called awakened ones head-on. If the gifts from the fallen are taken into account, it would amount to a one-sided beating. After all, typical awakened ones lack his formidable recovery abilities. Nevertheless, if a method to become an awakened one were available, it would be even better. Su Zhe mused internally. Direct combat prowess is undoubtedly an essential condition for survival in this apocalypse. Not every safe zone maintains order as the school does. It is typically only around the 30th to 40th day that darker events begin to emerge. In this round of simulation, the safe zone where Su Zhe resides evidently teeters on the brink of chaos. Ordinary individuals strive to uphold goodwill, but are manipulated into retaliatory violence. Awakened ones possess considerable power, yet harbor divergent intentions. To put it plainly, if there were only one awakened one, that individual might promptly declare a refusal to consume beef and then commence wrongdoing. Human nature cannot endure excessive trials. Therefore, possessing direct combat strength is imperative. Otherwise, no amount of stored supplies will suffice. If neighbors hoard weapons while you stockpile food, it is only natural for conflicts to arise. Day 24. Numerous restless individuals lurk within the safe zone, and you are acutely aware of their presence. Day 25. You instruct Chun Kuching on the use of firearms. Day 26. The talent of the Father's listening manifests, allowing you to discern 2 unknown incantations. You now possess knowledge of all the incantations, which are enhancement, daydream, heavenly eye, inspiration, transformation, and starry sky. Day 27. You share the detailed information you know about the polluted areas with Chun Kuching, imparting all the incantations to her as well. Day 28. A newly awakened individual approaches, seeking to seize your supplies. You engage in combat, killing them, but your door is irreparably damaged in the altercation. Day 29. An awakened one once again invites you to join the leadership group. Sensing malice, your patience wears thin. You take Chun Kuching to the leadership meeting, deliberately allowing the awakened one's confidence to surreptitiously deplete your supplies. Day 30. With supplies exhausted, Chun Kuching weeps inconsolably. You manage to acquire some sweets from others to comfort her. Day 31. You embark on a killing spree, leveraging the restoration abilities granted by the gifts of the fallen to eliminate all awakened ones and their associates within the safe zone, leaving the remaining survivors in terror. Day 32. Concluding that the safe house has lost its purpose, you venture through the polluted areas, returning to the school. Indeed, with the talent of the gifts from the fallen, even a green combat talent can assist him in confronting awakened ones. Although the journey may be somewhat perilous and troublesome, victory is ultimately attainable. Furthermore, the Father's listening talent continues to exert its influence. At last, he has acquired knowledge of all the incantations. However, this so-called safe house hardly embodies the essence of safety. Suze could not help but lament internally. What constitutes a safe house? If absolute security is absent, can it truly be called a safe house? At best, it merely qualifies as a storage room for supplies. This issue was not lost on him previously. It was merely that during earlier simulations, he spent most of his time at the school. The safety concerns were not as severe as in this round. Additionally, in prior simulations, he had navigated the chaos alone, indifferent to the circumstances. This round was different. He had a companion, regardless of the decisions made. Chun-Kaching's safety must be taken into account. Thus, even traversing the polluted areas became a venture fraught with peril. After all, entering such zones could very well summon a lethal nightmare. On the 34th day, the order within the school improved considerably. However, one could still perceive the inner restlessness of many individuals. On the 35th day, you contemplated the notion of awakening, yet Chun-Kaching ardently insisted on accompanying you, leaving you in a state of hesitation. This uncertainty persisted throughout the 36th and 37th days. By the 38th day, you recognized Chun-Kaching's determination and led her to the polluted zone, where, after coming into contact with a source of contamination, you returned to the school. On the 39th day, you experienced a nightmare, resulting in a decrease in healing energy, while nothing befell Chun-Kaching. Following an investigation on the 40th day, you became resolutely convinced of the intelligence regarding the conditions for becoming an awakened one. Contact with the pollution source or entry into the polluted area could lead to the arrival of nightmares, during which trials would be faced and spells would need to be chosen. Completing these steps would allow one to become an awakened individual. Yet, you were baffled by your repeated failures. Upon waking on the 41st day, you discovered that Chun-Kaching had perished. Unbeknownst to you, she had experienced a nightmare and died. You attempted to heal her, but to no avail. On the 42nd day, you drove back to the school, bringing supplies stored in another safe house to distribute to those who had cared for you during this time. On the 43rd day, you disrupted the pollution source in the Banshan community. The following day, you spent the night in the polluted area, where you had another nightmare and expended all your healing energy, leading to your demise. Different simulations yielded similar deaths. Suze silently noted in his journal to never attempt to destroy a pollution source, as such an act equated to suicide. At least, current intelligence indicated that this was indeed a suicidal behavior. Even the gifts from his fall could not save him. Besides this information, the path to becoming an awakened individual was now entirely clear. However, he seemed to possess a unique constitution that rendered him unable to become awakened. Or perhaps he simply failed to pass the trials within the nightmares. After all, those who successfully challenged the arcane and awakened were exceedingly rare. Statistically, the odds were indeed low. Frustrated, Suze shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. He could only muster patience, continuing with the simulations and gathering intelligence. Chapter 14. Aching's academic performance was unsatisfactory. The simulator entered a 10-minute cooldown period. The rewards from the previous round of simulation were also rather lackluster, comprising merely low-level talents and information of minimal value. Naturally, Suze would not squander the opportunity to select rewards on such inconsequential options. Should he consider changing to a different safe zone as a starting point? During the cooldown, Suze pondered whether to switch his starting point. The rate of disorder in the current safe zone was alarmingly rapid. A change in safe zones might lead to some improvement. Just like the first day of his simulation, another safe zone had exhibited relatively good order. Buzz! His phone suddenly vibrated with a new message. Suze regained his focus and glanced at his phone, discovering a message from Chun-Kaching. Earlier, when he had dropped her off at home, she had proactively requested his contact information, claiming she wished to bestow a banner upon him. Suze had modestly remarked that such gratitude was unnecessary. Returning to the present, Chun-Kaching's message was merely a reiteration of her thanks and a confirmation of time. If Suze was working his usual shift at the convenience store tomorrow evening, She would stop by after class to bring him a token of appreciation. A gift? No need for that. If Chun Kaching were to bind herself and place herself in a box, Suze would be more than willing to accept such a gift. This would also save him the trouble of courting her before the impending apocalypse. Speaking of which, he had indeed intended to purchase something earlier, but had completely forgotten. Chun Kaching continued to send messages. The seemingly aloof girl unexpectedly proved to be quite chatty. The matter of the gift appeared to be a mere pretext, as she effortlessly transitioned the conversation to other topics, continuing to speak at length. Suze could empathize with her. After all, the man she was conversing with was rather handsome. Alas, his divine ability to listen to others' thoughts could not penetrate the medium of a phone call. Otherwise, this conversation might have been considerably more intriguing. I truly wanted to apply to Sioux University, but I did not perform well, so I can only attend the institution next door. The topic expanded further. However, Suze had already gleaned much of this information through his ability to eavesdrop on thoughts. For instance, the image of the cool, scholarly girl was merely an illusion. Her academic performance was not as stellar as it appeared. Furthermore, her desire to conceal the fact that her parents had passed away from her classmates was a facade of strength. In reality, she curled up under her blanket each night, shedding tears, perhaps belatedly realizing she had spoken too much while Suze's responses were infrequent. Chun Kaching reluctantly concluded the conversation. Suze was not overly critical. Even if he were to become distracted and chat with Chun Kaching a bit longer, it was of no consequence. After all, he had been somewhat preoccupied with managing the store. The simulator cooldown period has concluded. Just as the cooldown ended, Suze wasted no time in initiating another simulation. Apocalypse simulation has commenced. Please select one of the following 3 talents as your inherent talent for this simulation. 1. Food King. Blue, you excel at improving and hastening the maturation of plants. Crops that typically take 3 months to mature can be ready in just 10 days. However, each use of this talent will consume energy. 2. Deer Hunter. White, you are adept at using a bow and arrow, designing moving targets. Without you, the audience would not pay attention during the Olympics. 3. Lightning Man. Blue, you can freely utilize bioelectricity, allowing you to invent various attack methods based on lightning attributes, thereby enhancing your strength. 2 blue talents appeared, both seemingly quite impressive based on their descriptions. The Food King talent appeared more suited for teamwork. In a relatively orderly safe zone, having such a talent could significantly alleviate food-related pressures. Of course, such a talent will be treasured by the safe zone. However, Suze had no desire to be regarded as a gem by the safe zone. Compared to such lifestyle talents, he was currently more in need of direct combat prowess. The third talent was evidently a combat-oriented ability. You have made your choice. Chosen inherent talent. Thunderbolt Superhuman Blue. Simulation begins. On the first day, the apocalypse arrives as expected. You select the safe house in the Alba community as the starting point for your journey, accompanied by Chun Kaching. On the second day, the temperature plummets, and various frightening rumors circulate within the community. Observing Chun Kaching's anxiety, you decide to shift her focus by cooking together, and you are astonished by her culinary skills. Remarkably, this round of simulation differs significantly from the last. In the simulation, you chose a different safe zone as your birthplace, along with some subtle changes in details. On the third day, the community organizes personnel and acquires numerous supplies, and you receive a fair share, albeit at a high price. On the fourth day, power and water outages escalate panic. Someone in the community plays music on the balcony, creating an unexpectedly elegant atmosphere. On the fifth day, many refugees arrive at the safe zone. The community organizes its residents to donate old clothes and bedding to assist them, but progress is slow. On the sixth day, chaos reigns in the city, and fear grips the populace. Someone in the community manages to bring in a generator, but fuel is scarce. On the seventh day, Chun Kaching falls and injures her ankle. You use your gifted ability to heal her, leaving her in awe. On the eighth day, you notice the emergence of awakened individuals in the community. On the ninth day, a speech is delivered to stabilize morale within the safe zone. On the 10th day, official self-rescue messages arrive, leaving many disheartened. On the 11th day, the moral high ground of the safe zone falls. On this day alone, over 10 women attempt to flirt with you. Chun Kaching generously states that if you are interested, you may pursue them, but you decline, finding them unattractive. On the 12th day, the number of awakened individuals in the safe zone increases. On the 13th day, Chun Kuching expresses her generosity once more. You overhear her inner thoughts, realizing that her kindness is feigned, as she cleverly believes you are not attracted to the superficial. On the 14th day, a beautiful young woman appears by your side, heightening Chun Kuching's sense of crisis, causing her to feel jealous throughout the day. On the 15th day, the number of awakened individuals continues to rise. You detect that some harbor ill intentions, seeking to disrupt the existing order of the safe zone. On the 16th day, a conflict breaks out among the awakened, resulting in one person being injured. On the 17th day, an awakened individual makes lewd comments about Chun Kuching's beauty. You can no longer pretend. You reveal your true strength, incapacitating him with a surge of power. On the 18th day, your reputation skyrockets as your deeds spread throughout the safe zone. Many nominate you to assume leadership, but you decline, instead supporting a puppet leader, thereby gaining initial control over the safe zone. Chapter 15. Love in the Apocalypse, the Horrors. On the 19th day, you participate in a leadership meeting within the safe zone. Utilizing your gift, you eavesdrop on the thoughts of all the main team members and secretly devise a detailed plan. On the 20th day, you discreetly eliminate hidden dangers within the team. On the 21st day, your prestige within the safe zone rises once again. The leader you supported excels in management, effectively utilizing all available resources. On the 22nd day, you establish a supply line for resources, ensuring that food will not be a concern for at least a month, barring unforeseen circumstances. On the 23rd day, a newly awakened individual inquires about your ability to wield lightning. You provide a vague response. On the 24th day, you find yourself unexpectedly involved in the establishment of order within the safe zone. Suze is acutely aware of his nature. Frankly, he prefers the solitude of a wandering monk. While the outside world is rife with conflict and heroes emerge, no one knows that a peerless master resides in the secluded library, observing the world with a smile. When this master chooses to act, the world will tremble. Although this is not a martial arts tale, it bears a certain resemblance. However, with events unfolding in this manner, Suze can comprehend the situation. After all, his formidable strength enables him to effortlessly dispatch ordinary awakened individuals. Such power naturally draws attention. Since he cannot hide his brilliance, he may as well embrace it. It is worth noting that the current simulation content seems to reaffirm that a blue-level combat talent is sufficient for him to traverse the apocalypse with ease. While he may not be able to subdue the monsters of the contaminated zone, he can likely easily vanquish the relatively few awakened individuals. On the 26th day, you remain stationed in the safe zone, assisting the leader in gathering external intelligence, but the results yield little. You only know that various safe zones are beginning to take shape. On the 27th day, your talent for divine listening comes into play as you hear news of others attempting to destroy the source of contamination, suffering dire consequences. On the 28th day, women continuously send you flirtatious glances, which makes Chun Kuching anxious. She resolves to distract herself by drawing comics. On the 29th day, due to her lackluster artistic talent, Chun Kuching announces the end of her brief career as an artist. Upon viewing her work, you find it quite acceptable and draw inspiration from her comics. On the 30th day, on the 31st day, the number of awakened individuals increases, and the methods to awaken gradually become public knowledge. On the 32nd day, you sense that some awakened individuals harbor ulterior motives. You contemplate removing them, but currently lack justification to act. On the 33rd day, you set a trap, eliminating some of the awakened with ill intentions. On the 34th day, as it snows, you accompany Chun Kuching to engage in a snowball fight on the rooftop. She tells you that if you wish to seek companionship with other women, it is permissible, provided they are of high social standing. On the 35th day, your awakened individuals encounter attacks from others while searching for supplies, resulting in significant losses. You initiate an investigation. On the 36th day, feeling bored. On the 37th day, on the 38th day, it is Chun Kuching's birthday. She lights a fire and prepares a pot of warm food, and you sincerely praise her culinary skills. On the 39th day, it feels like a romance blossoming amidst the apocalypse. The mention of Chun Kuching's name appears with greater frequency in the simulation. This is entirely reasonable, as it is evident from a simulation that you have not considered becoming an awakened individual this time. Perhaps the comforting haven that Chun Kuching has created is simply too alluring, making you reluctant to risk your life in pursuit of awakening. Aside from Chun Keqing's frequent appearances, significant events within the safe zone have not gone unnoticed. Additionally, some intelligence, such as the critical understanding that the source of contamination must not be damaged, has been reaffirmed. On the 40th day, your talent for divine listening reveals that an awakened individual has perished after attempting to breach the source of contamination. On the 41st day, you identify the attackers from earlier and others urge you to take action. You agree, but you cannot bring Chun Keqing into the contaminated zone due to the inherent dangers. On the 42nd day, you spend 2 hours sharing intelligence with Chun Keqing, emphasizing the dangers of the contaminated zone. However, she insists on joining you, and upon hearing her determination, you relent and take her along. You successfully eliminate your target. On the 43rd day, you adeptly utilize the gifted ability of the Fallen, remaining vigilant throughout the night without a moment's rest, guarding Chun Keqing, fearing that she might succumb to a nightmare. On the 44th day, Chun Keqing resolved to take the initiative, aspiring to become an awakened. After contemplation, you concurred, and you both promptly set forth with your assistance. She approached the source of contamination. On the 45th day, you experienced a nightmare, awakening to find your healing energy diminished. On the 46th day, Chun Keqing too encountered a nightmare. You remained her steadfast protector, yet she successfully utilized the incantation of the starry sky in one attempt, thereby becoming an awakened. On the 47th day, you learned that the authorities were still attempting a rescue, despite the dire circumstances. Your divine listening ability came into play, revealing new intelligence regarding awakened individuals encountering exceedingly terrifying creatures, which reminded you of the term containment object. On the 49th day, free from the constant worry for Chun Keqing's safety, you led a team into the contaminated area for investigation. On the 50th day, you continued your inquiries and inadvertently entered a peculiar room, becoming disoriented and confronting bizarre creatures. In the ensuing battle, you recalled the term containment object once more. Exhausting all your healing energy, you perished. This simulation's evaluation, a life that shone brightly, yet a death that seemed trivial. You may choose one of the following 3 simulation rewards. 1. Thunderbolt Man, blue. 2. Food King, blue. 3. Deer Hunter, white. The conclusion came rather abruptly, leaving Susie somewhat taken aback. Observing the smooth progression thus far, he had anticipated a prolonged survival in this simulation. Unexpectedly, joy turned to sorrow. Just as exploration in the contaminated zone commenced, he encountered such bizarre occurrences. Suddenly entering a strange room and inexplicably facing formidable foes was bewildering. Most crucially, containment objects? Could it be? Susie could not help but scratch his head. If the entity he faced in the simulation was akin to the fictional monstrosities known from his previous life, then his demise would not seem unjustified. After all, the existential threat posed by such beings was incomparable to mere zombies. While it is premature to draw conclusions, the intelligence gleaned through his divine ability suggests the presence of truly terrifying monsters amid the apocalypse. Reflecting on this, Susie recalled the lethal fog he experienced in yesterday's simulation, believing that the notion of tragic sacrifice was merely an ancient tale. In that prior simulation, he too had suddenly found himself engulfed in the fog, subsequently encountering horrifying creatures, ultimately leading to his downfall. The circumstances appeared strikingly similar to those just encountered. What connection existed between the two events? Was it simply a matter of misfortune for him? Or was this unfortunate occurrence deliberately targeting him? Susie pondered deeply, stroking his chin. Given the information at hand, it seemed more likely that ill fortune was at play, as he was not the sole individual to face such terrifying events. Moreover, it appeared that others had not only encountered these horrors, but had also successfully evaded them. Perhaps after a few more simulations, relevant intelligence will become clearer. Retrieving his thoughts, Susie inhaled deeply. Notably, in the recent simulation, Chun Keqing had indeed evolved successfully, becoming an awakened. This outcome was not surprising, given that he possessed a wealth of information. At the very least, he ensured that Chun Keqing would not be at a disadvantage regarding incantations. Thus, her only task was to endure the trial presented in her nightmare. This trial typically bore no direct relation to physical prowess, yet it usually adhered to a fixed theme. For instance, in the case of a contaminated area populated by mutated animals, if one had interacted with the contamination source, the ensuing nightmare trial would inevitably pertain to animals. As for whether each individual's nightmare trial was identical, Susie had yet to ascertain. If the trial were indeed fixed, could he not comprehend the nightmare trial through the lens of a gaming dungeon? If he were to possess foreknowledge of all dungeon completion strategies, would that not allow him to navigate the trials with ease? Despite such musings, Susie remained pessimistic about his own aspirations to become an awakened. After all, he had faced numerous failures previously, even while armed with ample information. This led him to question whether fate itself conspired against him. Before long, the 10-minute cooldown period for the simulator drew to a close. Susie jotted down several lines of critical intelligence to investigate the pathways to becoming an awakened, the nature of the exceedingly powerful and terrifying creatures that emerged post-apocalypse, and similar inquiries that required elucidation in the forthcoming simulations. The simulator cooldown time has concluded. Apocalypse simulation has commenced. As the time arrived, Susie activated the simulation once more. Please select one of the following 3 abilities as your inherent talent for this simulation. Demon Contract. Gold. You may only survive for 60 days, but fate will guide you, granting you a treasure during your limited apocalyptic journey. I am MT. Green. You possess a tough exterior and exceptional resilience to damage, and you can employ a taunt skill. Although it may not always succeed, when it does, enemies will direct their attacks solely at you. Swordsmanship. Blue. You can wield flying swords, controlling up to 6 simultaneously, with each sword's maximum power equivalent to that of a small caliber cannonball. However, utilizing this talent requires significant energy. Susie's gaze was naturally drawn to the golden talent. However, the golden ability presented an intriguing conundrum: the potential to survive only 60 days, and that being the maximum. The appearance of a golden talent necessitated selection. Yet, the nature of this ability left Susie perplexed. What treasure could possibly warrant such a heavy price? If this were indeed the true end times, such an option would be utterly unthinkable. Yet, this was merely a simulation. Thus, there was no reason for hesitation. Let the adventure begin. Inherent talent. Demon Contract. Gold. Selected. Simulation commenced. On the first day, the apocalypse arrived as foretold, and you chose the Alba community as your point of origin in this new world. On the second day, with a sudden drop in temperature, you and Chun Kiching prepared a steaming pot of hot pot at home. After your meal, you sat together, sharing an abundance of information regarding the apocalypse, which left her feeling rather anxious. To soothe her startled heart, you engaged in an intimate encounter with her. On the third day, various terrifying rumors spread widely, seemingly confirming the fears you had expressed the previous day. However, Chun Kiching remained remarkably composed, prompting your admiration for her mental transformation. On the fourth day, power and water outages exacerbated the dire situation. By the fifth day, an influx of refugees arrived in the community. On the sixth day, you taught Chun Kiching how to handle a firearm, as you deemed your current residence unsafe, particularly with the emergence of the Awakened Ones. On the seventh day, Chun Kiching demonstrated commendable progress in her training. On the eighth day, awakened individuals appeared within the community. Utilizing the divine gift of listening, you began to gather intelligence, formulating a plan to expedite Chun Kiching's awakening. On the ninth day, you shared your intentions with her, clearly outlining the associated dangers, which left her somewhat apprehensive. On the 10th day, the atmosphere within the community became increasingly casual, while you continued to discreetly collect information. By the 11th day, you completed your intelligence gathering and felt adequately prepared. Meanwhile, Chun Kiching mentally steeled herself, deciding to take the risk, albeit with a condition. On the 12th day, you engaged in a day of intimacy, fulfilling Chun Kiching's condition. By the 13th day, after a tiring day, you revealed your healing abilities to Chun Kiching, leaving her astonished and filled with newfound confidence, her fears of the upcoming challenges dissipating. On the 14th day, the number of awakened individuals in the safe zone increased. You drove Chun Kiching to the contaminated area, where you both encountered the source of pollution. On the 15th day, you kept watch over Chun Kiching throughout the night, but nothing eventful occurred. On the 16th day, following a nightmare, Chun Kiching awoke to successfully ascend as an awakened one, having forgotten most of her dream, but vaguely recalling the intelligence you had provided, which she utilized in full. Once again, You successfully leveraged the advantage of intelligence to assist Chun Kuching in her ascent, navigating the ordeal without significant peril. If this method could be applied to Chun Kuching, it could surely extend to others, pending Su Zhe's willingness to consider such a notion. Beyond this, the current simulation content sparked further thoughts within Su Zhe. The safe house offered no sense of security whatsoever. Although the simulation did not elaborate extensively, Su Zhe could discern the underlying issues. In the simulation, he evidently lacked security. Remaining in the safe zone necessitated constant vigilance against others, particularly after the emergence of the Awakened Ones. Additionally, in this simulation, he had not chosen a combat-oriented talent. Engaging directly with the Awakened Ones would likely yield little advantage. Thus, it was imperative that he swiftly aided Chun Kuching in becoming an Awakened One, as he required a more secure environment. On the 17th day, an awakened individual coveted Chun Kuching's beauty. Together, you engaged in a fierce battle, vanquishing the opponent while showcasing your extraordinary healing abilities, which attracted the attention of some Awakened Ones who sought to recruit you. On the 18th day, the situation within your safe zone stabilized, and you and Chun Kuching became deeply involved in the leadership team. On the 19th day, you attempted to become awakened but failed, resulting in a reduction of your healing energy. On the 20th day, you noticed that some awakened individuals were drawn to Chun Kuching's beauty, prompting you to set a trap and eliminate one, albeit with a minor blunder that led to information being leaked. On the 21st day, after discussing with Chun Kuching, you decided to leave the safe zone. On the 22nd day, you returned to the Banshan community near the school, a contaminated area of the mirror world, where you and Chun Kuching settled. On the 23rd day, you calculated the timing of the next emergence of the mirror world and devised a detailed schedule. On the 24th day, you and Chun Kuching commenced your unabashed daily routine. On the 35th day, the timing of the mirror world's emergence shifted slightly. Fortunately, due to the presence of the demonic contract, you sensed a strong threat in advance. You took Chun Kuching outside to evade the danger, successfully avoiding a lethal situation. On the 36th day, upon returning to your residence, you continued your unabashed routine. On the 37th day, the unabashed routine persisted. On the 45th day, an overwhelming sense of fate enveloped you. You drove away from your residence, traversing multiple contaminated areas until you discovered a treasure beneath the piers of the Cross River Bridge. You brought the treasure back and dedicated your days to its study. On the 46th day, the treasure proved mysterious, leaving you puzzled. Yet suddenly, your divine gift of listening activated, revealing that what you had acquired was a fragment of the draft paper from the divine creation process. Lacking a name, you decided to christen it Avalon. On the 47th day, you explored the uses of Avalon, understanding it as a dimensional space where you could shape the internal structure through imagination, albeit limited to a single alteration. On the 48th day, you successfully molded the internal space of Avalon, delighting Chun Kuching, who showcased her culinary skills and prepared a feast. However, at that moment, the cost of the demonic contract was invoked. You bled from your orifices and were unable to utilize your healing abilities. In your dying moments, you heard Chun Kuching's cries and a gunshot as she chose to sacrifice herself for you. Chapter 17. Divine Creation's Ultimate Safe Houses. The simulation concluded, and Su Zhe's gaze lingered on the final line of the simulated text. Chun Kuching had indeed sacrificed herself for him. This unexpected turn of events was truly astonishing. In just over 40 days of companionship during the apocalypse, a young girl was willing to go to such lengths for him. Should it be attributed to his overwhelming charm, or perhaps to her deep affections? Likely, it was a combination of both. Unconsciously, Su Zhe let out a soft chuckle. There was nothing else. He simply felt that Chun Kuching might be more endearing than he had anticipated. However, the extent of her charm was difficult to ascertain at present. Nevertheless, after this simulation, Su Zhe definitively abandoned any thoughts of coercively controlling Chun Kuching. On one hand, it was clear that less extreme measures could achieve the desired outcomes. On the other hand, while a forcibly obtained fruit might quench thirst, it would not be sweet. A fruit should be sweet. As for the sudden demise he experienced in the recent simulation, it was hardly surprising, considering he had chosen a cost-based talent. It was expected that he would not survive beyond 60 days, thus his death bore no anomalies. Simulation evaluation. Fate is predetermined. Flow with the current. You may choose one of the following 3 simulation rewards. 1. Avalon, Dövenin Krishishan, Ma Shodik. Demonic Contract, Golden 3. Swordsmanship, Blue. As the simulation rewards appeared, Su Zhe's gaze flitted between the first 2 options. Although the demonic contract was a golden talent, it was unlikely he would select that reward, provided he possessed a sound mind. Living only 60 days rendered any treasure moot. Was there a possibility that the talents presented as rewards had been improved, allowing for a longer lifespan? Suddenly recognizing a flaw in his previous reasoning, Su Zhe inhaled deeply and decisively chose Avalon. The simulation text, while lacking in detailed descriptions regarding the origin and function of this reward, undoubtedly indicated it was a remarkable treasure. The ability to create an internal space through imagination was akin to the divine's extravagant craftsmanship, leaving no reason to opt for any other reward. You have chosen the simulation reward Avalon. The simulator is entering a cool-down period, 19 hours and 59 minutes. With the reward secured, Su Zhe felt a subtle transformation within his body, akin to the addition of a new organ. He sensed the presence of that newfound power. Raising his hand, a soft glow manifested in his palm in response to his thoughts. His consciousness could penetrate this gentle radiance, observing its structure, which was not overly complex. It could be likened to the Shumi cave heaven from the realm of cultivation. However, the Avalon he had just obtained was entirely empty, devoid of any substance. It was a void. As the one who commanded Avalon, Su Zhe could utilize imagination to shape the internal structure of this space. For instance, if he envisions a villa within his fantasies, a villa will indeed manifest. If his imagination conjures a beach will emerge. However, this space does not seem particularly vast. The consciousness flowing into Avalon quickly encounters its boundaries. From a perspective of the 3-dimensional world, this space possesses equal dimensions, approximately 100 meters in length, width, and height. In other words, Su Zhe's fantasies can only unfold within this confined space, lacking the freedom of true spontaneity. Nevertheless, such an expansive area is more than sufficient for constructing a Doomsday safe house. Based on the concept of floors, he could erect 20 to 30 stories within, each spanning 10,000 square meters. This ample space would adequately serve for storing provisions or creating recreational areas. Moreover, the most crucial point is that the rules can be shaped by him. As Su Zhe's consciousness delves deeper, he perceives the mysteries of this space. Despite the absence of any textual explanations, the so-called rules he can design illustrate this point. For instance, if Su Zhe decrees that the energy within is inexhaustible, then the appliances he imagines, such as refrigerators and computers, will perpetually have power. Similarly, this principle applies to food. He could envision a fruit tree that, instead of bearing fruit, produces bread daily. Although such rules contradict the realities of the outside world, they could be realized within this realm. However, limitations persist. He cannot create entities with self-awareness. Su Zhe swiftly discerns a significant constraint. Additionally, there are other restrictions, such as being able to imagine only once. Once the internal structure of Avalon is established, it cannot be altered. Furthermore, if the rules he creates contain fatal contradictions, the internal space may collapse, akin to a star becoming a black hole, rendering everything void. Moreover, if his visions deviate, the resulting creations may similarly reflect those discrepancies. Fortunately, this issue is relatively easily resolved by using tangible references to significantly reduce errors. Thus, is this my world? Su Zhe silently mused. Nevertheless, he felt a profound sense of joy. During today's simulation, he had sensed the unreliability of the safe house countless times. Now, he need not worry about that aspect. With such an extraordinary treasure at his disposal, he could distinctly separate himself from the mundane. The next task is to adeptly navigate this world of mine, optimizing the space to create a comfortable and luxurious Doomsday safe house. After a brief period of contemplation, Su Zhe leisurely redirected his gaze back to the simulation text. Before the next simulation commenced, the text would not be overwritten, allowing him to ponder the information it contained at his own pace. At this moment, Su Zhe's attention was drawn to fragments of the draft paper upon which the divine being created the world. This information was explicitly presented within the simulation content. The concise text encompassed many astonishing revelations. In this universe, the existence of so-called gods is indeed affirmed. Su Zhe recognized the significance of this realization. So, what precisely are these gods? Are they akin to the malevolent deities of the Cthulhu mythos, or perhaps the godlike civilizations under the Dark Forest theory? If that were the case, humanity would be plunged into despair. Fortunately, there is currently no evidence to substantiate the malevolence of such gods. Susie, naturally, would not indulge in mental anguish or frighten himself. His present focus must be on preparing for the impending apocalypse. Thus, it is time to commence the design of my safe house. Version 10 of the Doomsday Simulator, 4 days, 11 hours, and 30 minutes remaining until the apocalypse. The following day at noon, in the dormitory, Susie sat patiently at his computer desk, diligently searching for samples online. Chapter 18, A Conscientious Master. Avalon, a name derived from the legend of King Arthur, was borrowed by Susie for its connotation of paradise. At this moment, Susie, resting his chin on one hand, casually browsed luxury mansion samples online. While directly constructing the internal space of Avalon, using his imagination was possible, it proved somewhat taxing. Thus, referencing existing samples from reality would save some effort. What a monumental undertaking this is. This endeavor is indeed time-consuming and labor-intensive. Consider that some individuals ponder the renovation of a 100-square-meter house for an extended period. Susie, with at least 100-fold more work to accomplish, naturally found it quite challenging. If he were to take shortcuts by simply applying similar templates, he could complete the creation relatively quickly. However, that would compromise the quality of life within Avalon. Susie had no desire to squander the potential of the internal space. Thankfully, constructing the internal space of Avalon does not require Susie to achieve it all at once. He can build it gradually, saving his progress, and if dissatisfied, he can modify it. Theoretically, he has ample time to slowly accumulate this space. After all, even when the apocalypse truly arrives, it would not hinder his ability to continue creating his safe house. The only point to bear in mind is that he has but one chance to confirm the completion of the creation, once he finalizes the internal space of Avalon. No further alterations can be made. Everything within will function according to the predetermined rules designed by Susie, provided that these rules do not contain any contradictory elements. Buzz. The phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Susie picked it up to glance at the screen. It was a message from Chun Kaching, inquiring whether he enjoyed sweet treats, likely referencing the gift she had mentioned the night before. Susie, sweet treats? Not bad. After a brief response, Chun Kaching replied almost instantaneously. Chun Kaching, that's great. I'll bring you a gift when I pass by the convenience store tonight. Susie, I'm not working tonight. Chun Kaching, oh? Susie, how about this? Just let me know when you're coming, and I'll come get it. Having arranged to meet Chun Kaching later that evening was a spontaneous decision. Upon reflection, Susie realized he would inevitably have to put her in a sack when the apocalypse approached. Given that, he might as well treat her a bit better. He could ask her what type of room she liked and reserve a small space for her in Avalon. How considerate of him to be such a conscientious master. Knock, knock. The dormitory door was rapped upon, drawing the attention of Susie and his roommates. Upon opening the door, they discovered it was the student council conducting their routine inspection of the dormitory. Leading the inspection was a girl, the class monitor from Susie's class. With familiar faces present, the inspection felt like mere formality. However, the class monitor lingered for a moment after the inspection concluded. You all will be participating in this week's activities, right? She asked, hands on her hips, addressing Wang Zixin, whose bed was near the door. In their 4-person dormitory, one bed was occupied by a student from another class, so it didn't count, since Sun Bin was absent. Wang Zixin represented the 3 remaining members of their dormitory in responding to the class monitor. Of course, I mentioned it to you on Chocho yesterday. The class monitor feigned remembrance with an O. Subsequently, she naturally approached Susie's desk to engage him in conversation. Susie, you wouldn't miss it, would you? Susie, somewhat puzzled by her repeated confirmation, nodded and replied, yes, I'll be there. Is it time to collect the class fees? The class fees will be collected tonight. The female class monitor looked at Susie with a smile that could only be described as somewhat lewd. She gently patted him on the shoulder and continued, you can't flake out on us. You're the pride of our class. Just look at that charming face of yours. The accounting girls from our class will surely be fond of you. Susie's mind involuntarily conjured the image of the director whistling at Zhou Xingxing's backside. To be honest, he harbored some doubts about the female class monitor's intentions and attempted to eavesdrop on her thoughts. I even wore black stockings for this. And you're not even glancing my way? Damn it, is he really gay? It seemed Su Zhe was overthinking. The female class monitor before him merely coveted his alluring looks, which was understandable given his striking handsomeness. In the eyes of his classmates, he was likely perceived as a man of virtue, largely due to the absence of a girlfriend in his life. However, the reality was quite different. He had quite a few female confidants. Although he often indulged in flirtations openly, his reputation remained intact. The reasons for this were simple. He was generous with his money and discreet with his words. Combined with his good looks, he was practically invincible. Does this girl have a crush on you, Iko? As soon as the female class monitor departed, Wang Zixin leaned closer to Su Zhe, nudging him with the shoulder, wearing an expression of knowing amusement. However, Su Zhe was not inclined to understand, especially not with a class monitor who barely rated 6 out of 10 in his eyes. I heard that several beautiful girls from the accounting class will be at the social event, Wang Zixin revealed, pulling out his phone. Su Zhe curiously glanced at the photos he displayed. To be honest, it was hard to discern anything from just the pictures, as they had been heavily edited. Moreover, the girls in Wang Zixin's photos paled in comparison to Chun Keqing, not even in the same league. He also mentioned a particularly stunning senior who would attend, but he had no photos of her. Wang Zixin continued to spill his gossip like a youthful troubadour. Listening to his royal demeanor, Su Zhe found himself intrigued. After all, in his apocalyptic plans, his safe house required at least 2 occupants. Thus far, it was only Chun Keqing. If he could find another suitable companion, he wouldn't mind meeting her. Just then, the female class monitor returned, knocking on the door. Half an hour later, Su Zhe accompanied her to the school gate. He had been conscripted into service to prepare for the social event, needing to purchase supplies for a picnic in the afternoon. Normally, he would avoid such tasks, but Wang Zixin's intel had prompted a change of heart. Not only did he accompany the female class monitor to meet the other class, but he also kindly helped save everyone the cost of a taxi. He drove his own Palamara. When a luxury vehicle, worth over 2 million, appeared under Su Zhe's command, words became mere embellishments. Even a simple invitation to get in was steeped in an air of arrogance that was ever present. Chapter 19. Good looks are justice. A rich second generation. Su Zhe, I never knew you were so wealthy before, but now, I'm giving you a chance to pursue me, teased the female class monitor from the passenger seat, chattering playfully. In stark contrast, the 2 students from the accounting class in the back seat were significantly quieter, absorbed in their phones, and seemingly indifferent to Su Zhe's display of wealth. However, the thoughts he picked up were quite the opposite. No wonder he's the pride of our class. He's good-looking and rich. Ugh, he probably thinks I'm beneath him. If I had a boyfriend like that, I'd have him cover all my cosmetics. One of the girls in the back seat thought, demonstrating a commendable self-awareness that society had instilled in many. This accounting student clearly understood her place, just as the female class monitor's intentions toward Su Zhe were bold and apparent. Any hint of initiative from him would likely send her into a frenzy of excitement. Yet Su Zhe showed no inclination to pursue her. Thus, they maintained a mutual understanding, keeping jokes light and avoiding any deepening of the conversation to prevent self-embarrassment. It's just a fancy car. What's the big deal? It's not like he earned it himself. It was all given by his parents. I bet I could buy a car like that within 5 years after graduation. Another male accounting student mused. Su Zhe had no desire to respond to such mundane thoughts. They were too ordinary, too predictable. This was also one of the reasons he chose to lead a low-key life in university, avoiding revealing his background. Being too ostentatious would only invite jealousy. He was already strikingly handsome enough. There was no need to label himself as wealthy. That being said, in the face of an impending apocalypse, maintaining such discretion seemed unnecessary. Moreover, it was a strategic move in preparation for the upcoming social event. In short, he hoped that the beautiful girl Wang Zixin mentioned would possess the qualities of a gold digger, making it easier for him to connect. Suchang was a southern city where misty rain could linger all day, and with winter approaching, the sky darkened earlier. Chun Keqing, who had arranged to meet Su Zhe, had just stepped out of the gate of her school, holding the cake she had made herself and waiting at the corner for him. I'm a bit hungry. If I sneak a bite of the cake, will anyone notice? Su Zhe, arriving punctually, heard her chaotic thoughts even before he got close. Is it dinner time for high school students? Should I eat something? It seemed she was being somewhat reserved with her words. When is ushi met Chen Keqing? The usual social niceties were entirely omitted. He took the gift from her hands and pointed to a nearby hot pot restaurant. Let us sit for a bit. Chun Keqing blinked. hesitating for a few seconds before nodding. Wow, are you a domineering CEO? You're just telling me to sit? Ugh, fine, considering how handsome you were last night. I'll reluctantly agree. Are you some sort of tsundere from an anime? She thought, her inner monologue rich with emotion. Upon entering the hot pot restaurant, Chun Kaching discovered that Suze had reserved a table in advance. The broth was already boiling, and he had placed a generous amount of ingredients on the table. I know your dining time is limited, so I try to save you some time, he explained, noticing her hesitation. The agreement they had made included only delivering the cake, with no plans for dinner. Are you treating me to a meal? Oh my gosh, this place isn't a scam, is it? Am I going to wake up with my kidney missing after eating here? She thought, alarmed. I can't eat. My kidneys are important. I acknowledge your vigilance. Suze replied with a smile. Especially given your circumstances, it's wise to maintain such caution. But rest assured, I have no interest in your kidneys, he said, gesturing towards a nearby seat. This restaurant is so close to your school. You should be more familiar with it than I am. How does he know I'm afraid of losing my kidney? What a scary man, she thought. Though he seemed to have a point, the owner was indeed Xiaolin's mother. After a moment of serious contemplation, Chun Kaching finally took a seat and asked, is there something you need to discuss? A bit. Susenadith. Then took out his phone and handed it to Chun Kaching. Could you fill this out? Don't worry, it's not a scam. You'll see for yourself. What is this? A survey? Chun Kaching blinked, carefully reading the content on the screen. It was a survey specially prepared by Suze for her. While Chun Kaching filled it out, Suze continued to eavesdrop on her thoughts. Questions about my hobbies? Does enjoying housework count? No, I shouldn't be too honest. I should write something more elegant. Like I enjoy listening to music and reading. Enjoying housework. No wonder I often see this girl showcasing her culinary skills during simulations. She must indeed have some talent. What about special skills? Does gaming count? I'm quite good at playing chicken dinner. Sigh, if I were as proficient in my studies as I am in gaming, I would have already been accepted into Su University. A gaming girl. And what about self-evaluation? Is this a job application? I would say, aside from my academic performance, I'm a beautiful girl who excels at everything else. Well, I should probably write that I take my task seriously instead. Once she completed the form, Chun Kaching returned the phone to Suze, then looked at him with sincere and clear eyes, inquiring if there was anything else. Nothing else. I already have the answers. Suze replied, feeling no need to hold her back. Yet, he still politely added, aren't you going to eat something? After all, you haven't eaten yet. Chun Kaching gazed at the floating lamb in the pot. Well, I suppose I will have a bit, thank you. The allure of food was merely a superficial inducement. The primary reason that coaxed Chun Kaching to lower her guard and choose to dine was her presence beside Suze. Beauty is justice. Were it not for Suze's handsome appearance, which seemed harmless from every angle, Chun Kaching would undoubtedly refrain from indulging. Moreover, if the guardian angel from the previous night had been an ordinary-looking man rather than Suze, she likely wouldn't have even considered asking for his contact information. At this moment, Chun Kaching was acutely aware of the ambiguity surrounding sitting alone with a male university student for a meal. Could he possibly like me? Should I use the excuse of not dating before the college entrance examination to reject him? How awkward. Well, I suppose I should just eat first. In the midst of her mental turmoil, Chun Kaching didn't forget to search for the food she desired. Before long, she had entered the state of enjoying hot pot. Feeling warm, she straightened her posture and unzipped her school uniform, revealing another uniform beneath. Wait, why am I wearing two? All right. It was a bit cold during the second period. With a slight shiver, she removed the second uniform, revealing her own attire. A white woolen shirt that accentuated her proud curves. The figure, previously concealed by her school uniform, now revealed a glimpse of her elegance. Chapter 20. Qing Jiang Cannot Study. Suze's gaze fell upon the girl's fullness. This was a natural reaction ingrained in male genetics. Unless one exerted strict control, a moment's inattention would cause the eyes to wander to the desired place. Did she just catch me looking at her chest? No wonder people say women always know when men are sneaking glances at them. This perceptive ability rivals the talent of the highest order. Suze discreetly averted his gaze and casually asked, have you ever been in a relationship? Here it comes. No, she replied succinctly, adding with pride. My family is quite strict. They don't allow dating before work. Relationships without the aim of marriage are just foolishness. I'm not that kind of person. Besides, if my mother knew I had thoughts of early romance, oh, how I miss her. Reflecting on sad thoughts diminished the appeal of her meal. Chun Kuching hurriedly took a few large bites to mask her sorrow, fearful of revealing any vulnerabilities. However, I'm already over 18. Strictly speaking, there's no such thing as early romance anymore, right? Suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed, she wondered why she was rejecting the notion of early romance at her age. Her former classmates must be in university, having matured by now. How strange. Why does he fall silent after asking a question? This is so awkward. Silent? Not at all. An 18-year-old girl. I am listening to you speak. University students should be free to date, right? After an uncomfortable silence, Chun Kuching felt compelled to change the subject. I see. Chun Kuching nodded earnestly, adding, many of my classmates in university are already in relationships. Is that so? Suze continued to speak sparingly. At my age, I should also be a university student. Chun Kuching pressed on, feeling a bit bold. What am I even saying? She thought, feeling foolish. Should university students be free to date? Is that even a question worth asking? Chun Kuching, could you really be that naive? You are someone who has explored the darker corners of the internet and watched countless films. Rich in theoretical knowledge, as a senior in your final year. Don't act like you don't understand anything. It's too silly. In matters of desire, the differences between men and women are not substantial. Thus, Suze completely understood Chun Kuching's curiosity about knowledge. It could only be said that she was indeed the girl who played role-playing games with him in simulations. She certainly knew a lot. Could you please stop making me find topics to discuss? After a few awkward exchanges, Chun Kuching weakly stated, sure. Suze considered, then asked, did Qin Shi Huang actually not die? Are all civilizations in the universe armed hunters? Is the Bermuda Triangle a fabrication of the media? Do used condoms frequently appear on the back mountain of Sioux University? Which topic would you like to hear? Chun Kuching nearly choked. I knew you would want to hear the last one. You must have visited Sioux University before, right? Do you know about the back mountain? Initially, when Suze aimed to discuss such risque topics, Chun Kuching had been resistant. However, Suze's description was entirely objective, devoid of personal sentiment. Thus, she inadvertently engaged in the conversation, and the atmosphere became less awkward. As time passed, when it was nearly time for Chun Kuching to return to school, their hot pot meal came to an end. Remember to go home with your classmates, Suze, in a fatherly manner, suddenly advised before they parted ways. Ah, she replied, somewhat dazed, turning to leave. Was it a boyfriend's tone? Did he like me? If he did, shouldn't he kind of pick me up? Sigh. Could this be the legendary game of pursuing someone by feigning indifference? Pursuing someone by feigning indifference? Not quite. Suze was simply acutely aware that Chun Kuching's wariness toward strangers had not completely dissipated. If he had indeed offered to pick her up, she would likely have declined. Moreover, he had no intention of playing the role of a warm-hearted guy, as his motive for inviting Chun Kuching today was merely to provide her with a safe space. Achieving that goal was sufficient. Countdown to apocalypse. 4 days, 5 hours, and 30 minutes. The cooling time for the simulator would end around 7 in the evening. Therefore, the time to initiate the simulation could be earlier than in the previous days. After parting with Chun Kuching, Suze swiftly returned to his residence. The simulation from yesterday had been brief due to the rapid emergence of his golden talent. His original desire to gather more information had, of course, fallen flat. After all, in the previous simulation, he had survived for no more than 60 days. Such a brief journey into the apocalypse made it nearly impossible to acquire sufficient apocalyptic intelligence. Thus, today he sat at his desk, pen and paper in hand, clearly writing down the apocalyptic information he needed to understand and master in the simulation. For instance, how secure his Avalon truly was, what those terrifying and powerful containment objects were, the pathways to becoming an awakened one, and the significance of the 6 spells. These were all pieces of information that Suze wished to comprehend and master. The cooling time for the apocalypse simulator has concluded. As soon as the time was up, the simulator in Suze's view indicated that he could initiate the simulation once again. Without delay, Suze directly activated the simulation. The simulation of the apocalypse has commenced. You are invited to select one inherent talent from the following 3 options for this simulation. 1. Explosive drummer. Green, you possess exceptional skill with musical instruments, and your performance enhances the attributes of all allies. 2. Running champion. White, you excel in running. With your presence in a marathon, victory is nearly assured. 3. Flame manipulator. Green, you can control fire, allowing you to launch attacks. However, If reliant solely on flames not found in nature, your energy will be significantly drained. 3 unremarkable talent options appeared before Susie's gaze. One cannot expect every simulation to present advantageous talents. In reality, the occurrence of golden talents is exceptionally rare, and even purple talents are scarce. During the previous 2 days of simulations, Susie was fortunate enough to swiftly discover golden talents. As for the current options, his focus settled upon the flame manipulator talent. Although merely a green inherent talent, it is better to have something than nothing. The other green talent was not worth consideration. Susie had already formulated a plan for today as simulation. If a combat talent were available, he would choose it. Talents such as explosive drummer, which serve a supportive role, were best avoided. After all, he wished to survive longer in this simulation and witness a broader apocalyptic landscape. Therefore, a combat talent was essential. The inherent talent Flame Manipulator, Green, has been selected. The simulation begins. Chapter 21. Nightmarish Trials, the correct path to awakening. On the first day, the apocalypse arrived as anticipated. You chose Alba Community as your point of origin. The food reserves at home were scant, despite the news reassuring the public to remain calm and refrain from hoarding supplies. Chun Kaching chose to trust her own judgment. She insisted on going out to shop, but the stores were overrun with frantic shoppers, and they managed to acquire only a handful of vegetables. On the second day, the temperature plummeted, despite the biting cold outside. Chun Kaching still wanted to venture out to gather food. Accompanying her, they returned empty-handed. Chun Kaching was quite upset, but you comforted her, assuring her that as long as you had food to eat, she would not go hungry. Her heart was touched by your sincerity. On the third day, terrifying news flooded in. Chun Kaching felt anxious, yet maintained a facade of optimism. She meticulously sorted through the food at home, realizing that even if rationed, it would last only 3 days. Fortunately, the community managed to procure supplies, and you purchased some food at a high price. On the fourth day, water and electricity were cut off. You feigned indifference as you observed Chun Kaching bustling about. On the fifth day, many refugees arrived at the safe zone, and the community organized volunteers to assist them while you observed nonchalantly. On the sixth day, Chun Kaching, embracing her nurturing instincts, prepared a makeshift hot pot in the home, cooking 2 warm meals. When you heard about her plan to steal the neighbor's gas canister, you found her adorably determined, and you shared an intimate moment. On the 7th day, you procured a gas canister from outside and installed it on your stove, which delighted Chun Kaching. To celebrate the availability of hot food, you engaged in a passionate encounter. On the 8th day, awakened individuals began to emerge within the community. The simulation's content left Susie both amused and bewildered. This was not merely a reflection of himself in the simulation. It seemed to test Chun Kaching instead. It resembled a wealthy father pretending to be impoverished to instill resilience and diligence in his children. It was indeed reminiscent of something Susie might conceive. Reflecting on the simulation, it was evident that only Chun Kaching appeared. Susie pondered this, recalling that he had only met her the previous night. Upon initiating the simulation, she instantly materialized within its narrative. This indicated that the simulation encompassed events leading up to the apocalypse. Given his intention to ensnare Chun Kaching in a metaphorical net, her presence in the simulation was unsurprising. Similarly, today, Wang Zixin had mentioned a captivating woman, and his heart had also stirred. Although he had yet to meet her, he was already preparing to ensnare her. However, this so-called beauty did not feature in the simulation, leading to the conclusion that Wang Zixin's information was dubious. That enchanting woman might not exist at all. As the 9th day unfolded, anxiety gripped the safe zone. Someone delivered a speech to calm the populace. Chun Kaching accompanied you to observe the awakened individual, exclaiming that this person might have unlocked the genetic lock. On the 10th day, distressing news continued to circulate, yet no one could ascertain its veracity. With the assistance of the awakened, the community's security and order were maintained, albeit tenuously. On the 11th day, incidents of moral decay erupted within the community. You intentionally frightened Chun Kaching, advising her to remain indoors, and she heeded your counsel, choosing to stay out of sight. On the 12th day, the number of awakened individuals increased, prompting you to systematically gather intelligence. You aimed to confirm at least one reliable method for awakening. On the 13th day, you continued your information collection. On the 14th day, As the number of awakened individuals rose, you discreetly gathered intelligence. Under Chun Kuching's inquiry, you shared some information about the awakened and asked if she wished to attempt awakening. Fearful, she declined. On the 15th day, the number of awakened continued to rise, with some individuals growing restless. On the 16th day, conflicts among the awakened ensued, resulting in casualties. On the 17th day, awakened individuals came seeking to abduct Chun Kuching, causing her great distress. Remaining calm, you intervened, incinerating the assailants with flames. Although controlling fire was immensely draining, you adeptly utilized the fallen gift talent, continuously replenishing your strength through vanquishing foes, allowing for an unending cycle of energy restoration. Chun Kuching admired the power you displayed. On the 18th day, you gained fame through your valor and were elected as the leader of the safe zone. You promptly announced the pathway to awakening, encouraging more individuals to pursue this transformation. On the 19th day, many attempted to awaken, resulting in a surge of fatalities. You seized this opportunity to gather intelligence and refine the awakening process. On the 20th day, you took decisive action, eliminating some of your detractors. On the 21st day, you maintained order within the safe zone with clarity and fairness, ensuring a semblance of peace. On the 22nd day, as the risks of awakening loomed large, fewer individuals expressed willingness to attempt it. Fortunately, you had gathered sufficient intelligence. Now, you felt confident in your ability to assist others in achieving awakening with absolute certainty. On the 23rd day, you disclosed the method of awakening to Chun Kuching, outlining the necessary incantations, exposure to sources of contamination, and the undertaking of the nightmarish trials. The crux lay within these trials. You understood that the content of the nightmares generated within the same contaminated area would largely remain consistent. Therefore, by sharing the details of the nightmarish trials with Chun Kuching, you could facilitate her smooth transition into becoming awakened. On the 24th day, the information regarding the path to awakening appeared to crystallize at this moment. It aligned closely with Susie's previous conjectures. Each contaminated zone could be likened to a dungeon within a game. While the details of each dungeon might exhibit minor variations, the core content would not deviate significantly. Thus, should someone possess ample intelligence and be generous enough to divulge it entirely, it would theoretically allow for the mass production of awakened individuals. However, in practice, executing this would likely prove challenging. With numerous contaminated zones, each distinct, merely ascertaining the content of the nightmarish trials within one zone would not be a simple task, especially since many awakened individuals forget their dream experiences upon awakening. One could only imagine the effort the simulated version of oneself exerted to piece together complete intelligence. If the content of the nightmare trial spans 60 minutes, an awakened individual may recall merely 3 minutes upon awakening. Even excluding repetitive segments, Susie must investigate the experiences of at least 20 awakened individuals to piece together a complete intelligence report. During the execution of this task, you must also consider whether others are willing to cooperate and whether they will provide truthful accounts. Thus, Susie possesses the divine gift of the Father God's listening. Should another individual undertake the task of gathering intelligence, unraveling the intricacies within a few short days would be nearly impossible. Consequently, one might ponder why I cannot become an awakened one. Drawing in a sharp breath, Susie's face reflected a hint of helplessness. However, he has come to terms with it, no longer fixated on becoming an awakened being. After all, as long as he possesses sufficient power to surpass the awakened, the sky remains splendid. On the 26th day, the order within the safe zone is remarkably stable. You again inquire of Chun Kuching whether she wishes to become an awakened one. She declines, fearing for her life. On the 27th day, you pose the question once more, and she refuses, expressing her intent to cling to you for dear life. On the 28th day, when you ask her again if she wishes to become awakened, she believes you are weary of her and are deliberately leading her to her demise, resulting in a heartfelt outburst of tears. You spend a considerable time comforting her and promise to prepare an unimaginable birthday gift for her. On the 29th day, you explain to Chun Kuching that your inquiries about her desire to awaken stem from your possession of a method that guarantees success. She remains skeptical. You compel her through forceful persuasion and employ healing energy upon her, which instills a modicum of belief in her. On the 30th day, you record a short video on your phone depicting a passerby ensnared in a nightmare, undergoing trials. The individual fails the challenge, but is saved by your timely intervention. When you show the video to Chun Kaching, her attention diverts to the question of how your phone still possesses battery life. On the 31st day, you introduce Chun Kaching to the source of pollution. On the 32nd day, with the aid of the information you provided, she successfully becomes an awakened individual, confirming that the simulated version of yourself has discovered the true key to success. Regrettably, the simulation did not elaborate on the details, leaving uncertainty regarding whether subsequent simulations will unveil relevant intelligence. Nevertheless, there is no rush. Ample simulation time remains. On the 33rd day, Chun Kaching requests her birthday gift in advance, to which you refuse while maintaining an air of mystery. On the 34th day, a conflict arises among the awakened within the safe zone, and you intervene to quell the discord. A manager of your choosing suggests a restructuring of the order within the safe zone. On the 35th day, you eliminate several incoming awakened individuals, a feat that instills fear. On the 38th day, on Chun Kaching's birthday, you present her with the long-awaited gift, Avalon, and introduce her to the room you designed for her, which brings her immense joy. Finally, it is revealed. Had it been delayed any longer, Susie might have begun to doubt whether something had gone amiss, perhaps even questioning if Avalon had inadvertently collapsed. The simulation content had notably omitted Avalon in the preceding 30 days. Fortunately, the timing proved fortuitous, as it was ultimately revealed at the right moment. As for why it was withheld for so long, Susie can only liken it to ancient famines where the court, possessing ample grain, feigns neglect towards the suffering populace, only to dispense aid once enough lives have been lost. Such a strategy ensures that when relief is finally offered, the surviving populace expresses boundless gratitude, rather than reproach for the delay. Were Susie to have revealed Avalon on the first day of the apocalypse, Chun Kaching might not have experienced such exuberance and delight thereafter. It must be said, this approach is quite shrewd, yet it is indeed within Susie's capabilities. On the 40th day, he accepts the suggestions of certain individuals to reshape the order within the safe zone. He grants the awakened a relatively elevated status, allowing them to receive a greater share of resources, provided they remain available for assignments. Aside from this, the original societal rules are upheld, and dissent within the safe zone is nearly non-existent. On the 41st day, the order within the safe zone is commendable. On the 51st day, due to the favorable order in your safe zone, an influx of individuals from nearby zones occurs, as those zones are plagued by chaos. On the 52nd day, you again eliminate several awakened individuals, eradicating potential threats. On the 53rd day, your safe zone is meticulously managed. However, the issue of resource scarcity persists. Chun Kaching privately inquires why you do not procure food from Avalon. You casually respond that you relish witnessing others endure hardship, leading her to adopt a similar mindset, as she spends an entire day observing others suffering. On the 57th day, as your awakened individuals venture into the polluted zone in search of resources, they are brutally assaulted by monsters, resulting in significant casualties. The simulation progresses steadily, and the entire safe zone appears to be within your grasp. The awakened cannot traverse the polluted zone freely, though they no longer need to fear the trials of nightmares. Seated at his desk, propping his chin with one hand, Susie taps rhythmically on the table with his right index finger, deep in thought. The movements of the awakened are naturally more liberated than those of ordinary individuals, as they need not worry about perishing within dreams. Nonetheless, the dangers lurking within the polluted zone cannot be disregarded. For instance, the mutated creatures previously encountered in the simulation pose a significant threat, with some capable of crushing a car as front end in a single bite. Typical awakened individuals armed with standard weaponry are ill-equipped to confront such monsters. Additionally, there are unseen perils, such as the red-eye disease, which could strike unexpectedly, proving to be more insidious than influenza. Although threats abound, they are not as lethal as before. Hence, one might ponder whether the ultimate conclusion of this apocalypse is collective evolution, where all ascend to become awakened beings, ushering in a new era of civilization. This notion briefly flits through Susie's mind, only to be swiftly countered by the simulation, which asserts that this is merely the inception of the apocalypse. On the 61st day, a thick fog descends, yet nothing of consequence occurs. On the 62nd day, you learn that the polluted zone has undergone changes, with previously existing threats morphing into new forms. You sense an escalation in danger, yet remain unaware of the specifics. On the same day, the gift of the Father God's listening comes into play. Now, you comprehend what has transpired. The polluted zone seems to have upgraded overnight, transforming into a far more perilous environment. On the 63rd day, the pathways to procure food are obstructed by monsters, compelling you to lead a team personally to retrieve supplies. On the 64th day, the other awakened face considerable challenges, necessitating your involvement. Chun Kaching, reluctant to remain within Avalon, joins you on your endeavors. You understand the strength of Avalon. Should genuine peril arise, both you and she can seek refuge within its confines, as no one can enter without your consent. Not even the monsters of the polluted zone. The notion that the polluted zone could evolve further catches Susie off guard. Previous intelligence indicated that as long as the source of pollution remained intact, the polluted zones would not change. Yet now, all polluted zones have suddenly escalated, becoming significantly more threatening. Fortunately, he possesses Avalon. As he surveyed the introduction of the simulated content, it became evident that Avalon was indeed the ultimate safe haven he had long desired, capable of completely isolating him from external threats. Should he find himself in dire circumstances, he could retreat with Chun Kaching into its depths, remaining there indefinitely, even to the point of perishing within its confines. Chapter 23, Second Awakening, Extraordinary Materials. On the 65th day, as the leader of the safe zone, you continued your diligent endeavors. Due to the inability to replenish energy from slaying monsters in the polluted area, you approached numerous battles with caution, always ensuring your stamina remained sufficient. On the 66th day, driven by the competition for resources, you eliminated several individuals from other safe zones, thus reinforcing your authority. On the 67th day, the talent bestowed by the Father God came into play, allowing you to hear that someone had successfully undergone a second awakening. A second awakening? The notion of an awakener experiencing a second awakening? The novel information appearing on the simulator caused Su-Zhe to widen his eyes in surprise. Perusing the details intently, was this second awakening related to the upgrade of the polluted area? He could sense a profound connection between the two. Yet, as of now, there was no concrete information to substantiate their relationship. Su-Zhe promptly continued to advance the simulation. On the 68th day, you investigated the intelligence surrounding second awakeners. On the 69th day, within your jurisdiction, a second awakener emerged, their power and speed significantly enhanced. You privately assessed your combat prowess in comparison to the second awakener. With your adept manipulation of fire, you could easily overcome them, though they still posed a certain level of threat to you. On the 70th day, you engaged in a public spar with a second awakener, effortlessly defeating them. You did not perceive your actions as excessive, for you understood that their ambition had swelled with newfound power. You continued to maintain your leadership position within the safe zone. Pondering soutfelli, susepos momentarily. He contemplated the combat level of second awakeners. Compared to ordinary awakeners, those who had undergone two awakenings would undoubtedly be considerably stronger. Thus, Su-Zhe had to reassess his own combat capabilities. Previously, he believed that acquiring a blue combat talent would place him at the pinnacle of strength. Even a green combat talent would suffice for him to command the world. However, if awakeners could continually evolve, the situation would drastically change. What if there were third or even fourth awakenings? Awakeners would grow increasingly formidable while his own talent lacked the capacity for growth. Moreover, strictly speaking, it was not merely the green or blue combat talents that were exceptionally powerful. It was solely due to the fallback provided by the talent he received from the Fallen's gift. Otherwise, it was entirely possible that second awakeners could push him into a harrowing struggle. So, how was a second awakening triggered among awakeners? Was it a trial of nightmares? Retrieving his thoughts, Su-Zhe could not help but harbor doubts. The answer to this question could only be uncovered by further advancing the simulation. On the 71st day, you continued to uphold order within your jurisdiction. On the 72nd day, you gathered a wealth of information regarding second awakeners. On the 73rd day, the talent bestowed by the Father God proved advantageous, allowing you to complete the missing pieces of information. Now you understood the advancement path for second awakeners, extraordinary materials, and formulas. Extraordinary materials referred to the exceptional items produced in the polluted area, typically found on the bodies of mutated monsters or acquired by withstanding the corrosion of pollution. Formulas indicated the fusion of a specified quantity and quality of extraordinary materials, which would occur automatically. Those in possession of extraordinary materials would inherently advance to second-tier awakeners. On the 74th day, you continued your investigation into second awakeners. New terminologies emerged: extraordinary materials and formulas. Understanding them through the lens of gaming was rather straightforward. Suze could instantly conjure a vivid image in his mind. Awakeners would slay mutated monsters to procure extraordinary materials from their remains, subsequently fusing these materials according to the formula. It appeared easier than the first awakening, perhaps even devoid of the nightmarish trials. Yet, if the formulas were intricate, requiring an incessant reliance on lives to explore and perfect them, then the situation would be distinctly different. Such a notion rendered the process akin to the trials of nightmares. Regardless of whether it was the first or second awakening, ample information was essential, and I, possessing the simulator, theoretically had sufficient trial-and-error resources. Suze clarified his thoughts. Without a doubt, with the simulator at his disposal, he could foresee the future to a certain extent, making him ideally positioned to pursue multiple awakenings with minimal risk. Regrettably, however, the question resurfaced in Suze's mind. Why could he not become an awakener using the same methods as others? If he could manipulate his simulated self, Suze would undoubtedly attempt to become an awakener once more. After all, it was merely a simulation. Death would be inconsequential. Acquiring intelligence was paramount. On the 75th day, you became aware that the number of second awakeners was slowly increasing, and this new class of awakeners was gradually being referred to as second-tier awakeners. On the 76th day, the pathway for ordinary individuals to become awakeners remained unchanged, and the number of ordinary awakeners was also on the rise. On the 77th day, you witnessed a conflict among awakeners. A second-tier awakener killed 3 ordinary awakeners and managed to escape despite being surrounded by a dozen others. On the 78th day, you heard that the order within other safe zones was on the brink of collapse, as second-tier awakeners sought to reshape the situation. On the 79th day, officials arrived, a group of 12, all second-tier awakeners, led by a team captain surnamed Sue. As the leader of the safe zone, you conversed with Captain Sue, from whom you gleaned numerous insights. The officials had never abandoned their efforts. Their challenges were simply overwhelming. This time, their objective in visiting various safe zones was to stabilize the situation and bolster morale among the populace, while also intimidating those who harbored ill intentions. You eavesdropped on Captain Sue's musings and discerned that he was not being deceitful. You allowed the team to rest within your safe zone. New intelligence had emerged. While hints of official actions had previously appeared in the simulations, they were merely fragments. Suze found it challenging to extrapolate further information. The current simulation content, though still lacking in detail, at least helped him confirm his earlier suspicions. The officials had not entirely ceased their operations. They were simply faced with formidable obstacles. Furthermore, despite the absence of explicit information in the simulation, Suze could surmise that the officials' actions were undoubtedly more efficient. Otherwise, they would not have been able to assemble a team composed entirely of second-tier awakeners so swiftly. They must have already mastered relatively mature formulas. Thus, could they produce second-tier awakeners en masse? Such a question naturally arose in Suze's mind, and the simulation content promptly provided an answer. On the 80th day, you obtained extensive intelligence from Captain Sue, some of which you had overheard, while other details were shared directly with you. They indeed possessed formulas. However, the same formula could not be utilized indefinitely and was only capable of assisting a limited number of awakeners in advancing. The term incantation was perhaps not accurate. Captain Sue preferred to refer to it as word spirit. He demonstrated his word spirit technique, manipulating lightning, and expressed his belief that you, with your ability to control flames, belonged to the same category of individuals. The incantations you both selected during your first awakening should have been transformations. Chapter 24, Word Spirit. The source of pollution is a treacherous shortcut. On the 81st day, after the official special operations team departed, you continued your investigation into the information concerning the second awakening individuals while searching for those possessing the art of Yinling. On the 82nd day, you persisted in gathering intelligence. On the 83rd day, a group of second-tier awakeners challenged you. In front of an audience, you sat calmly, manipulating flames with your will to vanquish your foes. Your dominion intact. Many within the safe zone cheered for you, believing you had allied with the authorities. On the 84th day, you continued your intelligence collection. By the 86th day, despite not yet finding a second individual skilled in Yinling, the gift of Fuxian Lingting began to manifest. You understood that during the awakening process, the number of individuals who receive Yinling simultaneously is scarce, yet they do exist, potentially wielding powers that could pose a threat to you. On the 87th day, you remained vigilant, discreetly observing and studying the second-tier awakeners. On the 88th day, it became apparent that second-tier awakeners could not be mass-produced. The incantations were only necessary during the initial awakening. Rather than spells, they were akin to job classes. Second-tier awakeners might acquire Yinling, or, more commonly, other abilities during their awakening, and those endowed with such powers generally possess greater combat prowess. A fresh stream of intelligence was methodically penned by Suzy. Truth be told, he felt a heightened sense of urgency compared to before. Relying on the gifts of the fallen, he could still effortlessly dispatch second-tier awakeners. Even those with Yinling might not necessarily be his adversaries. However, the gap in strength between him and his opponents was undeniably narrowing. In the days leading up to the 80th, no one was a match for him. Perhaps by the 90th day, there would be none. But what of the 100th day? The 200th? What might transpire? Would awakeners continue to grow stronger? Such questions flooded Suzy's mind. What if he possessed a golden combat talent? This contemplation arose within him. If his constitution destined him to never become an awakener, unable to gradually strengthen like most through esoteric rules, he would have to rely solely on his innate gifts. A golden tier combat talent might suffice to help him traverse this apocalyptic landscape. On the 99th day, the number of second-tier awakeners continued to rise, and you thus amassed ample intelligence, now possessing knowledge of more than one advancement formula. On the 100th day, the gift of Fuxian Lingting unexpectedly manifested, revealing to you that an awakener had shattered the source of pollution, successfully surviving and ascending to a second-tier awakener. On the 101st day, you contemplated and reassessed the pollution source. Notably, after the appearance of the dense fog, the sources of pollution within the polluted zones had become increasingly elusive. On the 102nd day, the gift of Fuxian Lingting activated once more, and from other second-tier awakeners skilled in Yinling. You learned that the pollution source is a shortcut to awakening. Though it is tenfold more perilous, there remains a chance of success. You felt tempted to attempt it, yet hesitated. On the 103rd day, you continued to waver. Qin believed you were discontent and spent the entire day trying to cheer you up, leading you to abandon the idea of risk. The pollution source might indeed be a shortcut to awakening. Suzy continued to write new intelligence on paper, realizing that his previous information had been somewhat one-sided. Destroying the pollution source may not be an unequivocally fatal action, but rather a shortcut, a means to ascend to a second-tier awakener without needing to explore formulas. However, taking shortcuts comes at a price, as challengers might face tenfold the dangers. This led Suzy to ponder deeply. He had frequently damaged pollution sources. Why had he never succeeded? Was it due to overwhelming difficulty, a missed opportunity, or was he simply incapable of becoming an awakener, no matter what he did? Frankly, Suzy felt a stirring within him. Like his simulated self, he again contemplated the prospect of becoming an awakener. Such thoughts were natural. On one hand, he had received new intelligence that sparked a belief in potential success, and, on the other, witnessing others grow stronger daily while he remained stagnant was intolerable for someone of his nature. Yet, it appeared that his simulated self had succumbed to the allure of a gentle embrace, quickly abandoning thoughts of adventure. It was understandable. He possessed a top-tier safe house and the companionship of a beautiful young lady who constantly cheered him on. Why venture in peril? On the 103rd day, in an effort to assist Qin in becoming a second-tier awakener, you researched a brand new formula. On the 104th day, leveraging this new formula, you successfully aided Qin in her ascension, though she drove you to exhaustion throughout the day. On the 105th day, you learned that the official operations were running much more smoothly than before, with the supply routes now stable. On the 106th day, you faced another batch of second-tier awakeners challenging you within your jurisdiction of the safe zone. You had long anticipated their malicious intent and swiftly dispatched all adversaries. On the 115th day, dense fog enveloped the area. On the 116th day, the pollution zone underwent further changes. You realized that the fog from the previous day might have been a signal, prompting you to investigate the altered pollution area, inadvertently destroying the pollution source. On the 117th day, after discussing future matters with Chen-Kaching, you hid within Awalong but still could not escape the onslaught of nightmares. In the dream, you encountered formidable foes, exhausting all your healing energy, and ultimately met your demise. The fog was indeed a signal. Following its appearance, the pollution areas would undergo transformation. Awalong, too, were unavoidable threats. For you personally, breaking the pollution source still signified certain death. With an expression devoid of any disturbance, Susie meticulously transcribed the newly acquired information onto paper. In this simulation, you shattered the survival record. Please select one of the following 3 simulation rewards. 1. Explosive Drummer, green. 2. Second tier formula, imaginary, 3. Flame user, green. However, Susie disregarded the simulation rewards entirely. Setting aside whether these rewards were subpar, he recalled that one of his simulation objectives for today was to acquire ample apocalyptic intelligence. Unless endowed with a golden talent, he would not cease his simulations. Even a purple talent reward would not hinder his progress. At this moment, the simulator entered a 10-minute cooldown. Susie reclined in a soft chair, gazing blankly at the ceiling. After a moment, he spoke to himself. If I do not choose a combat talent, does that mean my simulated self would remain hidden within Awalong indefinitely? Chapter 25, Abundant Intelligence. Not selecting a combat talent would imply that, without firearms, the simulated version of himself would be unable to confront even an ordinary Awakener head-on, let alone second-tier Awakeners or those wielding Yenling. If his strength did not permit him to take risks in this apocalypse, his nature would likely compel him to adopt the safest survival method, hiding within the safe house, refusing to emerge. In the previous simulations, he had not always possessed the power to combat Awakeners. However, during those times, the simulated self lacked Awalong and had nowhere to hide, thus compelled to pursue strength and the ability to confront the apocalypse and Awakeners. As long as he could endure, thoroughly and completely endure, perhaps he would glimpse the end of the apocalypse. Indeed, Susie had no desire to be a turtle. He merely sought to utilize the simulator to acquire more information regarding the apocalypse. Today's simulation has profoundly reshaped his understanding of the impending doom. An overwhelming amount of previously unseen intelligence emerged within the simulation's content. Who knows what astonishing phenomena or terrifying threats may manifest in the future amidst the apocalypse. To behold the broader vistas of the end times, one must achieve the most crucial objective: to survive long enough. Furthermore, survival in the apocalypse is inherently the foremost priority. Susie also yearned to ascertain whether he could endure until the very end of the cataclysm. Simulator cooldown time. For minutes and 55 seconds, the cooldown period had not yet concluded. Susie perused the intelligence recorded on paper until his gaze fell upon the final line. Avalon is not absolutely invincible. If one were to destroy the source of pollution, even retreating into Avalon would be futile, as one would still be pursued by the uncanny. Is it a unique personal circumstance that renders me incapable of becoming an awakened? Or are there others like me, unable to awaken, akin to the inferior spiritual roots encountered in the cultivation of immortality? Susie pondered this in his heart, yet found no answers, for the simulation had never explicitly conveyed such pertinent information. It had never clearly stated that a specific individual was destined to remain unawakened. Only, regardless of his efforts, could not succeed, whether through a cautious and methodical approach or recklessly attempting a shortcut by destroying the source of pollution. Neither path bore fruit. The former was slightly more bearable, as there was a safety net provided by the Fallen's gifts, preventing him from losing his life through mere attempts. The latter, however, was excessively perilous. A single trial could lead to demise, leaving no room for maneuver. If he possessed a talent for intelligence or foresight, would he dare to take risks during the simulation? Such thoughts arose solely because Susie had not entirely given up hope. If he could indeed draw the talent to predict the future or divine auspicious outcomes, there would be no reason for him not to attempt it within the simulation. Perhaps he might discover a means to succeed. Even if he failed, he would at least glean information, rendering the endeavor worthwhile. Simulator cooldown time has ended. Noticing the conclusion of the cooldown period, Susie inhaled deeply and once more chose to initiate the simulation. This night was destined to be arduous. Chosen inherent talent. Fortune teller, blue. Day 1. The apocalypse arrives as anticipated. You select the Alba community as your point of origin. Day 2. A sudden drop in temperature. Day 15. An awakened individual plots against Chun-Kaching. You escort her away from the safe zone. Day 16. You assist Chun-Kaching in approaching the source of pollution. Your fortune-telling talent comes into play, and you have a premonition that she will successfully advance to an awakened in one attempt. Day 17. Chun-Kaching becomes an awakened. The incantation she uses is Starlit Sky. To celebrate, you reveal the secrets of Avalon to her, and you decide to conceal yourself within Avalon henceforth. Day 38. On Chun-Kaching's birthday, you take her to the 12th level of Avalon to celebrate, yet you do not disclose your intention to attempt becoming an awakened. Day 39. Chun-Kaching expresses her desire to remain in Avalon with you for a lifetime, but you inform her that you will soon venture forth to try becoming an awakened. Day 40. Chun-Kaching advises against your attempt, but after her efforts prove fruitless, she chooses to support you. Day 58. After gathering sufficient intelligence, you, aided by your fortune-telling talent, destroy the source of pollution. Day 59. Talent prediction fails. You exhaust all healing energy in a nightmare. UD. The shortcut of destroying the source of pollution is likely no longer feasible. In that case, let us continue the simulation. If I cannot become awakened, so be it. At least let me observe the myriad landscapes of the apocalypse. Chosen inherent talent. Flower Master, white. Day 1. The apocalypse arrives as anticipated. Day 61. Heavy fog. Day 83. Within the safe zone. The number of second-tier awakened increases, yet you remain unconcerned. Lacking combat prowess, you continue to hide within Avalon with Chun-Kaching, enjoying your time together. Day 115. Heavy fog. Day 120. The talent of divine listening manifests, and you hear the latest intelligence. After the fog dissipates, the polluted zone undergoes violent changes. The previously clear boundaries of the polluted zone now risk overflow. To put simply, the monsters in the polluted zone might revolt and assault the safe zone. At 130, while hiding in Avalon, you learn that the safe zone with the highest official presence has been attacked by monsters, resulting in numerous casualties and a severe blow to the authorities. Day 131. Continuous reports of safe zones being attacked surface. Additionally, the number of third-tier awakened increases. Day 136. The talent of divine listening proves effective. You acquire precise information that the promotion conditions for third-tier awakened are similar to those of second-tier, yet require more extraordinary materials of a higher grade. The heavy fog signifies an upgrade of the polluted zone. After such an upgrade, awakened individuals can similarly advance to become more formidable beings. Following the second appearance of heavy fog, the safe zone is no longer absolutely secure, as it may face pollution overflow from the polluted zones, which is exceedingly difficult to combat. New intelligence continues to be meticulously documented by Susie on paper. The simulation progresses further. Chosen inherent talent. Super elite ninja. Purple. Day 1. The apocalypse arrives as anticipated. Day 165. Heavy fog. Day 166. As you anticipated, the polluted zone undergoes further changes. Some areas become exceedingly perilous, and even you would hesitate to enter them. Day 177. You notice the emergence of chosen ones within the safe zone. Chosen ones are cursed individuals who gain immense power in a short period. If not swiftly eliminated, the corresponding safe zone will face severe pollution. Chapter 26. Without awakening, death awaits. The end of the apocalypse. Day 182. Utilizing the talent of divine listening, you gather sufficient intelligence. The appearance of chosen ones is entirely random, lacking any discernible pattern. Once a person becomes a chosen one, regardless of whether they were originally an ordinary individual or an awakened, they acquire immense power that does not rightfully belong to them. Furthermore, monsters from the polluted zones adjacent to the safe zones will not attack chosen ones. For the others in the safe zone, failing to eliminate a chosen one in time will result in the corresponding safe zone transforming into a polluted zone. Additionally, not all safe zones will witness the emergence of chosen ones. Day 183. You receive intelligence regarding advancements. All polluted zones originate from humanity's nightmares. If a zombie appears in a dream, the corresponding polluted zone will transform into a perilous land teeming with zombies. If a vengeful spirit seeks souls in a dream, the corresponding polluted zone will become a deadly area inhabited by vengeful spirits. Day 200. You successfully eliminate the chosen one within your jurisdiction, safeguarding a measure of peace. After the third appearance of heavy fog, a new threat emerges. Chosen ones will appear in the safe zones. Failing to eliminate the chosen ones will lead to the decline of the safe zones, rendering them unsuitable for habitation, transforming them into polluted zones. The formation rules of polluted zones are fundamentally rooted in humanity's nightmares. Chosen innate talent, Dream Nightmare Green. Day 1. The apocalypse arrives as scheduled. Day 233. Fog. Day 234. After the fog, the polluted area indeed undergoes another transformation. As you can only summon mediocre dream nightmares for battle, you opt to remain hidden, taking refuge in the safe house. Day 245. You confirm the intelligence. Since the last fog, the safe zone has experienced subtle changes. Ordinary people, even those who remain in the safe zone, will face nightmarish trials. Failure to pass these trials results in death. Day 250. The safe zone no longer offers genuine safety for ordinary individuals. All ordinary people within the safe zone begin to seek ways to become awakened ones, for if they passively enter the nightmare trials, the content of those nightmares is entirely uncontrollable. Therefore, choosing to enter the polluted area voluntarily and accepting the pollution offers a higher survival rate. Day 251. You overhear someone lamenting that the heavens are compelling everyone to evolve. Without evolution, there's only a dead end. Secluded within Avalon, you seem free from the burden of needing to evolve, yet what awaits outside Avalon remains uncertain. Following the fourth occurrence of fog, ordinary individuals who have not yet become awakened ones must do so, or they risk being dragged into nightmare trials at any moment. Chosen innate talent, Mechanical Expert, White. Day 1. The apocalypse arrives as scheduled. Day 288. Fog. Day 289. The polluted area shows no signs of change. As you lack combat skills, you continue to hide within Avalon, secretly observing the course of the apocalypse. Day 300. After the pollution source in the polluted area is destroyed, it ceases to refresh and change. If the destroyer withstands the trial and successfully advances, the polluted area will vanish entirely. The apocalypse seems to be on the cusp of a genuine turning point. Day 301. Many realize that the opportunity to ascend to higher-tier awakened ones is becoming limited, prompting some to compete for resources in the polluted area. Day 329. Within your observable range, all polluted areas have been eliminated. Many awakened ones have paid the price of their lives for this. Yet the apocalypse seems truly on the verge of concluding, despite the sky remaining unchanged. Day 330. A great earthquake occurs. You witness the stars falling. A true cataclysm for human civilization appears to be approaching. Congratulations, you have completed the entire simulation. Simulation evaluation. Survive. Who could live as you do? Please choose one from the following 3 simulation rewards. 1. Secret intelligence regarding the falling stars. 2. Mechanical Expert White. 3. Invisibility White. On day 330. At the limits of simulation, Susie sits at his desk, rubbing his eyebrows. A hint of fatigue is evident on his face. A glance at the time reveals it is nearly 10 o'clock in the morning. After an entire night of simulations, he has only encountered 2 instances of purple talents and has yet to see a single gold talent. Thus, he must continue simulating. Fortunately, the intelligence gathered throughout the night is quite substantial. He has almost grasped the various stages of the apocalypse, the crises that may arise, and the appropriate responses to them. The apocalypse consists of 6 stages, with fog serving as the signal for entering the next phase. The 5th occurrence of fog signifies the 6th stage, allowing awakened ones to reach the pinnacle of the 6th tier. The end of the apocalypse is marked by the falling stars. The pen halts on the paper as Susie S. gaze shifts back to the final day of the simulator, the true cataclysm for human civilization, the falling stars. Throughout the night, Susie has pushed the simulator to its limits, surviving for 330 days. Whether this day signifies humanity's real and remains unknown to Susie. However, based on the simulation's description, There should be a means of survival. Yet currently, Susie possesses no evidence to indicate that day 330 is not the day of true annihilation. Only speculation remains, especially since the simulator has 20 versions. The 10th version of the simulator can only simulate up to day 330, whereas the 20th version may offer different outcomes. Though he is not particularly fond of the saying, "there will be a way when the cart reaches the mountain," it is now the only mindset he can adopt. Shaking his head, Susie refrains from overthinking and continues to wait for the simulator's cooldown period. Although he possesses enough patience to await the emergence of a gold talent, time is of the essence. If he were to waste another 10 hours, the number of rewards he could acquire before the apocalypse might diminish from 7 to 6. Such a loss is something Susie is unwilling to bear. Therefore, should an appropriate purple talent reward arise, he is likely to choose it. Countdown to apocalypse simulation. 3 days. 14 hours, 15 minutes. Remaining cooldown time for the simulator. 3 minutes, 15 seconds. Time passes second by second. Soon, the cooldown period concludes, and the long-awaited Susie restarts the simulation. Apocalypse simulation has begun. Please select one of the 3 talents as your innate talent for the simulation. Race car driver. While your driving skills are superb, without you, the international rally would be a loss to the world. Death rock. Green, your music is a weapon. Any suitable material in your hands becomes an instrument, allowing you to attack your opponents and slay with sound. Invocation. Gold, you can summon 3 guardian deities. These deities are invisible to others, each possessing a unique miraculous power that can protect you and suppress formidable foes. Chapter 27. Invocation. At last, a gold talent has appeared. No longer must he be forced to choose a lower tier talent. Susie feels a slight relief in his heart. Now he simply needs to complete the simulation. Unless misfortune befalls him, this gold talent will undoubtedly appear among the simulation rewards. It appears to encompass combat prowess. Returning his focus, Susie rereads the description of the gold talent. Invocation. 3 invisible guardian deities will accompany him, each possessing a unique miraculous power. This talent feels reminiscent of a stand-in. However, the specific powers of the guardian deities remain unknown. Given that it is a gold tier talent, it can hardly be lacking in quality. Susie muses silently. An entire night of simulation has intensified his desire for direct combat power more than ever. Without sufficiently formidable strength, when the apocalypse truly descends, he will be left to hide in Avalon like a turtle. Although life within Avalon is pleasant, Susie would certainly prefer to avoid that turtle-like existence if possible. Thus, the objective of this round of simulation is to ascertain the combat capabilities of this gold tier talent, Invocation, and whether it can aid him in facing any adversary during the apocalypse. Of course, Susie prioritizes intelligence. Yet once he engages in the simulation, he will undoubtedly still place survival as his primary goal. Nevertheless, conflict is inevitable, and the power level of this talent will ultimately reveal itself in the simulation's content. While contemplating this, Susie makes his decision. The simulation commences once more. Chosen innate talent. Invocation, gold. Simulation begins day 1. The apocalypse descends. A blood moon hanging in the sky. You have chosen the SC-35 safe zone as your birthplace. An entire night of simulation has allowed Susie to uncover far more intelligence than before. Thus, he now understands that during the mid-stage of the apocalypse, each safety zone will receive a designation for the sake of communication among various parties. The text within the simulator will also undergo corresponding alterations due to his cognition. Presently, the so-called SC-35 safety zone is not an unfamiliar place. It is merely the Alba community that Susie has frequented the most. On the following day, the temperature plummeted, and with scant provisions at home, Chun Kitching insisted on dragging you out to procure supplies, only to return empty-handed. On the 3rd day, by the 15th day, the number of awakened individuals within the safety zone increased. Some were eyeing Chun Kitching's beauty, prompting you to escort her out of SC-35. Before departing, you commanded your guardian, known as the God of Attack, to unleash chaos within the safety zone, inciting fear among the masses. The God of Attack wields the power of physical assault, capable of drawing a bow or wielding a blade against foes. On the 16th day, you returned to school with Chun Kitching, only to find that the dormitory beds had been allocated to others, and you were assigned tent. You erected the tent on Shuyuan Avenue. The night was chilly, but you were warm, and Chun Kitching enjoyed cuddling with you as she slept. On the 17th day, by the 31st day, you encountered conflict with awakened individuals from the school. They attempted to besiege you, but their weapons could not harm you, passing harmlessly through your form. Drawing upon the power of your guardian, which stemmed from the god of defense, you became impervious to any attack. You vanquished all your adversaries. Yet no one was aware of this incident. On the 36th day, you led Shin Kushing into the polluted zone, exposing her to the source of contamination. Along the way, you demonstrated your teleportation ability, leaving her in awe. The truth is that you utilized the power of the god of assistance, who can briefly suspend time, allowing you to contemplate while he acts within that duration, creating the illusion of teleportation to onlookers. On the 37th day, Chun Kuching narrowly became awakened. On the 38th day, her birthday arrived, and you presented her with Avalon as a gift, which brought her immense joy. The three abilities bestowed by the Guardianess talent were vividly articulated within the simulated content, prompting Su Zhe to nod in satisfaction. Although the precise strength of these powers remained unknown, their functionality was commendable, encompassing offense, defense, and assistance. However, he felt that the naming of the Guardian was somewhat hasty. Additionally, it was worth noting that he had deliberately concealed Avalon, only revealing it after more than 30 days. The entire night, as simulation largely unfolded in this manner. Initially, Su Zhe believed that his simulated self was intentionally testing Chun Kuching, but now it felt more like he was indulging in his own amusement. It was troubling to realize that Chun Kuching was undeniably a target to be ensnared in his web. Throughout the entire night's simulation, Chun Kuching never once strayed from his side, even when he intentionally withheld Avalon, despite the danger to her personal safety. On the 61st day, heavy fog enveloped the area. On the 62nd day, alterations occurred within the polluted zone. By the 75th day, a second-tier awakened individual, accompanied by a band of followers, sought to provoke you. You recognized that their intentions were merely to covet Chun Kuching, fabricating grandiose justifications. In front of a gathering crowd, you shed any pretense and laid your cards on the table, eliminating over 100 individuals. On the 76th day, you redefined the rules of the safety zone near the school. Now, you were its sovereign. On the 79th day, you engaged with a special team from the authorities, and after discussions, you joined them, albeit in name only. You were aware that the authorities required your strength. News of your affiliation with the authorities spread throughout the safety zone. Some believed that the authorities could balance your power and displayed hostility, prompting you to once again engage in a bloody purge of the safety zone. Such developments were hardly surprising, whether it was awakened individuals, emboldened by newfound power and seeking to forcibly claim women, or yourself, wielding formidable strength with ruthless intent. These scenarios had appeared countless times in the simulations. Regardless of the stage, such events evoked no sense of novelty. The only aspect that retained a hint of novelty for Su Zhe was the decision to join the authorities. Though it appeared to be a mere nominal affiliation, it was indeed a choice that had been relatively rare in previous simulations. This was merely the second stage. The most formidable awakened individuals categorized as second tier would likely be my adversaries, with perhaps only the addition of some incantation techniques to contend with. Mumbling to himself, Su Zhe continued with the simulation, eager to ascertain the limits of the combat potential endowed by the Guardian's talent. On the 115th day, heavy fog persisted. On the 116th day, nearby polluted zones underwent significant changes. By the 127th day, you detected the imminent risk of contamination spilling over from the adjacent polluted zone. It appeared that your governed safety zone was on the brink of facing a catastrophic impact. On the 128th day, monstrous entities gathered at the periphery of the polluted zone, stirring restlessly. Some individuals, fearing for the safety of your governed zone, opted to flee to other safety zones. On the 129th day, reports emerged of other safety zones being assaulted by monsters, resulting in significant casualties. Consequently, anxiety spread within your governed zone, prompting further departures, which you chose to disregard as you remained steadfast. On the 130th day, your team of awakened individuals decided to take the initiative, successfully clearing monsters from the border of the polluted zone, which seemed to yield positive results. As many who remained appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. On the 131st day, monsters once again congregated in the polluted zone. The previous day's efforts had evidently proven futile, causing several individuals to consider escaping with their supplies from your governed zone. You left supplies behind and allowed them to depart. On the 132nd day, as contamination spilled over from the polluted zone, you single-handedly confronted and eradicated all monsters, achieving a remarkable victory. You were hailed as the most powerful wielder of incantation techniques. One person stood as a bulwark against the contamination spilling forth from the polluted zone. Excellent. Quite commendable. A faint smile graced Su Zhe's previously tranquil visage. The countless simulations he had undergone had imparted an understanding of the magnitude of the threat posed by the contamination. Even the assembly of numerous third-tier awakened individuals would find it challenging to easily withstand the spillover from the polluted zone. Visible monsters were manageable with modern weaponry for defense, but the unseen threats posed a genuine concern, such as unknown viruses. Nevertheless, even these invisible dangers were not without means of counteraction. Beyond modern technological methods, certain awakened individuals' incantation techniques might provide a degree of defense akin to disinfection, capable of neutralizing or mitigating specific unseen hazards. However, incantation techniques vary in potency and are intrinsically linked to the energy possessed by the awakened individuals. Therefore, no one could single-handedly safeguard an entire safety zone. This likely elucidated why the simulated text portrayed you as the most formidable wielder of incantation techniques. Indeed, your combat prowess was astonishing, overshadowing other awakened individuals within the same stage. On the 165th day, a thick fog enveloped the area. On the 166th day, alterations occurred within the polluted zones, escalating the threats posed by certain contaminated areas. You began to delve into the advancement formulas for fourth-tier awakeners. On the 189th day, a chosen one appeared within the SC2 safe zone, and you received an official invitation to assist in eliminating this individual. On the 190th day, you engaged with the official awakeners team to exchange intelligence regarding the chosen one. You became aware of the level of power possessed by the chosen one, and subsequently devised a plan for their capture. On the 191st day, you acted alone and ventured deep into the polluted area surrounding SC2, where you encountered the chosen one, a striking woman. You battled her, ultimately defeating her, yet chose not to slay her immediately, opting instead to study her. On the 192nd day, under the weight of your formidable presence, the chosen one agreed to cooperate with you. On the 193rd day, after experiencing the wonders of Avalon, a bond was formed between you and the chosen one. On the 194th day, the chosen one met her demise, and the SC2 safe zone fell, succumbing to pollution. The chosen ones emerge only after the third thick fog, marking the onset of the fourth stage of the apocalypse. Their arrival resembles a divine game orchestrated by fate, selecting a fortunate survivor from among the inhabitants of the safe zone and transforming them into a chosen one without warning. Once the chosen one manifests, two opposing factions arise within the safe zone. One side comprises the solitary chosen one, while the other consists of all remaining inhabitants. The chosen one's instinct is to survive. Yet this endeavor proves challenging. It is not merely the pursuit by other humans that renders survival difficult, for the chosen one can traverse certain polluted areas with ease. Thus, the task of hunting them down within these contaminated zones becomes exceedingly complex. Moreover, the chosen one possesses extraordinary strength, akin to that of a fourth-tier awakener, and wields at least one formidable word spirit technique. The true peril leading the chosen one toward a fatal destiny lies in the nightmares they must endure. Similar to the destruction of pollution sources, they're compelled to face perilous trials within these nightmares. Throughout an entire night of simulations, Su Zhe relied upon the divine gift of listening bestowed by his father, learning that a chosen one had successfully survived in this world, though he had never witnessed it firsthand. On the 233rd day, a thick fog persisted. On the 234th day, the safe zone under your jurisdiction became a guidebook for awakeners, distributing numerous manuals, yet some remained reluctant to attempt the transformation. On the 240th day, another individual perished in a nightmare within the safe zone. After enduring pain, the last group of ordinary people embarked on a perilous journey, aspiring to become awakeners. On the 288th day, the fog lingered. On the 289th day, the polluted areas ceased to evolve, and you recognized that the final apocalyptic stage was upon you. You commenced a systematic campaign against the polluted zones, gathering high-grade extraordinary materials. On the 290th day, you clashed with a dual-word spirit wielder, exerting considerable effort before vanquishing your opponent and seizing high-grade, extraordinary materials. On the 291st day, you eliminated several 5th-tier awakeners. On the 300th day, you successfully assisted Chun-Kiching in ascending to the 6th tier. On the 325th day, you faced one of the most arduous battles of the apocalypse. On this day, you dispatched 12 6th-tier awakeners, half of whom possessed word spirit techniques. On the 330th day, the ground trembled and the stars fell, signaling what appeared to be the conclusion of the apocalypse. Congratulations, you have persevered until the end. A 6th-tier awakener, combined with a word spirit technique, is no match for the golden talents. Suze felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Previously, he had drawn a purple combat talent, which, although helpful in overcoming formidable foes during the 6th stage of the apocalypse, had proven to be rather inadequate. Had it not been for the support of the fallen gift, the outcome could have been uncertain. Presently, the talent of summoning gods was evidently far more potent. Regrettably, it still fell short of overwhelming dominance. It seemed that some reliance on the fallen gift would still be necessary to ensure victory. Suze mused to himself. If given the choice, he would undoubtedly aspire to be a unique entity capable of overpowering all others. However, given the current circumstances, he felt it unwise to demand too much. After all, there remained the option of a version 20 simulator. This simulation evaluation, an impeccable journey through the apocalypse. Please select one reward from the following 3 options. 1. A piece of secret information regarding the Chosen One. 2. Death Rock green. 3. Summon God gold. Ding! You have selected the simulation reward, Summon God gold. The simulator is now in cooldown for 19 hours and 59 minutes. Chapter 29. I apologize, I am a scoundrel. Current talents acquired. Fallen gift 77. Father S. Listening, Summon God. Upon acquiring the talent, there was still no discernible physical sensation. However, with a thought from Suze, a roar erupted, one that ordinary humans could not perceive. Behind him, 3 ethereal guardian deities emerged, their forms indistinct yet imposing. At the mere thought of attack, the central guardian transformed, manifesting as a 3-headed, 6-armed entity, either wielding a bow to shoot arrows or brandishing a long knife in a striking motion. This is the god of attack, Suze thought, inwardly scoffing at the name given to the guardian. He could not fathom what had led his simulated self to choose such a title. The guardianess appearance could easily be likened to Susanoo. Not only did it possess formidable physical attack capabilities, but also exhibited a degree of magical prowess. As the master of this talent, Suze understood its abilities well. The god of attack strikes would be accompanied by chilling white flames. Should the opponent suffer grievous injury, the flames might consume them entirely. If a fatal blow were delivered, the flames would incinerate the body, leaving nothing but ashes, mercilessly so. Suze also experienced the abilities of the other 2 guardians. The guardian responsible for defense was straightforward, a pure meat shield. It provided a shield that remained active 24 hours a day. However, as a shield, it had its limits. Should the damage inflicted exceed the guardian's threshold, the shield would shatter, and the subsequent harm would befall Suze himself. Then there was the auxiliary guardian, which condensed time, not the time of the world, but rather Suze's personal time. This allowed him to think rapidly during that period. With this ability, the dream of delivering lengthy dialogues in a comic book within a mere instant was no longer a fantasy, although it may not prove particularly useful. In contrast, during the time condensation, utilizing the power of the Guardian to shift his position was quite practical. This was a genuine teleportation ability, albeit limited to a short distance, roughly 10 meters, which seemed to be the maximum. Should he test the strength of the Guardians? Although he had a general sense of the talent's potency, it felt unreal unless he truly employed it several times. However, upon glancing out the window, Suze observed a serene morning sky, bathed in blue, with tranquility enveloping the community. In such conditions, he could at most attempt to experiment with the time condensation ability. Thus, in the confines of his room, he cautiously practiced the time condensation ability. After concluding his attempts, Suze returned to his desk and resumed his seat, his gaze sweeping across the myriad notes he had penned throughout the night regarding apocalyptic intelligence and word spirit techniques. Ultimately, his attention settled on a few words. Within the simulation, his talent was frequently mistaken for a word spirit technique by other awakeners. In terms of practical function, the art of Yinling is indeed akin to his innate abilities, almost equating them directly. Some powerful incantations may even rival talents of the blue tier, and perhaps even those of the purple and gold tiers exist. Susie pondered in silence. He was somewhat content with his current combat strength. However, during tonight's simulation, his apocalyptic activity range was largely confined to the interior of Suching. Consequently, the intelligence he encountered was somewhat limited. Perhaps if he ventured to a slightly more distant point of origin, he might encounter stronger awakened beings. With a sigh, Susie rubbed his weary eyes. It wasn't merely a matter of the awakened being's combat prowess. There were also the occasional unexpected anomalies and the enigmatic end of the apocalypse. With stars falling, there were still many mysteries worth questioning and exploring. Fortunately, Susie had time on his side, but for now, he needed to get some proper rest. Apocalypse countdown. 3 days, 6 hours, 15 minutes. The incessant buzzing of his phone on the bedside table was quite bothersome. Susie rose from his bed and glanced at the screen. It was a call from his roommate. Hello, he answered as the call connected. See ye, who? He could almost feel Wang Zixin's lewd grin through the phone. The stunning senior I mentioned is sitting right across from me. Susie felt an urge to hang up. He had not seen the beautiful woman Wang Zixin had referred to during last night's simulation. Thus, the answer could only be one of two possibilities. Either the woman was not beautiful at all, or she merely possessed a somewhat passable appearance. Such a level of enchantress. Only you can subdue her, right? Well, actually, it's because someone specifically requested you. How infuriating. Wang Zixin continued enthusiastically. From his description, it seemed that tonight's gathering was a prelude to the class event scheduled for tomorrow, with everyone present likely to participate. Send me the address. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Susie lazily got out of bed. After some contemplation, he decided to go after all. Who knows, he might just find a beautiful woman worth pursuing. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. After showering, just as Susie picked up his phone, it vibrated once more. It was a message from Qin Keqing. After sending a sticker, she added, "Have you eaten the cake? It should taste quite good." His gaze fell upon the screen, and a voice emerged in his mind. Qin Keqing is a good girl. Susie seldom described a woman in such a manner, but the countless simulations from the previous night had proven her worth. Regardless of what transpired, she would accompany him until the end. She deserved the finest of praises and unquestionably warranted Susie's sincere regard. However, apologies, I am indeed a scoundrel. I said I would find two, so I must at least find two. He quickly replied, "The cake was left at the shop yesterday, and I didn't get a chance to eat it. Could you possibly make me another?" This was a fabrication, for the cake that Qin Keqing had gifted him was already opened and devoured by Susie the previous night. There was nothing to criticize about its taste. Indeed, her culinary skills were quite remarkable. Qin Keqing s'intègre en j'ai repris. Huh? No worries. I'll make you another one, he. Just consider it a return gift for the hot pot you treated me to. By the way, how will I give it to you once it's done? We have 2 days off this week, so the timing is quite convenient. The conversation flowed effortlessly. Qin Keqing sent a flurry of messages, smoothly transitioning from the topic of cake to the upcoming weekend break. Susie reciprocated, even engaging in somewhat awkward small talk, all while making plans to attend the gathering. Chapter 30, The True Beauty Scheme. Qin Keqing. Image, Qin Keqing. I'm about to start making the cake. Chat later, striving. After preparing the ingredients for the cake, Qin Keqing sent a photo. If it weren't for the inconvenience of responding while baking, it felt as though she could chat with Susie for ages. In contrast to some women he had encountered who were complex and shrewd, Qin Keqing was utterly innocent and straightforward. Her thoughts were easy to decipher. In simple terms, the girl had developed feelings. If Qin Keqing harbored no romantic inclinations, she would never have initiated a conversation about the cake's taste. That was merely an excuse to engage in conversation. It was no wonder she had so readily agreed to accompany him since the apocalypse began. A smile crept on his Susie's face. Well, one might say it was mutual attraction, though his initial intent was to pursue her for ulterior motives, lacking the pure intentions that Qin Keqing possessed. Is this the place? The taxi driver's voice pulled Susie from his thoughts. Yes, this is it. Thank you. Stepping out of the car, Susie glanced at the address Wang Zixin had sent. It led to the 5th floor of the building before him, where a board game room was located. 701, Zego, hurry up. Wang Zixin sent another message, urging Susie to ascend. According to his description, their room was composed of 3 men and 4 women. a perfectly balanced number. Moreover, the most beautiful girl had specifically reserved a spot for Susie beside her. Before long, Susie knocked on the door of the private room. "Zegu, your presence is greatly anticipated. We've all been waiting for you." Wang Zixin opened the door and, while turning his back to the others, quickly exchanged knowing glances with Susie. He seemed to convey, "Look, isn't that beauty in the corner stunning? As a brother, I wouldn't forget you in such a fortunate occurrence." However, when Susie's gaze fell upon the beauty in the corner, he was taken aback. "Hello, Susie." The girl sitting in the corner was a familiar face, Qin Yushi. It turned out that the so-called stunning beauty was her. Susie chuckled, politely greeting her. Upon her beckoning, he took a seat beside her. "Wow, you two know each other?" Wang Zixin suddenly realized he had misjudged the situation. His eyes widened as he attempted to communicate with Susie through gestures, but Susie deliberately averted his gaze, taking a moment to observe the beauty beside him, Qin Yushi. In terms of figure and looks, she was certainly not inferior to Qin Keqing. "I hope I haven't disappointed you, Susie," Qin Yushi joked gracefully, to which Susie merely smiled without comment. Whether he was disappointed was hardly the point. However, Susie was not particularly fond of Qin Yushi. She embodied the type of woman he had encountered before, complex and shrewd. Though her appearance was striking, she was not particularly likable. The reasons for this dislike were twofold. First, Qin Yushi was the kind of woman who would flirt but would never genuinely offer an opportunity. In other words, she utilized her physical beauty to create an illusion, making it seem as though one could easily reach her. Yet, in reality, it was always just out of reach. By the time one realized they had been played, they were already thoroughly manipulated. The second reason was that getting too close to Qin Yushi could lead to troublesome situations. Her background was formidable, and she hailed from a prominent family, placing her among the elite. If one wished to win her over, they needed to consider her connections. In that circle, the phrase matching social status was far from a mere jest. Suze possesses a remarkable self-awareness. Despite holding considerable assets that many would regard as indicative of wealth, he finds himself diminished in stature when juxtaposed against the illustrious background of Qin Yushi. This disparity has led Suze to maintain a rather indifferent impression of Qin Yushi in the past. After all, there are countless beautiful women, so why would he seek to entangle himself with someone of her caliber? As the gathering commenced, the others appeared to be eager for the game to begin. Just as Suze settled into his seat, the game was underway. It was merely a conventional Monopoly game, nothing particularly extraordinary. "I heard from your roommate that you are currently single?" Qin Yushi inquired with a playful smile, engaging Suze in light conversation. "Well, something like that," he replied. "What do you mean by something like that? Does it imply that you are ambiguously involved with other girls?" Her tone echoed his previous impressions. Qin Yushi, akin to a seasoned seductress, effortlessly exuded allure. What seemed to be casual banter took a turn, as her apparent disappointment hinted at Suze's perceived flirtations with other women. Truth be told, Suze's thoughts were quite lively at this moment. The past was the past. The impending doom loomed only 3 days away. Where could he possibly find a companion for Qin Keqing? Perhaps he could settle for Qin Yushi, who, at the very least, possessed commendable beauty and virtue. The juxtaposition of these four characters seemed oddly fitting yet true. "Alas, I must part with my assets. Suze, with your ample cash, could you consider purchasing my prime land?" Qin Yushi teased, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, drawing the attention of the other attendees, who watched with rapt fascination. The expressions of several young men suggested that they would gladly relinquish their own stakes for a favor. Casting a disdainful glance at Suze for not acceding to her request. At that moment, Suze couldn't help but feel a strange sense of empathy. This, perhaps, was the essence of a so-called beauty trap. Many misconstrue this concept, believing it to be a mere display of seduction by a beautiful woman, clad in revealing attire, swaying before powerful figures. In reality, the beauty trap is far more nuanced. "Hello, Teacher Luo. My name is Zhuang Yin," he recalled. In Suze's eyes, Qin Yushi did not quite measure up to Zhuang Yin, yet she was undeniably captivating. "Then don't buy it. Go bankrupt instead," Suze jested lightly. Such a heartless man, Qin Yushi feigned with a gaze full of melancholy, expertly calibrating her emotional appeal, ensuring it was neither too overt nor exaggerated, crafting an impression of authenticity. Fortunately, Suze was not as susceptible as the other young men in the room, who were nearly ensnared by her charm. After a brief interlude, the game resumed, the atmosphere remaining amicable, akin to a gathering of friends enjoying a casual game. Luck seems to be against me. If I roll poorly again, I might lose, Suze mused, distractedly eavesdropping on Qin Yushi's thoughts. Since entering the room, his curiosity had been piqued regarding her presence there. According to Wang Zxin, Qin Yushi had attended, due to her good rapport with a junior in the accounting program, along with her role in the student union, which led her to join the girls from the accounting class for this event. Yet, it appeared that the reality was rather straightforward, devoid of any intricate motivations. In other words, the dramatic notion that Qin Yushi had orchestrated a chance meeting because of her interest in him was entirely unfounded. Of course, Suze held no such expectations. Whether she liked him or not was inconsequential. As long as he possessed sufficient resources, she would inevitably be drawn to him. Indeed, Suze was seriously contemplating whether to settle for Qin Yushi as a companion for Chun Kuqing. Suze harbors a deep secret. I only discovered yesterday that he is also a scion of wealth. Someone remarked as the game did not hinder their conversation, suddenly directing the focus back to Suze. By the way, Suze, what does your family do? A girl inquired, her naive curiosity evident in her wide, innocent eyes as she broached a somewhat personal question. There was no malice in her inquiry, merely an unadulterated interest. Suze could have declined to respond, but he chose not to. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "You are mistaken. I'm not a wealthy heir. I simply had the good fortune of winning a lottery of 57 million. You can verify it online. 3 years ago, someone in Jiangcheng won that grand prize, and that person was me. The ticket was purchased jointly with my father, and it was a number we had played for several years." The room's attention converged upon Suze, with expressions of astonishment adorning the faces of several attendees. As if to say, no way, someone actually won the jackpot? All this time, we have misjudged the lottery. It wasn't until Qin Yushi stifled a laugh that a few others began to realize that Suze might simply be spinning a yarn. "You little rascal. Are you fabricating stories again?" Qin Yushi teased, casting a knowing glance at Suze. "If memory serves me correctly, you once recounted your tale of youthful success." "Did I?" Suze asked, genuinely curious. He honestly did not recall sharing such details with Qin Yushi. However, even if he had, it mattered little, as not a single story he had shared was true. Over the years, the multitude of versions had left him occasionally bewildered. "Indeed, I recall it vividly," Qin Yushi said, her lips pursed in thought. "You mentioned that your first fortune stemmed from a desolate mountain in your village. Initially worthless, it was transformed into a tourist attraction upon your suggestion at the age of 13, resulting in profits of several million. Is a mountain truly worth that much?" A university student exclaimed, wide-eyed with disbelief. "Nonsense," Qin Yushi laughed. "What they did with that mountain was finance. They fabricated news reports claiming that the mountain was a place of divine blessings. You don't think they made their money from ticket sales, do you? They sold the 10-year revenue rights of the tickets to a third party, earning $1 billion even before the project commenced. The same strategy was applied repeatedly, with food vendors and the construction of a temple, selling a single lantern for 880,000. Why so costly? Those in the know understand. The story was fabricated, yet the methods were real." The others listened in confusion, their intrigue piqued, while Suze appeared thoroughly engrossed, as if the story were not his own. "Isn't that essentially a scam?" someone timidly inquired once Qin Yushi finished her tale. "Finance, after all, is a form of deception, as long as one isn't caught. It hardly qualifies as a crime," Qin Yushi replied, her eyes narrowing in amusement. "While the story may be fictitious, the truth might be even more intriguing." Suze once again tuned into Qin Yushi's thoughts. Indeed, she was a woman of considerable insight, not swayed like the others in the room, who now regarded Suze with the eyes of a financial fraudster. Qin Yushi, however, immediately discerned that Suze was weaving a tale. Not only that, but it is even speculated that Suze's rise to prominence may be even more extravagant. The most outrageous aspect, however, is Suze's age. "All right, stop looking at me with that expression. It's all fabricated, just like the lottery ticket earlier. Surely, you don't believe it, do you?" Suze smiled lightly, brushing aside the topic with a wave of his hand. The team-building games would only last until 10 o'clock. Although it was Friday, the dormitory doors would remain open a bit longer. Yet, as the gathering disbanded, everyone had no choice but to return home, back to the school. Like Suze, Qin Yushi also did not stay at the school, so they were heading in the same direction. Walking alongside Qin Yushi, they engaged in casual conversation. Suze's attention was drawn to a nearby bar where the nightlife was just beginning, his gaze fixed in that direction. As he was actually checking the cool-down time of the simulator, there were still 8 hours remaining. As he pondered this, Qin Yushi, who was ahead, suddenly halted and turned back with a charming smile. "How about you walk me home?" "Huh?" Coming back to his senses, Suze looked up, observing Qin Yushi from behind. Clad in a long black coat paired with a low-neck solid-colored sweater and short skirt with black stockings, her tall and voluptuous figure was perfectly accentuated by her attire. Her upper body boasted an alluring silhouette, while her legs were straight and proportionate, possessing just the right amount of fleshiness. Her physique was beyond reproach. Her captivating face mirrored this allure. Her features were picturesque, radiating brilliance. Indeed, she was stunning. In contrast to the girls passing by at that moment, she belonged to an entirely different echelon. "Sure, I'll walk you," Suze replied, clearly surprising Qin Yushi. Her delicate face momentarily displayed a hint of astonishment, likely because she anticipated a refusal from him. However, Suze's affirmative response was rather decisive. "Then let's head back. I don't live far. Consider it a stroll," Qin Yushi said with a radiant smile. Chapter 32, Not Just Friends. Strange, he actually agreed to walk me home. In the past, Suze seemed to avoid me somewhat. Didn't he? Perhaps I should tease him a bit more to see what he thinks. On the way to Qin Yushi's home, Suze discreetly listened to her thoughts. Clearly, Qin Yushi initially spoke offhandedly, merely attempting to create a bit of an ambiguous atmosphere. She didn't genuinely want Suze to escort her home. Just as Suze understood her, she also held a somewhat rigid impression of him. In her eyes, Suze was undoubtedly a clever individual who knew how to maintain boundaries and discern situations. Understanding that something unattainable was not worth expending energy and resources over. He had previously chosen to keep his distance from Qin Yushi, knowing she was not easily approached. However, tonight, if the apocalypse did not arrive, Suze found himself lost in thought. He wondered if the world would continue to turn as usual, and if he, endowed with several golden talents, would finally obtain the Dragon King script. With a single fall from grace, he could transform into a renowned physician. Even 500,000 words of medical literature could scarcely capture his prowess. Returning to the matter at hand, the reason he agreed to walk Qin Yushi home was quite straightforward, because he was willing. Of course, that was not the only reason, but it was undoubtedly the most significant one. "Sai, I will be studying abroad next year." Qin Yushi continued to chat, suddenly broaching the topic of her overseas studies. "Is that so?" Suze replied nonchalantly. "Why is your reaction so bland? You won't get to see this beauty anymore," Qin Yushi said in a teasing tone. "Don't worry," Suze hesitated to respond. 3 days from now is the apocalypse. You won't be going anywhere." Naturally, he could not voice this thought. If possible, he preferred to keep his foreknowledge of the impending doom to himself. Notably, during the recent simulations of the apocalypse, no information suggested that anyone else was aware of it ahead of time. "Why should I worry? Oh, you missed me, right?" "How heartless," Qin Yushi pouted, feigning sadness. She resembled the fox spirits depicted in tales. Her allure was palpable, although their interactions were infrequent under Qin Yushi's leadership. It felt as if they shared a more profound bond than they actually did. Ordinary men would struggle to resist such charm. "How about this? Before I leave for my studies, why not try pursuing me?" Qin Yushi said, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, sparkling with mischief. Suze had heard similar words from the class monitor just the day before, but the two situations were entirely incomparable, despite both carrying an unmistakable playful undertone. "Forget it. How boring. Let us see how it goes. If I like it, I'll take it. If not, I'll just seize it, hence I don't need to pursue." He replied, "Are you experiencing some sort of delusion?" Qin Yushi exclaimed, dramatically increasing the distance between them. Suze ignored her and continued to walk leisurely ahead. Soon, they arrived at Qin Yushi's residence. It was an upscale villa area. Following her into the community, they walked along the main road for a while, then turned a corner to reach her abode. Upon arriving at the appropriate spot, Suze halted. "This should be it. See you tomorrow." He glanced around, memorizing Qin Yushi's address. Perhaps it would come in handy once the apocalypse arrived. "Wait, I think you're acting a bit strange today," Qin Yushi called out. Circling around Suze, a faint fragrance lingered in the air, tantalizing and inviting. Yet, she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was amiss. Gently stroking her cheek, She scrutinized Suze for a moment. Suddenly, she smiled brightly and said, "Actually, I think you're quite remarkable. How about I give you a chance?" Suze fell silent, but the urge to retort bubbled within him. Thus, Qin Yushir raised the stakes, leaning in closer, standing on her tiptoes, and whispering softly in his ear, "If you're willing to seriously pursue me, I'll grant you one night before I leave." Wang Zixin was right. She was indeed a captivating enchantress. The straightforward bait she dangled was far more lethal than any flowery words. It left even him feeling a bit bashful. Nevertheless, Qin Yushir's inner thoughts were not as confident as she appeared. "Should you consider it?" "I'm quite serious." She stepped back slightly, still smiling as she inquired. "I'll think about it," Suze replied, smiling faintly, neither enthusiastic nor dismissive. With the apocalypse looming, what is there to contemplate? Isn't a sack of rice more appealing? Good luck with that. See you tomorrow. Qin Yushir waved and entered her home. Suze turned to leave, retracing his steps back down the main road of the villa area. Soon, he noticed a black sedan approaching, stopping not far in front of him. Two burly men emerged from the vehicle, approaching him leisurely. Suze immediately halted, realizing that having walked closely with Qin Yushir might invite some trouble. "Hey, not just friends. You just show up like this? Is the Qin family's young lady so precious that merely escorting her home warrants a beating?" "Brother, I apologize. We are merely following orders. You might have to endure a bit of pain," one of the burly men said politely, though the faint traces of blood on their hands told a different story. Suze needed to clarify that the troublemakers were not connected to Qin Yushir or her family. This was merely the action of some wealthy young master. In response, Suze swiftly dealt with the two henchmen, not going too far, but wanting to gauge their subsequent reactions. Certainly, at this moment, trivial matters no longer occupy our thoughts. The pressing concern is to prepare for the impending apocalypse. Upon returning home, Suzy immediately immersed himself in the construction of Avalon. This undertaking is monumental, and with merely 3 days remaining, he has resolved to forego sleep. After all, with the gift of fallen stars, should exhaustion overwhelm him, he can simply heal himself. Fatigue will vanish in an instant. Although utilizing his gifted abilities for such matters feels somewhat excessive, his phone vibrated, and a message from Chun Kaching arrived. "Will you be at the shop around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning?" She inquired about their meeting time, as she intended to bring Suzy another cake. "I can be there," Suzy replied succinctly. Since it was late, their conversation was brief, and Chun Kaching soon wished him good night. Indeed, Chun Kaching possesses a certain charm that is endearing. Suzy mused to himself, not wishing to take a moral high ground against Qin Yushir, but he simply prefers a more straightforward and pure girl. Chapter 33. The Free-Range Plan. Countdown to Apocalypse. 2 days, 16 hours, 15 minutes. In the blink of an eye, morning approached, nearing 6 o'clock. The sky had yet to break dawn, shrouded in a veil of mist. After a light meal, Suzy prepared a cup of hot coffee to invigorate himself. The cool-down period for the simulator was about to conclude. If fortune did not favor him, and he failed to acquire a golden or purple tier talent, he might endure several hours of continuous simulation. Cradling the coffee, Suzy returned to his desk, where the computer screen illuminated the map of Sioux City. Upon magnifying the map, one could discern Suzy's annotations. From yesterday's simulation, he had discerned the distribution of safe zones in Sioux City post-apocalypse. While perhaps not entirely precise, the information was likely close enough. Several safe zones had been prominently marked by Suzy. Among them, some of the most chosen spawn points, while others represented the official safe zones of Sioux City. His gaze lingered on the latter. In the wake of the apocalypse, the safe zones representing the official forces of Sioux City were under consideration for a potential alliance with the authorities. In yesterday's simulation, he had joined the official ranks, yet his involvement had not extended deeply into their actions. He functioned merely as a hired hand, much like the leaders of other safe zones. Only during significant operations or when faced with formidable adversaries were these hired hands summoned. Such a level of participation, naturally, did not garner sufficient trust from the authorities. Consequently, when the officials obtained sensitive intelligence, they refrained from sharing it with these local warlords. Suzy's sole motivation for seeking deeper involvement with the authorities was to acquire more information. Despite having reached the apocalypse's conclusion multiple times in simulations, witnessing the final scene of falling stars, the enigma of the apocalypse still loomed. For instance, the mysterious containment objects, and the deeper meanings behind the 6 incantations. Just as in last night's simulation, it was only in the final iterations that Susie discovered the origins of pollution arose from the nightmares of humanity. Perhaps joining the officials would grant him access to such intelligence. However, this notion seemed impractical. After a moment of contemplation, Susie found himself shaking his head involuntarily. He recalled the information gleaned from the simulation. The connections between the safe zones, representing the official forces of Sioux City, and other safe zones were rather tenuous. In simpler terms, the intelligence of Sioux City's officials primarily stemmed from local safe zones and did not facilitate an exchange of information with other cities' authorities. Unless Susie could devise a means to link all official factions, the situation remained static. No, it should be broader. If only there were a talent that could enable Susie to connect with any corner of the world, linking to every safe zone. That seemed rather ambitious. Even Susie felt that such a demand was somewhat excessive. For now, he could only strive to simulate as often as possible, hoping to uncover more detailed intelligence within the simulation texts. The cooldown period for the simulator has concluded. Soon, the simulator's cooldown came to an end. Eagerly awaiting this moment, Susie swiftly selected to commence the simulation. Apocalypse simulation has begun. Please select one of the following 3 talents as your inherent talent for this simulation. White, the bucket of meals. White, vocal performer. Green, energy sharing. You can share your energy with others, and the power you share does not originate from yourself, but from the vast cosmos. Inherent talent energy sharing, green, selected. Simulation commences. Day 1. The apocalypse arrives as expected, and you choose SC-35 as your spawn point. Day 2. The temperature plummets, panic spreads, and many venture into the cold to procure supplies. Chun Kuching urges you to go out, but due to fierce competition with other citizens, you return empty-handed. Day 3. The familiar opening of the apocalypse unfolds. Susie had witnessed the choice of SC-35 as a starting point numerous times. It was hardly novel, but what of Qin Yushur? A question surfaced in Susie's mind. Logically, given his current mindset, he would have taken Qin Yushur along during the apocalypse, just as he had with Chun Kuching. Yet, there was no mention of Qin Yushur in the simulation. It seemed that this woman would not accompany him through the apocalypse. Had I changed my mind? With a downward gaze, Susie appeared contemplative. The simulation indeed encompassed the world's trajectory in the days leading up to the apocalypse, a fact Susie was already aware of. This meant that in the final 2 days before the apocalypse, he might alter his decision for some reason, choosing not to directly take Qin Yushur onto his apocalyptic journey. It mattered little. Susie dismissed the thought and continued with the simulation. Day 4. Water and power outages occur. You remain steadfast, while Chun Kuching is overwhelmed with concerns about supplies. Day 5. Many refugees arrive outside your community. Day 6. Day 8. Awakened ones appear in the community. Day 9. To stabilize the community's morale, someone delivers a speech within the area. Day 13. You plan to assist Chun Kuching in becoming an awakened one, collecting ample intelligence in the process. During your inquiries, you intentionally sought information and heard that an awakened one had emerged at Sioux University. The awakened one's name was Qin Yushur. Day 14. The news of Qin Yushur becoming an awakened one surprises you. Day 15. You take Chun Kuching for a stroll. Fearing the potentially ill-intentioned awakened ones, she trails nervously behind you. Indeed, an awakened one lusts after Chun Kuching's beauty. No pretense remains. You are adept, and you eliminate many to establish your authority. It turns out that the first awakened one to emerge at the school was Qin Yushur. If that is the case, it seems he had encountered related simulation content multiple times in previous simulations. However, none of those simulations explicitly mentioned Qin Yushur by name. They merely referred to the emergence of the first awakened one. Aside from this noteworthy detail, Susie also keenly observed the shift in simulation content. It appeared that upon learning of Qin Yushur's ascension to an awakened one, the simulated version of himself made certain adjustments. It appears that the journey is directly aimed at the throne of the safe zone, and the rationale behind this endeavor is as follows. On the 26th day, you continued to uphold the order of SC-35, nurturing a select group of confidants and guiding them to become awakened beings. On the 27th day, you encountered awakened individuals from the school, and due to their disrespectful remarks, you eliminated one of them while allowing the others to escape. By the 34th day, news reached you that the awakened from the school had been organized into a cohesive security team, with Qin Yushi being one of the leaders. On the 40th day, in a bid for resources, awakened beings from other safe zones attacked you, but you vanquished all assailants. By the 43rd day, your reputation surged within several nearby safe zones, instilling fear of your power among all awakened beings. On the 46th day, you received word that Qin Yushi had risen to a position of authority in her safe zone. Leveraging your renown, yet in reality, no cooperative relationship had been established between you. By the 49th day, you allowed Qin Yushi to continue her facade of authority. On the 51st day, while leading her team in search of resources in a contaminated zone near you, they encountered another team of awakened beings also seeking supplies, resulting in a conflict. At a critical moment, you heroically intervened, slaying numerous foes. In a private conversation with Qin Yushi, you demanded an explanation for her leveraging your influence. She offered herself to you, and you shared an intimate moment in the contaminated zone. On the 52nd day, as you escorted Qin Yushi's team back to the school, you bestowed upon her the gift of energy sharing, enhancing her strength. Alas, after all these twists and turns, it seemed to have ended up together. Suze gazed at the simulation text, momentarily unsure whether to express his thoughts. Honestly, at the outset, when Qin Yushi's name was absent from the simulation, he believed this apocalyptic journey would not see her return. Yet, it appears he has allowed her to roam freely. As the simulation progressed to the 50th day, he had indeed formed a bond with Qin Yushi, yet she remained unrecorded in the simulation. At their parting, he merely granted her a fraction of his power. Such behavior resembles a form of permissive parenting, characterized by a state of emotional distance, permitting Qin Yushi to operate independently at the school. Even if she encountered insurmountable challenges, Suze might not extend his hand, but should she actively seek his assistance, he would certainly oblige, albeit at a cost. Clearly, this permissive approach serves as a method of training. Whether to shatter her pride or merely for amusement remains uncertain. Refocusing, the simulation advanced further. On the 61st day, dense fog enveloped the land. On the 82nd day, you gathered intelligence indicating an increase in second-tier awakened individuals at the school, with Qin Yushi successfully ascending to this rank. By the 115th day, fog shrouded the surroundings once more. On the 130th day, following an internal meeting at the school, Qin Yushi was stripped of her leadership position and chose to seek refuge with you. On the 131st day, you returned with Qin Yushi to the school, where the rationale for her ousting was her lack of effort in combating the contamination spillover, which had bred discontent. You recognized this as a deliberate act on her part, having resolved to abandon the school. On the 132nd day, as the contamination spilled over, you single-handedly defended against it, astonishing all, and aided Qin Yushi in reclaiming her leadership status before departing. On the 165th day, fog returned. On the 170th day, Qin Yushi voluntarily renounced her position as leader at the school and once again sought your company, which you graciously accepted. On the 181st day, she noted your and Chun Kaching's perpetual cleanliness, and upon her inquiry, you revealed Avalon to her, prompting her surprise. The 233rd day saw the return of fog, as did the 288th day. On the 330th day, a great earthquake occurred, and as you looked up, you witnessed the stars falling. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the entire simulation and survived to the end of the apocalypse. Suze exhaled deeply. It was indeed a case of permissive parenting, as he had only shared Avalon with Qin Yushi after more than 100 days. It was evident that he was determined to derive amusement from her experiences. Otherwise, he would not have repeatedly rejected her overtures for assistance. Even when he ultimately accepted her, he deliberately refrained from facilitating her well-being, seemingly to toy with her. One could say that every effect has a cause. However, the precise cause remains elusive, or at least not entirely clear. Aside from the simulation texts related to Qin Yushi, this round of simulation yielded little new intelligence. After all, he had drawn a nearly ineffective green talent and could not expect to gain much apocalyptic insight from it. Continuing with the simulation, he selected his inherent talents: Kill with Heart, blue; Pork Butcher, white; Enchantment, blue; and Ghoul green. Time flew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the sun shone brightly outside. Over 3 hours had elapsed, during which Suze had gathered only fragmented new information and encountered a purple talent once. Beyond that, there were no other gains. There was little to be done. The version of him in the simulation adhered to the principles of reality, refusing to risk his life recklessly for intelligence, thus resulting in significantly slower efficiency. The cooling period for the simulator had concluded. Noticing this, Suze patiently prepared to initiate another simulation. The apocalyptic simulation commenced once more. Please select one of the following 3 talents as your inherent talent for the simulation. Global Link. Gold as long as you are aware of the target's existence. You can connect with them regardless of distance. Upon successful connection, you can share their vision and communicate directly. You may link with up to 7 targets, and you can manipulate their bodies using this talent, but be mindful that the target may refuse to be linked. Spider Sense. Purple, you possess an innate and powerful perception ability that allows you to avoid imminent dangers, and you will sense when danger is nearby. Tomato King. White, you excel in cultivating tomatoes, as you can communicate with growing tomatoes, aiding their rapid growth. The emergence of these talents caused Suze to lift his gaze in surprise. Both a purple and a gold talent appeared simultaneously. Clearly, the gold talent was the superior choice. Nevertheless, the purple talent seemed quite impressive as well, resembling the abilities of Spider-Man. He decided to select the gold talent first and observe its performance in the simulation. If it faltered, perhaps the purple talent would appear among the rewards for selection later. Suze contemplated this before making his choice in his mind. The Global Link talent was precisely what he had envisioned a few hours prior, aligning perfectly with his desires. Maintaining communication with targets over long distances was akin to making a phone call in peaceful times, a rare and invaluable capability during the apocalypse. Based on previous simulations, it was evident that shortly after the onset of the apocalypse, the planet's magnetic field experienced severe disruptions, rendering past communication methods obsolete. Consequently, the means of contact between various safe zones reverted to the most primitive form, relying on one's own legs. However, with the newfound ability of global linkage, the situation has entirely transformed. Chapter 35. The Dark Side of Humanity. Regrettably, one can only connect with a maximum of 7 individuals simultaneously. Suze meticulously reread the description of his talent, pondering the correct approach to harness it. The limited number of connections makes it impossible to seize control of global intelligence in one fell swoop. This is akin to establishing a group chat with limited capacity. When the chat reaches its full quota, others must be expelled to make room for newcomers. It is indeed somewhat troublesome. Furthermore, as the talent has yet to be fully realized, Suze is uncertain of the sensations that will accompany its application. When the perspectives and dialogues of 7 individuals manifest in his mind, might it become overwhelming? During video calls, one must speak in turn, after all. In addition to linking with others, he can also manipulate them through this connection. This particular ability of his talent has piqued Suze's interest. If, upon establishing a link, he gains absolute dominion, does it imply that he could exploit this talent to achieve unilateral control over others? Thus, even if he commanded others to their demise, it would be powerless to resist. Only through simulation can the answers be revealed. Regaining his focus, Suze redirected his gaze to the text on the simulator. He then selected the talent of global linkage. Talent of global linkage, gold, selected. Simulation initiated. Day 1. The apocalypse arrives as anticipated. You choose SC35 as the starting point of your journey. Day 2. A sharp drop in temperature prompts many to venture out for supplies. You and Chun Kuching also attempt to shop, but alas, the competition is fierce and you return empty-handed. Day 3. Disturbing news continues to pour in, and anxiety festers in every corner of the city. Day 4. Water and electricity are cut off. Day 13. You learn that the first awakened individual at the school is Qin Yushir. Day 14. The number of awakened individuals in the community continues to rise. Some are stirring with ambition. You observe from the shadows and select a few ordinary people and several awakened ones, intending to utilize your talent of global linkage on them. You force a few to comply, successfully linking with them. Day 15. You attempt to exert unilateral control over the 7 individuals you are linked with. The ordinary individuals offer no resistance to your manipulation, while the awakened ones show some defiance but remain unable to break free from your grasp. After achieving the desired outcome, you send them all into the contaminated area, granting them a swift demise. Day 16. Day 21. You eliminate the defiant, awakened individuals within the safe zone, solidifying your position as a leader. Simultaneously, you dispatch personnel to communicate with nearby safe zones, seeking to establish your network of informants through the global linkage talent. Day 29. You have successfully placed informants in nearly all nearby safe zones, with only the school direction remaining untouched. Day 35. Leveraging your reputation. Qin Yushir eliminates her competition at the school, becoming one of its core leaders. Day 41. You continue to permit Qin Yushir to flaunt her authority. Day 51. You deem it time to meet with Qin Yushir and demand recompense. After an intimate encounter, you link with her. Now, she serves as your informant within the school. The simulation content progresses steadily. Evidently, the simulated version of himself is remarkably patient, having chosen the most familiar starting point of the apocalypse. He waits for over 10 days, only commencing action once a sufficient number of awakened individuals appear. Using these individuals as experimental subjects, he tests the efficacy of his global linkage talent. As for the talent's effectiveness, it appears to be without flaw. Regardless of whether they are ordinary people or first-tier awakened beings, once the link is established, they become subordinates to Suze, allowing him unilateral control as long as he possesses the intent. However, the awakened individuals exhibit some capacity for resistance. Suze notes the terminology in the simulation text. The awakened individuals are not entirely devoid of the ability to resist. Rather, they possess a degree of defiance. Although ultimately, they are led to their demise by the simulated version of himself, it raises a concern. Suze furrows his brow, realizing that the ability to exert unilateral control may not be as formidable as initially presumed. If even first-tier awakened beings can offer some resistance, what of those at higher tiers? Would they be completely beyond his control? Day 61, dense fog. Day 62. Once the fog dissipates, the contaminated area undergoes significant changes. You realize you have entered the second phase of the apocalypse, where second-tier awakened beings are about to emerge. Day 70. You continue to monitor news regarding second-tier awakened beings. Day 71. You take the initiative and select an ambitious second-tier awakened being as your target. Under duress, the individual is compelled to accept your talent's link. You attempt to manipulate them into suicide. However, they resist vehemently. In the ensuing stalemate, you command your guardian spirit to eliminate them. Day 72. You capture another second-tier awakened being, attempting to compel them to take their own life after linking. Once again, you fail. Their resistance is too strong, forcing you to intervene personally and in their life. Day 78. An official team contacts you, having heard of your extraordinary prowess, and invites you to join them. After gaining a thorough understanding of their circumstances and intentions, you accept Captain Su's invitation, officially joining the official ranks and assuming a significant position. Day 79. You plan to depart SC-35 and head to SC-3, where you will assume leadership of the awakened team. The second-tier awakened beings are already exhibiting intense resistance. Suze blinks, focusing on the text of the simulator. He adjusts his posture, resting his elbows on the table, deep in thought. It seems that his ambition to cultivate puppets through the global linkage talent is destined to fail. Merely controlling awakened individuals to commit suicide proves to be a daunting task, let alone executing more complex commands. Fortunately, Suze had not harbored overly high expectations. Moreover, he does not yearn for the skill to cultivate puppets. He neither needs nor particularly desires such abilities. Aside from the information pertinent to his talent, the most significant aspect of the simulation content for Suze is the information regarding his engagement with the official team. Although arrived a bit late, it has nonetheless arrived. The simulated version of him has finally accomplished what he most desired, joining the official ranks. And the next step should involve leveraging the platform of the official team to acquire more intelligence. As for why he did not join the official team at the onset of the apocalypse, Suze reflects on the situation. It is reasonable to presume that the official team was struggling to establish a foothold in the early days of the apocalypse. They may have been hard-pressed to stabilize their own safe zone, let alone provide support to others. During this phase, Suze's approach to the official team would merely amount to cleaning up after them. Such a task is not impossible to undertake, but it falls within the realm of undesirable and laborious work, and Suze possesses 100 reasons to refuse involvement. Day 80. Utilizing the linkage talent. You inquire if Qin Yushir wishes to accompany you to SC3. Feeling that you do not harbor sufficient affection for her, she deliberately declines, stating that she needs to consider. A short time later, you take Chun Kaching and depart SC-35, overcoming various challenges to reach SC3. Day 81. Qin Yushir contacts you, expressing her willingness to leave the school and assist you in SC3. While you initially intended to personally retrieve her, she prefers not to trouble you and will accompany the official team back to SC3 instead. Day 82. Accompanying the official team, Qin Yushir heads to SC3. While communicating with her, you fortuitously witness her encounter an ambush. In the ensuing battle, as they struggle against the enemy, Qin Yushir is mysteriously dragged away by the contaminated area while evading pursuers, resulting in her demise. On the 83rd day, you investigate SC3, tracing the identity of the assailant. On the 84th day, you uncover the intricate web of relationships within SC3, revealing the vested interests that intertwine. Yet you manage to identify the mastermind behind the attack on Qin Yushir and her companions. On the 85th day, a subordinate urges you to downplay the incident, but you publicly execute this subordinate and proceed to cleanse SC3 with bloodshed, sparing only a few innocents whom you intentionally let go, while the rest meet their demise. On the 86th day, consumed by fury, you advance towards SC1, SC2, SC4, and other safe zones, eliminating those who oppose you. On the 87th day, to quell your rage, the authorities initiate an internal investigation, capturing some corrupt individuals who are sentenced to death, allowing you a brief respite. Indeed, the bloodlust is palpable. Even within this simulated text, one can sense the aura of violence. However, seated calmly at the desk, Suze appears unfazed. Chapter 36. The Radiance of Civilization. Combat prowess is not in question. Gazing at the simulator-esque text, Suze murmurs softly to himself. At around 80 days, this can only be regarded as the mid-stage of the second phase of the apocalypse. The strongest awakened ones are merely at the second tier, perhaps with an additional skill in linguistics. Such adversaries are certainly no match for him. After all, with the gift of the fallen and the talent for summoning, he stands nearly invincible at the 6th stage. Nonetheless, it cannot be claimed that the 2nd stage poses no threats. After all, there are still firearms. Perhaps the simulation does not explicitly state it, but the primary threat he faces within the simulation is indeed firearms. Fortunately, he possesses the gift of the fallen. Whenever situations arise where he faces multiple opponents, Suze cannot help but marvel at this talent. In the internal strife among humanity, the gift of the fallen proves invaluable. As long as he continues to vanquish his foes, he can endlessly replenish his strength. The only regret is that various monsters in the contaminated zones cannot recharge his gift. Returning to the present, Suze rewinds the simulator-esque text. Starting from the 78th day, he reads through it again. The catalyst for the events is undoubtedly the death of Qin Yushir at the hands of the assailants within the simulation. Perhaps, from this moment's perspective, Suze does not harbor a strong conviction that Qin Yushir is one of his own. However, within the simulation, the narrative diverges. On the 80th day of the apocalypse, it is unknown what stories transpired between him and Qin Yushir during the unmentioned time in the simulation, but the outcome is clear. Since he invited Qin Yushir to the official safe zone, he must have considered her an ally. And can he tolerate the death of his beloved? No, he cannot. Within the safety of SC3, the power dynamics are convoluted. Suze's gaze sweeps over the simulation text, and he cannot help but scoff at human nature. Even in a world transformed into such chaos, certain individuals remain driven by their intrinsic desire for power and profit. One can only say it is not surprising. On the 89th day, the bloodbath in the safe zone comes to a close. Many have heard the story's details and become your admirers, causing your reputation to soar. On the 90th day, you return to SC3 to stabilize the situation. For your own private purposes, you begin to cultivate a loyal faction while deeply involving yourself in various official plans. On the 101st day, you depart from Sioux City, heading to BC-10, where the authorities have established an intelligence agency, and you will assume the leadership of this agency. On the 102nd day, upon taking office, you start addressing matters, utilizing your global connectivity talent to gather intelligence on a large scale. On the 110th day, you and your subordinates exhibit remarkable efficiency, establishing secure communication channels with over 500 safe zones. On the 113th day, the authorities officially draft the Fireseed Plan, aiming to prepare for the potentially worsening apocalyptic conditions. You decide to select suitable safe zones as the implementation sites for the Fireseed plan, concentrating resources to develop underground shelters. Though you know this is futile. On the 115th day, a thick fog descends. On the 116th day, you gather intelligence indicating that someone encountered an indescribable horror within the fog, with their companions vanishing. The sole survivor returned, aged overnight, having completely lost their sanity. And you meticulously document this intelligence. By the 125th day, under your leadership, a team of awakened individuals begins to concentrate their efforts, advancing to the third tier of awakening, with some awakening linguistic abilities in the process. On the 130th day, supported by a wealth of intelligence on third-tier awakeners, you ascertain the rules governing the emergence of linguistic abilities. During the awakening process, individuals may simultaneously acquire these skills, and you speculate that linguistic abilities may also stem from the awakened individual's own fantasies. On the 135th day, you continue to gather information related to linguistic abilities. On the 165th day, the fog returns. On the 177th day, another group of awakened individuals ascends to the fourth tier. After accumulating intelligence from numerous safe zones, you arrive at another conclusion. The 6 incantations, or 6 tiers, correspond to certain vague significances. The linguistic abilities possessed by awakeners invariably relate to these 6 incantations, as those who choose the Starry Sky incantation often awaken healing and supportive linguistic abilities. On the 180th day, you amass a considerable amount of data on linguistic abilities, yet it proves challenging to categorize them into tiers. Linguistic abilities may be acquired concurrently upon awakening, and they likely originate from the awakened individual's own fantasies. The 6 incantations correspond to various abstract significances. Suze diligently records key information on paper unhurriedly. Indeed, the talent for global connectivity proves its worth. Through extensive data aggregation, you summarize some valuable intelligence, even collecting rare information regarding containment objects or mythological entities. Reports surface of individuals encountering terrifying beings within the fog. This experience closely mirrors one of Suze's previous simulations, where he became disoriented in the fog and subsequently faced horror, ultimately meeting his demise, with even the gift of the fallen failing to save him. What then are these unknown horrors? Suze strokes his chin, pondering inwardly. If one were to solely consider the indescribable entities encountered in the fog, he would be inclined to label them as mythological beings. However, if he includes other terrifying entities he encountered in previous simulations, along with the Avalon he obtained, he would be more inclined to refer to these entities as containment objects. It remains to be seen whether future simulations will yield more pertinent intelligence. Shaking his head, Suze sets this matter aside and continues with the simulation. On the 182nd day, a chosen one appeared in your secure zone. However, this individual did not flee. Instead, he implored you to end his life to protect the sanctuary. On the 183rd day, you studied the chosen one but gleaned no fruitful insights. You acquiesced to his request and ordered his demise. By the 185th day, other official secure zones reported similar occurrences of chosen ones, all of whom also chose death over escape, sacrificing themselves to safeguard their sanctuaries. On the 188th day, fortunes seemed to wane as numerous vital secure zones, including those executing the Fireseed project, encountered chosen ones. By the 190th day, feedback revealed that the majority of chosen ones opted for self-sacrifice to protect the sanctuary, though a minority managed to escape and are now being pursued. On the 193rd day, due to the failure to eliminate the chosen ones, a secure zone fell into ruin, transforming into a contaminated area, forcing evacuation with significant casualties. On the 215th day, after scrutinizing abundant intelligence concerning the chosen ones, you arrived at a startling conclusion. If the emergence of chosen ones does not result in substantial loss of life, their frequency of appearance may indeed increase. However, nearly half of the researchers contested this notion. On the 233rd day, amidst thick fog, a new record was inscribed on paper. Yet, this intelligence has yet to receive full confirmation. You pondered whether those designated as chosen ones truly did not choose to flee. Silent contemplation filled your mind, reflecting on the disparities among humanity. What thoughts might those unfortunate souls who became chosen ones entertain as they chose to sacrifice themselves? Would they contemplate the preservation of their fellow beings, the Fire Sea Project, or perhaps the greater goal of maintaining human civilization? Conversely, what might those chosen ones who opted for self-preservation think as they fled? Do they believe they could succeed in traversing trials and thereby save the sanctuary? Or do they harbor thoughts of dragging everyone down with them in death? Chapter 37. Another golden talent acquired. As your thoughts festered, the simulation continued to advance. On the 234th day, following the fog, the contaminated area exhibited expected changes, becoming increasingly perilous. On the 239th day, multiple sources confirmed that the secure zone was no longer utterly safe. All ordinary individuals would be compelled to risk their lives in attempts to awaken. Casting doubt on the Fire Sea Project. On the 245th day, amidst various disputes regarding the continuation of the Fire Sea Project, you remained an indifferent observer, continuing to gather the intelligence you sought. On the 260th day, you received pivotal intelligence regarding containment objects. Learning that an awakened individual from abroad had tamed a horrific creature akin to a containment object, using it to sweep through adversaries with extraordinary strength. After contemplation, you suspected there might be something amiss. On the 262nd day, you acquired verified information that the foreign awakened individual who had previously tamed the containment object was now deceased, the cause of death unknown. And the creature had vanished as well. On the 288th day, amidst fog, and on the 290th day, a source of contamination within the contaminated area was identified and destroyed, leading to the area's swift disappearance. Utilizing the intelligence framework you established, news rapidly disseminated to other secure zones. On the 300th day, it seemed the apocalypse was drawing to a close. Many began planning for post-apocalyptic reconstruction. You observed with indifference while leading your loyal subordinates in search of information regarding the end of the apocalypse and the fall of the stars. On the 315th day, an individual experienced a nightmarish vision of the stars falling. You investigated, but found no fruitful results. It seemed the nightmare was merely a coincidence, yet the individual had indeed acquired the art of word spirit during the dream. You understood that not only during ascension, but through various unique opportunities, awakened individuals could also acquire the art of word spirit. On the 320th day, under the pretense of post-apocalyptic reconstruction, you were compelled to choose sides. Wearied by their childish games, you initiated a calculated elimination of certain individuals. On the 329th day, disappointment washed over you as you still failed to uncover any clues regarding the fall of the stars. On the 330th day, a great earthquake occurred and the stars fell. It seemed you witnessed the end of the apocalypse. Congratulations, you have completed the entire apocalyptic simulation. This simulation's evaluation, Ruthless Apocalypse Hunter. Please select one reward from the following three options. 1. Spider Sense, purple. 2. Global Link, gold. 3. Accurate information regarding a containment object, mythical creature. Once more, you have survived to the end of the apocalypse, yet regrettably, still uncovered no intelligence related to its conclusion. You took a moment to gather your thoughts, and then selected potentially useful content from the simulation text, inscribing it on paper. With a sigh, you concluded your record, exhaling a breath of exasperation. Subsequently, you set down your pen, stretching your limbs and relaxing. The pieces of intelligence regarding containment objects could only serve as a reference. After a brief respite, you delved back into the simulation text, initially examining the information on containment objects, then recounting the struggles of others during the apocalypse. Whether it be those who continued to vie for power amidst the apocalypse, or those who chose self-sacrifice to preserve the Fire Sea Project, you refrained from passing judgment. Differentiating between them based on right and wrong seemed overly naive. Additionally, some matters could only be truly understood through first-hand experience. In other words, one should wait until that day truly arrives to speak on it. You have selected the Global Link, gold, as your simulation reward. The simulator will enter a cooldown period of 19 hours and 59 minutes. You directly chose the simulation reward, although the other two options held considerable allure. Spider Sense speaks for itself. As for the third reward, accurate intelligence regarding a containment object, you genuinely wish to explore it. After all, having undergone numerous simulations, you have continuously grown stronger within them. Yet, your understanding of containment objects remains scant, underscoring their enigmatic nature. Perhaps the key to unraveling the fall of the stars lies within those containment objects. such thoughts emerged in your mind. You remain uncertain whether your Avalon can safeguard you during the fall of the stars. Thus, you persistently endeavor to gather intelligence concerning this event. For one cannot simply resign oneself to fate, living merely the final few hundred days. Yes, let's first test this talent. Seated at your desk, you close your eyes, attuning to the abilities of your newfound talent, swiftly conjuring a name in your mind. Qin Yushur. As the name and visage manifested in your thoughts, a profound sensation enveloped you. Even with your eyes shut, you perceived faint glimmers of light, coalescing to form a distorted, folded tunnel of space and time before you. Suddenly, all activity ceased, locking onto an indistinct endpoint. So this is how it is utilized, you mused, nodding inwardly. As long as one is aware of the existence of Qin Yushur, direct contact can be established, allowing for an attempt to connect with them. However, if one wishes to utilize this ability to discern their location or even to pry into their actions, it proves rather futile, as visibility is non-existent. There merely exists a terminal for connection. If I were to connect with Qin Yushur now, you contemplated, eager to further explore the sensations that arise from such a connection. You even considered attempting to exert control over the target, curious about the experience it might yield. However, Susie merely contemplated within his mind, not intending to actually attempt it at this moment. As he had reiterated, he wished to keep his foreknowledge of the apocalypse and his formidable abilities a secret from others. Thus, he retracted the global link, and his surroundings returned to normal. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, and he could hear the laughter of elderly residents in the community. The phone on the table buzzed slightly. It was a message from Chun Kaching, inquiring if Susie was currently working part-time at the convenience store. Since they had agreed to meet at 10 in the morning, and it was precisely that time, he replied, "I'm on my way to the store now." "Oh, I will bring it to you shortly," she responded with a touch of humor. After sending the message, Susie finally stood up from his desk. He took a hearty sip from the nearby thermos before changing into his outdoor attire. Returning to his desk, he glanced at the class group chat, where they had previously arranged a class gathering that very afternoon. Both classes were set to convene at Chushui Park for collective activities. After reading the messages, Susie tucked his phone into his pocket. Before leaving, he briefly organized his notes on the apocalypse, ensuring they were neatly arranged before stepping outside. Chapter 38. Classmate Kaching wants to play. The weather was delightful. The winter sun cast a warm glow, occasionally accompanied by a gentle breeze that alleviated the dryness in the air. Just as Susie arrived at the convenience store, Chun Kaching followed closely behind, peering curiously as she entered. Upon seeing Susie, her face lit up with a smile. After greeting him, she handed him the cake she had brought. "Do you want to sit for a while?" Susie asked as he took a seat by the window inside the store. "Sure," Chun Kaching replied, settling down beside him. "To avoid any mishaps like last time, may I have a taste?" Susie smiled, already unwrapping the cake. "Of course," she said, her hands resting demurely on her thighs, appearing calm and composed, though her inner thoughts told a different story. "Are we eating it now? I feel so nervous. You won't think my cake is bad, will you?" "Impossible. This is a handmade cake infused with all my skill and a bit of love. How could it not be delicious?" Indeed, Chun Kaching's inner musings were far more endearing than Qin Yushur's, pure and unadulterated. Additionally, listening to Chun Kaching's thoughts confirmed Susie's earlier assumptions. Her youthful affections were budding, yet laden with uncertainties, prompting her to seek conversation. "Are you being lazy right now?" she asked after Susie had taken a few bites. "Not really. Since it's not my shift, and I am the owner of this store, a little relaxation is permissible," he replied. "You're the owner?" "Yes." "Wow, that's impressive." Chun Kaching blinked in awe, genuinely impressed that he had embarked on entrepreneurship in his sophomore year. This must count as entrepreneurship, she mused to herself. "The taste is delightful." Susie acknowledged, praising her baking skills before continuing to eat. "I didn't have a good breakfast, so I'll indulge a bit more. Hee, I excel at making cakes." Chun Kaching's lips curled into a smile, her heart swelling with pride from his compliment. "By the way, are you aware of the class gathering at the university?" Susie shifted the conversation. "I've heard about it. A former high school classmate mentioned it." Chun Kaching nodded prettily. "Actually, our class has a gathering today as well." Susie briefly explained the details before looking at her and asking, "Would you like to join? The weather is quite pleasant today." "Me?" Chun Kaching hesitated. "I would love to go, but it's an event for university students, and I'm just a high school student." What if others ask about my relationship with you? That would be awkward. Listening to Chun Kiching's thoughts, Susie feigned contemplation and said, "You could invite your classmates along. You can fly kites or something. After all, you only have this one weekend off each month, so it would be a good chance to enjoy the park and unwind. Then I'll ask my classmates." Chun Kiching was entirely persuaded. Susie's suggestion perfectly alleviated her concerns. Most importantly, she genuinely wanted to spend time with Susie. She just needed a reason. Inviting her classmates would allow them to appear engaged in their own activities while still enjoying time together. It also provided a sense of safety. Before long, Chun Kiching contacted 2 female classmates and arranged to meet at the park in the afternoon to fly kites. "Let's head out. I'll buy you kites first. And then we'll grab some lunch before heading over," Susie announced, assuming the role of a boyfriend taking his girlfriend out for a day of fun. In the afternoon, the class group chat was particularly lively. Except for a few individuals like Susie who prefer to go solo, the others gathered to take taxis or buses. Gradually, around 40 to 50 people from both classes arrived at the park. They chose a suitable spot, spread out picnic blankets, and rented 2 barbecue grills, quickly setting the festive atmosphere for the gathering. "Zeech, where are you?" Susie received a message from Wang Zixin. "Parking," he replied before shutting off the engine and stepping out of the car. Chun Kiching, who initially intended to avoid her classmates, could not escape them. 3 girls had come over in Susie's car, but since Chun Kiching claimed Susie was merely a friend, the other 2 girls did not inquire further. Although Susie could hear their curious thoughts. "I'll head over to our class to check in," he said, helping Chun Kiching and her friends secure a spot before greeting a few others and making his way to where his own class was gathered. The 2 groups were not too far apart. However, halfway there, Susie was intercepted by Qin Yushi. Today, she was clad in casual attire, which typically wouldn't accentuate her figure, yet her silhouette was undeniably enticing, especially her upper body, which could only be described as bountiful. The significant figures always make their entrance last. "Susie, you certainly arrived quite late," Qin Yushi teased as she joined him. While this was not an unusual statement, Susie could hear her inner thoughts. "Finally here. Let me think. Which question should I start with? Should I ask where he learned his skills, or why he didn't team mention last night as events? You look beautiful today." Susie paused, deliberately scanning Qin Yushi from head to toe with a playful grin. "What? Am I not usually beautiful?" she retorted, playfully wrapping her arm around his. Although this gesture didn't allow Susie to feel overwhelmed, it was surprising enough. At least, in his previous interactions with Qin Yushi, he had never seen her display such intimacy toward any other man. This woman was quite protective of her reputation. She had no qualms about creating suggestive implications with her words, but physical intimacy was another matter entirely. This was Qin Yushi's strength. She always managed to control the proximity, thoroughly understanding the thoughts of the men around her. "Shall we sit alone for a while later? I want to chat with you," Qin Yushi smiled. "See? I thought you meant something else." Susie mischievously misinterpreted. "How rude. I meant to sit," she playfully scolded. Susie merely smiled and said nothing further. However, when he looked up, his gaze unexpectedly met Chun Kiching's from a distance. Under the gaze of their exchanged glances, Chun Kiching immediately diverted her eyes. Although a distance separated them, Susie could still faintly perceive her thoughts. How infuriating. What is that woman's issue? Oh no, could she be his girlfriend? But didn't he say he was single? Mother, I've encountered a scoundrel. Am I overthinking this? What's she his sister? Undoubtedly. Chun Kiching's inner musings continued to amuse Susie. "All right, we will talk later. I need to sign in for our class first," he said, retracting his gaze and addressing Qin Yushi. Chapter 39. Understanding, yet disliking during the game later, boys should be considerate of others and not hurt the girls. The female class monitor organized everyone for a minigame. Susie walked forward and signed in. TSK. "Susie, you are quite the charmer," someone remarked, noticing the class monitor's divided attention. Just moments ago, she was organizing the activities, but now she turned to tease Susie. "You better be careful. The boys from the accounting class are likely envious of you. They might go hard on you during the game. Alas, you can only blame yourself for stealing their goddess senior. I want to take the blame for that." Susie chuckled, casually responding. After exchanging a few more words with the class monitor, he surveyed the surroundings and asked, "Where are Wang Zixin and Sun been?" "Oh, those two? They seem to have gone outside to buy something," another student replied. No sooner had the words left their mouth than Susie spotted the figures of Wang Zixin and Sun been emerging from the direction of the garage. The two were hurrying back, and the expressions on their faces indicated they had encountered something noteworthy. Indeed, as soon as Wang Zixin rushed back, still catching his breath, he exclaimed, "You won't believe this. Sun Bin and I just ran into an undercover operation." Sun Bin, standing beside him, was taking deep breaths to calm his racing heart, nodding in agreement. "Yeah, I've only seen this on TV before." Wang Zixin continued, "There was a van full of plainclothes officers. It stopped right next to us, and 4 or 5 burly men jumped out without a word. They grabbed us and threw us in a van. Fortunately, after a short drive, someone realized they had the wrong people and tossed us out." An audience of peers listened in awe, astonished that such events could occur in reality. Normally, Su Zhe would dismiss Wang Zixin's claims, but today was different. Last night, he himself had encountered 2 unexpectedly aggressive men. "Where did you get taken?" Su Zhe inquired as Wang Zixin concluded his animated story. "Where else?" "Just over by the garage. Sun Bin and I were out to buy something, thinking we could find you in the garage, and then the rest happened," they explained. "The garage?" Su Zhe's expression turned contemplative. Just then, Qin Yushi approached directly, saying, "Su Zhe, I want to fly a kite too. Will you accompany me?" With her radiant smile, she captivated those around her. Su Zhe nodded, standing up to join her. It seemed they were heading towards where Chen Kaching was. However, halfway there, Qin Yushi slowed her pace, glancing around for a suitable spot to sit and converse privately. "Let South just pick any place to sit," Su Zhe suggested, matching her slower pace. "Is standing okay?" Qin Yushi tilted her head and asked. "Standing? That works. But it's best to choose a secluded corner in this park since standing out in the open is rather conspicuous," Su Zhe joked. "Ugh." Qin Yushi pouted, then laughed. "In nature, I'm not a fan. I prefer something more romantic." Su Zhe smiled without responding. They walked to a higher platform, leaning against the railing, where they could take in a broad view of the park. "Let me think about where to begin." Qin Yushi feigned deep contemplation until her gaze landed on the beautiful young lady, Chen Kaching, not far away, flying a kite. "Is she your girlfriend?" So se fait silent, seemingly hesitating on how to answer this question. "It's fine. I'm quite open-minded. If you have a little something on the side, I won't mind." Qin Yushi chuckled, her allure making it hard to look away. "Then you're quite a good person," Su Zhe replied. "Indeed. So you should be more forgiving towards me." "A good person," she quipped. While they were speaking, Qin Yushi's phone vibrated. Someone had messaged her, and she casually glanced at her phone. "Well, look who it is. Bai Zhimao. That weirdo." Su Zhe silently eavesdropped on her thoughts. The name she mentioned, Bai Zhimao, Su Zhe had already heard about from the 2 thugs last night. He was likely from a prominent family, perhaps even more affluent than Qin Yushi's background. "Take a look at this," Qin Yushi said, showing her phone to Su Zhe. There was a surveillance video of Su Zhe effortlessly overpowering the 2 burly men last night. On the video, Su Zhe appeared almost godlike in his prowess, dispatching both foes with ease. Yet, in reality, Su Zhe was not that skilled. While he had taken boxing classes, he had not truly mastered it. His fluidity in the video was entirely due to the assistance of a divine power, allowing each dodge and strike to be executed with remarkable precision. "I didn't realize you were so formidable," Qin Yushi remarked, genuinely intrigued. "I had always thought you were a rare talent, and it seems my intuition was correct." Su Zhe, having built a fortune of several million at such a young age, was known to her to some extent, which piqued her interest further after last night's events. "Let us get to the point. What is the deal with that young master?" Su Zhe asked directly, a smile gracing his lips. "Oh, you guessed it?" Qin Yushi's eyes widened, and she adopted a more serious tone, explaining Bai Zhimao. "The second son of the Bai family sent those men last night, likely feeling jealous after seeing you escort me home." "And what is your relationship with him?" "So saying Guayith. Currently, we have no relationship, but if all goes as planned, the Bai family will propose next year, and he may become my fiancé." Qin Yushi stated calmly. "What given the right to be jealous?" So se laughed. "Perhaps it's because I'm too charming?" "Ha, well, he might just be a bit unhinged with an intense possessiveness, thinking he will marry me someday." "I can understand that." Su Zhe smiled, and then turned to Qin Yushi, curiously asking, "What are your thoughts on getting engaged to him next year?" "Well, to be honest, he is quite handsome, and his capabilities are commendable within his circle. He is not entirely unacceptable," Qin Yushi replied in a playful tone. Yet, Su Zhe could sense that her thoughts were not entirely playful. Qin Yushi was indeed considering the societal expectations of marrying into a well-off family. "Although I could accept it, I'm not particularly fond of it." If a man were to float down from the clouds and declare his everlasting love for me, I might just leave with him immediately. Qin Yushi returned to her true nature, subtly hinting at her affections for Su Zhe. What would his reaction be? Would he shy away? Demonstrate your true abilities and prove your charm. Qin Yushi awaited Su Zhe's response, not merely in words, but also in action. The so-called action was Su Zhe's tangible demonstration of his intelligence and excellence, proving that despite his humble origins compared to those affluent young masters, his capabilities would grant him a place in the upper echelons and even allow him to stand out among them. In the past, Qin Yushi would not have expressed such sentiments to Su Zhe, fully aware of his disinterest in such aspirations. However, Su Zhe's various displays from the previous night suggested a newfound interest. This was a misunderstanding. Su Zhe could comprehend it, yet he found it displeasing. He disliked Qin Yushi's habitual perspective of viewing matters from a superior's vantage point. It was no wonder he had reacted that way during the simulation. A faint smile appeared on Su Zhe's lips as he continued to remain silent, not immediately responding to Qin Yushi, while his gaze was fixed on the distance. He noticed a man of remarkable demeanor, also gazing in the direction where he and Qin Yushi stood. At that moment, in the distance, the man had just boarded a sightseeing vehicle, slowly approaching along the path. The silence lingered, but Su Zhe's phone vibrated. As if sensing something, he picked it up to find an unfamiliar message containing his personal information. From the minutiae of familial relations to the breadth of his past business ventures. Although it did not reflect a complete investigation, it was sufficient to convey the sender's arrogance. I could discover everything about someone of your caliber with just a flick of my finger. The silence continued. Su Zhe's eyes remained locked on the man in the sightseeing vehicle, and Qin Yushi eventually realized Su Zhe was fixated on something. Following his line of sight, she saw Bai Jimao. How quick he is to arrive. No, he must have been here for some time. What a lunatic. With Qin Yushi's thoughts confirming the man's identity, Su Zhe continued to observe him with unwavering focus. Soon, the sightseeing vehicle came to a halt, but not near Su Zhe and Qin Yushi. It stopped where Chun Kuching and her friends were flying kites. The distance was considerable, yet Su Zhe concentrated intensely, using his innate talent to eavesdrop on the conversation. You must be Chun Kuching, the man said, displaying a gentle and cultured smile. Yes, Chun Kuching replied, somewhat foolishly nodding, while her classmates curiously regarded the man. I was saddened to hear of your parents' passing. I shall pay my respects when I have the chance. The man's smile remained warm, but after delivering his words, he turned away with an air of indifference, reboarding the vehicle. He patted the driver's shoulder, who understood and began to drive back. During this return, the man continued to exchange glances with Su Zhe. A faint smile crept on Su Zhe's face. He was now certain that the earlier incident involving Wang Zixin and Sun Bin being abducted was orchestrated by this young master of the Bai family. It mirrored his earlier revelation of Chun Kuching's closely guarded secret in front of her classmates. His target was Su Zhe, intending to convey the message, I can crush you, and you must keep an eye on those around you. Qin Yushi also observed Bai Jimao approaching Chun Kuching, but was unaware of what was said. Nonetheless, she could see Chun Kuching crying, her two classmates at a loss, uncertain whether to comfort her or remain silent. Finally, Su Zhe spoke, his tone calm, with a hint of amusement. What were we discussing? I also wish to pose a question. Do you have feelings for the second young master of the Bai family? Qin Yushi shook her head, answering without hesitation, no, who would like someone so insane? She was not exaggerating, as she could surmise that Bai Jimao had just harmed an innocent person. This might only be the beginning. Just as Su Zhe had been beaten last night, had he accepted defeat and disappeared, there would likely be no subsequent developments. But if he continued to resist, since you do not harbor any affection for him, Su Zhe said, gazing toward Bai Jimao's departing figure, his smile fading, then allow me to eliminate him. What? Qin Yushi was taken aback, her stunning eyes reflecting a momentary surprise. A sudden gust of wind blew, tousling her hair, prompting her to reach up to adjust it, only to hear Su Zhe laughing again. I was merely jesting. If you expect me to act on your behalf, you must first consider what price you would be willing to pay. As he spoke this profound statement, Su Zhe's gaze remained fixed on the direction of Bai Jimao, who returned to the camping area, where the cover was more ample. Su Zhe awaited the opportune moment. A fierce wind howled, even stronger than before. Qin Yushi shielded her eyes and protected her hair, fearful of further disarray. Unbeknownst to her, At that moment, in the distant camping area, Bai Zhimao was struck by an arrow, collapsing silently to the ground, swiftly consumed by white flames, leaving no trace behind. His companions merely turned to gather supplies. But upon looking back, they found him gone. Yet, they did not perceive anything amiss and quickly diverted their attention. "This wind is peculiar," Qin Yusher murmured. "It has become quite boisterous," Su Zhe replied. "Had it been the end of days, perhaps someone could have witnessed the grand, ethereal figure of a guardian forming behind Su Zhe. The arrow that had just been loosed was the precise shot of the guardian. The turbulent winds were merely the residual effects of Su Zhe's deliberate release while drawing the bow. Now, he had provided an answer, albeit directed at this young master of the Bai family. "What did you say earlier? Oh, to kill him? I would find that agreeable. I genuinely dislike him." Qin Yusher resumed the previous topic, playfully smiling. She believed she had received Su Zhe's answer. The prior silence had constituted his response. With this understanding, she would no longer press Su Zhe and would simply let the matter pass. "My apologies, I must go comfort my girlfriend," Su Zhe said appropriately, parting ways with Qin Yusher as he headed toward Chunkiching. Regrettably, as Qin Yusher watched Su Zhe depart, a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. She genuinely hoped for Su Zhe to provide a bold response, perhaps even willing to accompany him through thick and thin, fulfilling the promise made the previous night. Alas, with an imperceptible sigh, Qin Yusher picked up her phone, glancing at the messages. The earlier vibration had been a message from Bai Zhimao, inviting her to join him for a chat. She had now arrived, only to find no trace of Bai Zhimao. Inquiring with others, they too were perplexed, only stating that he had just been nearby. "Kill him," the voice of Su Zhe echoed in Qin Yusher's mind. Yet she quickly shook her head, dismissing such unrealistic possibilities. Meanwhile, Su Zhe approached Chun Kaching, who was still shedding tears, unable to stop. Her two classmates shrank back, silent, feeling as though they were on pins and needles. Even if they had not initially reacted, they should have realized by now what had transpired. Even her closest friends, who share a deep bond with Chun Kaching, are unaware of the turmoil occurring within her family, which undoubtedly stems from Chun Kaching's desire to keep such matters private. Yet, now, due to an unfamiliar individual, they have become privy to the situation. As she weeps uncontrollably, the sight of Su Zhe before her only intensifies her sorrow. This is not a matter of feeling wronged or fearing the revelation of her family's misfortunes. It is an indescribable sadness. At the tender age of 18, facing the prospect of retaking the college entrance examination, the sudden loss of her parents is an overwhelming blow, and her tears are a natural response to such grief. Su Zhe believes Chun Kaching has handled herself commendably. No one at school has sensed her secret, which speaks volumes of her resilience during this trying time. After a moment's reflection, Su Zhe takes a seat beside Chun Kaching and begins, "Actually, my parents passed away when I was quite young." His tone is neither dramatic nor feigned. He simply shares his narrative in an unpretentious manner. This approach proves effective, as it resonates with sincerity and captures the attention of those present, including Chun Kaching, who gazes at him through tear-filled eyes. What is more disheartening than the loss of parents is the reality that they left behind nothing. No home, no inheritance, only debts. Fortunately, the creditors, recognizing my youth, have deemed my parents' debts null upon their demise. As Su Zhe recounts his experiences, the word tragic echoes in the minds of his listeners. Since the start of elementary school, I have moved from one relative's home to another, as they never welcomed me, viewing me as a burden. I was often bullied. In the 3rd grade, a sister at my host relative's house, older by a few years, would scold and hit me. Thankfully, things began to change when I entered middle school. Although I still lived with relatives, I started earning my own money through various means, both legal and otherwise. Once I had my first savings, life gradually improved. As Su Zhe's story unfolds, Chun Kaching finds herself forgetting her tears, realizing that Su Zhe's plight is far more harrowing than her own. In comparison, she considers herself fortunate. Although her parents have met with misfortune, they left behind a considerable inheritance. Her two classmates share the same sentiment. Besides feeling sympathy for Su Zhe's experiences, they also admire his prowess. It is no wonder he drove a luxury car worth millions when he brought them to the park. With a smile, Su Zhe concludes his tale, asking, "So, what do you think of my life experiences thus far?" The 3 girls nod eagerly, like chicks pecking a grain. Chun Kaching gazes at Su Zhe with misty eyes, wishing to embrace him at that moment, feeling a kinship through shared suffering and admiration for his remarkable resilience. Suse, 2. Finds his own story impressive, though he acknowledges a small flaw. Aside from the truth of his parents' passing, everything else he shared was fabricated. So, stop crying. You have me here with you, he says, gently wiping away the remnants of her tears. Her skin is as delicate and flawless as jade, soft to the touch. Chun Kaching quickly wipes her tears, attempting to regain her composure. I just couldn't hold back, she admits, but I'm fine now. However, the reality of her situation remains unchanged. Although her classmates have assured her they will keep her secret, the knowledge of it alters everything. It is no longer possible to frolic carefreely as they did moments ago. For her friends will be mindful of her feelings, a scenario Chun Kaching wishes to avoid. Suze, unfazed, thinks to himself that there is no need for such gravity. After all, in a few days, they might all find themselves in similar situations. Later, as Suze drives the girls home, he first drops off the 2 classmates before turning to Chun Kaching. As they approach the entrance of her apartment complex, Suze suddenly pulls over. There is something very important and serious I haven't mentioned, he says, resting one hand on the steering wheel and turning to face her. What important matter? Chun Kaching inquires weakly from the passenger seat. I must apologize. It seems I have inadvertently involved you in a troubling situation. Suze feigns seriousness. What trouble? Chun Kaching swallows hard, startled by his demeanor. Do you know who spoke to you in the park earlier? That person is a wealthy scion, and I have made an enemy of him. He may wish to harm me, and now he sees you as my girlfriend, which puts you in danger as well. Suze's words are vivid and alarming. Chun Kaching gulps again, fear creeping in. Is that true? How terrifying. No wonder that person knew about my family. Do you understand my point now? We are both in danger, Suze continues. Can we call the police? Chun Kaching asks earnestly. Do you think it would help? Someone like him, with powerful connections, would simply brush off any police intervention. Even a deputy chief would have to show him respect. Suze chuckles dismissively. What should we do then? Chun Kaching asks, pulling her neck in apprehension. Despite her growing fondness for Suze, she remains cautious and not easily persuaded by his words. However, Suze is prepared. He retrieves his phone and opens a video, revealing surveillance footage from the previous night. This is the footage of the attack he orchestrated against me. Take a look. Chun Kaching studies the video intently, as Suze explains the events leading up to it, including his connection to Qin Yushi and the misunderstanding with the wealthy scion. This footage is from last night? I think I've seen this neighborhood before. Oh, it's the villa area where Lei lives. My goodness, so everything you said is true? In the video, Suze appears remarkably capable, as if starring in a film. As the moment feels right, Suze states, Now, do you understand? We're in this together. Chun Kaching nods, albeit somewhat dazed. Yet, there is little fear in her eyes. Perhaps the threat has not yet materialized in a tangible way, shielding her from genuine terror. You need to stay with me for the next few days. It's the only way I can ensure your safety. You've seen how capable I am. At this juncture, Chun Kaching, having temporarily placed her trust in Suze, innocently asks, So, do you want to stay at my house? No, let's go to my place instead. I'm more familiar with the surroundings there. Suze replies, seizing the opportunity. Go home and grab some clothes. And let your aunt know you're staying over at a friend's house for a few days. I'll send you the address shortly. After her parents' passing, her aunt had taken care of her for a time, but she is currently occupied and unavailable. All right, I'll go get my things, Chun Kaching says with a sniffle, appearing somewhat foolishly adorable. Suze nods, driving the car into the garage. Once they arrive downstairs, Chun Kaching opens the car door and exits from the passenger seat. Suddenly, Suze calls out to her, Hey, wait a moment. Chun Kaching turns back, her expression lively as she asks, What is it? Suze spoke earnestly, reminding. Do bring your homework along. Chun Kaching replied, Chapter 42. I, Ching, am a scholar of the spring and autumn annals. This is your room, he continued. Upon returning home, Suze assisted Chun Kaching in arranging her luggage and introduced her to her room. The residence he occupied was quite ordinary, featuring 2 bedrooms, one for himself and the other serving as a guest room, which he used only occasionally. The guest room was simply decorated but adequately equipped with essentials. If you wish to read or do your homework, you may use the study, he indicated, pointing to the study directly opposite the guest room. The study was rather spacious, furnished with a desk and a computer table housing a desktop computer. You can sit in the study for a while. I will change the bedding for you. When it's time for dinner, I will take you out to eat. Suze, exhibiting the demeanor of a gracious host, meticulously organized everything. "Thank you for your trouble," Chun Kaching stammered, her head cautiously swiveling as she surveyed her surroundings. After all, it was her first time alone with a reliable adult male, and she felt somewhat anxious and constrained. "By the way, let me tidy up the desk for you." Noticing the notebook on the study desk, Suze approached and swiftly collected it. It contained records of apocalyptic intelligence, so it was better kept secure. As he tidied the desk, Chun Kaching's gaze was drawn to the notebook in his hands, her curiosity piqued by the notion that he primarily aimed to remove it. "It's a diary, so c'est actually explained." "Oh," Chun Kaching responded, her curiosity about the contents deepening. After finishing in the study, Suze turned to organize the guest room. Meanwhile, Chun Kaching obediently sat in the study chair, taking the opportunity to examine the bookshelf while Suze busied himself. Her eyes swept over the second shelf, landing on titles such as Luanyu, Wang Yangming's collected works, and Zhuangzi. So many books. Could there be something like Jean Ping Mei among them? Oh dear, I'm so nervous. What if Suze tries to, Calm down. Maintain your principles, Chun Kaching, she reminded herself. My mother said that things easily obtained are not cherished. If Suze were to make a move, I must refuse at least several times. Clearly, Chun Kaching had a fondness for the spring and autumn annals, unaware of how her literary tastes contrasted with the works on the shelf. At that moment, as Suze arranged the bedding in the guest room, he couldn't help but smile while eavesdropping on Chun Kaching's thoughts, glancing at the notebook resting on his bedside. He had devised a plan concerning Chun Kaching. Later that night in the study, Chun Kaching found herself drowsy, her eyelids heavy as she leaned over her math exam paper, which seemed to be filled with hypnotic characters relentlessly assaulting her fragile defenses. Nothing particularly eventful occurred that night. After dinner, she sat in the study, engrossed in her studies for a solid 5 hours. With Suze reading nearby, she felt too shy to even glance at her phone, her internal cries echoing. The power of love is truly magnificent. In a bid to maintain a good image before the one she admired, the struggling student transformed into a diligent scholar. "If you're tired, do rest. Don't worry, I will keep watch tonight," Suze suddenly said, glancing at her. "I am a bit tired," Chun Kaching admitted, stretching her arms. Her curves accentuated, drawing attention. "I have my eyes everywhere. If anything unusual occurs, I will be alerted, so rest assured." Suze spoke with a serious demeanor. "Oh," Chun Kaching replied, feeling slightly embarrassed. Had Suze not mentioned it, she might have forgotten that she had come to stay at his home to escape that notorious young master. "Well, I shall go to bed now," she said shyly as she stood up. "All right, good night." "Good night." The guest room door closed softly behind her. Suze chuckled to himself. His earlier remark about having eyes everywhere was merely a jest, yet there was indeed a looming crisis. After all, Bai Jimao had been physically eliminated by him, and while today might have been uneventful, if the Bai family failed to locate him tomorrow, suspicions would surely arise. If he acted swiftly enough, it was possible that tomorrow someone might trace the matter back to him. Thus, the words Suze had spoken to Chun Kaching earlier were not entirely devoid of a sense of foreboding. Nevertheless, these were trivial matters in the grand scheme. Once the apocalypse arrived, past events might lose all significance. Apocalypse countdown. 1 day, 18 hours, 16 minutes, as dawn approached. Suze glanced at the cool-down timer of the simulator, then rose to the living room to fetch a cup of hot water before returning to the desk. The notebook was retrieved once more. The cool-down period was about to conclude, and he needed to act swiftly to initiate the simulation. Strictly speaking, if fortune favored him, the remaining time would suffice for him to earn 3 simulation rewards. However, if he aimed for 3 rewards, time would be too tight. Thus, it might be wiser to lower his expectations and target only 2 simulation rewards, allowing ample time for his endeavors. Apocalypse simulator cooldown time has ended. The moment the cooldown period concluded, Suze chose to commence the simulation. Apocalypse simulation has begun. Please select one of the following 3 talents as your inherent talent for this simulation. Random drop. Purple, you'll be randomly teleported to a location somewhere in the world at the moment the apocalypse begins, but it will not be at sea. During your apocalyptic journey, you will encounter a miraculous event. Game Master. White, you excel in various games and possess exceptional insight. Axe King. Green, you can summon a massive axe as your weapon. While wielding this weapon, you can use a jumping strike ability to deal heavy damage to enemies. A purple talent appeared, and it was of the cost type. Suze's gaze bypassed the latter two options and fixated on the purple talent. Such talents were inherently rare, and the previous lucrative cost-type talent he had obtained was the Devil's Contract. Regrettably, this was only a purple talent, likely not as advantageous. Suze mused silently. Yet, regardless of its potential limitations, it was still a choice he had to make. Encountering a miraculous event seemed intriguing. Before formally selecting the talent, Suze reread the talent description. The miraculous event described was rather vague, leaving uncertainty about whether it would entail positive or negative occurrences. While good fortune was one possibility, a negative outcome could involve encountering highly threatening containment objects. If he could witness the true nature of various containment objects, it would not be in vain. After so many days of simulations, Suze had gleaned a limited amount of apocalyptic intelligence, with information regarding containment objects being nearly non-existent, and the impending celestial catastrophe remained shrouded in mystery. If a simulator could be directed with intent, Suze would undoubtedly focus on exploring these 2 points. Inherent talent random drop, purple, selected. Simulation commencing, day 1. The apocalypse arrives as scheduled. In the blink of an eye, you are teleported to another city in the country, Yuncheng. Upon looking around, you find yourself in the bustling downtown area. Chapter 43. An encounter with a mysterious girl in the thick fog. Day 2. The temperature plummets, and the weather turns harsh. Flights are grounded. After careful consideration, you decide to remain in Yuncheng, while cash still holds some value. You book a standard room at the Jingyi Hotel to observe the unfolding situation. Day 3. You spend the day in your hotel room, not venturing outside. The internet connection fluctuates, but while it remains stable, you peruse numerous local news articles, encountering many alarming reports. In the evening, Chun Kuching emerges from Avalon, calling you in for dinner. On the 4th day, issues with the power supply arose. However, the hotel had a backup generator, barely sustaining the electricity. Meanwhile, you noticed intermittent noises emanating from the streets, a clear indicator that the contaminated zone was gradually erupting. On the 5th day, during a stroll, the contaminated area experienced a massive outbreak, and you witnessed numerous individuals perishing in droves. Upon returning to the hotel, you discovered your room occupied by strangers. After unsuccessful negotiations, you resorted to violence and subsequently left the hotel. On the 6th day, you consulted with Chun Kuching, advising her to temporarily hide in Avalon and refrain from venturing outside. She expressed confusion until you showed her the horrifying scenes captured during your walk the previous day. She decisively acquiesced, proclaiming her intent to become a reclusive homebody. On the 7th day, you realized the hotel was, in fact, a safe zone. Upon returning, a refugee recognized you as the notorious killer, which earned you the finest room. A woman attempted to curry favor with you, but you found her unclean and rejected her advances. By the 8th day, the number of refugees around the hotel had increased, with many residing in the hallways. On the 9th day, awakened individuals began to emerge in your safe zone. On the 10th day, due to your past actions of taking lives, awakened ones sought trouble with you. You commanded your guardian to press one of them against the wall, using their brain matter to stain the surface, achieving a stunning victory that established you as the ruler of the safe zone. On the 11th day, new awakened individuals appeared. By the 12th day, their numbers had increased. On the 13th day, warplanes crashed within the city, indicating that the airspace above the contaminated zone was perilous. On the 14th day, Yuncheng, Suze murmured softly while using a computer map, quickly locating the hotel mentioned in the simulated text. Of course, the hotel itself was not the focal point. Rather, it was the realization that after the apocalypse, any location in the world bore striking similarities. The delineation between contaminated zones and safe zones resembled the fragmentation of a once cohesive world into thousands of isolated islands, each surrounded by impenetrable contaminated territories. The dangers posed by these zones varied, yet all were fatally threatening. Most despairing was the fact that neither the heavens above nor the depths below offered safety. Both the airspace and subterranean realms of the contaminated zones were forbidden territories. Even for Suze, who had simulated numerous times, the specific boundaries of the contaminated zones in the vertical dimension remained unknown, and he was uncertain if any boundaries existed at all. In summary, after the apocalypse, humanity's living space had transformed into isolated islands. The dark humor lay in the fact that as the apocalypse progressed into its mid-stages, many might erroneously believe that the safe zones were absolutely secure, leading them to contemplate acceptance of the status quo and the construction of a new world. Until the overflow of the contaminated zones and the emergence of the chosen ones reintroduced despair. With my current strength, it matters not where I am born. Suse confidently mused. On the 18th day, having gathered sufficient intelligence, you began assisting Chun Kaching in preparing to become an awakened one. On the 20th day, without incident, Chun Kaching successfully ascended to become an awakened individual. By the 35th day, you once again vanquished awakened ones from other safe zones, displaying their corpses outside the hotel as a warning. On the 40th day, you learned of the complete collapse of order in a nearby safe zone, where many perished, and the survivors fled. Your jurisdiction also witnessed the arrival of numerous new faces. On the 50th day, you inquired about official news. By the 60th day, your safe zone was nearing its capacity, with many relying on your strength and governance. After contemplation, you resolved to conquer the nearby safe zone. On the 61st day, amidst thick fog, you intended to remain within the confines of the safe zone, yet fate compelled you to step outside, leading to disorientation in the fog. At a certain moment, you sensed your randomly acquired talent manifesting. In the mist, you encountered a lost girl. Quite stunning was your generous assessment upon glimpsing her appearance. After conversing, you learned her name was Qi Xiaoya. You both trembled in the fog until you summoned the entrance to Avalon. On the 62nd day, confronted with the unfamiliar and beautiful girl you had brought back, Chun Kaching felt her status threatened. However, upon realizing Qi Xiaoya's beauty and amiable nature, she quickly surrendered. Yet, you began to harbor doubts about Qi Xiaoya's true identity, suspecting she might be an anomaly. On the 63rd day, you spent the entire day eavesdropping on Qi Xiaoya's thoughts, yet gleaned little information. All you discerned was that she was a first-tier awakened individual without the ability of word spirit techniques. On the 64th day, Qi Xiaoya expressed understanding of your suspicions and hoped you would continue to investigate her, as she had forgotten her past and only recalled events following your meeting in the fog. On the 65th day, Qi Xiaoya and Chun Kaching teamed up to play games for an entire day. The following days were filled with continued gaming sessions, and on the 70th day, after being thoroughly defeated by a computer player, Qi Xiaoya vowed never to play again. On the 72nd day, after being bested in a few games by Chun Kaching using only one hand, Qi Xiaoya experienced a moment of clarity and announced her retirement. She then began assisting you in researching the formula for second-tier awakened individuals. In Chapter 44, it became evident that this girl indeed harbored hidden treasures. On the 73rd day, you publicly collected information on becoming a second-tier awakened individual, leading some to mistakenly believe you were intimidated by their power. A challenge was issued, which you swiftly dispatched, restoring tranquility to your jurisdiction. On the 74th day, you compiled a set of formulas, but due to the differing spells used by Chun Kaching and Qi Xiaoya, you needed to prepare an additional formula. On the 75th day, using the formula you provided, Qi Xiaoya attempted to ascend to second-tier awakened status. With you vigilantly guarding her throughout the process, keen to observe her and uncover her true identity, you found little to differentiate her from the other second-tier awakened individuals you had encountered, and you nearly convinced yourself that she was merely a human girl who had lost her memory due to an unfortunate incident. Furthermore, during her advancement, she awakened the ability of word spirit techniques. On the 76th day, you summarized a new formula. On the 77th day, under the divine influence of the Father God, you learned that the officials of Yunchang were encountering some troubles. As the troubles were not far from your location, you made the arduous journey to personally quell the chaos. Consequently, you received an invitation from the Yuncheng authorities and accepted their offer to join. On the 78th day, utilizing the formula you provided, Chun Kaching successfully ascended to the second tier of awakening and acquired the art of linguistic resonance during her awakening process. On the 79th day, the officials of Yuncheng stabilized their footing and began operations. Seizing the opportunity, you established a department loyal to you and began to wield significant intelligence power. By the 83rd day, thanks to your global link talent, your communication network successfully expanded to Sucheng. On the 85th day, you contacted Qin Yusher, and as you anticipated, she was doing well, firmly maintaining her leadership position near Su University. On the 89th day, Qin Yushi suddenly requested to join the official safety zone in Sucheng. With your guidance and support, she entered the safety zone to serve as your informant in Sucheng. On the 90th day, Qin Yushi confided in you about the harsh living conditions and treacherous human nature in the apocalyptic world. On the 96th day, a supply transport plane took a daring flight but fell from the sky above Yuncheng, as a completely safe route had yet to be established. On the 100th day, while exchanging intelligence, Qin Yushi experienced a fever, but you were unable to assist her. On the 101st day, after communicating with multiple parties, you decided to head to BC-10, where you would continue to oversee official intelligence work. On the 102nd day, the plane you were on crashed mid-flight, but fortunately, you were well prepared and successfully parachuted to safety. On the 110th day, after traversing hundreds of kilometers, you arrived in Sucheng. On the 111th day, you reunited with Qin Yushi, and that night, you engaged in an intimate relationship. On the 112th day, before the dense fog arrived, you made your way to BC-10. The simulation text gradually progressed, yet it seemed that this round of simulation merely continued from the last. With your global link talent, you joined the officials in an effort to collect intelligence on a broader scale. Naturally, Suze saw no issue with this choice. On the contrary, it was precisely the simulation content he wished to observe. Whether it was the hidden Easter eggs in the apocalypse or the falling stars at the end of the world, all required intelligence to uncover the ultimate secrets. However, as the simulation advanced to this moment, there were no particularly captivating developments to draw Suze's attention. The one who had once intrigued him the most, Qi Xiaoye, did not seem to possess as complex a background as he had imagined, at least in the simulation. He treated Qi Xiaoye as an ordinary girl. If one were to insist, this girl was remarkable enough to earn a perfect score upon first glance, and Suze would not mind if there were more like her. Additionally, it is worth mentioning Qin Yushi. Surprisingly, the simulation version of himself had not included her. It was implausible that he was unaware of the implications of a random descent. After all, he had abandoned the secret of Avalon and had protected Chun Kaching within it before the apocalypse arrived. Given this, he could have easily brought Qin Yushi along. Only those who have endured the beatings of wildcats know the comforts of home, Suze mused with a smile. On the 115th day, fearing the impending fog, Qi Xiaoye remained inside Avalon all day, unwilling to venture out. On the 120th day, you began to research the advancement formula for third-tier awakeners. On the 126th day, you successfully assisted Qi Xiaoye in her advancement. On the 129th day, your intelligence network proved effective, and you uncovered information about the containment objects. On the 130th day, you received a set of photographs taken at the cost of an investigator's life. The images depicted a mysterious creature. From the photographs alone, you could glean little useful information, but when Qi Xiaoye passed by, she immediately recognized the containment object and revealed its secrets to you. You were astounded and pressed her for more details. She explained that the information about the containment object had suddenly appeared in her mind, and she did not know why. On the 131st day, you spent the entire day discussing the containment objects with Qi Xiaoye. You were certain that her ability to identify the containment object information did not stem from her linguistic resonance. On the 132nd day, you provided Qi Xiaoye with good food and drink, hoping she would recall other information about the containment objects. However, she was uncooperative, and that evening, you chastised her with your bath towel. On the 135th day, you received additional information regarding other containment objects. On the 136th day, after verifying the intelligence, you took the risk to personally investigate the location where the containment object appeared. During your investigation, you encountered a peculiar human-shaped music box. The moment you laid eyes on the music box, Qi Xiaoye once again deciphered the information regarding the mysterious creature and nervously warned you that if you could not escape its line of sight within 30 seconds, it would play music and kill you. You attempted to seize the initiative by attacking the music box, but to no avail. You managed to escape. On the 137th day, in response to the music box's characteristics, you devised a new plan, utilizing a mechanism to break free from its line of sight. You launched a relentless assault on the music box 20 times, ultimately destroying it on a physical level. You brought the remains of the music box back for further study. Astonishingly, you had slain a containment object. Sitting at your desk, Suze straightened up and meticulously read this significant segment of the simulation. First and foremost, a crucial discovery emerged. The girl named Qi Xiaoya was indeed no ordinary person. She possessed the ability to directly read the information of containment objects. Strictly speaking, this was the first time in the simulation that Su Zhe had explicitly and thoroughly acquired information about a containment object. Furthermore, it was evident that these containment objects were not invincible, which could be inferred from the simulation. In fact, similar information had appeared in the previous round of simulation, where someone had controlled a powerful containment object and wreaked havoc, only to be backfired later for reasons unknown. So, what was the significance of slaying containment object? Su Zhe pondered as he continued with the simulation. Chapter 45. An Unconventional Path to Awakening. On the 138th day, you dedicated the entire day to studying the remains of the containment object. On the 139th day, you summoned loyal professionals to join you in your research of the remains. Together, you concluded that the material constituting the containment object's body was simply ordinary substances found in nature. On the 140th day, you continued your research. On the 145th day, you concluded your study of the containment object's remains, yet you did not acquire any further useful information. Was that it? Holding a pen, Su Zhe hesitated, unsure if he should commit the information to paper. Clearly, the simulation version of himself had truly exerted effort in the research. He had even summoned others for assistance, yet still, he had not garnered much valuable intelligence. This left only two possibilities. Either the research direction was misguided, or there truly was not much to investigate. Taking a deep breath, Su Zhe simply recorded that the containment objects were composed of ordinary materials. A piece of information that might not prove particularly useful. It was not a total loss. One of his simulation objectives for the day had been to gather intelligence on these containment objects, although the information acquired thus far was scant. He had the remarkable Qi Xiaoya by his side. As long as he found her at the right time and place in the upcoming simulations and traveled alongside her, similar intelligence would surely increase. Moreover, this round of simulation was far from over. Perhaps even more explosive revelations will emerge in the simulated text. On the 165th day, amidst thick fog, on the 177th day, you aided Qi Xiaoya in ascending to a fourth tier awakened. To your astonishment, you discovered her exceptional talent. During this advancement, she once again awakened the art of word spirits, now possessing 3 distinct forms. On the 178th day, you assisted Qin Yushi and Chun Keqing in their own advancements. By the 180th day, a multitude of chosen ones emerged in various safe zones, while you observed from the sidelines. On the 192nd day, you took decisive action and eliminated a fleeing chosen one. On the 193rd day, heavy snow fell. The following day, the snow ceased, and Qi Xiaoya, playful as ever, suggested building snowmen on the rooftop. The blood moon cast an eerie hue over the snowmen, yet you found the scenery delightful. After a playful tussle with Qin Yushi and Chun Keqing, Qi Xiaoya, breathless, sat beside you. Following a conversation, she bestowed upon you a soft kiss, and you heard her heartfelt whisper, expressing her fondness for you. Lost in a daze, you realized you had become awakened. On the 195th day, you secretly explored your newfound powers, discovering that your strength surpassed that of the current 4th tier awakened. Later, you shared your transformation with Qi Xiaoya and the others. On the 196th day, together you pondered the reasons behind your sudden awakening, even questioning whether you should indeed be called an awakened. By the 197th day, you were convinced that your transformation was akin to those of the awakened around you. Accepting your new reality on the 198th day, you remained vigilant about the details of life, uncertain of what had triggered your miraculous awakening. At this moment, the simulated text before Su Zhe widened his eyes in astonishment. Initially, he had anticipated subsequent simulations would yield further information regarding containment objects, yet he was taken aback by this unexpected surprise. A goal he had nearly forgotten, or perhaps abandoned, had suddenly reignited, becoming an awakened. What could have triggered this transformation? Su Zhe pondered deeply, rereading the previous simulation content. No clear signals emerged from his thorough examination. Furthermore, the simulated version of himself appeared equally bewildered, unaware of the circumstances surrounding his awakening. What were the variables involved? Su Zhe continued to reflect, contrasting this simulation with countless previous iterations. Without question, the most significant variable was the enigmatic beauty, Qi Xiaoya. Following closely was his act of eliminating a containment object during this round of simulation. Yet, neither of these factors seemed pivotal. If Qi Xiaoya was the catalyst, why had her presence not prompted his awakening earlier? After more than 100 days of coexistence, what had led to his sudden transformation? If the elimination of the containment object was the key, the delay was perplexingly long. Surely, it could not be attributed to her affection for him. Suze scratched his head, bemused. Strangely enough, there was a slight possibility that this was indeed the answer, albeit a minuscule one. He decided to continue with the simulation. Reflecting, Suze redirected his gaze to the simulator. On the 233rd day, the fog persisted, and Qi Xiaoya remained fearful, staying hidden within Avalon. By the 250th day, you had once again acquired intelligence regarding containment objects, but due to the distance of the incident, you chose to forego an investigation. On the 270th day, after expending considerable manpower and resources, you obtained a photograph of a containment object. Upon viewing it, Qi Xiaoya revealed its secret. However, in her description, the containment object depicted was beyond your capacity to confront. Though you were intrigued to explore its mysteries, you were unwilling to risk your life. The 288th day saw the continuation of the fog. By the 305th day, weary of worldly troubles, you began to cleanse your enemies. On the 330th day, a cataclysm struck. You gazed upward, witnessing the stars fall. Congratulations, you have survived until the end of the apocalypse. For this simulation, your evaluation read, Drink Shinbao, the apocalypse welcomes you both. You were presented with 3 simulation rewards from which to choose. 1. A random drop, purple. 2. Information about a containment object. 3. Axe King, green. Suze dismissed the simulation rewards outright. Had the second reward pertained to information about Qi Xiaoya, he might have hesitated. Yet, as it was merely information about a containment object, he chose to forego it. Containment objects varied in strength. During the simulator's cool-down period, Suze reviewed the simulation text. Although he had again received information regarding containment objects after 270 days post-apocalypse, he had opted out of exploration. This was understandable. Survival was paramount in the simulation. Moreover, with life being so comfortable, one would hardly risk it for something of dubious value. However, just how formidable could this containment object be? A question arose in Suze's mind. This query, of course, could not be answered immediately and would depend on future simulations. Qi Xiaoya, he whispered, a smile gracing his lips. Very well. The foremost task before the apocalypse was to locate this mysterious beauty. Chapter 46, A New Talent Descends. The cool-down period for the simulator has concluded. The brief 10 minutes quickly elapsed. Eager to explore new horizons, Suze promptly initiated a new round of simulations. Inherent Talent, Deadly Curse, blue. Selected. Simulation commences on the first day. The apocalypse arrived as scheduled. Your flight landed smoothly at Yun City Airport, accompanied by Chun Kaching. As you proceeded to check into the Jingyi Hotel. On the second day, temperatures plummeted. By the 19th day, you had again slain 3 awakened, solidifying your dominance within the safe zone. On the 41st day, an awakened armed with firearms attempted to challenge your rule. You mercilessly eliminated them, displaying their corpse outside as a warning. After waiting for 2 long months, the anticipated fog finally arrived on the 61st day. Lacking precise intelligence, you could only fumble blindly through the fog. The good news was that you did not lose your way. The bad news was that you failed to find the one you sought. Qi Xiaoya was not present in the fog. On the 62nd day, you exerted all your strength in a continued search for Qi Xiaoya. By the 70th day, still without any news of her, you began to suspect she may have met with misfortune. On the 117th day, you set the pursuit of Qi Xiaoya as a long-term goal, continuously utilizing your intelligence network to gather information about her. On the 329th day, you still had not located Qi Xiaoya, nor had you become an awakened. Thankfully, with your formidable talent, you remained nearly invincible. On the 330th day, a great earthquake struck and the stars fell, signaling what seemed to be the apocalypse's end. Congratulations, you have completed all apocalyptic simulations. The inherent talent set aside, green, was chosen. On the first day, the apocalypse arrived as anticipated, and you, along with Chun Kaching, stayed at the Jingyi Hotel in Yun City. On the second day, the temperature plummeted. By the 61st day, thick fog enveloped the area. You confided in Chun Kaching about your plans, intending to venture into the fog, relying on your talent in hopes of locating Qi Xiaoya. Unfortunately, you failed losing your way in the fog without finding the person you sought. On the 101st day, you joined BC-10, overseeing intelligence operations as you continued your search for Qi Xiaoya. The inherent talent Burn the Boats, Blue, was selected. On the first day, the apocalypse arrived as expected, and you chose Yin City as your starting point. By the 61st day, you informed Chun Keqing of your adventurous intentions, although she expressed her disapproval, recognizing your determination. She accompanied you into the fog. There, you lost your way, encountered formidable foes, and fled back to Avalon, only to be pursued by terrifying monsters. Exhausting your healing energy, you both perished. The inherent talent Death's Scythe, Green, was chosen. On the first day, the apocalypse arrived as expected, and you selected SC-35 as your starting point. By the 61st day, using the globally linked talent, you controlled an ordinary person from Yin City to enter the fog in search of Qi Xiaoya, but regrettably found no useful leads. On the 115th day, you continued your search for Qi Xiaoya, yet your obsession had waned. By the 192nd day, you received intelligence about a containment object. Due to its proximity, you proceeded to investigate, inadvertently awakening a powerful containment entity that pursued you, leading to your demise after exhausting all healing energy. Time passed swiftly, over 2 hours had elapsed. The content displayed on the simulator gradually calmed Su Zhe's restless spirit. Unexpected troubles had arisen. Initially, he believed that if he searched in the vicinity of the hotel on the day the fog first appeared, he would encounter the enigmatic girl, Qi Xiaoya. However, reality proved otherwise. Numerous simulation attempts had ended in failure. Regardless of the methods he employed, whether recklessly venturing forth or using the global link to control others into the fog, he was unable to find her. Could it be that certain information misled him? Su Zhe furrowed his brow, pondering where the issue lay. Was it the location, the timing, or perhaps both? If only he knew her appearance. Letting out a deep sigh, Su Zhe felt a sense of helplessness. The global link talent was of no use at this moment. Besides a name, he needed at least a general idea of her appearance to directly lock onto her for a link attempt. Logically, investigating her appearance shouldn't be difficult. An official population system could provide the information at a glance. But could the simulated version of himself not have thought of this? He must have attempted this method already without success, which is why he had to resort to such a clumsy approach. What if she was merely a special existence that appeared due to his previous talent? Tapping his fingers on the table, Su Zhe considered this possibility. If that were the case, there would be no need for further attempts unless he drew the identical talent again. Thus, he had to accept this reality. She was merely a fleeting glimpse in his simulation. Contemplating this, Su Zhe scoffed, a fierce determination crossing his face. No, he had to find this girl named Qi Xiaoya. Without her, his journey through the apocalypse felt devoid of something crucial. Setting aside other considerations, her innate ability to identify containment object intelligence was enough for him to invest heavily in finding her. Not to mention that Qi Xiaoya seemed to be the key to his awakening as well. However, if he truly could not find her, then the latter part of those previous simulations would represent the choices he would have to make. He needed to seek her out, but without risking his life. After all, in earlier simulations, terrifying creatures had appeared that he could not evade even with Avalon. This alone indicated that he could not afford to be reckless in the apocalypse. The cooldown period of the simulator had ended. Amidst his tangled thoughts, he immediately initiated a new round of simulations. The apocalypse simulation had begun. Please select one of the following 3 talents as your inherent talent for this simulation. Arrival. Gold, you can instantaneously transport a certain amount of matter, including yourself, to a specific target point. After transport, you may remain at the destination for up to 7 hours, during which you can choose to return at any time. Healing Kiss. Green, your kiss can heal others, but such healing will deplete your energy. Far-reaching ears. Green, your ears are exceptionally keen, allowing you to hear sound from great distances, but you must concentrate to utilize this talent effectively. Chapter 47. New Discoveries, Changing Catastrophe Dates. The inherent talent Arrival has been selected. The simulation begins. On the first day, the apocalypse arrived as anticipated, and you chose SC-35, the geographical code for Sioux City, as your starting point. On the second day, the temperature dropped sharply and panic spread, although your household was well-stocked. Chun Keqing insisted on going out to procure supplies, but alas, the rush of people left you empty-handed. On the third day, alarming news continued to pour in. On the 17th day, you defeated challengers once more and cultivated new informants. On the 18th day, you first truly employed the talent arrival, setting your transport point at Avalon and transporting only yourself to the BC-18 safe zone, where you handed a middle-aged woman a substantial sum before choosing to return. You now clearly understood how to utilize the talent arrival, feeling grateful for possessing the global link talent, as otherwise, using arrival would have been rather inconvenient. By the 61st day, the fog arrived, and you had already positioned 7 informants in Yun City, sending them all into the fog. 6 returned empty-handed, while 1 became lost in a mist. This lost informant encountered horrifying creatures, and due to shared vision, you too beheld the indescribable monster, depleting a layer of healing energy to regain your composure. On the 62nd day, you continued to control your informants, searching for traces of Qi Xiaoya in Yun City. On the 101st day, you arrived at BC-10, resuming your role in overseeing intelligence operations. On the 153rd day, you received intelligence regarding containment objects or mythical creatures, yet you had no intention of further investigation, as the terrifying creature you had witnessed on the 61st day still haunted you. You understood that within that unknown, dark sea, countless terrifying entities capable of ending your life lurked, and you were unwilling to take the risk. On the 305th day, you still could not locate Qi Xiaoya. On the 315th day, while contending with other factions, you acquired information about nuclear weapons, leading to their detonation under your orchestration, resulting in an unknown number of casualties. On the 325th day, a massive earthquake struck, and stars fell from the sky. Congratulations, you have completed all apocalypse simulations. This simulation's evaluation, the oldest and most profound human emotion, is fear, and you have been fortunate enough to experience it. Please select one of the following 3 simulation rewards. 1. Arrival, gold. 2. Healing kiss, green. 3. Far-reaching ears, green. At his desk, Su Zhe's gaze appeared somewhat dazed. This is not merely a matter of triviality. Rather, it is due to the plethora of intriguing content that has emerged during this round of simulation. Initially, concerning the intelligence on Qi Xiaoya, there has been little progress. Thus it shall be set aside for now. Then, there is the golden talent I selected in this simulation, which is relatively straightforward. The crux of utilizing this talent lies in knowing the precise target point to ensure a safe passage. This, too, shall not be delved into for the moment. What truly occupies Su Zhe's thoughts at this juncture are 2 points of significance. The first is the terrifying creature he encountered on the 61st day of the apocalypse. The simulation content did not explicitly describe the nature of this being. However, merely catching a glimpse of it compelled him to rely on the fallen gift to heal himself. In other words, had he lacked the ability to heal, merely looking at this entity could have been fatal. What level of horror does such a being embody? While pondering this, Su Zhe silently heightened his vigilance regarding the apocalypse. On foggy days, it is best to refrain from wandering outside. Reflecting on this, it becomes apparent that every time fog enveloped the simulation, Qi Xiaoya exhibited considerable fear. Initially, when he first reviewed this simulation, he assumed her fear stemmed from having lost her way in the fog, leaving her with lingering effects. Yet, it now appears that her trepidation may be due to a heightened sensitivity towards those horrifying entities. In addition to this intelligence regarding mythical creatures, there is another piece of news that has captured Su Zhe's attention. Why has the end date of the apocalypse been moved forward? It has always been the 330th day when the stars fall, marking the apocalypse's conclusion. Yet in this round of simulation, this fixed date has shifted, occurring several days earlier. Could it be due to a nuclear bomb? As Su Zhe ponders this text, questions arise. This indeed represents a variable. In previous simulations, he had also received information regarding nuclear bombs, but there was no indication that anyone intended to detonate one, or perhaps someone did, but from a distance so great that it fell beyond the reach of his intelligence network. This warrants further investigation. Su Zhe concludes that he shall observe this aspect in subsequent simulations. However, for the moment, he cannot continue his observations, as he must select the talent of descent. After all, it is a golden talent, and Su Zhe believes that its highest level must possess its own rationale, thus it cannot be overlooked. Moreover, he need not worry about the remaining simulation time being insufficient, for after this round's cooldown concludes, he has a full 19 hours to indulge in apocalyptic simulations, so long as he times his choices for rewards accordingly. A sudden thud resonates from the guest room. It seems some clumsy individual has inadvertently bumped their forehead, suppressing a sound of embarrassment. Suze chuckles knowingly, regaining his focus to select the simulation reward. Selected simulation reward. Descent, Golden. Apocalypse Simulator entering cooldown. 19 hours 59 minutes. Shortly thereafter, the door to the guest room slowly creaks open. Shin-Kaching cautiously peeks her head out. Awake? There are ingredients in the fridge. How about you showcase your culinary skills and prepare us 2 breakfasts? In the study, Suze tilts his head, smiling at her. Oh sure, I'll get right on it. Upon hearing that the task involves her forte in cooking, Shin-Kaching immediately springs into action. Before long, she presents 2 exquisite breakfasts at the dining table. Suze is already seated at the table, ready, though he is currently on the phone. All right, he responds, listening intently. Wow, this really gives off the vibe that my husband is a successful figure, busy with business affairs. She muses, feeling slightly bashful, unaware that her innermost thoughts are being overheard. Shin-Kaching bites her lip, sweetly reflecting on her feelings. On the other side, Suze finishes his call swiftly, then remarks while eating breakfast, after we finish, we should move to our new place. It's a good opportunity to stretch a bit. Shin-Kaching's mouth drops open in surprise. Huh? Several hours later, Shin-Kaching assists in carrying a bag of luggage to Suze's newly purchased home. I am exhausted. She drops the luggage onto the ground and collapses onto the sofa. In truth, there isn't much to move. She merely lacks physical stamina. The reason for moving is evident. This community is the very location Suze has repeatedly chosen as the starting point for the apocalypse in his simulations. The safe zone SC-35. Of course, at this moment, no one is yet aware of this designation. You've worked hard, Suze remarks as he catches up from behind, closing the door and inquiring, by the way, you high school students still have evening classes tonight, right? Chapter 48, Storytime. Transitioning from a newlywed to a struggling repeat student is merely a matter of moments. Shin-Kaching sits up from the sofa, her voice bright as she replies, yes, we have evening self-study, but isn't it a bit inconvenient for us to move around right now? Suze, understanding she refers to the matter concerning the young master of the Bai family, feigns seriousness. It's all right. Life must continue, as usual. We can't allow his actions to restrain us. Shin-Kaching acknowledges with a soft "oh," dismissing what little urge she had to request a leave. To be honest, her reluctance to return to school primarily stems from the news of her parents' passing being leaked. She worries about facing the odd glances upon her return. She certainly does not wish to break down in tears before the public eye again. After lunch, Suze dedicates himself to constructing Avalon. The project is extensive, and he is determined not to leave it unfinished even days after the apocalypse strikes. When the time is right, he invites Shin-Kaching, drives them to the school, and personally drops her off. Upon reaching a nearby parking space, he turns off the engine and assures her, I will remain here. Should anything unexpected occur, remember to notify me at once, as we previously agreed. I shall arrive promptly. Suppressing a smile, Suze states with sincerity, okay, I know. Shin-Kaching nods vigorously. She then opens the car door, stepping out and heading toward the school's back entrance. Is that guy by really that formidable? What if someone knocks me out from behind, and I can't send a message? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could someone as clever as I be taken down? As the distance increases, her inner thoughts gradually fade. Suze, meanwhile, returns his gaze to the road, chuckling to himself. I can only apologize for the next couple of days before the apocalypse arrives. I shall have to use this reason to keep you close to me. Buzz. His phone vibrates. Suze picks it up, glancing at the incoming message from Qin Yushir. Without hesitation, he replies with a real-time location. Before long, a graceful figure appears at the car window. Qin Yushir is dressed in a distinctly campus style today, sporting a short windbreaker over a white sweatshirt that accentuates her curves, paired with loose-fitting jeans that do little to conceal her shapely figure. This spot is quite difficult to locate, she complains as she opens the passenger door. Once seated, she rubs her hands together to warm them, unwittingly drawing attention with her every move. Even mundane actions seem captivating when performed by her. Speak, what is it? Suze inquires with a gentle smile, getting straight to the point, such a stiff tone, as if urging me to finish quickly. Sit with me. Are you really that displeased? Qin Yushir pouts, complaining while she takes the wheel, yet she does not waste any time and continues. There is indeed something that piques my curiosity. Bai Jimao has gone missing. Yes, I am aware, Suze nods. You know? Qin Yushi raises her brows in surprise. I killed him. Suze's expression was as calm as that of a corpse. It was rare to witness such a profound stillness on Qin Yushi's face. Could this be true? Although I had considered this possibility, it seemed too far-fetched. Yet, given Suze's character, would he jest with me regarding such matters? Is there anything else? Suze said earnestly, my mood is quite good today. As long as you inquire, I shall divulge. I suppressed my astonishment, and after a few moments of contemplation, Qin Yushi asked with a smile, why did you kill him? Suze pondered for a moment before suddenly laughing. When I was in elementary school, I was quite mischievous and often kept behind by the homeroom teacher for stern talking to. However, I was incorrigible, no matter how many times I was reprimanded. I continued my antics. Though the teacher did not favor such students, my father told him it was fine if I dared to engage in such behavior. I must have already contemplated the consequences. Upon returning home, my father even remarked to my mother that it is precisely those who dare to cause trouble who can achieve great things in the future. Fortunately, Chen Kuqing was not present. Had she been there, she would have widened her eyes and questioned, didn't your parents pass away before you finished elementary school? Qin Yushi remained silent, and as Suze spoke, the smile on her face gradually intensified. Mischief was the motive, the ability to bear the consequences afterward was. Could it truly be him who did it? How curious. This man grows increasingly handsome in my eyes. Engaging in conversation with an intelligent individual proves to be rather effortless. A simple fabrication suffices, and they comprehend it readily. Do you require my assistance? After a considerable pause, Qin Yushi finally spoke again. How can you assist? Susefagnet curiosity. Of course, I shall help you with my words. Qin Yushi raised her chin proudly. Just with your words? Suze inquired with a smile. Isn't that sufficient? Qin Yushi huffed, elaborating further. Their family cannot find anyone and is becoming somewhat anxious, suspecting who has kidnapped him. Therefore, what I can do for you is to help clear your name, assuring them that Bai Jimao's disappearance has nothing to do with an ordinary university student like you, even though he intended to deal with you before vanishing, making you a person of interest. That sounds quite reasonable. Suze chuckled softly. Then it is settled. We are now allies. Qin Yushi nonchalantly formed an alliance with Suze before opening the car door. I thought she intended to exit, but she suddenly sat back down. I can't take it anymore. Qin Yushi's beautiful eyes widened as she scrutinized Suze. I must ask one more question. How did you manage to do it? Unless you are willing to assist me with your words right now, this matter shall remain a secret forever. Suze resolutely declined to answer. He had no intention of revealing everything to Qin Yushi at this moment. Admitting directly that he had committed the act was merely a tactic to pique her curiosity. As for the utility of that curiosity, surely she would not divulge it to me. I'm being toyed with. He deliberately aroused my curiosity. Ah, Min, I concede you have captured my attention. With a hidden domineering aura, Qin Yushi locked eyes with Suze for a few seconds, and upon confirming he would not divulge anything, she reluctantly abandoned her pursuit of the truth. To be honest, she only believed half of what Suze had said at that moment, for she could not fathom how he accomplished it. Yet, if it were truly Suze who had done it, she would feel a twinge of fear. Someone capable of making Bai Jimao vanish without a trace could likely do the same to her. It was precisely this consideration that led Qin Yushi to refrain from inquiring how he achieved it. The more one knows, the more perilous it becomes. This adage has its wisdom. Cough, if you want to speak, then so be it. Qin Yushi reopened the car door, and this time she truly exited. Before departing, she turned back to add, if you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call me. Now, I shall not delay you in meeting your little girlfriend. On the way, she had asked Suze why he had parked there, thus realizing he was waiting for Chen Kuqing to finish her classes. In truth, he was not solely waiting for Chen Kuqing. He was engrossed in constructing the internal structure of Avalon. Thus, any location would suffice. Chapter 49. The prelude to the end times has arrived. Before long, it was time for class to end. Delicate raindrops fell from the sky. Sucheng, being a southern city, experiences only light snow, even on the coldest days. In the urban area, snowfall is even rarer. At this moment, Suze held an umbrella, waiting at the school gate. He gazed up at the falling raindrops, contemplating whether such rain would still be seen the day after the apocalypse, when the temperature would plummet. Suze. Chen Kuqing's voice pulled Suze from his reverie. Pouting slightly, She emerged from the throng of students and sheltered herself under Su Zhe's umbrella. Oh, should I link my arm with his? I feel a bit shy. I wonder how that girl did it so naturally yesterday. Like a reflection of her inner thoughts, Chun Kuching's face was tinged with bashfulness. She had evidently imagined herself in the role of a girlfriend, though she appeared somewhat naive. Had she been a girl with a tad more experience, she would have undoubtedly clung to Su Zhe, prompting him to affirm their romantic relationship. Yet, Chun Kuching had not considered such a notion. She simply assumed that Su Zhe must quite like her as well. Wouldn't that suffice? If Chun Kuching were to inquire, "What is our relationship now?" Su Zhe would find himself in a difficult position, as he advocated for a stance of neither initiating nor refusing. Just as at this moment, he was acutely aware of Chun Kuching's flustered and hesitant voice, yet he remained passive, holding the umbrella and maintaining their distance, engaging in idle chatter. Soon after, they entered the car, with Chun Kuching fastening her seatbelt in the passenger seat. Wow, it feels like when my parents used to pick me up after school. Is this what being in love feels like? I really like it. Suddenly, she detected a hint of perfume in the air, suggesting that another girl had previously occupied this seat. It seemed to be a natural talent of women to discern the lingering scent of a vixen in the atmosphere. Thankfully, Su Zhe was prepared. "Chin, you sure came to see me and sat in your seat for a while," Su Zhe calmly remarked as he started the car. "She is the informant I mentioned. She will notify us of any developments." Oh, Chun Kuching blinked her clear eyes, trusting him without suspicion. "Is there anything you wish to buy?" Su Zhe redirected the conversation. I want to purchase some snacks," Chun Kuching responded earnestly after a moment's thought. Little did she know that she would suddenly wish to stockpile snacks the day before the impending apocalypse. Su Zhe obliged her request, taking her to his convenience store. "Feel free to take whatever you like." "Really? Then I'm going for it." Chun Kuching's face radiated happiness as she began to fill her pockets with her spoils, as if she had won a grand prize in a shopping spree. Meanwhile, Su Zhe conversed with the store manager at the counter. He initially planned to close the store the day after tomorrow, but since he happened to be there, he concocted an excuse for the manager to take a few days off. Before long, Chun Kuching returned with several bags of snacks and daily necessities, placing them in the back seat of the car. Having just moved, there were still some items she needed to purchase, so she casually selected a few things from the store. After all, they were for Su Zhe himself, so she felt no hesitation. Although they had moved to a new home, the atmosphere remained quite similar to the previous night, remarkably tranquil. Chun Kuching leaned over the desk, perusing her book for a while until Su Zhe urged her to wash up and go to bed. "Is it finally time? Are you going to make me clean up?" She thought to herself, "I mustn't be too nervous. I planned this out yesterday. At least I must refuse 3 times, or rather 2 times. I need to refuse at least twice. Otherwise, how will he value me?" The musings of a young girl are consistently intriguing. Unfortunately, according to Su Zhe's plan, she would not even have the opportunity to refuse once. Of course, this plan was not to be executed at this moment. Countdown to the apocalypse, 23 hours, 58 minutes. Cooldown time remaining for the apocalypse simulator, 5 hours, 3 minutes. The time until the apocalypse drew ever closer. In the time of Su Zhe, urgency was not a pressing concern, yet he found himself lacking ample leisure. He needed to utilize the cooling period of the simulator to continue constructing Avalon. Once the cooling time elapsed, he would need to immerse himself entirely in the apocalyptic simulation for the final hours, making the most of every moment. Only after he had thoroughly gleaned all the apocalyptic intelligence he sought would he choose a simulation reward, subsequently concluding the 10th version of the simulator and awaiting the true arrival of the apocalypse. In the blink of an eye, the clock approached 5 in the morning, and the simulator's cooling time was about to end. Su Zhe took a deep breath and withdrew his focus from Avalon. Rising, he made his way to the kitchen for a cup of hot water before returning to his desk. His new home was a touch more luxurious than his previous residence. Situated in a high-end community where both land and housing prices were considerably elevated. At that moment, the view from his new study was also distinct, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offering glimpses of the tranquil night. As he awaited the conclusion of the final cooling period, Su Zhe casually swiped open his phone. The built-in browser displayed a news headline that captured his attention. Su Zhe murmured softly before clicking on the article. On the other side of the planet, unusual occurrences had been reported. The content of the news startled him for a fleeting moment, although the article's description was rather ambiguous. It mentioned that the moon in that region appeared peculiar both in color and size. While many might dismiss such news as mere media fabrication, Suze recognized it as a reference to the blood moon mentioned in the simulation text. Was the apocalypse arriving ahead of schedule? This thought lingered in Suze's mind for a mere fraction of a second, as he quickly realized that his understanding of time, rooted in human perception, had led him to a premature conclusion. The apocalypse had not arrived early. It was simply descending upon this world in its rightful manner. In other words, the apocalypse would not occur suddenly, like an asteroid colliding with the Earth, but would instead unfold gradually over time. Just as humanity measures a day by the rotation of the planet over 24 hours, if there were a future for humanity, they would record on a certain year, month, and day the commencement of the apocalyptic era. Yet in truth, prior to that day, the apocalypse had already begun its terrifying prelude. The simulator evidently operated on this very concept, precisely appearing in Suze's line of sight at midnight a few days prior. Cooling time of the simulator has concluded. The words on the screen flickered. Suze withdrew his gaze from the phone, a smile gracing his face. The apocalypse had arrived, but fortunately, he possessed the simulator. Apocalypse simulation has commenced. Please select one of the following 3 talents as your inherent talent for this simulation. Chapter 50. A meeting method like a fixed ritual. Inherent talent Mission Impossible, purple selected. Simulation begins. Day 1. The apocalypse arrives as expected. You choose SC35 as your starting point. Day 2. A sudden drop in temperature. Day 61. The fog arrives. You have long been prepared. Dispatching 7 operatives under your command into the fog to search for Qi Xiaoya. You personally teleport from Su City to Yun City, bravely entering the fog in search of her. You fail, but fortunately, neither you nor your operatives lose your way in the fog, and you all retreat safely. Day 103. You bring your family to BC-10, where you will continue to oversee intelligence operations. Day 113. With the support of a robust intelligence network, you receive news of nuclear weapons. Unable to suppress your curiosity, you ponder whether the fixed date of the fog's arrival might, like the apocalypse's conclusion, be subject to change. You begin to devise a plan to detonate some nuclear bombs. Day 115. Fog. Day 119. With your strong advocacy, several bombers bravely take off, crossing multiple polluted zones, ultimately succeeding in entering the airspace of a certain island nation, blindly dropping a nuclear bomb. Day 160. The fog arrives 5 days earlier than anticipated, leading you to conclude that both the fog and the apocalypse's conclusion are not necessarily fixed to a specific date, though you remain uncertain about the role nuclear bombs play as a variable. Inherent talent Indifferent Killer, blue, selected. Simulation begins. Day 1. The apocalypse arrives as expected. You choose SC35 as your birthplace in the apocalypse. Day 2. A sudden drop in temperature. Day 19. You complete the deployment of operatives in Yun City, beginning your advanced investigation into all intelligence related to Qi Xiaoya. Day 39. You still have not obtained any information regarding Qi Xiaoya. Day 61. The fog arrives, and you release all your operatives, recklessly wandering in the mist. 2 of your operatives lose their way. Though initially positioned far apart, they coincidentally meet in the fog. You know this is a common occurrence in the fog. People can unknowingly teleport, which often leads to disorientation. You lose 2 operatives to unknown creatures in the fog, who snap their necks. Day 62. The fog dissipates. And once again, you fail to locate Qi Xiaoya. Day 130. You unexpectedly receive intelligence regarding a containment object and, leveraging your indifferent killer talent, proceed to investigate. Day 131. For safety, you decide to use global links to control others to investigate the containment object that resembles a giant insect. Initially, it does not attack your operatives, but when one of them picks up a jewel that has fallen on the ground, your operative is instantaneously killed by the containment object. Assessing your own strength against the containment object, you abandon the investigation and decisively retreat. Day 330. A major earthquake. The stars fall. Congratulations. You have survived until the end of the apocalypse. Cooling time of the simulator, 9 minutes and 50 seconds. As the time turned to just past 6 in the morning, dawn broke outside, and the water cup on the desk was nearly empty. Suze's gaze remained fixed on the simulator's text, awaiting the cooling time to conclude once more. Simultaneously, he analyzed the intelligence that had emerged in the simulation. Still unable to locate her? What could possibly be amiss? His determination to find Qi Xiaoye was driven not just by curiosity about the stunning girl's appearance, but also because, without her, he could never hope to become an awakened one or study those enigmatic containment objects. Unfortunately, his survival in the simulation would always take precedence. Without clear information on containment objects, he could never dare to investigate. A lack of daring investigations meant that the path to becoming an awakened one would remain obscured. It is also worth noting that he had ascertained that the arrival dates of the fog and the apocalypse's conclusion were not fixed. However, Suze could not provide a precise explanation for this variability. Regardless, after acquiring this intelligence, he had largely avoided nuclear bombs in subsequent simulations. This reasoning was straightforward. The version of himself in the simulation merely wished to survive a few more days. Interacting with nuclear bombs would only hasten the apocalypse's conclusion, offering him no advantage whatsoever. Ding! The alarm clock in the bedroom rang out, only to be swiftly silenced. It must be Chun Kuching preparing to rise. Being a high school senior was undoubtedly arduous, requiring early mornings and late nights. Yet, Suze paid little attention to Chun Kuching. The cooling time of the simulator has just concluded. He sits at his desk, ready to continue the simulation. The apocalypse simulation has commenced. Please select one inherent talent from the following 3 options for this simulation. Death Singer. Green, your voice possesses formidable lethality, even when your physical form perishes. Your song will resonate in the world for a fleeting moment. Christmas Tree. Blue, you can plant a seed of a Christmas tree in your enemy's rear. If the enemy does not expel the seed within a day, the Christmas tree will expand their body, ultimately leading to their demise. Free Play. Gold, you will not receive any talent, but a certain intense desire of yours may be fulfilled. The golden talent has appeared. Suze's gaze fixates on that gleam of gold. Without hesitation, he selects this golden talent and, before the simulation commences, repeats to himself the phrase about an intense desire. It can only be to find Qi Xiaoye. Although Suze has other information about the apocalypse he wishes to uncover, such as the terrifying secrets concealed within the fog and how to become an awakened, none of this information is as vital as finding Qi Xiaoye. After all, locating her may yield not just one, but multiple precious pieces of crucial information. Simulation begins. Day 1. The apocalypse arrives as scheduled. You choose the SE-35 safe zone as your starting point. Day 2. The temperature plummets. Day 19. Utilizing absolute force, you once again solidify your prestige within the safe zone while continuing to strengthen your desire to find Qi Xiaoye. Day 30. Without any warning, you are convinced that the free play talent is beginning to take effect. Day 33. Your desire intensifies and inspiration strikes. You immediately employ the talent of arrival to reach Yunsheng. You head to Yunsheng's 18 middle school, which is now a contaminated zone, but you proceed directly inside. Guided by the talent, you enter the school's playground, ascend the stairs of exit 3 for 12 steps, and upon stepping onto the 13th step, you silently count to 13 in your heart. You seem to enter another space where you encounter the person you long to see. Qi Xiaoye appears before you, seemingly having entered this space before you. After conversing, you discover that you are trapped in a confined space. And further investigation reveals that unless you solve the math problem on one side of the blackboard, you cannot escape. The math problem on the blackboard is as challenging as the final question on a college entrance examination. As a university student, you have long surpassed your peak knowledge period. Thus, you entrust Qi Xiaoye with the task, hoping she can solve it. But after 3 hours of deep contemplation, she finds herself stumped even on the first question. After contemplating for a moment, you manage to solve the problem just before the arrival time concludes, allowing you both to escape the confined space. Day 34. Utilizing the arrival talent, you bring Qi Xiaoye back from Yunsheng. Throughout the following day, you quietly investigate Qi Xiaoye, just as you imagined. She has forgotten all memories prior to meeting you. Using your informants in Yunsheng, you investigate the contaminated zone surrounding 18 middle school, discovering that this zone was refreshed just the previous day. Day 35. You compile all the intelligence and conclude that the fog and Qi Xiaoye's appearance are unrelated. The second refresh of the contaminated zone where 18 middle school is located is the key to the girl's appearance. Therefore, if you wish to find Qi Xiaoye, you must act before the fog arrives. Otherwise, after the fog, the contaminated zone will refresh once more, and you will lose the opportunity to find her. With a swift motion, the pen glides back and forth across the paper. Suze meticulously records the content of the simulation text. Is this considered a reward gleaned for free? He chuckles to himself, feeling quite pleased. Now he comprehends where the issue lies. No wonder he was unable to replicate the scene of meeting Qi Xiao Yi during the previous simulations. The fog was indeed a ruse. That fog was not a signal for meeting, but rather a signal of an ultimatum. Once the fog passes, finding Qi Xiao Yi would become an impossibility. Thus, if he simply replicates the method of meeting from this round of simulation, he will surely meet her when the true apocalypse arrives. Chapter 51. We control, we contain. The myths surrounding Qi Xiao Yi are still numerous. Suze has only resolved the first issue, knowing how to meet her. Hence, the next course of action will naturally involve relying on the simulation to pursue deeper secrets. Day 38. On Chun Ku-Ching's birthday, to celebrate, you take Qi Xiao Yi into Avalon. After several days of bathing in icy water, Qi Xiao Yi becomes entranced by the warmth of Avalon, declaring that she wishes to remain there for eternity. Day 40. Qi Xiao Yi becomes lost in the joy of the game. Day 50. Qi Xiao Yi, frustrated by her inadequate gaming skills, decides to heed your advice and abandon the notion of making life difficult for professional players. Day 59. You intentionally bathe with Chun Ku-Ching under Qi Xiao Yi's watchful gaze. Day 60. You bathe with Qi Xiao Yi. Day 61. The fog descends and you both hide in Avalon, remaining indoors and bathing all day long. Day 73. You gather sufficient information and prepare an advanced formula for Qi Xiao Yi. She does not disappoint you, easily becoming a second-tier awakened and simultaneously awakening her first-word spirit technique. Day 77. With your assistance, Chun Ku-Ching also ascends to a second-tier awakened. There are still differences among second-tier awakened. You organize a sparring session between Chun Ku-Ching and Qi Xiao Yi. Qi Xiao Yi triumphs effortlessly, astonishing even you with the combat techniques she displays. Yet she herself claims not to understand how she employs such skills. The simulation text progresses methodically. Suze patiently and attentively reads through each day's simulation content. As expected, just like previous simulations, the girl named Qi Xiao Yi remains exceedingly enigmatic. Each time she advances, she inevitably awakens a word spirit technique, a phenomenon Suze has yet to witness with anyone else despite numerous simulations. Aside from this, Qi Xiao Yi seems remarkably adept in combat. However, the reasons for her combat prowess remain a mystery to her, mirroring the enigma of her lost memories. Day 79. You establish contact with the officials of Sucheng. Day 81. After joining the officials, your intelligence network begins to yield results, and you acquire information regarding the appearance of containment objects. Day 82. You receive photographs of the containment objects and present them to Qi Xiao Yi. She accurately articulates the details of the containment object. It is a peculiar white mask, seemingly displayed in a showcase. Once someone approaches it, the mask attaches itself to the person's face and begins to manipulate them into self-harm until death ensues. Day 83. Based on the characteristics of the containment object, you devise a plan. With the assistance of Qi Xiao Yi and Chun Ku-Ching, you successfully contain the white mask, placing in a specially crafted glass box. However, you remain uncertain about how to dispose of it. Day 84. After considerable effort, you shatter the white mask, destroying it, yet the anticipated outcome does not occur. You do not become an awakened as a result. Day 103. With the concerted efforts of Qi Xiao Yi, Chun Ku-Ching, and Qin Yushi, you once again vanquish a strange containment object, but you still do not attain the status of an awakened. Day 110. While bathing with Qi Xiao Yi, you suddenly become an awakened. Day 112. You compile all the intelligence and conclude that you need to eliminate containment objects to become an awakened. Yet, for some reason, spending time with Qi Xiao Yi seems to contribute towards your goal of awakening. You cannot help but once again suspect that Qi Xiao Yi might be a containment object. On the 113th day, while bathing with Qi Xiao Yi, you silently pondered, regardless of whether Qi Xiao Yi is a containment object. The fact remains that she is your woman now. On the 129th day, you spread your network of intelligence, continuing to gather information regarding containment objects. Eliminating these entities is the rightful path to becoming an awakened. Suze meticulously documented crucial apocalyptic intelligence on paper. However, upon completing this entry, a bitter smile emerged on his face as he sensed the difficulty ahead. Based on previous simulations, It was evident that those containment objects appearing in the world possess varying degrees of strength. Yet, even the relatively weaker and more manageable ones still posed a challenge. With 5 golden talents at his disposal, he had to proceed with utmost caution. Were it not for the external intelligence provided by Qi Xiaoye, meticulousness would be futile. Some containment objects may appear unthreatening, but once their death mechanisms are triggered, escaping to Avalon would prove useless. Perhaps, like others, I should strengthen myself step by step. By the way, what will happen if I eliminate containment objects after becoming an awakened? Can I grow even stronger? With these doubts, Suze advanced the simulation once more. On the 191st day, merely viewing a photograph of a containment object instilled profound fear in Qi Xiaoye. Under her advisement, you abandoned the idea of confronting this entity. On the 235th day, when you arrived at the scene, the containment object had vanished. This occurrence was not unprecedented, and you had grown accustomed to such disappointments, resigned to give up. On the 299th day, the final phase of the apocalypse arrived, and a 6th-tier awakened challenged you to a spar. Utilizing only your powers as an awakened, you matched him evenly. On the 315th day, you once again refrained from attacking a containment object, as you lacked complete assurance in controlling the entity. On the 330th day, a massive earthquake struck, and you witnessed the stars fall. Congratulations, you have completed the entirety of the apocalypse simulation. The assessment of this simulation: we control, we contain. The rewards from this simulation were overlooked by Suze. It was still early, and even the rewards of golden talents could not sway him in the slightest. He needed to continue simulating, and in this round, he had already acquired the intelligence he desired most. He now knew how to find Qi Xiaoye, which was a significant gain. Regrettably, he could not behold the vistas of higher realms. A sense of wistfulness lingered in Suze's heart. His path to becoming an awakened was unique. Although challenging, once he ascended, he would stand on the same level as 6th-tier awakened. What lay beyond that was uncertain. Whether 6th-tier awakened represented the pinnacle of human evolution remained unknown. Despite having received intelligence about containment objects numerous times, only a handful were truly manageable. Therefore, the question at present was how to locate the more vulnerable containment objects. With a quiet murmur in his heart, a smile crept upon Suze's face as he recalled some amusing details from his past life. It seemed that beyond mere survival, he had another long-term goal in the apocalypse: to investigate containment objects. Suddenly, he realized he had overslept. In the bedroom, the soft sounds of Chun Kuching could be heard. After turning off the previous alarm, she had dozed off once more, inadvertently sleeping an extra 10 minutes. Now, she hurriedly climbed out of bed, shedding her sleepwear while searching for her clothes. From the study's vantage point, Suze turned his head, smiling as he observed the girl in her flurry. As her plush sleeping attire slipped away, the thin thermal shirt beneath revealed an enticing silhouette, particularly captivating as women often forego undergarments while sleeping. Suddenly, Chun Kuching noticed Suze's gaze, her cheeks flushing crimson as she turned away from the study's view, continuing to change her clothes. "Let's eat out for breakfast. You seem a bit anxious," Suze remarked from the study, chuckling. "Oh, okay," came Chun Kuching's shy reply, feeling embarrassed about oversleeping and worried it might tarnish her image as a beautiful girl. Chapter 52. Initially, no one paid attention to this catastrophe. In the early morning fog, the streets appeared hazy. The weather in Sioux City was not favorable today, with temperatures lower than in the past few days. Suze pulled the car to the side and waited for a moment. Before long, Chun Kuching returned, jogging back with breakfast in hand, opening the car door to slide into the passenger seat. To ensure she arrived at school before morning self-study, Suze wasted no time, pressing down on the accelerator. "Did you not sleep last night?" Chun Kuching inquired curiously, rummaging through the breakfast bag. "I did, why?" Suze responded. In truth, he had not slept. He merely relied on the gift of the fallen to alleviate the fatigue from his prolonged wakefulness. The gift of the fallen was akin to a panacea in the Foundation's archives, capable of addressing all negative states within the human body, whether external injuries or internal ailments. All could be resolved at his will. "Nothing, it just seems like you haven't slept well these past few days," Chun Kuching remarked, blinking her eyes as she sensed that even if Suze had rested, it could not have been very refreshing. She felt a twinge of concern for her man. "Should I feed you a little?" she asked again. "No need. I'm driving. You can eat by yourself," Suze chuckled, understanding her thoughts, fearing he might tire himself out. "Oh, Right. Chun Kuching refrained from distracting the driver, opting to take small bites of her food. She then attempted to steer the conversation, saying, "Earlier, while I was shopping, I overheard some employees talking about strange anomalies appearing in the sky across the ocean, resembling the end of the world." Oh, Suze raised his tone, feigning interest and probing further. Were they afraid of the apocalypse? Afraid? They were probably just joking, Chun Kuching replied, not considering the terrifying implications. Like the joking employees. Who could have known that what was seen on their phones as sensational news was, in fact, the beginning of the end? After a brief chat, the car came to a halt outside the school. "You don't have to stay here all day. That would be too tiring. You also have classes to attend, right? We can just keep in touch via our phones." Chun Kuching cautiously sought Suze's opinion before getting out of the car. "Yes, that works," Suze nodded. Then it settled. Chun Kuching smiled sweetly, then opened the car door. As she stepped out, she paused momentarily, pondering, would it be too forward to kiss him now? Forget it. What if he doesn't like it? Her youthful heart fluttered, fully exposed to Suze's perceptive talents. "Hey, wait a moment." Suze pulled Chun Kuching back into the passenger seat, gently caressing her cheek before leaning in to kiss her soft lips. After a fleeting kiss, he wore a light smile, nonchalantly saying, "Go to class." "Oh," she blushed, her voice trailing off. Chun Kuching's fair cheeks flushed with a watercolor-like pink, and in a heartbeat. Even her earlobes were tinged with a soft hue. I'm leaving," she stammered, biting her lip as she hurried away. Suze chuckled softly to himself. After all, this was the last day before the apocalypse, and he wanted her to carry away some memorable traces. As time passed, in the classroom of Sioux University, the second major class had just finished its first segment. Simulator cool-down time remaining, 8 minutes and 55 seconds. Like the most ordinary class routine, Suze sat quietly in the back of the classroom, diligently continuing his simulation endeavors. Over and over, he simulated in pursuit of more intelligence about the apocalypse yet to be uncovered. At this moment, during the break, Qin Yusher's figure appeared at the back door of the classroom. Each day brings a new ensemble, and today, Qin Yusher dons a quintessentially alluring outfit, featuring a woolen coat paired with a short black skirt and elegant black high heels. The mere sight of her feet is astonishing. Upon entering the classroom, she discreetly glances around before locating Suze and gracefully takes her seat beside him. A fragrant aroma wafts through the air, with her hands tucked into her pockets. Qin Yusher leans in closer to Suze, candidly stating, "Just now the young master of the Bai family called me again regarding Bai Jimao. I told him I was unaware and that it had nothing to do with you, and he seemed to harbor no suspicions." Prior to meeting Suze, Qin Yusher had already informed him via text about the situation. Following their alliance yesterday, she is now diligently maintaining it. "What should I say now? Thank you for your hard work." Suze responds with a teasing tone. A flicker of complex emotions crosses Qin Yusher's delicate face. To be frank, as time passes since Bai Jimao's disappearance, she cannot help but believe that his vanishing is directly linked to Suze. This realization stirs a whirlwind of thoughts within her. Although she feels indifferent towards the Bai family, she does not consider them enemies either. As for Suze, she admits that her curiosity about him has intensified more than ever, tinged with a hint of affection between the sexes. After all, there's a phrase that suggests women are drawn to strength, and this fondness is not easily earned. However, mere admiration does not imply that she and Suze are entirely on the same side. Even if she is willing, is Suze? She feels uncertain. "No need for thanks. I have but one request." After a brief silence, Qin Yusher chuckles lightly, almost playfully whispering, "This request is that we bear no grudges from the past, nor enmity in the present. Please do not become so enthralled that you might eliminate me as well." A genuine fear of Suze lingers in her heart. During their time alone in the car yesterday, she felt a tinge of apprehension. "Not at all." Suze replies with a scoff, "I could never part with such a beautiful woman." Her words are sweet as honey, and Qin Yusher smiles seductively, almost flirting with him. Eyes within the classroom are furtively cast towards the two. Witnessing Qin Yusher's joyful laughter beside, Suze stirs jealousy in others. If Suze were to unleash his talent of divine listening, an avalanche of vile words would likely engulf him. It must be said, Qin Yusher's enchanting allure is simply irresistible. I will inform you of any updates. Farewell. I must return to my own classroom. After a brief conversation with Suze, Qin Yusher rises to leave, her fragrant hair dissipating into the air. Suze gradually regains his composure. Though Qin Yushi did not voice it, he feels they both understand one thing clearly. The Bai family likely harbors more suspicion towards Qin Yushi than towards him. After all, it is Qin Yushi, or the Qin family, who publicly possesses the means to make someone disappear without a trace. These thoughts do not linger long in Suze's mind. Soon, he immerses himself back into the apocalyptic simulation. Before long, the sky darkens. After dinner, Suze arrives at the laboratory of the Electronic College. He has an experimental class tonight, as it is the final day of ordinary routines, and he intends to let it pass peacefully. At this moment, seated by the window, Suze continues to distract himself with the simulation. Selected innate talent. All-seeing eye. Purple. Day 1. The apocalypse arrives as scheduled. The sun no longer rises. The sky is dominated by a blood moon, and you choose SC35 as your apocalyptic starting point. Day 2. A sudden drop in temperature. Day 5. Utilizing the all-seeing eye talent, you observe Qin Yushi's current state. During your observation, an outbreak of pollution suddenly erupts in her vicinity. A brown bear appears in her living room, and the cooking ant, waking to investigate, is fatally struck by the bear. Fortunately, Qin Yushi remains calm and seizes the opportunity to hide in the basement, temporarily avoiding danger. Day 6. With free time on your hands, you continue to observe Qin Yushi from afar. You see her trembling in the basement, while outside, the sounds of human screams and beastly roars intermittently fill the air. Day 7. You continue to observe, noticing that Qin Yushi is dizzy from hunger but still dares not move a muscle, fearing the beasts prowling outside will find her. Day 8. Your observation continues, revealing that Qin Yushi, dazed from hunger, appears to have fallen asleep. Upon awakening, you discover she has become an awakened one. Chapter 53. The last talent before the apocalypse. Day 9. You continue to watch Qin Yushi. Awakened ones also require sustenance, and Qin Yushi, famished, decides to take a risk and leave the basement despite the lack of external information. Day 10. While enjoying a hot pot prepared by Chun-Kaching, you continue to observe Qin Yushi as she narrowly escapes the clutches of beasts in the polluted area. As an onlooker, you almost cannot remain seated and feel compelled to assist her. Yet Qin Yushi ultimately relies on her own strength to escape the polluted zone. Day 11. After bathing with Chun-Kaching, you resume observing Qin Yushi. She remains in a nearby safe zone, gathering intelligence, yet feels unsafe due to the presence of other awakened ones. Day 12. You continue to observe. Within the safe zone, an awakened one covets Qin Yushi's beauty. She sets a trap, killing one awakened one, but the situation does not improve, prompting her to leave decisively. Day 13. Qin Yushi returns to school, becoming the first awakened one in the area. Thus, it is revealed how Qin Yushi spent the initial days following the apocalypse. The simulation content elicits a sigh of sympathy from Suze. She has endured quite a lot. Although the simulated text does not provide an intricate description of the sudden horrors of crisis, the fragments are sufficient to ignite the imagination. Imagine, without any warning, a several hundred-kilogram bear suddenly appearing in your living room. What emotions would that invoke? A scream? Fainting? Or perhaps a desperate attempt to flee? Yet even more despair may await. After finally escaping your home and hastily shutting the door, thinking that while it may not withstand the bear, at least it could delay it for a few seconds, you turn only to find a starving tiger in the narrow hallway outside, drooling and fixating on you. The first wave of threats from the polluted zone that Qin Yushi faced likely resembled this scenario. Thus, Suze reflects on the fact that her survival is indeed commendable. However, the challenges of the apocalypse have only just begun. Remaining cool-down time for the simulator, 9 minutes and 45 seconds. Another round of simulation concludes. The female teacher stationed by the blackboard announces the submission of assignments before departing. Yet the focus of the students in the laboratory has shifted entirely to discussions of the apocalypse. Numerous voices fill the air, engaging in conversations about the ongoing apocalyptic events. The discussions arise, of course, due to the escalating anomalies occurring across the ocean since morning. News reports indicate that certain regions seem to have entered a state of perpetual night, with the sun vanished. Amidst the chaotic discussions, Suze temporarily tunes them out. He has just relinquished a seemingly promising purple talent and continues to await the emergence of a golden talent. It is nearly 8 o'clock. Suze glances at his watch. reflecting on the hours of simulation that have yielded no golden talents, although he has encountered many purple ones. Time is running short. Should a golden talent appear, will he choose it? Suze contemplates this. A day full of simulations has provided him with additional details regarding the apocalypse. Yet no new significant information has emerged in the grand scheme of things. In simpler terms, the simulated content has become somewhat homogenized. The simulation of version 10 has indeed nearly reached its limits. As the cooldown period concluded, Suze reined in his scattered thoughts and refocused on the simulator. The apocalypse simulation commenced, prompting him to select one of the following 3 innate talents for this simulation. Water element. Green, you can summon powerful water-shaped phantoms to assist you against adversaries. King of cured meat. White, you excel at roasting cured meats, capable of transforming vegetables into the flavor of cured meats. Infinite domain. Gold, you can expand a theoretically infinite domain, allowing you to perceive everything within and automatically sense danger and hostility. When you lock onto a specific enemy within this domain, you can steal a portion of their power for your own use. Suze's gaze lingered on the description of the golden talent. The term theoretically infinite may seem exaggerated, yet it becomes reasonable when prefixed with theoretically. He decided to give it a try. However, merely reading the talent description left him uncertain about its practical application, so he immediately commenced the simulation. The innate talent infinite domain gold was selected. On the first day, the apocalypse arrived as expected, with the sun no longer rising. He chose the SC-35 safety zone as a starting point. On the second day, and by the 5th day, leveraging the talent of infinite domain, he began observing Qin Yusher's circumstances. By the 10th day, he continued to monitor her, witnessing her narrowly escape from the contaminated zone. On the 16th day, he once again defeated a challenger, solidifying his dominance within the safety zone, while also continuing to teleport daily to Cloud City, facilitating the refresh progress of the contaminated area where the 18th middle school was located. By the 20th day, under his covert manipulation, the contaminated area related to the 18th middle school had refreshed. On the 21st day, he ventured into the contaminated area, methodically locating Qi Xiaoye and bringing her back to Sioux City. By the 22nd day, Suze had already reviewed the simulated content numerous times. He had become exceedingly proficient. In each simulation round, he could locate Qi Xiaoye and bring her back around the 20th day. This was due to the fixed mechanism governing the refresh of contaminated zones. Supposing that during the first phase of the apocalypse, a contaminated area was designated A3 could consistently allow a certain number of ordinary individuals to become awakened. This number might be 20 or 30, varying from one contaminated area to another. Once the quotas were exhausted, the contaminated area would automatically refresh. Therefore, Suze's task was to expedite this refresh process by assisting more ordinary people in becoming awakened. As for directly destroying the source of contamination to trigger a refresh, that approach had not been attempted in the simulation, as he feared that deviating from the process might result in losing track of Qi Xiaoye. On the 53rd day, he aided Qin Yusher's team in defeating a formidable foe, where he and Qin Yusher experienced a passionate moment together. On the 72nd day, he joined the official safety zone, beginning to cultivate a loyal department while overseeing intelligence operations. On the 73rd day, due to the capabilities of the infinite domain talent, he discovered discontent among certain individuals in the neighboring safety zone who harbored ill intentions. He conducted investigations and learned that among the dissenters were members of the Bai family, whom he recognized. That night, he eliminated numerous enemies. On the 90th day, he acquired intelligence regarding a containment object, and with Qi Xiaoye's support, he proceeded to investigate. On the 91st day, they struggled to defeat the containment object. On the 101st day, while bathing with Qi Xiaoye, he unexpectedly became awakened. Chapter 54, A New Perspective After Awakening. On the 102nd day, he researched the reason for his awakening, but yielded no significant findings. On the 105th day, he devoted himself to establishing a more formidable intelligence network. With the aid of the Father God's listening and the infinite domain talent, he selected many suitable individuals to join his intelligence department. On the 107th day, during a talent assessment, he encountered an intriguing linguistic technique. Utilizing the capabilities of the infinite domain, he managed to steal the linguistic technique from another. On the 110th day, He continued to leverage the infinite domain's abilities to scrutinize potential talents for cultivation. On the 115th day, a thick fog descended, restricting his infinite domain's reach and preventing him from observing distant events, prompting him to take a day of rest. Seated before the table, Suze gently rubbed his cheek with his left hand. He silently perused the simulation text. It appeared that the golden talent acquired this round possessed capabilities akin to the all-seeing eye, enabling long-distance observation of others. The practicality of this ability was notably impressive, aligning with Suze's current aspirations. Furthermore, it allowed for the automatic detection of malice within the domain, effectively compensating for the shortcomings of the Father Goddess listening. Although the Father Goddess listening could unveil others' true thoughts, it required proximity to a sufficiently short distance. Lastly, the ability to steal enemies' powers was an unforeseen boon, allowing him to pilfer others' linguistic techniques. Initially, Suze believed it merely involved appropriating physical strength and power. However, it now seemed that this talent exceeded his expectations, proving to be more versatile in application. On the 120th day, becoming awakened did not satiate his thirst. He continued to diligently investigate any intelligence related to containment objects. On the 124th day, thanks to the robust intelligence network he had personally established, he obtained information regarding a containment object. Accompanied by Qi Xiaoye and others, he set out to investigate, and the endeavor proceeded smoothly without conflict, successfully securing the containment object. On the 137th day, he returned to investigate the containment object once more. With Qi Xiaoye's impeccable intelligence support, they effortlessly destroyed the containment object. On the 149th day, guided by intel from others, he transported his team to a foreign land to investigate a containment object. They encountered the most arduous battle since the onset of the apocalypse, nearly exhausting all healing energy. Qi Xiaoye was tragically killed before his eyes 3 times before they ultimately succeeded in destroying the containment object. On the 150th day, after a period of recuperation, he heard Qi Xiaoye's thoughts. The previous day's multiple deaths left her shaken. Yet she expressed her willingness to accompany him in investigating containment objects if he desired. On the 171st day, he received intelligence regarding a containment object. With Qi Xiaoye's briefing, he realized it was yet another formidable foe. Considering the odds of success were only around 50%, he decided to abandon the investigation of that containment object. Once more, Suze found himself confronted with familiar simulated content. His eyelids drooped slightly, revealing a contemplative expression. The curiosity or yearning for unknown powers exhibited by his simulated self regarding containment objects was beyond doubt. Yet, despite possessing 6 golden talents, he found it challenging to contend with certain containment objects within the simulation. The results of these simulations seemed disheartening. However, would these simulated outcomes manifest when the apocalypse truly arrived? As he pondered this question, a subtle smile graced Suze's face, the answer apparent. When the apocalypse commenced, he would undoubtedly acquire a new version of the apocalypse simulator, leaving the future's possibilities uncertain. Perhaps containment objects were not as terrifying as they seemed. At this very moment, the sole matter Suze yearned to uncover was whether the speed of defeating containment objects in this round of simulation was significantly swifter than in any previous simulations. With this question in mind, the simulation continued. On the 180th day, you once again received intelligence regarding the containment object. However, due to concerns about your ability to confront it, you only dispatched your subordinates to investigate, who, as expected, were annihilated. On the 183rd day, noticing your curiosity about the containment object, Qi Xiaoye resolved to raise a hand for a vote, and everyone unanimously agreed to accompany you in the perilous endeavor of investigating the containment object. On the 184th day, you led a team to investigate the containment object, and your meticulous planning ensured that your team emerged unscathed. You successfully secured control over the containment object. On the 225th day, you destroyed the 7th containment object since the apocalypse, yet no significant events transpired. On the 260th day, with the assistance of Qi Xiaoye, you managed to control a mysterious containment object resembling a ladder, and this time, you faced no difficulty. On the 261st day, while researching the retrieved containment object, an unexpected mutation occurred before your eyes. A fork in destiny seemingly appeared at your feet. Confused and bewildered, you made a choice, and upon regaining consciousness, all your talents have been upgraded, rendering you more powerful than ever before. On the 262nd day, you systematically experimented with your newly upgraded abilities. You felt unprecedented strength. Yet you mused that you could have chosen other, equally intriguing paths at the fork of destiny. On the 309th day, the situation began to spiral out of control, preventing you from focusing on the investigation of the containment objects. On the 315th day, you led a team to control a formidable containment object, the strongest creature you had ever encountered. You could not destroy it, only manage it within the confines of the established rules. On the 330th day, a great earthquake struck, and the stars fell from the sky. Within the laboratory, the incessant, buzzing noise remained chaotic, yet it did not hinder Suze's focus. A smile had already graced his lips, his gaze fixed intently on the simulated content. After over 200 days, he finally glimpsed a more distant future, envisioning his own ascent to greater strength. Despite lingering enigmas, such as the meaning of the so-called fork in destiny, he felt no urgency, for these unanswered questions might soon receive comprehensive explanations in the early hours of the night. Selected simulation reward: Infinite Simulation Gold. Regaining his composure, Suze suppressed his smile and calmly selected the reward. The simulation content had been fully executed. There was no need to gamble on luck in these final hours before the apocalypse, so he opted for this reward. Apocalypse simulator time remaining: 3 hours 46 minutes. After selecting the reward, the simulator transformed. This time, it was not a cooldown period but an update time. Excellent. Now it was merely a matter of awaiting the arrival of the apocalypse. He mused softly to himself. After his musings, he concentrated and attempted to utilize his newly acquired talent, Infinite Domain. Just then, the female teacher entered through the main door of the laboratory. The students' noisy chatter subsided considerably. However, the teacher's attention was not on the noise, nor was she there to urge the students to submit their assignments. After scanning the blackboard, she looked up and inquired, "Have you seen a silver tabby cat?" A student below replied, "No." Another then asked, "Is it your cat, teacher?" The teacher smiled wryly, "No, it belongs to Teacher Chien. I had it in my office, but when I turned around, it disappeared." The students promptly offered to help look for it. At that moment, Suze returned from outside the classroom, cradling the lost silver tabby. "Thank you, Suze. Where did you find it?" The teacher hurriedly took the cat from him. "I heard some cats fighting in the yard, went over, and just happened to see this cat getting beaten up by the school cat, so I brought it back." "Susechakiv. Oh, good job. You startled me. I almost thought I lost the cat." The teacher laughed while playing with the kitten. "Some cats just love to run around. After getting a beating from wild cats, they usually behave." Suze smiled but said nothing further. He had indeed retrieved the cat by mere coincidence while experimenting with his new talent, having happened upon the scene in the yard. Chapter 55. Intent to Kill. After the experimental class concluded, Suze returned to the dormitory with his roommate, taking a moment to tidy up his bed before the apocalypse. There was not much to organize. Aside from his computer, his desk held only the textbooks used in class, and the bedding on his bed had recently been changed to a thicker version and neatly folded. "Hey, are you staying in the dorm tonight?" Wang Zixin asked while changing into slippers. "No, I'll head back shortly." Suze shook his head. "Oh, it's been ages since we shared a bed. Are you really going to leave me alone in an empty room?" Wang Zixin teased. "Get lost." Suze laughed and cursed. He then opened his computer, intending to research a bit more to perfect Avalon. However, time was short as he needed to pick up Chun Kaching soon. "Damn, the stocks plummeted today." Sunbin, from the opposite bed, exclaimed, "What does that have to do with you? You make it sound like you're losing a fortune." Wang Zixin chimed in. "I have reason to suspect someone is short-selling the stock market. Today's apocalypse news is likely fabricated by these people." Sunbin lamented, adopting a righteous stance. "Look, there's news here stating someone made hundreds of times their investment by short-selling today." Suze did not engage in their discussion, but pondered the topic Sunbin had raised. The apocalypse news was now ubiquitous, yet people merely regarded it as casual conversation, failing to recognize that it heralded an unprecedented civilizational catastrophe. Perhaps those in positions of power were already aware of the terror lurking behind the apocalypse news, understanding that it was not mere media sensationalism, but a deliberate creation of sensational headlines. Thus, those in power would leverage this information gap to take decisive actions before the apocalypse. Just as Suze let his imagination wander in his mind, his phone on the desk vibrated. It was a message from Chun Kaching. Earlier, a police officer called, saying they're investigating something. I didn't quite understand. But I answered honestly that I haven't encountered anything particularly unusual lately. Was this really being handled as a missing person's case? Suze pondered upon reading Chun Kiching's message. The eldest son of the Bai family, who Qin Yushir had mentioned today, was personally investigating Bai Jimiao's disappearance. Could there be any connection? Chun Kiching continued to text. Have you done anything guilty lately? If not, then there is nothing to worry about. Suze replied jokingly. I definitely haven't done anything guilty. Chun Kiching quickly responded. Even during self-study, Chun Kiching's desire to chat with Suze remained undeterred, and the conversation swiftly shifted to other topics. Suze closed his computer, left the dormitory, and headed to the school gate to wait for Chun Kiching to finish class. High school students, as usual, finished classes at the regular time. Suze lingered at the back gate of the school, his gaze seemingly lost in thought. In truth, he was distractedly employing the new talent he had just acquired that evening. Utilizing the ability granted by his talent, he could observe everything happening around him, albeit requiring concentrated focus to accurately perceive the specific areas of interest. In other words, his field of vision was limited. However, once the domain was activated, sensing danger and hostility became less cumbersome, as it was an automatic reception. Moreover, the closer the danger and malice approached, the stronger Suze's perception became. At this moment, he sensed a faint intent to kill lurking nearby. It was indeed a murderous intent, not the jealousy of others due to his association with a beautiful girl. Suze. Chun Kiching's melodious voice drew Suze's thoughts back. She trotted over, linked her arm with his, and urged him to leave the school gate as quickly as possible. A smile adorned Suze's face. He understood that Chun Kiching was a bit shy, not to mention when she linked her arm with his. His innate ability came into play once more, causing envy among some men. You've worked hard, Chun Kiching said cheerfully. As she clung to Suze's arm, she unabashedly showcased her admirable softness. By the way, you university students must be discussing the Doomsday news today, right? Yes, some are discussing it. But my roommate believes it's a fabricated lie, a means to profit in the stock market, Suze replied with a chuckle. And what about you? Chun Kiching asked, her expressive eyes blinking. Why don't you share your thoughts first? Suze countered. I don't know, Chun Kiching admitted honestly. I'm actually a bit scared. But aren't they're experts on news programs explaining the anomalies? Although I can't quite understand the technical jargon they use. Suze pondered for a moment, thinking that these people were indeed bold in their absurdity. So what do you think? Chun Kiching inquired. Me? Suze smiled broadly. I believe tomorrow is the end of the world, and everything will be utterly transformed. Once they were in the car, Suze started the engine and turned on the music. Just as they exited the roads near the school, a call from Qin Yushir came in. Suze, unperturbed by Chun Kiching sitting in the passenger seat, put the call on speaker. I think something might be off, Suze. Just now, the young master of the Bai family, Bai Xianjun, came to visit. He was quite polite, but I feel like he doesn't really believe what I said. What's the situation on your end? In the passenger seat, Chun Kiching craned her neck, straining to hear, though she couldn't quite make out Suze's conversation with Qin Yushir. As for Suze, he had already sensed the source of the murderous intent through his innate ability before answering the call. Certainly, the faint aura of danger he had felt earlier had intensified. Danger was imminent. My situation is that there's a red light ahead, Suze said, slowing the car down. It seems someone wants to talk to me. Just then, an unfamiliar number called in, prompting Suze to tell Qin Yushir he needed to take it. He hung up on her call and answered the unknown number. Hello, are you Mr. Suze? A refined male voice came through the line. Chun Kiching felt a surge of tension. She didn't understand what was happening, but she could see Suze's serious expression and sensed the unease in Qin Yushir's tone. Consequently, she instinctively looked out the car window. Since it was relatively late, there weren't many cars on the road. At that moment, they were at a large intersection, with a red light indicating 60 seconds remaining to pass. The left lane was a slope, also showing a red light. I apologize for the intrusion. I wanted to ask if you know my brother, Bai Jimiao. Yes. What about him? He has suddenly disappeared these past few days, and our family has been searching for him. And I hope you could provide some assistance or clues. We are quite anxious since we cannot find him. The voice on the phone was polite, yet unremarkable. However, during the conversation, a seemingly ordinary dump truck descended from the slope in the left lane. In a brief distance, the truck appeared to accelerate continuously until it reached an alarming speed. Even Chun Kiching, who didn't drive, could sense that the truck was out of control. A look of anxiety suddenly crossed her delicate face. Then, with a thunderous roar, the dump truck barreled toward Suze's car. Just as the collision seemed inevitable, the vehicle suddenly swerved, tipping over and crashing into the adjacent traffic light. This was not a mercy from an enemy, but rather the result of Suze invoking the power of his guardian spirit. Chapter 56. Returning the favor in kind. The air felt as if it had solidified at that moment. Each breath seemed exceedingly laborious. The force of the overturned dump truck undoubtedly instilled fear in the few cars halted at the traffic light ahead. Had it not been for the last-second maneuver, the truck would have crashed directly into those stopped vehicles, resulting in a unilateral massacre and certain death. "What the hell is wrong with that driver?" shouted a driver from the adjoining lane, peering out in trepidation. His car was alongside Suze's, and had the dump truck collided moments earlier, he would have certainly faced dire consequences. "What happened? Why such a loud noise?" exclaimed a pedestrian. "Oh no, was there an accident? Is there a casualty?" They stood at varying distances, watching the commotion. However, no one realized that this accident was not a mere coincidence, but a failed deliberate assassination. Chen Keching was also uncertain whether the sudden oncoming truck was orchestrated by someone. At that moment, she had neither the inclination nor the capacity to analyze or contemplate. The sensation of narrowly escaping death was far from pleasant. Every fiber of her being was tense, and her cells screamed in panic. Yet, her expression remained frozen, her eyes reflecting sheer terror, as she appeared momentarily stunned. It was only when Suze reached out and grasped her tightly clenched fist that she began to awaken from her shock, at least managing to breathe again and not suffocate. "What were we discussing?" Suze spoke calmly. He was not addressing Chen Keching, but rather the young master of the Bai family on the other end of the call. The recent accident did not disrupt the conversation, and the call remained connected. Came a thoughtful sound from the Bai family air. Clearly, the unexpected turn of events compelled him to reconsider his choice of words. However, Suze, being both handsome and kind-hearted, did not want to put him in a difficult position, so he clarified the topic. "You believe the true adversary is Qin Yushi, or rather, the person behind her, thus considering me a mere pawn to be easily eliminated?" The other party fell silent, struck by the accuracy of Suze's words. The truth was evident. He did not regard Suze as a rival. He merely suspected that Suze had some connection to Bai Jimiao's disappearance, leading him to scheme this accident. Eliminating Suze would serve as a demonstration of the Bai family's prowess to those lurking in the shadows. "Now, witnessing that I survived and the plan failed, are you somewhat surprised?" Suze continued with a calm tone, his smile unwavering. "Nonsense. I have no idea what you're talking about," came the response from the Bai heir after a brief pause. Perhaps realizing that this facade of pretense was pointless, he switched to a colder tone. "Well, it seems I indeed underestimated you." Suze couldn't help but chuckle lightly, then added, "You could have been more direct from the start. I'm not the type to harbor malice, and had you asked, I would have naturally informed you. Is that so? So you are well aware of my brother's whereabouts." Perhaps feeling his authority slightly undermined, the Bai heir coldly added, "I advise you not to indulge in idle chatter. Believe me, you won't always be this fortunate." "Fortunate?" Suze scoffed. "Actually, we share a commonality. Neither of us regards the other with any seriousness. Just as you believe you can eliminate me without consequence, I felt the same way when contemplating erasing your brother from this world. It would be akin to squashing an ant. Why overthink it? You killed before the word from the phone could conclude." A BMW trailing Suze was struck directly by a large flower pot that fell from above, creating a thunderous crash that startled a crowd gathered nearby. "What on earth is happening? Where did such a high-altitude object come from?" a bystander exclaimed, looking around but failing to identify any building from which such a massive flower pot could have been dislodged. Inside the car, Suze ended his phone call, his gaze shifting to the rearview mirror. In the back seat of the damaged BMW sat the young heir of the Bai family. It appeared he'd been following Suze's vehicle to observe the scene. Thanks to his extraordinary ability to sense hostility, Suze had detected this adversary early on, but he had not confirmed whether the individual was indeed the Bai family's young master. It was only after receiving a phone call from the individual, who introduced himself, that Suze recognized his target. Indeed, the new talent was quite effective, maintaining a facade of indifference. Suze discreetly monitored the situation within the BMW, using his gifted powers. The falling object was merely a distraction. The true threat lay in the shards of the flower pot. One particularly sharp fragment was utilized by Su Zhe's guardian to sever the young master's neck. Of course, with Su Zhe's current capabilities, he could have employed any number of methods to eliminate the opponent. However, having observed the intent to orchestrate an accident, he decided to return the favor, allowing the adversary to meet his demise in such a manner. At that moment, others approached the BMW to investigate. "Oh no, he's dead. This is terrifying. Don't look anymore. Call the police. There has been another incident." The chaotic shouts of bystanders echoed around. Su Zhe felt a sense of satisfaction and allowed a subtle smile to escape before retracting his abilities, no longer observing the unfolding scene. The capacity to steal the opponent's abilities from the infinite domain was temporarily unnecessary. However, the skills of hostility perception and long-distance observation were readily available, proving far more convenient than before. Su Zhe pondered the judicious application of his new talent. Had it not been for this newfound ability, predicting the incident might have been exceedingly difficult. Yet, even if he had only realized the lethal intent at the last moment, it mattered little. In the face of absolute power disparity, such petty tricks were futile. Restarting the vehicle, Su Zhe maneuvered around the overturned car and glanced at Chun Keqing, playfully inquiring, "Were you frightened?" Chun Keqing, still catching her breath, hesitated before responding, "No, not at all. Just managing to hold it together." Su Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. Had Qin Yushi uttered those words, he would have certainly asked how tightly she was managing to hold it together. Chun Keqing had indeed been thoroughly shaken by the series of unexpected events. After driving a short distance, she gradually regained her composure. Rubbing her chest to calm her racing heart, she cautiously asked, "That car was trying to hit us, wasn't it?" "Indeed," sucedid nonchalantly. "You must have heard the phone call I just had, so you should know what transpired." Chun Keqing paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Zhe could sense her inner turmoil, though it was rather jumbled at present. Chapter 57. This catastrophe is unavoidable, regardless of who you think you are. As the vehicle continued its journey home, Chun Keqing rubbed her chest once more before finally achieving a semblance of calm. To be honest, the past few days had been so ordinary that she found it hard to believe Su Zhe's previous assertions. She had thought them mere excuses for cohabitation. Little did she know, the event of that evening would shatter her worldview. There truly existed a group of individuals perched at the apex of the social hierarchy. To them, extinguishing an ordinary life was as trivial as lifting a finger. "Do not worry. The matter has been resolved. Did you not hear? The person on the phone was crushed to death. So for now, we should not expect any further troubles," Su Zhe reassured her, noting her troubled thoughts. "Truly crushed to death?" Chun Keqing's eyes widened, her face a canvas of astonishment. She had been contemplating whether the falling object was a deliberate design. "Indeed, he is as dead as one can be," Su Zhe confirmed with a nod. He then dialed another number, this time to Qin Yushi. Upon connection, he got straight to the point. "The young master of the Bai family is dead. I thought you should be informed." Qin Yushi had been awaiting his return call, but upon hearing his words, she found herself at a loss. The Bai family was a formidable force, one of the most elite in Sioux City. Was it truly so easy to deal with them? Believe it or not, Su Zhe chuckled. Through the phone, one could almost envision Qin Yushi's stunned expression. He continued, "I calculated the timing. The Bai young master came to see you before seeking me. The interval was ample for you to call me at least 10 times. Yet you did not reach out immediately." Setting aside the question of whether the young master was indeed deceased, Qin Yushi, for once, spoke candidly. "I hesitated. After all, I had to consider whether I wanted to walk this path with you. If you falter, I wouldn't be able to offer much help, and in the end, I would be the one to bear the consequences." "I understand," Su Zhe replied. It was clear that Qin Yushi recognized that calling Su Zhe was tantamount to making a final decision. She was committing to assist him in confronting the Bai family. This was not mere rhetoric. Once a choice was made, one became irrevocably bound. After all, Bai Jimao had genuinely vanished without trace, and the Bai family would surely go into a frenzy. "I'm heading into the garage now. I will hang up," Su Zhe concluded. "Wait, just to confirm. You're saying the Bai young master, Bai Xianjun, is dead, correct?" Qin Yushi asked, enunciating each word carefully. "Yes. And what are your plans moving forward?" Qin Yushi inquired, her tone serious and tense. "Did you not see the news today?" Su Zhe responded with a tone as light as jest. "News? The world is ending. And you still worry about this and that? If you truly have the luxury of time, I suggest you go out and stock up on food. lest you find yourself starving when the apocalypse arrives. Suze's tone seemed almost playful, but Qin Yushir took it to heart. She quickly shifted the topic, pressing further. Do you believe the apocalyptic news is real? I believe it is, Suze replied with a grin. So, I wish you good luck in the apocalypse. Goodbye. Without giving Qin Yushir a chance for further discussion, he ended the call. He amused himself that it appeared those in the upper echelons, like Qin Yushir, had not received much information either. Moreover, it seemed the young master of the Bai family had not considered the reality of an impending apocalypse. Otherwise, he would not have been preoccupied with such theatrics. In this society, perhaps fairness had been restored to a degree. At that moment, the car's sound system played a song. The sun relinquishes its final moments, punishing human pride. I endure the torment of the cold and the arrogant roar of the north wind, resisting fate. This catastrophe is unavoidable, regardless of who you believe you are. Everything. All things. Open the door, change your shoes. Suze casually tossed the car keys onto the shoe cabinet. Is tomorrow really the end of the world? Chun Kaching, now in her slippers, blinked and asked. Chun Kaching, your question suggests you're not thinking clearly, Suze sighed, exasperated. After briefly discussing the topic of the apocalypse with Qin Yushir, Chun Kaching had continued the conversation with him. Suze wasn't avoiding the subject. He simply didn't wish to delve deeper. Should he now tell her everything that would transpire after the apocalypse? I was just asking. Chun Kaching pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction as she remarked, moreover, I am genuinely concerned. Just a moment ago, you were on the phone, urging someone to stock up on food. If we truly believe in the impending apocalypse, shouldn't we be out purchasing provisions right now? And Susie pondered for a moment. He recalled that during their previous simulations, at the dawn of the apocalypse, Chun Kaching would always insist on dragging him out to gather supplies, yet they often returned home empty-handed. Although there were still plenty of snacks at home, it was not nearly enough. Chun Kaching wore a serious expression, genuinely contemplating whether they should venture out to buy supplies now. Why don't you think about what exactly we need to buy? Susie suggested with a hint of amusement. Oh, let me go inside and take stock, then I'll write a memo, Chun Kaching replied, turning to assess their home inventory. To be fair, if Chun Kaching belonged to an ordinary family, her proactive approach to stockpiling supplies might indeed assist them in navigating the chaotic initial phase of the apocalypse. After all, at this very moment, Susie could open his phone and see numerous sources proclaiming that the Doomsday news was merely alarmist rhetoric. In other words, the entire world had yet to accept the reality of an impending apocalypse. Our speculation indicates that the unusual phenomena appearing across the ocean are likely influenced by various factors, including increased solar flares and potential chemical pollution. Settling onto the sofa, Susie turned on the television. He happened to catch an expert passionately discussing the situation. Susie held no prejudice against experts, even those spouting nonsense on programs like this. A rational analysis would reveal that, indeed, nothing truly dreadful had transpired. It was merely an unusual celestial occurrence. There were no monstrous beings emerging en masse, nor had anyone transformed into zombies. The sky was simply dim, obscured from the sun, revealing only an eerily colored blood moon. The abnormalities would gradually expand. On the first day, the world would be enveloped in perpetual night. On the second day, temperatures would plummet. On the third day, pollution zones would emerge, and by the fourth and fifth days, those zones would erupt, sweeping across the globe. Distracted by the news, Susie reminisced about the Doomsday simulations until Chun Kaching exited her room, having finished her inventory. I've decided what to buy. Let's head out now, she declared, having changed from her school uniform into a thicker outfit, exuding determination. Chapter 58. The brand new simulator. Do you think we might be purchasing a tad too much? As Susie tossed the bags into the back seat of the car, he casually remarked, if tomorrow truly is the end of the world, this amount of food surely isn't sufficient. Chun Kaching narrowed her eyes, her face a canvas of sarcasm. It was Susie who firmly believed that tomorrow would herald the apocalypse. Yet he was the one expressing concern about overbuying. Ahem, Susie cleared his throat, chuckling without further comment. Naturally, he did not consider food reserves to be of great importance, especially with Avalon in existence, despite its completion being only about 50%. Once in the car, Susie pressed down on the accelerator. Why don't we first take these back, then come back for another round? As she fastened her seatbelt, Chun Kaching looked up and, with hopeful eyes, suggested, another trip? Susie raised an eyebrow. He glanced at her eager expression, which not only implored him for another visit to the evening market, but also seemed to anticipate that tomorrow would indeed be the apocalypse. The former was self-evident. As for the latter, Susie could fully comprehend her sentiments. After all, Chun Kuching was understandably apprehensive, having just survived a terrifying attempted murder. If tomorrow marked the end of the world, the chaos would render her fears of enemies seeking revenge moot. Indeed, that does reflect a bit of an ostrich mentality. Understanding her thoughts, Susie did not hesitate to acquiesce to Chun Kuching's desires, embarking on the food procurement journey as a means to alleviate her mental burden. How about we wait until tomorrow? Shopping at night isn't particularly convenient, is it? Suppressing a smile, Susie spoke earnestly. That's true. All right, Chun Kuching conceded, scratching her head in agreement. Why not grab some thicker clothing from home? Susie diverted the topic. All right, Chun Kuching exclaimed, finding Susie's suggestion quite sensible. I'll detour to your place first. Susie adjusted the navigation and inquired, by the way, do you have your parents' memorial tablets set up at home? Huh, no why? Chun Kuching raised an eyebrow in curiosity. It's nothing. I was just thinking that when I accompany you to retrieve your items, I might as well have a chat with your parents, assuring them not to worry, as I will take good care of their precious daughter. As long as I have food, she won't go hungry. Susie smiled gently. Chun Kuching fell silent for a few seconds before exclaiming, I can set one up right away. But could you say a few more words to my parents? Something like, I will love you for 10,000 years. My devotion will never waver. You have quite high expectations. Susie teased, and they both laughed, the atmosphere becoming significantly lighter. Upon returning to the community garage, as Susie began unloading the food from the car, he overheard a conversation from a nearby parking space. Look, darling, they bought so much. We should hurry and buy some too, just in case those 4 videos are true. Oh, please. I'm exhausted from work today. All I want to do is go home and lie down. The exchange between the unfamiliar couple seemed to encapsulate the current state of the world. Many were beginning to fret about the impending apocalypse, while myriad voices insisted that it was all a hoax, that the sun would rise as usual tomorrow, and that everyone should simply wash up and go to bed early. Perhaps it would unfold like a stock market crash, where, in a fleeting moment, confidence was utterly shattered, and then disaster struck, leaving everyone in a frantic scramble. But only to find it too late. Back at home, Susie continued to lounge on the sofa, fixated on the television, watching the news broadcast. While the news itself was secondary, he primarily awaited the update of the simulator after midnight. To lighten the mood, Chun Kuching focused on household chores, and they mutually refrained from disturbing one another. Time passed quietly in this serene ambience until the clock struck midnight. The simulator panel in Susie's view immediately refreshed. Updated to Doomsday Simulator version 20. To initiate the Doomsday simulation, please select the simulator type. 1. Doomsday Simulator, Classic Edition. Note, the Classic Edition can simulate dates following the fall of the stars. Note 2. The cooldown for the Classic Edition is 1 hour for each day simulated. 2. Doomsday Simulator, Old Edition. Note, the Old Edition only simulates content related to containment objects. Note 2. The cooldown for the Old Edition is 1 hour. If selecting Intelligence Rewards, the cooldown is 1 day. 2 versions? Susie focused intently, carefully reading the descriptions of the simulators. Although there were detailed explanations regarding cooldown times and general simulation directions, the information clearly lacked comprehensiveness. Let's try directly. With that thought, Susie shifted his gaze to the Classic Edition simulator. Classic Edition Doomsday Simulator selected. Doomsday simulation commenced. Day 1. Temperatures plummet suddenly. Although the household has stocked a considerable amount of supplies, Chun Kuching insists on taking a stroll outside, but due to the overwhelming number of people scrambling for resources, she quickly abandons the idea of purchasing anything. Wait, it starts the simulation right away. Susie wondered, scrutinizing the details and realizing a crucial step was indeed missing. Damn it, the selection of innate talents is gone. Furthermore, the first day presented was actually the second day from previous simulations. This meant the simulation commenced from a second day. Susie's eyes widened as he sought to confirm this small, yet significant change. The following day, the network conditions deteriorated significantly. However, it mattered little to you as you sat in your home, utilizing your innate abilities to observe the myriad changes unfolding throughout the city. On the third day, water and electricity ceased, and panic began to spread further as you continued your vigilant watch over the city you inhabited. By the fourth day, the situation worsened, and you witnessed the harrowing scenes of pollution zones erupting violently. Some locations could truly be described as hell on earth, where life and death hung in the balance. Shortly thereafter, your observation focused on Qin Yushi, and indeed, you saw her narrowly escape the initial disaster by taking refuge in a basement. On the fifth day, you maintained your watch, this time from a greater distance, directing your attention toward Yuncheng, particularly the YC-14 safe zone, given its proximity to the Shibazhong school. During your observations, you discovered that the pollution zone surrounding Shibazhong had also erupted completely, prompting you to begin preparations to investigate the area. On the sixth day, while Chun Kaching rested, you teleported to the YC-14 safe zone, assessing the living conditions there and clandestinely selecting suitable candidates who could potentially become awakened, while also preparing strategies to navigate the pollution zone. On the seventh day, utilizing the divine gift of listening bestowed by your father, you subtly studied the nightmares of the pollution zone and gained a rough understanding of the situation, prompting you to arrange for personnel to venture into the pollution zone to confront its sources. Simultaneously, you observed that Qin Yushi within the basement had fortuitously become an awakened individual without significant peril. Chapter 59. The Butterfly of Fate, the first day of the apocalypse. It appeared as though there were no substantial changes. Gazing at the contents of the classic version of the simulator, Suze calculated the cool-down time in his mind. Unlike the previous simulation rules, the classic version allowed him to halt the simulation at will. At this moment, he had already simulated up to the seventh day. Should he choose to discontinue the simulation, he could do so now, and the cooldown time would be fixed at 7 hours. He considered pushing forward with the simulation, knowing that if it did not yield satisfactory results, he could always return to the old version of the simulator the following day. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decisively resumed the simulation. On the 8th day, you continued to refresh the pollution zone, observing that, driven by hunger, Qin Yushi was compelled to take risks. She needed to escape the basement or face starvation. On the 9th day, an unexpected event occurred in the early hours, as Qin Yushi attempted to flee from the basement. She was intercepted by other survivors, causing her to lose a vital opportunity for escape. She was attacked by beasts and gravely injured. And just as she seemed on the brink of death, you intervened. You saved Qin Yushi, but did not heal her. Instead, you brought her to the school she had intended to reach, though you did not linger. On the 10th day, you continued to methodically refresh the pollution zone. On the 11th day, you took a moment to observe Qin Yushi's condition. You noticed her efforts to conceal her awakening and that, due to her injuries, she was being bullied by former friends. On the 12th day, the awakened individual's recovery was impressive. Qin Yushi's condition improved significantly as she plotted to eliminate those who had wronged her in the preceding days, executing her plans with precision such that no one suspected her involvement. She was quite ruthless, deliberately hiding her awakening, likely anticipating the need to deal with those who might pose threats to her. However, the changes in this round of simulation were rather drastic. Suze's face reflected a thoughtful expression. When he observed the 9th day's simulation, he had found it peculiar. Just hours earlier, during a school simulation, he had witnessed Qin Yushi successfully escape the pollution zone on her own. Yet, the current simulation painted a starkly different picture. It seemed that had he not intervened, Qin Yushi would have undoubtedly perished. Undoubtedly, certain variables had been added between this simulation and the previous one. Perhaps it was due to Suze acquiring a new ability. Or maybe it stemmed from a casual remark he had made to Qin Yushi. Such alterations were not surprising, as he had come to understand that the simulation contents had always been subject to change. Each time he peered into the future through the simulator, the butterfly of fate would flap its wings, and this minor shift could lead to distant tempests or perhaps alter nothing at all. In any case, barring the introduction of further variables, the future would likely resemble the current simulation content. Yet, Suze was aware that variables would invariably persist. Not to mention the old version of the simulator still awaited him. Once he employed that version, who could predict what transformations might unfold? On the 13th day, your progress within the YC-14 safe zone was influenced by certain individuals. Some awakened one's expressed dissatisfaction with your actions, challenging your authority, which led you to eliminate them all. On the 14th day, you continued to advance the refresh of the pollution zone. On the 15th day, within the SC-35 safe zone, conflicts among awakened individuals erupted. You discern someone lurking in the shadows, plotting against you, prompting you to act preemptively. You eliminated numerous adversaries, solidifying your position as the leader of the safe zone. On the 16th day, you found yourself exceedingly busy, running back and forth. On the 17th day, you remained occupied while utilizing global links to maintain communication with Qin Yushur. On the 18th day, and the 21st day, the pollution zone surrounding Shiba Zhong refreshed, and you eagerly entered, successfully locating Qi Xiaoya and bringing her back. As the simulation advanced to the 21st day, Su Zhe paused once more. In truth, he had contemplated halting the simulation when it reached the 10th day. But due to the developments concerning Qin Yushur, he feared that Qi Xiao might encounter unforeseen issues, thus he pressed on. Having reached the 21st day and finding no changes regarding Qi Xiaoya, the progress was smooth. This would suffice. A cool-down period of 21 hours awaited him. With that thought, Su Zhe halted the simulation. You have completed the simulation. Simulation evaluation. It is said that miraculously unscathed is one of the most beautiful phrases in the world. The reward for this simulation is 10 talent fragments. You may use the talent fragments to enhance your existing talents or exchange them for new, random talents. Your current talent fragments total 10,100. The denominator will gradually increase with each enhancement and exchange. Remaining cooldown time for the simulator, 20 hours and 59 minutes. So there are rewards. Su Zhe's eyes widened slightly, displaying a glimmer of joy. He had initially believed that the simulator had been weakened, especially since no talents were available for selection. However, it now appeared that rewards still existed, merely in a different form, exchanging for random new talents or enhancing existing ones. Su Zhe recited the displayed contents of the simulator silently. To be honest, the simulator's descriptions were rather sparse, leaving much to be desired in clarity. He could not ascertain the extent to which enhancements could elevate golden talents, nor could he discern the potential of exchanging for new talents. Chen Keqing's labored breathing pulled Su Zhe back to reality. After several hours of domestic work, it seemed she was utterly exhausted, even struggling to catch her breath. At that moment, she stood beside the sofa, watching the news report on television. The report indicated that the unusual weather phenomena persisted, and the number of affected countries and regions continued to rise. Listening to the news, Chen Keqing turned her cheek towards Su Zhe and remarked, "It seems to be getting even more serious. Could it truly be the end of the world?" Su Zhe, maintaining his composure, glanced at the simulator's cool-down time before replying. "Given how severe things have become, why even ask? While we still have electricity and hot water, let us savor the last vestiges of modern civilization." Chen Keqing fell silent. Her desire to complain caught in her throat. After a long day, Su Zhe decided to take a shower before retiring for the night. As he stepped halfway towards the bathroom, he paused and asked, "Would you like to join me?" Chen Keqing's eyes widened like brass bells. She had always welcomed the fragrant breath of spring, mentally and physically prepared for its arrival, yet the prospect of such an audacious initiation felt rather inappropriate. "I was merely jesting. There's no need to ponder it so seriously," he remarked, amused by Chen Keqing's stunned expression. "I am not. I never was," she protested, shaking her head vigorously like a rattle drum. Su Zhe, feigning seriousness, responded with a playful "oh" and refrained from teasing her further. After all, the ladder of adulthood must be climbed, albeit without haste. Morning dawned, and the sound of rushing water echoed from the kitchen. The newly awakened Chen Keqing busied herself preparing breakfast, while Su Zhe, still groggy, stood on the balcony gazing up at the dimly lit sky that had finally arrived. It was the time when the sun should have risen, yet the atmosphere was shrouded in darkness reminiscent of a chilly night. The heavy clouds obscured even the anticipated blood moon. Such unusual weather had indeed pervaded our country. After setting the breakfast on the table, Chen Keqing joined Su Zhe, exclaiming, "Isn't your reaction a tad too subdued?" Su Zhe glanced at her, chuckling as he inquired, "Should I be leaping about in fright? Should I perform a dramatic feint in front of you?" Chen Keqing quipped. With a light laugh, Su Zhe returned indoors to eat. Seated at the dining table, he munched on breakfast while scrolling through his phone. The official news accurately reported that the anomalous weather phenomenon had spread to the majority of the globe. Yet no definitive explanation had emerged. Nevertheless, the authorities were tirelessly employing various measures to reassure the populace. The world continued its struggle to maintain normalcy. An observation that Su Zhe noted. Even across the ocean, where the abnormalities first manifested, societal order was tenuously upheld by military and police presence. But how long could this order persist? Contemplating this, Suze set his phone aside and focused on his meal. He pondered that the current maintenance of order was merely a result of the absence of true catastrophe. The temperature had not plummeted suddenly, nor had the planet's magnetic field been disturbed. People remained comfortably ensconced in their homes, enjoying the conveniences of modern industrial civilization. They continued to utilize communication networks, feasted heartily, and slept soundly. Thus the order remained intact. Yet, should any of these conditions alter, the situation could transform into something far more terrifying. The truly horrific polluted zones had yet to reveal themselves. "Are you still going to school today?" Chun Kaching, who had also been watching the news, suddenly asked. She had just checked her class group chat, where everyone seemed to be discussing whether or not to attend school. Had they forgotten about last night's events so soon? "For safety's sake, we should stay home today," Suze replied earnestly. Chun Kaching nodded in agreement, silently contemplating, given the apocalyptic circumstances, what sense it made to attend school. Wasn't that a sign of madness? Yet, from another perspective, accepting the end of the world would evoke an overwhelming sense of dread. The term apocalypse was undoubtedly far more terrifying than simply attending school. Suddenly, Suze's phone vibrated on the table. It was a call from Qin Yushir. "Two matters," she stated straightforwardly once he answered. "First, last night you advised me to stock up on supplies. I found your reasoning compelling, so I had someone purchase a few provisions, perhaps a bit too many. I was wondering if I should send some your way." "No need. Keep it for yourself," Suze declined graciously, adding internally that her location rendered excess supplies futile. "Why not?" Chun Kaching whispered, her curiosity piqued. "Just let it go. Besides, prices are skyrocketing now. It's hard to buy anything, even if you have the money," Qin Yushir exclaimed after a moment, transitioning into the second matter. "I've inquired about the Bai family situation. It appears they are embroiled in internal strife, a conflict between the legitimate and collateral branches. They likely won't have the bandwidth to investigate previous matters, but ifs. Succinct detective. He understood what Qin Yushir was implying. Once the internal matters were resolved, they would turn their attention to him. However, he deemed that scenario improbable. In just 2.5 days, as the polluted zones began to erupt, the past would hold no significance. "Oh, I knew you weren't concerned about the Bai family." Qin Yushir chuckled. After a brief pause, she added, "Lastly, I thought I heard a girl's voice nearby." Chun Kaching raised an eyebrow, feeling the urge to fidget. She had been speaking softly, yet it seemed she had been overheard. "Yes, Chun Kaching is with me," Suze answered candidly, dispelling Qin Yushir's doubts. "So it's your little girlfriend, huh?" Qin Yushir teased with a hint of jealousy. "And what of it?" Suze laughed. "Hee, just a reminder to use protection. If the apocalypse truly arrives, childbirth will be quite the ordeal," Qin Yushir quipped. Chun Kaching's cheeks flushed crimson as she pretended not to hear, hastily shoveling more food into her mouth. Yet her inner thoughts betrayed her. "I won't use any. I want to give him a healthy baby boy. Once he grows up, he'll surely have his rebellious phase." After ending the call, Suze feigned contemplation and then asked Chun Kaching, "It seems we lack safety supplies at home. Should we venture out to buy some?" "I'm still just a child," Chun Kaching stammered, her face burning with embarrassment, struggling to articulate her thoughts. It wasn't that she didn't wish to purchase them. Rather, she felt too shy to do so. "Oh, I remembered incorrectly. When I went shopping last night, I happened to buy several large boxes. They should last us a year," Suze chuckled. Chun Kaching fell silent, her face still flushed. Time passed. By 8:30, Chun Kaching confirmed in the class group that no one needed to attend school today. Attendance was optional, but only for self-study. Suze received similar news. Su University had officially canceled classes. It seemed everyone was watching this yet-to-fully-erupt crisis unfold. At 10 o'clock, the anomalous phenomenon had enveloped the entire world. The heavy clouds above Sioux City dispersed, revealing the blood moon starkly against the sky, intensifying the ominous atmosphere. Suze sat at home, utilizing his innate ability to observe the changes outside. The unease on people's faces was gradually increasing, though it remained somewhat manageable. By 1 in the afternoon, the unusual phenomenon persisted. In the community group chat, Suze noted that other residents had shared numerous videos of frantic shopping sprees. Supermarkets had been stripped bare. Even with prices skyrocketing tenfold, some continued to buy in bulk. Concurrently, Su University issued a formal notice. No one could enter or exit the campus, and all students were required to remain on site. By 5 o'clock, the frenzy escalated. Some individuals even resorted to $0 purchases. The streets echoed with the wails of police sirens, yet a few could not be restrained. By 7 o'clock, a brief communication outage occurred, although there was no official explanation. Suze surmised it was not a technical glitch, but rather a disturbance in the geomagnetic field. Simultaneously, many began to sense that the surrounding air was growing colder than ever before. By 9 in the evening, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Suja sat upright in his study, raising his eyes to behold the blood moon suspended in the night sky. The heavens, while not as luminous as during the day, were graced with an exceptionally radiant moonlight. To put it plainly, visibility was not an issue. Though details remained obscured, shapes were discernible. Gazing at the moonlit scene, Suja murmured a well-known conspiracy theory. It was not that he believed in such theories. Rather, it was a fleeting thought that crossed his mind. Furthermore, recalling the apocalyptic scenarios he had witnessed in the simulation, a sense of dread enveloped him. When humanity is confronted with the spectacle of falling stars, one can only surmise that all bizarre conspiracy theories would pale in comparison. The simulation cooldown period has ended. Noticing the simulator's prompt, Suja diverted his gaze from the sky. He had been awaiting the conclusion of the cooldown period to engage with the old version of the simulator. Old version Apocalypse Simulator selected. Simulation commencing. Day 7. You have received intelligence regarding the whereabouts of a containment object. You decide. 1. Investigate immediately. 2. Observe first before deciding. Chapter 61. Plans frustrated by change. The first strike of Apocalypse Simulation. As the simulation commenced, Fita was taken aback. It began on the 7th day. Moreover, the simulation allowed him to make choices regarding his actions, a stark contrast to the classic version. Rather than hastily making a decision, Fita took a moment to ponder. Just yesterday, upon seeing the name of the old version of the simulator, he had contemplated whether the name itself conveyed some form of information. The term old was imbued with a sense of the arcane. However, he could not ascertain if this was indeed the case, for it was possible that the simulator was simply reflecting his human cognition in its naming conventions. Much like when he had designated the terrifying entities roaming the apocalypse as containment objects. The simulator's narrative had subsequently adjusted to uniformly label those eerie and fearsome beings as containment objects. The old version of a simulator exclusively provided content related to containment objects. Suja reviewed the simulator's functional introduction once more to confirm this point. Since it simulated only information pertinent to containment objects, it commenced on the 7th day, when relevant intelligence was available. Having clarified this, Suja proceeded to make his choice. Day 7. You have obtained intelligence related to a containment object. You decide to investigate immediately. You teleport to the vicinity where the containment object is concealed, utilizing your abilities to quietly observe the target. The target is a statue, and you perceive a sense of familiarity in its appearance. You suspect that when you make contact with the statue, you must not close your eyes. You must keep your gaze fixed upon it. Based on this hypothesis, you seize 2 strong individuals and instruct them to approach the statue. When the 2 investigators draw near, the statue does not attack them until they both close their eyes simultaneously. Before you could even observe, both individuals perish on the spot. Believing your hypothesis to be correct, you capture 2 more strong individuals, directing them to maintain their gaze on the statue while you personally attempt to destroy it. After attacking the statue, it immediately retaliates, and within a single second, you are killed 7 times. Realizing your failure to contain it, you attempt to terminate the teleportation state, only to discover that the statue still follows you. Instinctively, you blink. You are dead. Please choose whether to accept the reward. Reward content. Location information of the statue. Is this how one meets their end? The simulation's content left Shiva feeling a mix of embarrassment and fear. What level of containment object had he provoked that it could kill him 7 times in a mere second? Furthermore, it was able to follow him through teleportation. Terrifying. Indeed, it was frightfully formidable. He couldn't help but lament the absence of Qi Xiaoya. These containment objects were overwhelmingly powerful. After attempting the old version of the simulator, Suja realized a crucial point. Perhaps Qi Xiaoya was not merely an exclusive advantage for him. The very purpose of the old version of the simulator seemed to be to assist him in locating, controlling, and ultimately destroying containment objects. Remaining cooldown time of the simulator, 59 minutes. Having opted not to accept the reward, allowed the simulator to enter cooldown. He had yet to comprehend the mechanism of that statue during the preceding simulation. He only knew that it was both strange and immensely powerful. Thus, even if he were to learn the statue's location, it would be futile to recklessly repeat his earlier mistakes and walk into certain death. At the very least, he needed to understand how to confront the respective containment object within the simulation before further considering rewards, ultimately aiming to destroy the containment object to enhance his own power. Another hour of waiting lay ahead. With a slight stretch, feeling unoccupied, he arose from his chair and made his way to the living room. He happened upon Chen Keqing, completely absorbed in her phone, and quietly approached her, overhearing her engaged in a lively conversation with classmates while gaming. Do you think things will get better tomorrow? Perhaps. As some say, after a good night's sleep, everything will be fine. Is it the work of aliens? Are we on the brink of officially encountering extraterrestrial civilization? The chat echoed the current online discussions. Speculations range from promises of a better tomorrow to claims of an alien arrival or a zombie siege. An array of opinions was shared, yet the game they were playing continued to operate normally. The world was still intact. You startled me. When did you stand behind me? Chen Keqing exclaimed, finally noticing Suze from a certain classmate who claimed to be part of the XP faction rather than the Strength faction. Suze replied with a playful tone. Chen Keqing shyly set her phone aside, benefiting from the apocalyptic atmosphere of the day. As many had taken to confessing their feelings for her through online channels, enough to fill a classroom. The numbers were not exaggerated in the least. Suze could understand. A girl as beautiful and composed as Chen Keqing must have captured the hearts of many. Yet, she seemed reluctant to acknowledge it, hastily distancing herself from those admirers as if fearing who might grow jealous. Feel free to continue playing. Suze smiled, having merely come to glance at her, with no ulterior motives. I don't want to play with them anymore. Chen Keqing responded, shaking her head. Testing the waters, she inquired, are you not busy now? Earlier, she had refrained from interrupting Suze while he read quietly in the study. Compared to gaming with her classmates, she preferred to sit quietly with even if it meant just watching the news together. I was never busy, Suze replied, resonating with Chen Keqing's unspoken desire. Oh, you wish to spend time with me, right? He teased lightly. Blushing slightly, Chen Keqing readily admitted, yes, I just want to sit with you for a while. Sit for a while? Suze settled down, jokingly suggesting, shall we share another kiss? Yes. Chen Keqing responded promptly, her answer catching Suze by surprise. I really liked it when you kissed me that day, she confessed, initially expecting to feel shy. Yet the moment she uttered the words, she found no embarrassment, only a slight warmth in her cheeks. Kissing had not been on her mind until Suze had jokingly mentioned it, prompting her to voice her feelings. How much do you like it? Suze inquired with a smile. I like you very much, Chen Keqing replied, her gaze fixed on Suze's face, her crystalline eyes reflecting the tender emotions of youth. In that moment, she understood what it meant to feel an exhilarating heartbeat. Suze nodded, contemplating how to fulfill Chen Keqing's current small request. Just a kiss, she clarified, sensing Suze's gaze. Minutes later, the room's atmosphere became charged, akin to a conflagration spiraling out of control. In an instant, the fire had engulfed everything. On the sofa, it was Suze who first voiced confusion. Weren't we just supposed to kiss? I never said we should stop. The first day of the apocalypse. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the outside air seemed to have suddenly turned frigid. Suze stepped onto the balcony to gauge the real-time temperature, then returned indoors, closed the floor-to-ceiling windows, and settled back onto the sofa. Beside him, Chen Keqing, wrapped in a blanket, curled her legs and gazed at Suze with affectionate eyes. Indeed, plans are often disrupted by unforeseen changes. The sudden surge of passion not only derailed Chen Keqing's intention to maintain composure, but also altered Suze's original thoughts. However, both parties appeared quite satisfied with the outcome. Reflecting on yesterday's simulation, there was no mention of toppling Chen Keqing. Instead, he found himself conversing with his thoughts on the first day, contemplating the cooldown period of the simulator, which had just reset. The cooldown period of the simulator has ended. Please choose whether to continue simulating the previous containment object. Chapter 62. The first kill of the apocalypse. Please choose whether to continue simulating the previous containment object. Distracted by the automatically generated prompt of the simulator, Suze discreetly selected to continue the simulation. The apocalypse simulation has commenced. On the 7th day, you acquire information regarding the containment object, and you decide 1. Immediately investigate 2. Observe before taking action. Once again, it was a choice between two options. However, an hour earlier, Suze had already attempted the alternative choice, to observe before taking action, but the results had been unsatisfactory. He met his demise at the hands of the containment object in the simulation. Clearly, his past knowledge had not provided him with any tangible aid in the simulation, as the bizarre and formidable statue only partially aligned with his previous understanding. On the 7th day, you acquire information regarding the containment object, and you decide to investigate immediately. Having learned your lesson, you refrain from attacking the statue, instead opting to remotely control 7 tools to approach and attempt to contain the statue. However, the results were not promising. When the tools neared the statue within a meter, it was stirred, and your tools were swiftly annihilated. Feeling somewhat helpless, you decide: 1. Abandon the investigation. 2. Engage personally, risking your life. You chose to engage personally, risking your life. You attacked the statue, which immediately retaliated. Utilizing your descent ability to evade its strikes proved futile. The statue was faster. Exhausting all your healing energy, you fell to your demise. The simulator enters cooldown time. Despite the simulator providing another opportunity for choice, the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. The silver lining was that the old version of the simulator seemed to allow for a degree of operational freedom. Knowing it was a dead end, Suze still had the option to let his simulated self take risks. Although the results might be unsatisfactory, at least information was gathered. If he truly could not contend with the statue, opting to abandon the previous simulation at the start would likely result in different containment objects appearing. Suze lowered his gaze, deep in contemplation. He indeed felt tempted to give up on confronting the enigmatic statue, which had the capacity to kill him 7 times in a single second, nearly disregarding the protective capabilities of the Guardian. Such a terrifying creature appeared beyond the scope of his current abilities. Thus, it was perhaps wise to refrain from headstrong pursuits, to forego monsters of this caliber, and instead focus on more manageable targets. The next day, at 9 in the morning, the heated interior remained comfortable. Yet the balcony had frozen over. Transparent icicles formed intermittently along the balcony railing, silently attesting to the alarming drop in outdoor temperatures. Sucheng, a southern city, had never witnessed such a spectacle. On the 5th day, you acquire information regarding the containment object, and you decide to investigate immediately. Utilizing your descent ability, you successfully locate the containment object, a key that appears exquisite, as if gilded. You cautiously observe for a duration, detecting no imminent danger. On the 6th day, after concluding your observation, you take the key and study it, discovering it can unlock any lock in the city, even the locks to a woman's heart. You ascertain that this is a harmless containment object, and instead of destroying it, you decide to retain it. All simulations completed. Please choose whether to claim simulation rewards. Information on the containment object's location. Reward claimed. Location information for the universal key to appear on the 5th day of the apocalypse year. The simulator enters cooldown time. Remaining cooldown time, 23 hours, 59 minutes on the sofa. Suze remained focused on the contents of the simulator. The terrifying statue that had first appeared in the simulation last night had been abandoned. He had attempted the simulation 5 or 6 times without progress. After relinquishing the statue, other challenging containment objects surfaced, but at this moment, a harmless containment object had finally emerged. He could easily control this special item known as the universal key. Pondering silently, Suze refreshed the simulator's content. Current year of the apocalypse, date 2. The first line of the simulator transformed to display the time. According to this temporal setting, at some point on the 5th day, the location information related to the universal key would manifest directly in his mind. Finally, he had it sorted. Chen Keqing busied herself around the room. The temperature outside had plummeted severely, reaching -10 degrees and continuing to fall. Fortunately, the indoors remained warm, and washing the clothes felt no different than usual. Moreover, there was a dryer. At this moment, Chen Keqing had just cleaned the blanket that had been stained with her maiden blood. Outside, the streets were draped in white, with snowflakes fluttering down. On the television, news programs reported on the societal impact of the drastic temperature drop, though the official news footage did not reflect the chaos outside. However, should one venture out, countless disturbances would be visible. The sudden climatic change had instilled a deeper sense of fear in the world. I see many people scrambling for supplies. Should we go out for a stroll as well? After completing her household chores, Chun Kuching suggested to Suze. Their household stock was not abundant, yet it was sufficient. Chun Kuching, embodying the spirit of a hoarder, aimed to stockpile food to prepare for the impending disaster. Sure, if you want to go out, I'll accompany you, Suze replied nonchalantly. Wait for me to get ready, and then we can go out, Chun Kuching said as she returned to her room to gather various gear, earmuffs, a scarf, and a windproof face mask, wrapping herself tightly before pulling Suze out the door. Upon reaching the street, they indeed witnessed considerable chaos. Many unprepared citizens were nearly overwhelming the supermarkets. And if not for the official personnel coordinating the situation, it might have descended into complete disorder. This store is quite crowded as well. Do you still want to go in? Suze patiently accompanied Chun Kuching as they wandered aimlessly. The supermarkets and shops surrounding their residence were all more or less the same. Either they had been cleared out or were so overcrowded that purchases were impossible. I'll take a quick look, Chun Kuching said, intrigued as she edged toward the store entrance to peer inside. Before long, she timidly returned. Let us go back. There were two rather lewd men over there, watching me with grins. All right, let us head back, Suze chuckled, offering his arm for Chun Kuching to link with. As for the lewd men she mentioned, he had noticed them too, mingling within the crowd, intentionally pressing against women. Upon seeing Chun Kuching, their eyes sparkled with unwelcome intent. Let us take the route through the garage. It's closer, Suze suggested suddenly on their return journey. Isn't it cold? Will it stay this cold forever? With my rudimentary understanding of physics, the sun must not have vanished. Otherwise, the temperature would be even lower. Yet why has it suddenly become invisible? Linking arms with Suze, Chun Kuching engaged in light conversation, attempting to analyze the current world situation from a scientific perspective. She evidently lacks the perceptiveness of Suze, oblivious to the fact that the two lecherous men who had previously scrutinized her were now following closely behind. Damn it, this woman is undeniably attractive. I must make a move. What is there to fear? The outside world is already in chaos. If we take that man down, we can have our fun. Is it worth it? Even a mere touch would be a gain, he chuckled. The two aligned in agreement and quickened their pace to follow her. However, as they entered the garage, the lecherous man in the lead suddenly crashed into an invisible barrier. What the hell? He stumbled and fell to the ground. What is wrong? Don't shout like that. Is there a wall here or what? The other man stepped forward, attempting to touch the invisible barrier. Indeed, he made contact. Yet, what he touched was the blade of Suze's guardian spirit. The delightful sound of air being pierced echoed through the underground garage. Two headless corpses thudded to the ground, consumed by a pale, eerie flame, erasing all traces of their existence in an instant. Chapter 63. The initial signs of the contaminated zone. Merely the second day, and some could no longer contain themselves. In the elevator, Suze pondered. Crushing two insignificant ants hardly warranted a second glance. Yet, these audacious individuals were a reflection of society at this moment. Some truly seem unafraid of the apocalypse. If the end of the world were to erupt in a confined area, these individuals would be terrified, fearful of becoming the unfortunate ones. However, if the apocalypse treated everyone equally, these individuals would feel no distress. Rather, they would be exhilarated, eager to unleash their desires. They would rush to seize what they had once deemed unattainable, just as they had attempted moments ago. With a click, the door swung open, and Chun Kuching cautiously glanced back, wary of anyone with ill intentions trailing her. Once inside, she broached the earlier incident. I have something I'd like to confirm with you, she began. What is it? Suze inquired while changing his shoes. I know you're formidable, but I'm uncertain of the extent of your prowess. Would you be willing to demonstrate it in detail? Chun Kuching was not attempting to flirt. She removed her mask and earnestly discussed the issue. I fear that if this continues, the world will descend into chaos, and the outside is quite unsafe. I worry I might bring you trouble. Suze pondered for a moment before responding. Like those two men earlier, their gaze was unsettling. Although I know they might not be able to overpower you, what if one day we encounter a multitude of enemies? Chun Kuching scratched her head, unsure how to articulate her thoughts. After a pause, she added, in any case, I must not bring trouble upon us. But I wish to understand what level of trouble would qualify as ours. Suze still took his time to respond. A smile danced on his lips as he regarded Chun Kuching gently. A wise partner is invaluable. Ancient wisdom surfaced in his mind. Although Chun Kuching had yet to fully reveal her nurturing qualities, She was gradually and unconsciously showing him her thoughtful and capable side. Why don't you take a guess at what level would constitute our trouble? As he spoke, Suze lifted Chun Kuching and placed her on a coffee table. Can you handle 5? 10? She laughed, testing the waters. Would you prefer the truth or a lie? Suze asked, sliding her jacket off. Let's start with a lie. The lie is that I want you right now. And the truth? Not only do I want it, but I want it twice. Time swiftly slipped into the deep night. After a sudden drop in temperature, the air in Sioux City seemed poised to stabilize below 10 degrees. An experience of cold the locals had never encountered. A plane had just crashed above Shin City. The news was undeniably true. The Maya civilization's prophecy had been misinterpreted all along. The true apocalypse was set to arrive in 3 days. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, now is the time to act. Shockwaves rippled through the community. An entire building's residents had been murdered overnight. Suze stood on the balcony, scrolling through the chaotic messages on his phone. Some information might indeed be accurate, but much of it was nonsense, standard rumors. The real terrifying disaster would officially commence tomorrow. Buzzing. His phone vibrated, the screen illuminating with messages from their dorm group. Wang Zixin, Zhe Ge, I've secured your spot. With me around, no one can take it. Wang Zixin. But beware, the most dangerous threats can come from within. Wang Zixin. Sunbin brought his girlfriend into our dorm. Sunbin, fool. Sunbin, don't listen to his nonsense. The school is locked down, she can't leave, so I had her stay in the dorm with me. Don't worry, we're sharing a bed. Suze, no problem, feel free to use my bed. Wang Zixin, Zegu, you really need to return to school quickly. Isinsa real calamity approving. It's best for us to stick together during this time. Sunbin, 1. Suze, I'll observe a bit longer. You all stay in school and don't wander around. After replying, Suze turned off his phone. The scene resembled what he had seen in simulations. The university's response to the disaster was swift and wise. Although unexpected events and fluctuations would undoubtedly occur, overall, order was maintained. Where's Qin Yushi? A thought crossed his mind as he concentrated, using his innate ability to observe Qin Yushi's residence from afar. Indeed, she remained in Sioux City. After a brief glance, Suze withdrew his focus. He was merely curious as to why Qin Yushi had not left Sioux City, especially since her family was alive, unlike Chun Kiching, who had lost her parents. Theoretically, Qin Yushi had the opportunity to leave Sioux City yesterday, even tonight. However, after tonight, relocating would become increasingly difficult. Birar, it's a bit cold. Involuntarily, he inhaled deeply, the frigid air filling his lungs. Suze shoved his hands into his pockets and returned indoors. As an awakened individual, his physical constitution should withstand the cold without issue. Indeed, he mused, it was imperative to become an awakened one as soon as possible. Year of the Apocalypse, Day 3. On the third day, early in the morning, just past 8 o'clock, Suze rose from his warm bed. Chun Kuching had awoken earlier, already busy in the kitchen. After a quick wash, he glanced at the simulator's cool-down timer. Simulator cool-down time remaining 50 minutes. Today, the contaminated zone would likely show its initial signs. He settled onto the sofa and turned on the television to check the news. Unsurprisingly, the news was filled with apocalyptic topics. Both experts and hosts bore expressions drastically different from before. The gravity on their faces was chilling. If disaster were a towering giant or a mythical beast stirring in the depths of the ocean, perhaps it would be easier to comprehend. After all, an enemy visible is one that can be confronted with modern weaponry. However, scientists are likely overwhelmed, still struggling to comprehend the state of the world. Of course, those research institutions must have made some discoveries by now, such as the loss of contact with the space station, numerous satellites falling, and the sudden onset of cold with no apparent cause, as well as the chaotic magnetic fields of the planets. These terrifying changes, imperceptible to ordinary people, were not mysterious. Surely, some would be able to observe them. However, even if observed, it would be futile. Such changes cannot be halted, and any word spoken would be in vain. Reflecting on this, Suze recalled that during his first simulation, he had intended to reside in a top-floor villa. His expression softened with nostalgia as he remembered the content of his first day's simulation. At that time, the threat in the polluted area was a form of conjunctivitis, and he had initially contracted it due to a beautiful young woman. By the third day of the apocalypse, he had already succumbed to this affliction. Let's take a look now. With a deep breath, Suze activated his innate ability within the infinite domain and swiftly locked onto the target building. His vantage point ascended along the structure, soon revealing the alluring woman he had previously encountered. To his dismay, she was already engaging in unsavory activities at such an early hour. "Let's eat." Chun Kaching's voice pulled Suze back from his thoughts. He rose and took a seat at the dining table. Simulator cool-down time remaining. 1 minute. The 50-minute interval was rapidly approaching its conclusion. Suze leisurely settled into the sofa, continuing to harness his gifted abilities to observe the city. He noted that certain polluted areas were beginning to exhibit alarming behaviors. For instance, the previously observed young woman was already displaying peculiar actions. Additionally, 1 or 2 other contaminated zones had begun to manifest dangerous entities, although these threats had yet to cause widespread casualties. Simulator cooldown time has ended. Chapter 64. Acquisition of information on the second containment object. Please select Simulator type. With the cooldown of the simulator concluded, Suze did not hastily initiate the simulation. He contemplated the most effective manner in which to utilize the version 20 simulator. His previous attempts at simulations had provided him with a clearer understanding of the functionalities of both types of simulators. Thus, the old version simulator was exclusively tailored to simulate content related to containment objects, serving as a personal tool for him. With his eyelids gently lowered, Suze continued to ponder deeply. He needed to study the containment objects, not only out of curiosity regarding their mysterious nature, but also because he needed to become stronger through them. Therefore, the old version simulator was undoubtedly crafted for his needs. In the simulations prior to the apocalypse, the most challenging aspect of researching containment objects was the difficulty in locating them effortlessly. However, with the old version simulator, this issue was resolved. If you were to combine it with Qi Xiaoye's external ability to see through barriers, matters would proceed even more smoothly. The correct application of the classic version simulator, aside from acquiring talent fragments as rewards, primarily served to avert potential unforeseen events in the future. The cooling mechanism of the classic version simulator differed. If Suze continued to simulate for over 300 days as he did before the apocalypse, the cooldown would leave him in a state of confusion. However, if he were to simulate for only a few days or even a couple of weeks, not only would the cooldown be entirely manageable, but he would also achieve his goal of eliminating future uncertainties. For instance, in previous simulations, he had discovered a change in Qin Yusher's fate. Alternatively, when he decided to assist Chun Kaching in becoming an awakened, simulating the following 3 to 4 days in advance would maximize the likelihood of avoiding unforeseen circumstances. With a deep exhale, Suze concluded his brief period of reflection. He then redirected his attention to the simulator panel. Old version simulator selected. Simulation commenced. On the 11th day of the apocalypse year, you received intelligence regarding a containment object, prompting you to investigate immediately. While observing the object from a distance, you noted its form resembled that of a reptile akin to a crocodile, its body not particularly large and appearing somewhat cumbersome. Your domain abilities could not detect any danger from the target. Nonetheless, you remained cautious, employing your linking talent to control 7 drones to approach the containment object. As your drones attracted the object's attention, it launched an attack, instantly obliterating your drones and reducing them to fragments. You realized this was an exceedingly challenging and dangerous containment, prompting you to decide. 1. Turn and leave, considering a long-term plan. 2. Face the challenge head-on. You chose to confront the challenge directly, engaging the containment object. After a difficult struggle, you were defeated by the object, exhausting all your healing energy and perishing on the spot. Simulator entering cooldown period. Suze stared expressionlessly at the simulation content. It seemed he had once again encountered a containment object that was utterly unbeatable, at least at this stage. After several simulations, he vaguely discerned that his innate abilities tended to falter against such extraordinarily powerful containment objects, where their effectiveness was significantly diminished, as if overshadowed by the aura of a higher being. He could not comprehend the situation. This was becoming increasingly dire. As Suze absorbed himself in the news, Chun Kaching, having tidied the kitchen, joined him and remarked on some ominous breaking news she had just seen, prompting her spontaneous expression of concern. Suze withdrew his attention from the simulator, nodded, and solemnly replied, "Indeed, it is concerning." The time approached noon. Old version simulator selected. Simulation commenced. On the 9th day of the apocalypse year, you acquired intelligence regarding the location of a containment object, leading you to investigate immediately. The target containment object resided in a polluted area within the kitchen of an ordinary household. Exercising caution, you conducted a remote probe. And despite not detecting any sense of danger, you opted to utilize drones for your initial contact with the containment object. The object's exterior resembled a commercial coffee machine, appearing harmless at first glance. You directed your drones to input your desired coffee, water, and beverages into the machine, which promptly dispensed the corresponding drinks. On the 10th day, after over 1,000 trials, you confirmed that this was a benign coffee machine capable of providing any drink available in the market. However, it was advisable to avoid entering peculiar requests, as doing so could result in terrifying consequences. After concluding your experiments, you took the coffee machine and placed it in a secure location. All simulations completed. Please choose whether to acquire simulation rewards. Simulation reward selected. Coffee machine location information to appear on the 9th day of the apocalypse year. Simulator cooldown time remaining 23 hours 59 minutes. Once again, Suze had obtained the location information of a containment object, and a smile crept onto his face. As anticipated, it was indeed through the simulator's deductive capabilities that he could effortlessly manage the containment objects. In the simulations prior to the apocalypse, the containment objects encountered were often aggressively hostile, capable of causing hundreds or even thousands of casualties. The challenge of dealing with such threats was evident. Now, with the old version simulator, the approach was different. He could first engage with the softer targets, studying the non-aggressive containment objects with ease. The only uncertainty that lingered for Suze was whether locating such containment objects without destroying them would equate to not gaining any experience regarding them. Fortunately, there was no rush to verify this. He could ultimately obtain the answer in the subsequent classic version simulations. Manager Wong had responded to the message, stating that it was now permissible to go out and make purchases. Chun Kaching, who had been playing on her phone while perched on Suze's lap, stood up and handed his phone back to him. The manager Wong she referred to was a community official and a stakeholder in the property company. Since the emergence of the anomalies, Manager Wong had been quite active, collaborating with others to maintain order within the community. Since others were already suggesting it, it seemed reasonable for them to go out. With the simulator in cool down, Suze had no objections to taking a stroll downstairs. I'm going to. Chun Kaching rose to change her clothes. Yesterday, her concerns were largely addressed by Suze, who reassured her that she need not worry about safety. He could handle it. Nevertheless, Chun Kaching resolved to maintain a low profile, selling it at such an exorbitant price. Have you all lost your conscience? She exclaimed. I will buy it at the original price. If you refuse, I will make a scene. Upon reaching the lower level, where goods were piled high, Suze heard the commotion. Many onlookers crowded around, but he could see it was a middle-aged woman leading the uproar. Such trivial matters had not appeared in his simulations, yet he had witnessed the delivery of goods to the community several times. Enough of this. Let us get down to business. Chun Kaching stood on her toes behind the crowd, trying to blend in. Suze pulled her aside and navigated along the perimeter of the throng until he quickly located Manager Wong. In her early 40s, she appeared quite ordinary, yet one could surmise she possessed considerable work capability. You must be the owner from Building 6, she remarked, recognizing Suze after a brief exchange. Is the uproar due to the exorbitant prices? Indeed, this person is unreasonable. There's little one can do. Manager Wong sighed, continuing, it's a feat to have these supplies delivered. Given the current situation, do I even need to elaborate? Just a slight increase in price. And some folks become quite discontented. By the way, how much do you need? It was evident that Manager Wong was quite busy. Suze wasted no time and said, I'll give you 100,000, and you can provide me with whatever you have. Manager Wong looked up, astonished. 100,000? His expression hinted that if he mentioned that figure again tomorrow, she would regard him with the same incredulity, though by then, she might think, what good is 100,000? I'll go inside to take a look first. Manager Wong did not hasten to accept Suze's money. She turned and entered the temporary warehouse. Moments later, she emerged carrying 2 large bags of food, handing them to Suze. This is all I have. Normally, this wouldn't even cost a few hundred. Asking for 100,000 is simply impossible. How about you give me 2 or 3,000, which is just the current cost? Suze was taken aback. It was no wonder the order within the safety zone had remained impeccable for the past 10 days in his simulations. Clearly, some individuals still retained a sense of conscience in the short term. "You're quite kind," Suze chuckled, transferring money, collecting the goods, and departing. "It's expensive, but it's fortunate to have procured something." As she spoke, Chunkiching reached out to help Suze with the weight. He did not refuse, handing her both hefty bags, but she could barely walk, prompting Suze to reclaim the burden. "I am useless, I apologize." Chunkiching massaged her little arm, trailing behind Suze. "If the situation deteriorates further, we might not be able to purchase anything at all. Thankfully, we bought plenty of food in advance." As Suze listened to her ramblings, he contemplated the necessity of fully resolving Avalon within the next couple of days, for tomorrow would bring power and water outages, making life exceedingly difficult. Time pressed on. Various unfortunate transformations unfolded in succession. Network disruptions, power supply challenges, compounded by the halting of high-speed trains and flights, leading to a traffic paralysis. The entire city seemed to spiral downward, ever nearer to the abyss of fear. Amidst this terror, whispers of the pollution zone circulated. Yet even at this moment, few recognized it as the true fatal disaster. Day 4 of the apocalypse, just past midnight, Suze noted his simulator updating time. Gradually withdrawing from his engrossed state of constructing Avalon, he entered the living room and glanced at Chunkiching, who lay comfortably asleep on the sofa. The warmth from the heating allowed her to rest so peacefully. Come tomorrow night, she would likely have to bundle herself tightly. Today marked the onset of a large-scale outbreak in the pollution zone. Sitting beside Chunkiching, Suze contemplati deeply. After a few moments of reflection, he focused his attention and activated his talent for infinite domain. His vision, akin to the Byakugan, swiftly traversed to the location of Yunqing No. 18 Middle School. After a considerable time, he pinpointed his target. The school appeared deserted, the catastrophe yet to unfold. He continued to observe, directing his gaze towards the neighboring YC-14. This area remained relatively calm until Suze had intermittently watched for 6 or 7 hours. Finally, the pollution zone surrounding No. 18 Middle School revealed its fangs. Beneath the dim blood moon, pedestrians on the street suddenly felt their footing give way, an uncanny sensation extending from their feet to the crown of their heads. One pedestrian jolted, eyes widening as he looked down, only to realize he was slowly floating upward. Initially, his expression reflected terror, quickly morphing into struggle. He could not control his body, akin to a dandelion seed drifting on the wind, yet no physical wind existed. Fortunately, he soon learned to balance himself by flailing his arms, and, as he regained stability, he observed many others like him slowly rising into the air. Among the floating crowd, some screamed and shouted, while others mistakenly believed they had awakened some extraordinary ability, attempting to control themselves until, at last, a moment arrived. Snap! A young body suddenly plummeted from the sky. Warm blood and brain matter splattered upon the cold street. Following this, more snaps, more screams, and an increasing number of deaths ensued. The blood moon at this moment turned an even more vivid crimson. Those sheltered indoors narrowly escaped calamity. They did not plummet from the ceiling, but continued to float in midair. However, some, unable to control their bodies, drifted outside and soon became mere pulp. Many realized that drifting outside signified death, and they desperately clutched at anything they could grasp. Yet, as they fought against the sensation of weightlessness, it intensified, posing a formidable challenge to their physical strength. Consequently, many exhausted themselves, floating skyward, only to fall with a snap from a great height. Eventually, the sensation of weightlessness subsided, and the survivors found their feet firmly back on the ground. They began to flee frantically, uncertain of where to go, yet understanding they could not remain stationary. Some were fortunate enough to escape the pollution zone, entering the safety area. Others merely transitioned from one end of the pollution zone to another, only to be thrust back into the air at a subsequent moment, spiraling into despair. Day 4 of the apocalypse. At noon, Suze sat in his study, continuing to observe the weightless pollution zone surrounding No. 18 Middle School. The emergence of the pollution zone stemmed from humanity's nightmares. An individual, in a dream, envisioned themselves flying yet could not control their ascent, and upon reaching a height, would plummet suddenly. Suze attempted to interpret this dream in his mind. Ultimately, whether his interpretation was accurate was inconsequential. What truly mattered was discerning the dangers of the pollution zone to effectively formulate a response, particularly regarding the inevitable weightless pollution zone he would face. To him, the polluted area posed little threat. He could not only teleport away to evade danger, but could also disregard it entirely, as long as the Guardians suppressed the forces of weightlessness. The nightmares of becoming an awakened one bore a striking resemblance to the dangers inherent in the polluted zone, yet they were not entirely the same. Susie pondered what the corresponding nightmare of the weightless polluted area might be, realizing that only by unraveling the secrets of these nightmares could he rely on others to refresh the polluted zone. Only then could he venture into it to seek Qi Xiaoya, an important event he had meticulously planned. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he intended to closely monitor the developments in Yun City over the next few days, and at the opportune moment, set his private plan into motion. The cooldown period for the simulator has ended. Regaining his focus, Susie wasted not a moment and promptly chose to initiate the simulation. Old version simulator selected. Simulation commencing, Chapter 66. The 5th day of the apocalypse, a sudden turn. On the 17th day of the apocalypse year, you acquired the location information of a containment object and decided to investigate immediately. You exercised your usual caution, controlling an awakened one and commanding him to enter the domain of the containment object. After aimlessly exploring for several seconds, the tool man suddenly caught a glimpse of the object during a moment of turning back. It was a bizarre red dress doll, positioned neither too far nor too close. Gazing at the awakened one, to your astonishment, you realize that only through the perspective of the awakened one could you see the red dress doll. Thus, you surmise that the containment object might harbor hostility solely towards a specific individual, and only the targeted person could perceive it. Following your hypothesis, you further investigated, commanding the tool man to attack the red dress doll. However, the attacks passed through the doll's body without effect. Despite repeated attempts, you remained unsuccessful. By chance, during the 3rd turn, after observing the red dress doll, the tool man turned back once more and the doll instantly appeared behind him, launching a swift and fierce attack that shredded your tool man into pieces. A first-tier awakened one was akin to a mere toy before this containment object. You recognize that this containment object was also highly aggressive, prompting you to decide. 1. Personally intervene and forcefully eliminate it. 2. Withdraw for the time being and contemplate a longer strategy. You opted to personally intervene, deliberately drawing the ire of the red dress doll. You succeeded. During a moment of turning back, you spotted the doll. Selecting an appropriate position, you turned back twice consecutively to observe the doll. On the 3rd turn, the doll indeed teleported behind you and attacked. You condensed your time, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. You retaliated with your maximum output against the doll. And since the doll could only run on its legs, you continuously utilized your descent talent to maneuver, ultimately tearing the doll apart 21 times before it vanished, simultaneously sensing the threat dissipate. All simulations completed. Please choose whether to claim the simulation reward. It was a rare encounter with a containment object that could be confronted head-on. Susie made an instantaneous decision to claim the simulation reward. Yet, just before pressing the button, he hesitated. A cooldown of 1 day loomed. He contemplated whether he should utilize the classic version of the simulator more frequently. Frankly, there was a matter he was intensely curious about. What would humanity face at the end of the apocalypse when the stars fell? Would it be an utterly hopeless demise or a narrow chance of survival, or perhaps a grand resolution? Additionally, he wished to know what transformations would occur if he accumulated enough talent shards to upgrade his existing talents. Both inquiries necessitated considerable time spent in the classic version of the simulation, particularly the former. Following conventional reasoning, he would need to simulate for over 300 days to catch a glimpse of the future post-Starfall. Setting aside the ultimate outcome, merely the prospect of over 300 hours of cooldown time was staggering. Simulation reward selected. Location information of the red dress doll will appear on the 17th day of the apocalypse. Simulator enters cooldown period after a moment of contemplation. Susie ultimately decided to claim the simulation reward before him. A containment object that could be defeated singularly was relatively rare, and he could not afford to miss this opportunity. Moreover, he felt somewhat uncertain. It seemed that only those containment objects he could defeat guaranteed the provision of mysterious experience points. Suddenly, the power went out. A scream echoed from the kitchen belonging to Chun Kaching. Susie noticed the lights in the house abruptly extinguish. He had witnessed this scene countless times in simulations. Following a power outage, water and gas would soon cease as well. The cause of the blackout was straightforward: an outbreak in the polluted zone, damaged lines, or perhaps outright destruction of the power station. Modern industry had laid bare its fragility in the face of this calamity. Will the power return? Chun Kiching inquired as Susie appeared at the kitchen doorway. What do you think? Susie replied with a chuckle. The outside is in utter chaos. You can hear the screams of countless people. Do you really expect a restoration of power? That would be wishful thinking. Chun Kiching opened her mouth in surprise, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "I knew it," before suddenly breaking into a proud smile. Luckily, the rice is already steamed. Coughing. Susie almost choked on her sweet smile. I didn't notice before, but you have quite a sense of humor. A question mark slowly appeared above Chun Kiching's head, as she likely did not grasp the sarcasm in Susie's words. At such a time, worrying about whether the rice was ready, should one call her carefree or optimistic? As time passed, the calamities wrought by the polluted zone unfolded globally, with Sioux City being no exception. The area surrounding SC-35 experienced continuous outbreaks, resulting in numerous casualties. Throughout the afternoon and evening, people either fled in panic or sheltered in their homes like turtles, afraid to show their heads. On the 5th day of the apocalypse year, just past midnight. Listen, listen, someone is screaming again. How terrifying. In the bedroom, wrapped in a blanket, Chun Kiching pressed her side against Susie's chest, straining to hear the horrifying din outside. Since noon, the situation had plummeted into chaos. Too many terrifying events had erupted unexpectedly, catching everyone off guard. That sound has stopped. Could it mean they're dead? The moonlight, as red as blood, barely filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a faint glow that illuminated the fear on Chun Kiching's delicate face. Perhaps, Susie replied nonchalantly, his attention focused on Avalon, where he was on the verge of completing his work. If all went well, he would enter Avalon tomorrow to experience the small world he had personally created. Is it really the end of the world? Is it truly the end of the world? After murmuring this twice, Chun Kiching returned to press against Susie's chest, wrapping her arms around his waist. If we die, we must die together. Don't speak such ominous words, Susie retorted. I don't care. I want to die with you. Chun Kiching insisted obstinately. Susie found himself both amused and exasperated. He recalled the scene he had witnessed in the simulation where Chun Kiching sacrificed herself for him. Perhaps the girl in his arms was indeed serious. The long night stretched on. For many, it was undoubtedly another sleepless night. Furthermore, fully detaching oneself from the turmoil proved challenging, as fires raged throughout the city and many crazed individuals roamed about. Those unable to survive were determined not to let others live either. However, Susie's neighborhood remained relatively safe, weathering the night without incident. Of course, strictly speaking, there was no longer a distinction between day and night. Such terms were merely retained in name. Morning dawned. At around 8 o'clock, Chun Kiching stealthily tinkered in the kitchen. Concerned that her actions might produce excessive noise that could lead to unforeseen troubles, the nature of which remained unclear to her, she proceeded cautiously. In contrast, Suze sat relaxed on the sofa, utilizing the boundless power of his observation to survey the entire city. Most of the polluted areas had fully revealed their menacing shapes, while the remaining portions could be likened to a dull knife slicing through flesh. As he pondered this, Chun Kiching emerged from the kitchen, trembling, and took a seat beside Suze. It's so cold. I am freezing, she exclaimed, pressing against his arm, her teeth chattering. With no fire or hot water, it seemed that warm food was a luxury beyond reach. I suppose we'll have to make do with cold bread, she sighed. Just as Suze was about to rise and search the storage room for something to eat, Chun Kiching, in a hushed tone and with a smile, produced a piece of bread sealed in a plastic bag from her bosom. Eat it while it's warm. I've kept it warm for a long time. You truly are a little genius, Suze remarked, unsure whether to laugh or not. Ah, Chun Kiching pouted, sighing, but all I can do is warm up some bread. What if the world continues like this? Suze chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further, not wanting to waste Chun Kiching's thoughtful preparation. He opened the bag and took a few bites. It's a bit cold in the middle, he teased. Oh, then let me wrap it up again, and I'll warm it for you, she offered. No need for such trouble. I'll simply eat yours, he replied. Chapter 67. This is a divine test for you. As midday approached, the cooling period for the simulator concluded, prompting Suze to initiate the simulation once more. Classic version of the simulator selected. Simulation begins. On the first day, you notice the YC-14 safe zone taking shape, providing temporary refuge for many displaced individuals. However, you also uncovered hidden dangers within the safe zone, as conflict arose between individuals and the administration, resulting in some being expelled. On the second day, your observations of YC-14 continued, and you found that the previously expelled troublemakers had awakened and returned with a vengeance. After a brief observation, you decided to intervene. On the third day, you took control of YC-14 and began the process of revitalizing the polluted areas. On the fourth day, you visited the Villa District to investigate the containment object known as the coffee machine, while also keeping an eye on Qin Yusher's movements. On the fifth day, you escorted Qin Yusher to school. On the sixth day, within the YC-14 safe zone under your control, an awakened individual challenged you, but you dispatched them with ease. The simulation reached this point, and after a moment of contemplation, Su Zhe paused the simulation. You have completed all simulations, simulation evaluation. Everything proceeded as planned. Simulation rewards acquired. 3 talent shards. Simulator cooling period initiated. Remaining cooling time, 5 hours and 59 minutes. The quantity of talent shards felt proportionate to the duration of the simulation. While not directly correlated, it certainly seemed related. Immersed in thought, Su Zhe failed to notice Chun Kuching approaching with a quickly heated meal. This is the only hot food left at home. If only we had a gas canister. I could continue cooking, she lamented, gazing longingly at the stove. Turning around, she noticed Su Zhe seemingly oblivious to her words and moved closer. Su Zhe, what are you thinking about so deeply? Nothing much, he finally replied, and then, on a sudden whim, posed a question. If you were a well-fed, content pig, would you dare to leap over the yard wall to take a look? Why are you calling me names? Chun Kuching was taken aback. I meant hypothetically, he clarified with a chuckle. If you cross the wall, you might witness the beauty of freedom or the grim fate of your kind, ultimately leading to your own demise. In such a case, would you still venture over? First of all, I am not a pig. Chun Kuching scratched her head, contemplating her response. Yes, we are human. We face the future bravely and possess the resolve to confront any unknown challenges, Su Zhe affirmed. Huh? Chun Kuching looked bewildered, feeling she hadn't spoken so philosophically. Unbeknownst to her, Su Zhe was merely contemplating whether he should now gaze upon the aftermath of the falling stars and what might transpire thereafter. The answer had already emerged in their recent dialogue. He wanted to see, after this cooling period concluded, he would simulate the aftermath of the falling stars, eager to glimpse what lay within that future. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the creation of Avalon had finally been completed. Fortunately, no internal conflicts had arisen, and everything was functioning smoothly. However, Su Zhe did not immediately enter to savor his creation. Instead, the knowledge he had received regarding the containment object appeared in his mind at that moment. I must step out for a while. Do not wander around the house. And make sure all the doors and windows are secured. If anyone knocks, do not open the door unless it is I returning. He instructed Chun Kuching with utmost seriousness before leaving. Chun Kuching, visibly anxious, questioned him 3 times about whether he could stay, expressing her fear of being alone at home. Ultimately, she was unable to dissuade Su Zhe and resigned herself to waiting quietly at home, holding her breath until his return. Upon leaving, Su Zhe immediately employed his descending ability in the stairwell, reappearing in the polluted area he had long since targeted. This particular zone lay within the confines of Sioux City, albeit in a somewhat remote location. It would have been quite troublesome to reach on foot from his current residence, but fortunately, he could simply descend from above. Upon landing, he surveyed his surroundings. This was a corner of an industrial park where work had ceased days prior, leaving the area devoid of human presence. Being within a polluted zone meant inherent dangers lurked here, primarily stemming from the flora. The plants were concealed predators, remaining dormant until a certain moment when they would suddenly grow massive and extend their tendrils to engulf unsuspecting prey. Just as Su Zhe arrived, an inconspicuous patch of weeds beneath his feet launched an assault. The weeds rapidly expanded, resembling a ferocious beast with a gaping maw, lunging towards Su Zhe. Yet, he did not even glance in their direction. The sound of slicing air rang out momentarily. Boom! The creature was torn apart. Su Zhe continued deeper into the factory. Soon, he spotted a gleaming key resting upon the machine. The key appeared to be crafted from a precious metal, exuding an inexplicable artistic allure even while lying still. Is this really all there is to it? Quite simple, he mused as he carefully placed the universal key into a small glass box. He initially intended to teleport away immediately, but suddenly, he heard the sounds of an argument nearby. In good spirits, he took a moment to observe. Here, take it all. Please let us go. Gentlemen, 2 children, no older than 10, were cornered by 3 men with unfriendly expressions. He gave us his food. Let it be. One of the children pleaded. What do you mean by let it be? That little girl is rather pretty. I want her, one of the men replied. That's downright perverse. The older boy, looking tense, gripped his sister's hand, ready to flee at any moment. Boom! A car fell from the sky, crushing the 3 adults. In an instant, Suze's figure emerged before the terrified children. While in a good mood, he did not feel inclined to engage in lengthy conversations with strangers. Without inquiring about the children's plight, he simply pointed toward the nearest safe zone. Run that way. There are no man-eating monsters over there. After speaking, he looked down to see the children's faces filled with weariness and anxiety. Intrigued, he couldn't help but reveal a fleeting smile, adding, Little one, this is a divine test for you. To survive is to earn the favor of the gods. As soon as the words left his lips, the boy stowed away his fear, grasped his sister's hand, and fled. However, after a few paces, the boy turned back, retrieving a plastic bag from beneath the car that had caused the tragic death. The bag was brimming with delightful snacks beloved by children. Clutching the treats, the boy dared not raise his gaze to Suze, but as he dashed away, he glanced back once more. Although it was but a hurried glance at that moment, Suze was suddenly engulfed by a surge of inspiration. This is a divine test for you. The echo of his own voice resonated in his mind. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and vanished from the spot, returning to SC-35, back to the staircase where he had begun his journey. Upon landing, he did not rush home, but instead entered Avalon. The entrance to Avalon, designed by Suze, exuded a sense of science fiction, resembling Rick's portal gun, albeit in a different hue. Upon entering Avalon, he was greeted by an extraordinarily spacious and lavish living room, adorned with an array of furniture. Most importantly, it boasted electricity, heating, running water, and an endless supply of ingredients. Yet this was merely the unremarkable first floor. In one corner, an elevator provided access to the other levels of Avalon, though it was not yet in use. Perhaps I should take a shower first, Suze mused, shedding his coat and heading towards the bathroom. Chapter 68. A glimpse into the apocalypse following the fall of the stars. Did you just take a shower? As soon as he stepped through the door, Chun Kuching approached him with the keen instincts of Sherlock Holmes, sniffing the air around him. Thankfully, there was no trace of feminine perfume, for had there been, one could only imagine the expression on Chun Kuching's face. You can discern that? Suze feigned surprise, mimicking the act of sniffing his wrist. The scent of shampoo was so pronounced that it would indeed be strange not to notice it. Chun Kuching blinked, pressing further. So, the reason you had to step out was just to wash up? What do you think? Suze replied, amused, turning the question back on her. Is there even a place to take a hot shower now? Why didn't you come along? Chun Kuching candidly expressed her thoughts at that moment. Do you really believe I went out specifically to shower? It just so happened that I found a place with hot water while handling other matters, Suze said, speaking not a word of truth. The reality was that he had indulged himself within Avalon. Nevertheless, he was a man of conscience. Seeing Chun Kuching's eager expression, he resolved silently to share the existence of Avalon with her only after ensuring that they would face challenges together, vowing never to secretly return unless utterly compelled. Additionally, before heading home, Suze had attended to another matter. He had meandered around the fringes of his safe zone until he found a suitable individual, threatening them with force, thereby completing a connection. Now, that unfortunate soul was under Suze's control, experimenting with the function of a universal key outside. Although the simulations indicated no apparent side effects from using the universal key, Suze remained somewhat uneasy. Thus, conducting as many experiments as possible through the aid of this tool was deemed necessary. If he had an auxiliary like Qi Xiaoya, would such experiments even be warranted? The concerns regarding the universal key once again brought Qi Xiaoya to Suze's mind. Without this auxiliary girl, navigating the containment process indeed seemed excessively cumbersome. The afternoon dragged on slowly. With chaos erupting outside, unsettling noises frequently pierced the air. If one stood on a sufficiently open balcony, they might even witness terrifying scenes unfold. However, for Suze, this was not particularly surprising. He remained steadfast in his home, awaiting the cool-down period of the simulator while utilizing his innate abilities to observe the world's transformations. As the clock approached 5, he inadvertently shifted his observational perspective back to Sioux City, directing his gaze towards Qin Yusher's residence. A stirring sensation gripped him as he concentrated his vision, honing in on the villa district where Qin Yusher resided. As he passed the main road, he was met with a series of shocking images that rendered him speechless. Without warning, countless beasts materialized out of thin air. Whether they had fled from other contaminated zones or were native to the area, none could escape the catastrophe. Lions, tigers, leopards, black bears, various ferocious creatures from reality rampaged through the polluted region. They charged down the driveways of the villas, roared within the houses, and leaped through the corridors. Fueled by hunger and rage, they attacked every human they could see or hear, their screams intertwining with the roars of the beasts to create a terrifying symphony. For ordinary people, such a cataclysm was indeed too sudden and overwhelming. Su Zhe's observational gaze continued to extend forward, revealing numerous tragic scenes. He witnessed individuals attempting to resist, and in several locations, gunfire erupted. Yet, the beasts that had appeared were in such overwhelming numbers that they seemed insatiable, their ferocity rendering small-caliber firearms nearly ineffective. Attempting to escape by car was equally challenging, as the roads were blocked. While a heavy tank might have been able to plow through, ordinary vehicles found themselves utterly immobilized. Qin Yusher, however, was swift on her feet. Soon, Su Zhe's gaze landed upon her as she dashed into the basement. Her ability to reach safety stemmed purely from luck, as the beast in her living room had chosen to attack the oblivious cooking ant first. Of course, Qin Yusher's composure was also crucial to her survival during the initial wave of crisis. After all, not every household in that area had a basement, yet not everyone could rely on it to cling to life. After a considerable time, Su Zhe withdrew his gaze from the villa district. He had confirmed that the scenes once depicted in the simulation were now unfolding without a hitch. That was sufficient. Taking advantage of the simulator's ongoing cool-down, he promptly turned his attention towards the direction of Yun City. The YC-14 safe zone, which had piqued his interest, had now become a refuge for many fleeing individuals, unaware that they were sheltering in a secure location. Consequently, countless others continued to flee, their fear and despair escalating. Simulator cool-down time has ended as evening approached. Su Zhe entered his study. He drew all the curtains wide open, allowing the crimson moonlight to flood the room. From one side of the bookshelf, he retrieved the notebook he had been using and returned to his desk to sit down. Classic version of the simulator selected. Simulation commencing. The decision made a few hours prior was now ready for implementation. He intended to simulate the world following the fall of the stars. He wished to uncover what awaited him in the future. Day 1. The 6th day of the Doomsday era, you observe the YC-14 safe zone and discover that the expelled man has become an awakened one, returning to wreak havoc within the safety perimeter. Day 2. Day 8. You witness Qin Yusher ensnared in a nightmare. Upon awakening, she transforms into an awakened one. Day 9. You acquire the location information of a containment object and proceed to the designated site, successfully exerting control over the object. Day 10. Day 11. The number of awakened ones within your safe zone increases significantly. Day 14. Conflicts erupt among the awakened ones in your safe zone, which you observe discreetly. Day 15. You take action to discipline the awakened ones within the safe zone, earning the adoration of the people, thus becoming their spiritual leader. Day 16. Chun Kuching attempts to bravely become an awakened one. Day 17. Chun Kuching narrowly becomes an awakened one, while you receive information regarding the containment object's location. At her request, you escort her to the site of the incident and successfully destroy the containment object. Day 18. Your plans in the YC-14 safe zone progress methodically. Yet you notice that the suppressed awakened ones are growing impatient, yearning for revenge, though you feign ignorance. Day 19. The polluted area where 18 resides refreshes, prompting you to immediately venture to the new contaminated zone, where you successfully locate Qi Xiaoya and bring her back. Day 20, Chapter 69, Establishing the Museum of Antiquity. Su Zhe meticulously transcribes the simulated content onto paper to solidify his understanding. However, he intends to cease recording the simulated events after 20 days. Having calculated that if his simulation lasts around 330 days, he will face a cooldown period of 14 days. This means that upon the conclusion of the 19th day of the Doomsday, he will be able to utilize the simulator once more, allowing him to continue peering into the future, which will consequently alter its trajectory significantly. Hence, the simulated content beyond the 20th day holds little reference value. The simulation continues. Day 38. On Chun Kaching's birthday, you finally unveil Avalon, moving Qi Xiaoya and Chun Kaching to tears in your new home. Day 49. Although you have yet to become an awakened one, today you finally managed to summon Qi Xiaoya. Day 52. You and Qin Yushir enjoy a bath together. Day 73. You establish a cooperative relationship with the authorities, further expanding your intelligence network to continue investigating the containment objects. Day 80. With Qi Xiaoya's assistance, you destroy yet another containment object. Day 81. Upon awakening, you discover that you have become an awakened one, realizing that destroying containment objects seems to be more direct and effective than merely controlling them. Destroying containment objects proves to be more efficacious than controlling them. Suze hastily jots down the new intelligence on paper. Yet, the accuracy of this information remains to be seen, as the terminology used within the simulation is relatively cautious and lacks certainty. Day 97. Your intelligence network proves its worth as you uncover a new containment object. After communicating with Qi Xiaoya, you devise a plan to confront the new containment object. Day 191. This marks your 11th destruction of a containment object. Day 192. A profound sensation emerges within your dreams, and you realize that you stand at a crossroads of fate. After considerable contemplation, you choose a path previously untraveled. You acquire a brand new power akin to Avalon, yet it is a creation of your own making. Under your conscious guidance, a novel high-dimensional space manifests, where all the containment objects you once destroyed appear as if preserved in a museum. You attempt to construct individual cells within this space to segregate these containment objects, but soon deem it unpleasing to the eye. Thus, you renovate the space, transforming it into a museum-like atmosphere. You name this self-created high-dimensional space the Museum of Antiquity. Upon awakening from your dream, you realize that you now possess a fresh method to combat containment objects. You can confine them within your Museum of Antiquity, transforming them into exhibits, whether as artifacts, books, or mere concepts. They are now your playthings. Regrettably, true control over the containment objects eludes you, as control implies directing them to engage in battles or confront each other. The Museum of Antiquity signifies an alternative route. In the final simulation before the end of the world, after becoming an awakened one, you too faced a crossroads of destiny. However, in the previous instance, you opted to upgrade all your existing talents. Suze gazes pensively at his desk, persistently reflecting. He meticulously re-examines the simulation content from day 192. It seems that this evolution can be simplistically understood as gaining a brand new talent along his unique evolutionary path. Utilizing this talent, he has crafted an ideal space for controlling containment objects. Functionally, it resembles the foundation he is familiar with, yet remains far less intricate and powerful. With an involuntary sigh, Suze exhales deeply, his eyes still glimmering with depth of thought. A hint of a smile graces his handsome face. Indeed, each glimpse into the future stirs the wings of fate's butterfly. This time, the butterfly of fate has once again fluttered its wings, and he is likely to adapt in accordance with destiny. The concept of controlling and containing those terrifying objects within the Museum of Antiquity is truly a splendid idea. He muses to himself while advancing the simulation once more. Day 290. You again destroy a formidable containment object, yet this does not grant you new powers. Day 325. As you await in tranquility, you sense the tremors of the planet, witnessing the stars descend. Suze's anticipation is somewhat deflated. He initially wished to see if subsequent simulations would bestow upon him even more formidable and extraordinary powers due to the containment objects. Unfortunately, due to the inability to swiftly acquire the location information of the containment objects, he does not encounter any profound insights regarding his abilities in the ensuing simulations. However, the ultimate objective of this simulation finally materializes at this moment. Day 326. After a brief earthquake, the falling stars do not appear as terrifying as imagined. The survivors around you engage in fervent discussions. Some believe it to be humanity's final peaceful moment, while others see it as a turning point. You mobilize all your resources to investigate discreetly, uncovering little, save for the disappearance of all contaminated areas. Day 327. Your intelligence network proves effective as you receive signals from Moon. The other party claims to be fellow bearers of human civilization. From their words, you glean insight into humanity's current predicament. The gravitational changes are the root cause of the falling stars and earthquakes, yet for reasons unknown, this alteration does not affect humanity. The celestial bodies you perceive in the sky, appearing as if they are plummeting stars, are in fact numerous parallel blue planets, each harboring civilizations akin yet distinct from your own. The civilization communicating with you believes that humanity's doomsday calamity is far from over, inviting you to join them in the fight against the still mysterious apocalyptic disaster. On the 328th day, like other distinguished humans, you pondered how to confront the current predicament, until a moment arrived when an instinctual alarm surged through you, compelling you to disperse your close companions and remain alone, awaiting the encroaching unknown danger. A stranger, shrouded in darkness, suddenly materialized before you. He embodied the peril you had feared. This individual sought Avalon, and through your conversation, you learned of his knowledge regarding Avalon's origins, recognizing it as a shard of divine creation. He had already amassed numerous shards, referring to them as divine relics. In an attempt to seize Avalon from you, the figure cloaked in darkness launched a direct assault. You exerted every ounce of your strength, yet found yourself no match for him. During the battle, he arrogantly proclaimed that he and his kind were the apostles of the gods, individuals truly under divine scrutiny, asserting that your life and his existed on disparate planes. In your final moments, it was revealed to you that he was known among other humans as a transcendent apostle, a so-called apostle of the gods, possessing a life tier that could largely disregard the word manipulation abilities of the awakened, including your current talents. Reluctant to succumb to defeat, you unleashed the chaos of the old museum, causing turmoil among the contained entities. Just before your demise, you heard the figure in the black mist scream in response to the emergence of these entities, and then you perished. Chapter 70. Level Up, Transcendent Talent. You have completed all simulations. Simulation evaluation. So close, just a hair's breadth away from victory. You have received simulation rewards, 199 talent fragments. The simulator is now in cooldown. Remaining cooldown time, 13 days, 15 hours, 59 minutes. At his desk, Suze maintained an expression of calm, betraying no turbulence. Yet, internally, he was far from tranquil. To be frank, he had anticipated worse outcomes from the simulation, so the result of his demise did not take him by surprise. He had not expected that Avalon would be the catalyst for his peril. However, within the simulation's narrative following the fall of the stars, there was much to contemplate and dissect, not solely concerning Avalon or this divine relic. Deities truly exist. The Avalon in my possession, or rather, the divine creation, is merely one fragment. The antagonist was collecting shards of Avalon, hence his pursuit of me. The logical connections were easily discernible. If the sole objective were to evade an enemy's attack, perhaps relinquishing Avalon would suffice, but such an act would be unbearably cowardly. Suze dismissed this possibility entirely. The apostles of the gods, those genuinely under divine watch, resided on a different life tier than the awakened. Consequently, the word manipulation abilities possessed by the awakened, including my current talents, could not affect him. This was the fundamental reason for my crushing defeat. Continuing his analysis, Suze found himself fixating on the simulation evaluation, noting the phrase, just a hair's breadth away from victory. This implied that within the simulation, there had indeed been a sliver of potential for triumph. Was it due to the contained entities? Could it be that these entities also possessed varying life tiers? Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. He realized that in previous simulations, many contained entities had been able to disregard his talent abilities, tormenting him at will. It was highly likely that their overwhelming strength stemmed from their higher life tiers, ultimately rendering his talents ineffective or significantly diminished. However, in the simulation, during the climactic moment, releasing all contained entities posed a threat to the higher-tiered, transcendent apostle. Did this not suggest that among the entities I had controlled and contained, there existed ones of comparable caliber? In this line of thought, Suze reaffirmed his prior conclusions and decisions. He must endeavor to recreate the old museum. Perhaps such capability would enable him to preemptively control and contain entities of superior rank, albeit those lacking formidable offensive prowess. If he could indeed achieve this, he would have no reason to reject such a prospective future. He must apply his awakening abilities to the construction of the old museum. The journey is arduous and fraught with challenges. After much contemplation, a faint smile graced Suze's lips as he murmured softly, "Encountering the daunting prospects of the future is not frightening. What is truly terrifying is the realization of insurmountable challenges." Yet it is evident that he possesses the opportunity and ability to overcome the impending adversities. First, let us utilize the talent fragments. 199 fragments. A considerable surplus beyond what he had anticipated. What could account for this success? The query lingered unanswered for the time being. Without hesitation, Suze allocated the talent fragments. He opted to enhance his existing talents, for rather than relying on chance to draw a new, unknown talent of uncertain capability, it was far more prudent to fortify those talents he already possessed. Ding! You have consumed 100 talent fragments to enhance your existing talent. Divine Invocation. Divine Invocation. Transcendent level, the three guardian deities merge, now favoring you more than before, allowing you to directly wield the power of the guardian deities. You can execute powerful physical attacks, ignore damage, manipulate time, and teleport instantaneously. Remaining talent fragments, 112, 120. At his desk, Suze shifted his gaze toward the floor-to-ceiling window. The clean glass reflected the ethereal silhouette of the guardian deity, now more solid and imposing than before. It was evident that he bore 3 heads and 6 arms, resembling a mythical 6-armed Azura. Of course, unless Suze chose to reveal the true form of the guardian deity, others would remain oblivious to its presence. With a swift motion, Suze summoned the deity's power, feeling it surge through his limbs and body. He could now match the strength of the guardian deity, achieving an ineffable physical fortitude, surpassing even that of a 6th-tier awakened. A smile involuntarily spread across Suze's face. Truth be told, upon witnessing his talent upgrade to a clearly defined transcendent level, he should have rejoiced. This was an unexpected boon. He had initially presumed that even if his talent evolved, its tier would remain confined to the awakened level. However, the outcome exceeded his expectations. With this newfound combat prowess, perhaps he could contend against those entities from the simulation that had previously overwhelmed him with ease. As for the other awakened in this apocalyptic world, they seemed trivial in comparison. Perhaps even the apostle from the simulation could be confronted. Regrettably, the number of fragments permitted the upgrade of only this singular talent. Suze silently lamented for a fleeting moment, then glanced at the simulator's cool-down time. Nearly 14 days remained, an eternity in his view. Very well. He would devote these forthcoming days to thoroughly enjoying this apocalyptic journey. With a flourish, the white, spectral flames flickered in the study. Suze incinerated the notebook in his hand, for the contents were firmly etched in his memory, rendering this rudimentary method of record-keeping unnecessary. He had several identical notebooks remaining. Casually, he retrieved another notebook from the shelf. Glancing out at the blood moon, he felt buoyant, and thus he took up his pen, scrawling various thoughts across the pages. Afterward, he placed the notebook on the desk, concluding his work for the day. How frightening! Just as Suze exited the study, he spotted Chun Kuching lurking by the balcony, sneaky as a shadow. Outside, terrifying sounds intermittently echoed, causing her to fear even stepping onto the balcony. Instead, she hid behind the curtain, cautiously peering outside. If she ventured onto the balcony, she would witness numerous refugees flooding into the surrounding area and the community. Indeed, it was quite frightening. Suze mimicked Chun Kuching's tone and joined her at the balcony, peering seriously outside. "Why are you copying my words?" Chun Kuching mumbled. "You're the one imitating me. What a lunatic. I'm a pig. Then you truly are a pig." This trivial exchange seemed to reflect Suze's relaxed mood, and Chun Kuching also felt considerably at ease. Lowering her voice, she quietly asked Suze, "I think I heard someone downstairs with a loudspeaker, asking those of us with extra clothes and betting to bring some out to share with the people below." "Oh, and then?" "Sucedi non commitari." As for the current scene of the community organizing residents to assist the refugees, Suze had indeed witnessed something similar in a simulation. "Should we contribute or pretend we're not here?" Chun Keqing rubbed her delicate hands, looking to Su Zhe for a decision. Let us not contribute. But we don't need to pretend we're not here. Su Zhe smiled. Having seen the outcome in the simulation, he predicted that this assistance would not proceed smoothly, and likely few would respond. However, there would inevitably be some kind-hearted individuals who would offer items to those in need. Su Zhe held no judgment against such people. He would not label them as naive, for perhaps it was their kindness that provided the refugees with some stability, preventing direct conflicts with the original residents, thus allowing everyone to coexist peacefully. Yet, he also refrained from praising these benevolent individuals on moral grounds, for some might suffer repercussions from their good intentions. Chapter 71. The Dawn of Conflict. Day 6 of the Apocalypse. Time had once again crossed midnight. Chen Keqing, wrapped warmly, slept soundly beside Su Zhe. He had no intention of resting just yet, and continued to utilize his innate abilities to observe the situation. The various safe zones had begun to take shape. The SC-35 beneath his feet had also accommodated many outsiders today. Most of these newcomers congregated in the underground garage, which was somewhat warmer. Once the garage became overcrowded, some sought shelter in the corridors. Outside the community, there were many places that could accommodate refugees, but at present, the concept of safe zones had not yet taken hold. Everyone was in a state of anxiety, with sleep being a mere luxury. Many were lightly equipped, always ready to flee again. Surviving had transformed into a daunting task. Notably, someone had knocked on Su Zhe's door in the afternoon. Upon opening it, he encountered Manager Wang, a reasonable man. Upon learning that Su Zhe was unwilling to provide assistance, he expressed understanding and reminded him to stay safe. Although unspoken, it was evident he recalled Chun Keqing, remembering that Su Zhe had a beautiful girlfriend. Other than that, there were no other noteworthy events. After observing his own safe zone, Su Zhe briefly retracted his abilities and, with idle time on his hands, playfully pinched Chun Keqing's warm cheek. The girl murmured in her sleep. She appeared to be in a deep slumber, or rather, a comfortable and secure one, partly due to Su Zhe's presence, and partly because their home was undeniably superior to any underground garage or corridor. He decided to check the movements in Yuncheng. After pinching Chun Keqing's cheek, Su Zhe resumed using his abilities. Having observed the direction of Yuncheng several times before, he navigated quickly and efficiently to the YC-14 safe zone. Arriving promptly, he was met with an intriguing scene. At the entrance of a crucial warehouse within YC-14, chaos and conflict had just erupted. The situation in this safe zone mirrored many others, overflowing with refugees. With so many desperate individuals converging, chaos was inevitable. However, until around midnight, the turmoil remained somewhat manageable. Moreover, there was a storage warehouse within this safe zone. It housed a substantial amount of supplies that had been brought in for disaster relief, but were now trapped inside due to the outbreak of the contamination zone. For the refugees within YC-14, this was undoubtedly a boon. If they could extract the good from the warehouse, they could be fed and clothed for the time being. The crux of the conflict lay in determining who would be responsible for retrieving the supplies from the warehouse and distributing them. Thus, when Su Zhe turned his gaze to the scene, the most intense conflict had already ignited. Lu, you're just a supervisor. Stop acting like a leader. Try touching me again, and you'll regret it. Many eyes were drawn to the source of the argument. Yet, the suffering individuals had long since lost their innate curiosity for spectacle. Many had run for a day or two, utterly exhausted, while the chilling temperature outside left them with neither the mood nor the energy to concern themselves with others' quarrels. Brothers, let's take out Lu. We can grab whatever we want from this warehouse. Damn it, I don't believe a few of them can stop us. Bring out the food and clothing. You lapdogs, do you really think you're something special? The leader of the conflict, tentatively referred to as the leader, was Lu, the supervisor. Before the disaster struck, he had been in charge of this warehouse. Now, in the wake of the calamity, he presumed it was his right to continue overseeing it. However, the group confronting Lu clearly held a different opinion. They resembled famished beasts, poised to strike at any moment under the rallying cries of their leader. Su Wentiang, I warn you for the last time, do not drag our personal grievances into this. I, Lu, have never intended to monopolize the goods in this warehouse. I will certainly distribute them to those in need. But if you continue to stir up trouble, don't expect to stay on our turf. You all must leave. Observing from the shadows, Su Zhe shifted his gaze to the man named Su Wentian. He was a young man of considerable stature, clearly someone who regularly engaged in physical training. From Lu's words, it was evident that the leaders on both sides were acquainted, and it was highly likely that Su Wentian had previously worked under Lu. Long-standing tensions had likely existed. Now, with the disaster at hand, he seized the opportunity to settle old scores under the guise of claiming supplies. You expect us to leave? Who the hell do you think you are? We're starving while you're feasting inside. Do you think you're some kind of elite? Get out of the way, or we'll take you down. The crowd, driven by Su Wentian's encouragement, erupted with fervor. Some onlookers, hearing the rallying cries, genuinely believed it was Lu leading a group unwilling to distribute supplies fairly. Don't act recklessly. Put down your weapons. Lu's voice was quickly drowned out by the uproar of the rioters. Until bang, 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 the sound of gunfire rang out, and the crowd fell silent. I command you now, retreat at once, and behave yourselves. Behind Lu, someone brandished a police pistol, stepping forward. There is no alternative. Only the deafening sound of gunfire can bring this group to a state of calm. This objective has indeed been achieved. The inherent weakness of humanity, akin to that of sheep, is laid bare at this moment. No one wishes to be the first to feel the bullet that comes soaring towards them. Consequently, the crowd quickly quiets down. You are Su Wentian, are you not? As Lu's supervisor just mentioned, we must ask you to leave this place. Depart at once. A swift execution would prevent any further complications, wouldn't it? Far away, thousands of miles distant, Su Zhe, munching on potato chips, chuckles to himself. What a splendid performance this is. In his simulations, he envisions the next chapter of this farce. The troublemaker expelled from the safe zone, Su Wentian, is destined to be a fortunate soul. This evening, he shall awaken and reclaim his place within the safe zone. At that time, some individuals may face dire consequences. It is precisely because he foresees the direction of the future that Su Zhe cannot help but lament. If at this very moment, the person wielding the gun were to eliminate Su Wentian, perhaps stability could be achieved and the chaos would not spiral into a complete breakdown within a single day. Chapter 72, Candidates for Tools. Time passes. The crimson moon still hangs high in the sky. Su Zhe, comfortably seated at home, continues to observe the changes and developments within the YC-14 safe zone. Thanks to the cooperation of Lu's supervisor and local law enforcement, order in the YC-14 safe zone has temporarily stabilized. Although many had caused a ruckus at the warehouse entrance, ultimately, only 3 instigators were expelled. Among them was, of course, the most disruptive individual, Su Wentian. After the 3 were driven away, they swiftly entered a nearby contaminated zone. Unlike the weightless contaminated area where the 18th Middle School is located, this zone poses dangers primarily due to the paper figures, reminiscent of a traditional Chinese horror film. Countless paper figures, large and small, lurk within this contaminated area. Should you happen to catch a glimpse of one hiding in the shadows, displaying a trace of fear, the threat of death will immediately descend upon you. These seemingly fragile paper figures can swiftly transform into vengeful spirits, bringing about your demise. After observing for merely 2 hours, Su Zhe noted that 2 of the 3 individuals had perished, leaving only Su Wentian alive. This man, exhibiting remarkable courage, had grown fatigued from running and decided to pry open a door to a shop, wrapping himself in several layers of thick clothing before quickly falling asleep. If the simulation content is to be believed, upon waking, he would indeed become an awakened being. Su Zhe, reflecting on prior simulations, retracted his gaze from the direction of Yuncheng. To be honest, he was not particularly invested in how the situation in YC-14 would unfold. Whether Lu's supervisor would maintain order or whether Su Wentian would successfully return to the safe zone was of little concern to him. His primary focus was on the smooth execution of his own plans. What he sought was a swift refresh of the contaminated area surrounding the 18th Middle School. To achieve this goal, he required at least 100 tools, which would operate under his control to engage with the pollution source, thereby obtaining the opportunity to awaken. Thus, for Su Zhe, one of the key focuses of his plan lay in these tools. He needed to procure materials nearby, specifically within YC-14, to find a sufficient supply of resources. Patience is paramount. Perhaps a more suitable opportunity for intervention will present itself, Su Zhe mused. Hours passed swiftly. In the morning, after having eaten, Su Zhe continued to utilize his global connection ability to manipulate the tools, experimenting with the use of the master key. The results of the experiment were rather straightforward. The Master Key indeed bore no side effects, and its most unique ability, to unlock a person's heart, was not overly complex. It merely allowed the target to express their true feelings towards him, failing to achieve the hypnotic effect he had anticipated. Akin to the abilities seen in the realm of dreams. Ah, how unfortunate. Suddenly, spoke aloud. One of his tools had inadvertently ventured into the contaminated area, only to have its head bitten off by a monster that emerged unexpectedly. He promptly used his descent ability to retrieve the Master Key. The controllability of the linking talent proved quite convenient when applied to ordinary individuals. Suze quietly admired this fact. Although the global connection ability faltered in the face of awakened beings, unable even to compel them to self-harm, its efficacy against ordinary people was remarkable. Those being controlled were often unaware of their manipulation, executing Suze's covert commands without resistance, making it difficult for others to discern any anomalies. It appears there's a flicker of fire below. Could someone be setting a blaze? Chun Kuching crouched on the edge of the balcony, peering down. She was not mistaken. There was indeed a fire below, but it was not a malicious act of arson. Someone was simply cooking. How charming. Suze approached to take a look. Much like a typical street food market, there were multiple stalls below, preparing hot meals, and the atmosphere seemed quite pleasant, suggesting someone was spearheading efforts to stabilize morale. Oh, a gas canister. If only we had one, we could cook as well. Chun Kuching pondered, fully utilizing her talents as a logistics master. Let us be content. For now, we remain safe at home, with food and drink, laughter and conversation, while others. Suddenly, Suze recalled Qin Yushir, and with a shift in tone. He chuckled. Some people can only cower in cold basements, trembling in fear. After a while, as Suze resumed his observation towards Yunchang, he noted that Su Wentian had awakened from his slumber within the shop. As Suze's gaze fell upon him, he witnessed Su Wentian demonstrating his newfound physical prowess. His speed and strength had markedly increased, though it was still rather unimpressive. Suze watched with interest as Su Wentian became the first awakened being he had observed amidst the apocalypse. Externally, there were no visible changes. Su Wentian had not sprouted an additional ear or evolved extra limbs, remaining in the same disheveled state as the day before. Yet in this moment, he indeed possessed strength that transcended human limits. A full-force punch, and even the finest professional boxer would be sent sprawling. His speed was equally astonishing. Usain Bolt would pale in comparison before an awakened being. Have I truly transformed into a superhuman? Ha ha! I am now strong enough to take down a tiger with a single punch. Inside the shop, after repeatedly confirming his physical transformation, Su Wentian erupted in joyous laughter, brimming with excitement and happiness. To be frank, observing his exuberance, Suze almost expected him to announce that he would no longer consume beef, the fool. Unexpectedly, this man proved to be more prudent than he had anticipated. After a brief moment of elation, Su Wentian composed himself, pacing back and forth within the shop, contemplating for quite some time before finally departing the contaminated area. Upon returning to the YC-14 safe zone, Su Wentian did not rush into grand actions. Instead, he lingered at the periphery of the safe zone, blending into the still chaotic crowd to conceal his whereabouts. Soon, he identified his first target amidst the throng. How intriguing. A smile crept across Suze's face. He witnessed something entertaining. Su Wentian did not seek revenge. Upon encountering an acquaintance, he unexpectedly chose to exhibit humility. Brother Chun, I acknowledge my wrongdoings from last night. I kindly ask you to relay a message to Lu's supervisor. There are ghosts outside. It is utterly terrifying. My two brothers were slain before my eyes, their throats cut by the paper figures, torn to shreds. I am now both thirsty and hungry. If you do not allow me to return, I will surely perish outside. I sincerely regret my actions. I implore you for assistance. Su Wentian navigated through the crowd, seeking out 4 or 5 individuals to speak on his behalf. The news quickly reached the ears of Supervisor Lu, yet the individuals on his side were not so benevolent. They steadfastly refused to allow Su Wentian to return to the safe zone, resulting in a temporary stalemate. However, due to his earlier display of weakness, Su Wentian was not driven away. In fact, some kind-hearted individuals even shared a portion of their food with him. Chapter 73. Changing Flags, Victory and Defeat Determined. The order in YC-14 was relatively acceptable. Suze continued to observe. He noticed Lu's group bustling about, effectively utilizing their limited resources, providing assistance to many refugees and granting them temporary shelter. Unfortunately, not everyone understood the value of gratitude. Suze could hear the complaints from those who had received help. Damn it, this food is harder than my fist. How can I eat it? It's freezing. Can't they light a fire to warm us up? What kind of world is this? I truly suspect that those people are hiding inside, enjoying good food and drink, while throwing this rubbish at us. The voices of discontent were few, but when the numbers grew sufficiently, the minorities ceased to be insignificant. Otherwise, would so many have echoed Su Wentian's riotous actions last night? Time pressed on. By evening, Su Wentian finally seized an opportunity to offer assistance in transporting goods. He had indeed been engaged in this work before, operating the machinery with remarkable skill. Coupled with his diligent demeanor, it wasn't long before some hearts softened. He had not genuinely harmed anyone last night. Although his actions were wrong, he had already changed. The world was in chaos, and adjustments were necessary. Influenced by the opinions of some, Liu, who was subtly establishing himself as a leader, ultimately conceded. He first publicly announced forgiveness for past grievances, then privately invited Su Wentian for a conversation. Hoping to bury their personal animosity, Liu stated, "I was too impulsive last night. The situation outside was chaotic, and I was frightened, losing control of my emotions." However, upon turning away, Su Wentian's face twisted into a sinister grin, muttering to himself, "Calling you Liu Zong has really made you feel important, you worthless creature. Even in the apocalypse, you still act like a leader in front of me." At last, he successfully infiltrated the management team. While working, Su Wentian discreetly sought information. As Suze had anticipated, he was indeed wary of those few handguns. Thus, his initial inquiry focused on how many firearms Liu and his group possessed. Moreover, he took the time to whisper to certain younger brothers, "I failed last night. That was my mistake, but today is different. With you by my side, I guarantee we will eliminate that Liu and his crew. Look outside. So many mouths are waiting for food. How many days can the supplies in this warehouse last? Are you planning to starve alongside those worthless dogs, or would you rather eat and drink lavishly with me? Interested in that girl? Damn it, once we seize power, you can choose any woman outside. I promise you that." Merely relying on sweet talk was surely insufficient. Su Wentian had his greatest trump card. He consistently demonstrated his formidable strength as an awakened one to those he aimed to recruit, crushing bricks with his bare hands, a display that was fearsome. Meanwhile, Liu's small team remained blissfully unaware, consumed by their tasks, exhausted, and seizing any opportunity to rest, oblivious to Su Wentian's scheming. The seventh day of the apocalypse, time crossed the midnight mark once more. In the living room, the cold moonlight spilled over, illuminating the faint steam rising from teacup. Suze held the cup, pausing momentarily by the window. Even a cup of hot tea had become a rare luxury, procured from Avalon. Qin Yushir indeed exhibited remarkable composure. A hint of a smile graced Suze's handsome features as he comfortably sipped his tea. He continued to utilize his innate abilities to monitor developments in various directions. On Qin Yushir's side, there was little change. The poor woman remained hidden in the basement, too frightened to make a sound. The occasional howls of beasts outside, making her uneasy even when attempting to close her eyes for rest. It was indeed a dual torment for both body and spirit. As for why Qin Yushir continued to hide in the basement without taking any action, the reason was simple. Much like the majority of the refugees, everyone was waiting for rescue. They all gritted their teeth, thinking perhaps if they could hold on for another day or two, they would see the dawn of fate, and everything would improve. However, no one would see such light. People could only rely on themselves. "Have you not made a move yet?" Returning to the sofa, Suze shifted his gaze back to Yincheng. After a span of 4 to 5 hours, the bloody scene finally unfolded. Su Wentian, fully prepared, gathered his most trusted companions and, under the cloak of darkness, stealthily approached the room where the armed individuals rested. The room was shrouded in darkness. Several gunmen, exhausted from the day, slept soundly. Originally, there was someone on lookout outside, but unfortunately, the sentry failed to make a sound before Su Wentian swiftly took care of him. When faced with ordinary individuals, the assassination capabilities of an awakened one rival those of cinematic super agents. "I will go in, you all wait outside." The moonlight faintly illuminated Su Wentian's face, filled with murderous intent. He then lowered his voice, entering the room silently, The chilling sounds of necks being snapped echoed eerily. Several lives slipped away from Su Wentian's grasp without a struggle. Before long, he stashed the firearms he had scavenged into the pockets he had prepared. These guns will be distributed to you later, but for now, let's deal with the bodies first. Then we will eliminate that Lu. Su Wentian was shrewd. He didn't trust even his closest brothers, so he kept the firearms for himself. After all, without guns, no one could challenge him. Why leave such variables? Xu Yi. Lu's supervisor is sleeping right in there. Shortly after, having disposed of the bodies, Su Wentian returned, quickly locating Lu's sleeping quarters with the help of an insider. Similarly exhausted from distributing supplies, Lu was deep in slumber. However, unlike when he dealt with other enemies, Su Wentian this time did not lower his voice. He and several others surrounded Lu's bedside, deliberately laughing loudly. Look at how adorably he sleeps. Soon, Lu was awakened by the raucous laughter. As he opened his eyes, he was met with several familiar faces surrounding him. Instantly, his hair stood on end as he sensed something was amiss. He scrambled upright, attempting to flee, but before he could steady himself, Su Wentian pushed him back down with a single palm. What do you want? Lu shouted, his voice trembling. No one responded. Su Wentian remained silent, an eerie smile spreading across his face, and the others followed suit, maintaining their silence and laughter. What are you planning to do? Lu raised his voice, shouting in desperation, both to bolster his courage and to attract attention, seeking assistance. What are you barking for? Su Wentian finally struck, delivering a punch that sent Lu's eyes rolling back, nearly causing him to lose consciousness, followed by a series of heavy blows raining down on Lu. Damn it. Don't you enjoy docking my wages? Don't you like making things difficult for me? Why aren't you docking my pay now? Damn it. Step aside. I need to relieve myself on his head. The leadership of the warehouse has undergone a complete transformation at this moment. Beneath the dim light, the faces surrounding Su Wentian are tense and excited, akin to bandits poised to spring into action against the merchant convoy below. Yet at this juncture, Su Wentian suddenly breaks into a triumphant smile. Let us maintain our civility. We must not allow others to perceive us as villains. Do you understand? We should leave ourselves an escape route. Once the situation is revealed, we will adhere to our prior agreement and claim that this Lu fellow instigated the corruption. Indeed, in this era, no one is a fool. Although Su Wentian's ideals of civility are unlikely to be realized, at least he possesses such awareness, which is commendable. Naturally, Su Zhe, observing all of this, had no intention of praising him. He simply continued to stand in the audience, keenly watching the unfolding changes and developments. Delicious, right? He chuckled, until the sleeping Chun Kuching beside him uttered something amusing in her dream. Su Zhe's attention was drawn back. Casting a glance at the slumbering Chun Kuching, he couldn't help but smile. She must be dreaming about cooking. Her greatest confidence lies in her culinary skills, which indeed suit Su Zhe's palate. Thus, he has praised her often, encouraging her further to embrace her time in the kitchen. Gas canister, he murmured to himself. It suddenly struck him that he had brought back a gas canister during the previous simulation. Chapter 74. The sage never dies. The great thief never ceases. At 8 in the morning, Su Zhe returned from outside, carrying a gas canister. Heavens! Did you steal this from a neighbor's house? Chun Kuching's beautiful eyes widened in shock upon seeing the gas canister. What nonsense! I exchanged it for something else. This item is quite precious now, so be frugal with it, Su Zhe said, carrying the canister into the kitchen with an air of seriousness. The canister is indeed valuable, but not obtained through trade. Su Zhe merely made a brief trip to the warehouse of the production factory. Oh, how moving! We can finally have something warm to eat, Chun Kuching exclaimed, her eyes nearly brimming with tears as she gazed at the gas canister. The past few days have felt like an eternity. Not only was every day filled with anxiety, but the food was also very simple, merely to fill their stomachs without daring to hope for more. However, with this gas canister, at least for the next 2 weeks, they could prepare hot meals at any time. Su Zhe connected the pipes and, chuckling, added, "At home, you need not be so cautious. Use it freely and don't worry about others noticing. If anything happens, I will handle it for you." Chun Kuching's last shred of concern was dispelled by Su Zhe's words. She had indeed worried that cooking warm meals at home might attract attention, appearing too conspicuous, especially since many were currently living in dire circumstances. Nonetheless, since Su Zhe encouraged her to use it without worry, she felt a sense of relief. Time swiftly passed to noon. Chen Kaching did not waste resources, preparing 3 delicious and fragrant home-cooked dishes for the dining table. Although they were already seated at the table, Suze appeared to be lost in thought, seemingly contemplating something. In reality, he was merely observing the changes within the YC-14 safe zone. How resilient! Since what time has it been struggling like this? It simply won't perish, no matter what. Truly impressive. In the warehouse, Su Wentian bound Supervisor Lu's hands to a high iron rod, suspending him. After enduring several brutal beatings, Supervisor Lu had long since lost consciousness, his breath faint. Blood congealed on his face and body, revealing the tragic plight of a defeated man. Haven't you found them yet? Su Wentian inquired of those nearby. His wife and children are not at home. They must be hiding. Hurry and find them. Do not let anyone escape. Su Wentian urged his subordinates to act swiftly. Hey, Suze! Chen Kaching waved her hand in front of Suze's face. If you don't eat soon, it will get cold. She pouted. Suze returned his attention to the young woman beside him. He smiled and suddenly broached a topic, asking, there's a saying, the sage never dies. The great thief never ceases. You must have heard it before. Chen Kaching paused, honestly shaking her head. I think I've heard it, but I don't quite understand its meaning. Suze lifted his bowl and explained, this saying originates from Zhuangzi's Skunky chapter. Due to Zhuangzi's use of the anecdote of the Tian family replacing qi, some believe it means that when a sage establishes good laws and governs a state well, a very benevolent system is in place. However, as long as such a sage exists, a great thief will inevitably appear. The great thief will kill the sage and inherit the system established by the sage, ultimately managing the state just as the sage did, completely usurping the sage's achievements. Chen Kaching listened attentively and understood completely. However, she was slightly perplexed as to why Suze had suddenly begun to narrate story. I just happened to think of it and wanted to chat casually. Suze continued while eating. He elaborated, what if I told you that there is someone who resembles a sage, who has just stabilized his community and ensured that the refugees have food to eat, but this person is killed by another great thief. Now that great thief has taken his place, adopting the previous management model to continue governing that area. What are your thoughts? So, the great thief is the villain, and the sage is the good person? Chen Kaching asked, not naively believing in a black and white world, thus using an inquisitive tone. It's not so much about good or bad. The sage, while managing the community, actually had selfish motives. He wanted his close ones and family to eat well and live longer. So what kind of sage is that? Chen Kaching chuckled dismissively at most. He can be called a saintly mother. You've hit the nail on the head. That great thief had already been driven away, yet the sage brought him back, which makes him quite the saintly mother, Suze laughed. Although he did not genuinely believe that Supervisor Lu was a saintly mother in the strictest sense. If it were not for the softness of those around him, Supervisor Lu would surely have wanted to eliminate Su Wentian. This was evident from their private exchanges. When the two turned their backs to each other, Supervisor Lu was also cursing under his breath, lacking any sincerity. Thus, what ultimately determines victory is the unchanging truth. Whoever possesses the greater strength prevails, and that is the truth. I need to step out for a while. Stay at home and don't wander around, Suze instructed after finishing his meal. Once the door closed behind him, within a few seconds, Suze had already materialized in the YC-14 zone. The descent ability has no cooldown, only a brief guidance time of mere seconds, allowing him to focus solely on his tasks without concern for time constraints. As for what tasks to undertake, there are many great thieves. With a smirk, Suze paused at a high vantage point. Before him, in his expansive field of vision, was the entrance to the warehouse. At this very moment, inside the warehouse, Supervisor Lu had just drawn his last breath, becoming a lifeless corpse. Not far away, Su Wentian's lackey was dragging Supervisor Lu's wife and child towards the back door of the warehouse, as it was precisely the time for distributing supplies. A crowd had gathered, and many noticed the woman being dragged, but were unaware of the situation. Although the scene resembled a few big men bullying a woman and child under the calamity, everyone was anxious for their own survival, too preoccupied to intervene. Yesterday's distribution of supplies will be the same today. No need to rush. Everyone will get their share. Just line up over there. Undoubtedly, the area surrounding this warehouse had become Su Wentian's domain. Moreover, just as Su Zhe had chatted with Chun Kaching at the dining table, Su Wentian had entirely adopted the distribution method used by Supervisor Lu yesterday. Everything appeared to be unchanged from the day before. People continued to queue for food, to complain, and to express their gratitude. Su Wentian was not idle either. Under the watchful eyes of many, he showcased the prowess of an awakened one, relishing the sparse applause and the intermittent gasps of astonishment. Wow, is this person a superhero? That leap must be at least a meter high. Madam, are you joking? That was nearly 10 feet high. How can you say 1 meter? What is happening? Has this person evolved? I recall, was he the one causing trouble last night? Shit, young man, can't you see? Someone is in for a rough time. The warehouse has a new master now. Su Wentian paid no heed to the crowd's exclamations or discussions. He merely intended to flaunt his strength to silence some astute individuals, dissuading them from any thoughts of upholding justice. After the Tian family eliminated Duke Jian of Qi and his relatives, they usurped the state. And though everyone knew Tian Chengzi was a usurper, none dared to voice their dissent for fear of attracting calamity. Above, Su Zhe stood with his hands in his pockets, smiling faintly, continuing to watch with keen interest from above. Isn't that the sister-in-law? Inside the warehouse, Su Wentian exaggeratedly circled around Supervisor Lu's wife, Huang Yu, a homemaker in her 30s, confronting her with a menacing gaze. Huang Yu lowered her head, trembling in fear. Do you not recognize me, sister-in-law? I've dined at your home. Su Wentian cupped her face, forcefully lifting her downcast head. The woman's appearance was not particularly striking, but one might say she had a certain charm. Sister-in-law, you still possess such allure. Su Wentian smacked his lips, releasing her and glancing at the little boy beside her. Oh, you don't remember your uncle, Su? I held you the last time I visited. The 7 or 8-year-old child dared not speak, clutching his mother as pants, unsure whether to hide or feign bravery. Why is everyone silent? It makes me appear as the villain. Su Wentian feigned distress, stretching his neck as he sat on a nearby oak chair. Lighting a cigarette, he cheerfully remarked, let us be honest. I'm here for revenge. Sister-in-law, you've certainly spoken ill of me to Supervisor Lu, and I'm aware of that. So you need to pretend to be pitiful. With that, Su Wentian clapped his hands. One of his subordinates promptly understood and dragged out the gradually stiffening corpse of Supervisor Lu. Strangely, the woman and child merely glanced at the body without crying out or causing a scene, though they continued to shiver. I thought you would scream upon seeing this corpse. Su Wentian mused, concluding that the news must have leaked beforehand. Otherwise, the woman and child would not have been hiding. If you don't scream, I cannot be excited. You must scream. Su Wentian intended to torment his adversary. Suddenly, he lunged forward, tearing the collar of the woman's garment. Initially, he only sought to intimidate her. But as the flesh was revealed, the beast within Su Wentian instinctively emerged. His gaze lingered, desire surging within him. Yet, he refrained from acting hastily, wishing to stabilize the situation before slowly toying with the woman. The woman indeed screamed as he desired and began to flee outside the warehouse. A nearby subordinate attempted to block her, but Su Wentian waved him off. Help! Help! The woman cried as she burst from the warehouse, her voice piercing, coupled with her disheveled attire, immediately revealing her victimhood. The crowd outside, waiting for supplies, turned their attention toward her. They killed someone. Help! Please help me! The woman's frantic cries echoed. However, before the crowd could react, Su Wentian followed closely behind, leisurely dragging the oak chair, positioning it in front of himself. Once seated, he raised a loudspeaker in his other hand. Amplified by the speaker, his voice drowned out the woman's pleas. Don't listen to her nonsense, folks. This woman tore her own clothes and is spreading lies. Let me clarify. This woman is the wife of Supervisor Lu, a wicked one. Many of you only received 1 or 2 loaves of bread or compressed biscuits yesterday. But do you know what delicacies Supervisor Lu prepared for his wife and child? Do you know how well they feasted while hiding inside? The crowd erupted in uproar. Many indeed had not received satisfactory provisions the previous day, and Su Wentian's incitement evidently struck a chord. Above, Su Zhe stood firm against the cold wind, unable to suppress a smile. What a splendid show! Yet, he speculated that Su Wentian, in his overconfidence, had not anticipated that his opponent, that seemingly frail woman, had a trump card up her sleeve. I have evidence. I have evidence. The woman cried out, her voice raw with emotion. She produced a phone from somewhere, raising it high above her head. I have proof. They killed my husband. They killed others too. Here's the video evidence. They are the real villains. You must help me. The crowd gasped anew. Those who had been uncertain exchanged glances or began to whisper among themselves. It seemed the jury was increasingly inclined to believe the woman. Indeed, Su Wentian was taken aback. He had intended to slander Supervisor Lu's family to appear more virtuous, only to find that this damned woman possessed video evidence. His subordinates were equally bewildered, exchanging glances as if they were children caught in wrongdoing, frozen in place. For many, this was their first experience as villains, and the slightest exposure of their malevolence left them indecisive. Yet, the malice within human nature can grow unchecked. Soon, one of Su Wentian's subordinates recognized the gravity of the situation, rushing forward to snatch the woman's phone, knowing she was no match for the man. The woman knelt, clutching the phone tightly and stuffing it into her pants. Not her pocket, but into her pants, which made the assailant hesitate. Concerned about the onlooker's scrutiny, this was a life-and-death struggle, not a mere game. The woman understood that all her hope rested with the crowd before her. She needed to garner the sympathy of the majority, to evoke the goodwill of the bystanders, compelling them to step forward and assist. Only then would she and her child have a chance to survive. Damn it, how can you not manage such a trivial matter? Su Wentian cursed under his breath. Growing anxious, he feared that his disguise would be completely unraveled by the woman. Thus, he could no longer contain himself, striding forward to grasp the woman's hair, dragging her silently, intending to pull her back to the warehouse for further plans. Meanwhile, the crowd remained indecisive. But there was no doubt that the woman's desperate cries for help stirred emotions within many. Did those thugs really commit murder? Alas, how pitiful that sister. Perhaps it's best not to get involved. What if I attract trouble? What about my own wife and child? How can I help? That person is as formidable as a mutant. Who dares to step forward? Above, Suze listened to the murmurs of the crowd. It was chaotic and tumultuous. The moral framework shaped by modern society struggled to maintain itself in this moment. Suze observed that amidst the throng, some individuals clenched their fists, yearning to voice a fair judgment, yet lacked the courage to translate their intentions into action. Others displayed indifference, thinking to themselves, why should we care about the warehouse? They're all but beasts. A few sought solace in self-deception, musing that the woman's words might not hold truth, and that by remaining silent. They were merely avoiding the misjudgment of right and wrong. Nonetheless, the majority could discern the situation clearly. The person responsible for distributing supplies yesterday was not the same as today as Guardian, and the former had vanished without a trace. Could they not see that the woman's assertions were indeed valid? Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as someone was knocked to the ground. From the crowd emerged a bespectacled man, exuding an air of refinement. "What are you doing?" called out a close associate of Su Wentian, instinctively pushing the bespectacled man. In a swift motion, the man countered, sending his assailant flying several meters away. The strength he exhibited in that moment evidently surpassed the limits of ordinary human capability, akin to the extraordinary prowess previously demonstrated by Su Wentian. Goodness, another mutant has arrived? This is absurd. It's as if he were struck by a truck. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Numerous faces reflected a spectrum of emotions, particularly among those who harbored goodwill or foresaw a broader horizon. They recognized who the true murderer was, who the most malevolent executioner was. They too wished to stand up for the woman and advocate for their own futures in this apocalyptic reality. However, none desired to be the first to raise their voice. Until this moment, a figure of formidable strength, comparable to Su Wentian, had appeared, a leader emerging at a critical juncture. The associates of Su Wentian felt an immediate shift in the atmosphere. Their expressions morphed into anxiety, with some even exhibiting fear. They were acutely aware of their misdeeds, and thus feared the repercussions. Su Wentian, too, felt a twinge of tension as he locked eyes on the bespectacled man. Yet he remained silent, one hand still gripping the woman's hair, while the other discreetly rested at his waist. He possessed a firearm, although the awakened were swift. They could not outpace a bullet. Being an awakened himself, he understood well how to avoid missteps. Should the advancing bespectacled man wish to become a hero in the eyes of the people, Su Wentian would not hesitate to draw his gun. Only if the bullet failed to hit would he consider engaging in hand-to-hand combat. The air was thick with tension, and the crowd fell into an eerie silence, all gazes converging upon the bespectacled man. In mere seconds, he approached Su Wentian's position and halted, stammering, "I want to join you." Chapter 76. The Hero Dreams of Youth. The biting cold wind did not howl. It pierced through the air. Each word uttered by the bespectacled man resonated clearly within the ears of the crowd. At that moment, everything seemed to freeze in time. It was as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over them, just moments prior. Many had been fervently contemplating following the bespectacled man to uphold the justice they held dear. Yet now, they resembled wilted plants, instantly deflated. The woman, held by Su Wentian, wore an expression of utter despair. She had initially perceived the bespectacled man as her beacon of hope, silently rejoicing that she had endured until this pivotal moment, that she had gathered evidence against the culprits, and that she had safeguarded her child's life. However, fate is capricious. The situation had worsened beyond imagination. The bespectacled man had no intentions of upholding justice. He merely sought to integrate himself into the prevailing power structure. "Join us." Su Wentian momentarily lost his composure, nearly doubting his hearing. His subordinates shared a similar reaction, first astonished, then relieved, and ultimately elated. They had feared a fierce battle was imminent. It appeared that not only would there be no conflict, but they would also gain another formidable ally. "Ah, brother, I can tell you're someone who has experienced fortuitous events. We warmly welcome your joining." Su Wentian finally released his grip on the woman's hair, clapping his hands with feigned enthusiasm. Yet the crowd did not reciprocate with applause. Even his subordinates sensed the atmosphere was ill-suited for such gestures. Su Wentian soon realized that his gang could not shake off their notoriety. In turn, he abandoned the pretense, letting his hands fall to his sides. "I have my eyes on a woman," the bespectacled man declared, evidently lacking the patience that Su Wentian exhibited, immediately voicing his desires. "Hold on, brother. Let us discuss this inside." Su Wentian interjected swiftly, his thoughts racing far beyond those of the bespectacled man. While he spoke of going inside, he was already contemplating how to dispose of the newcomer. There was only room for one leader at the top. At a higher vantage point, Su Zhe inhaled deeply, savoring the weighty cold air. A fine motivation, indeed, he mused at himself with a smile. The bespectacled man was indeed fortunate. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, he had awakened, much like Su Wentian at the outset. He had been observing discreetly, seeking others who shared his extraordinary fate. Upon witnessing Su Wentian, he realized he was not the sole exceptional being. After pondering briefly amidst the crowd, he made his choice to align himself with Su Wentian, not desiring to be the leader, but simply wishing to secure a few women in this desolate world. He believed that once he revealed his stance and lack of ambition, Su Wentian would welcome his inclusion. Thus, he eagerly articulated his thoughts before the crowd. Yet his impetuosity shattered the facade of the entrenched interests. Su Zhe continued to silently assess the unfolding scene. The crowd remained hushed, but the tension was palpable. Countless individuals silently cursed their predicament. With Su Wentian as a formidable foe, now another villain had emerged, leaving them feeling utterly beleaguered. Su Wentian and his cohorts maintained their pretense of righteousness. Yet the bespectacled man had discarded even that facade. Who could predict when these individuals might escalate their wrongdoing yet again? "Let go of my mother," a previously silent child suddenly roared. Those who had chosen to turn a blind eye were compelled to lift their heads once more, their attention drawn by the child's innocent yet furious voice. The crowd turned their gaze towards the boy, who was merely a second grader. His voice, though diminutive against the biting wind, was filled with determination. As the adult dragged the woman by her hair once more towards the warehouse, the child charged forward, attempting to bite the man's hand, but unfortunately missed. The man merely shoved him aside, sending the boy tumbling to the ground before he regained his footing. "Let go! Let go!" The boy continued to shout. However, his cries were abruptly silenced by a brutal kick aimed at his face. After being knocked down, the boy momentarily felt disoriented, but quickly scrambled back up, his youthful voice rising amidst the crowd's watchful eyes as he shouted, "Transform." In that moment, his innocent call unexpectedly resonated with an extraordinary empathy. Perhaps many in the crowd had once harbored dreams of becoming superheroes in their childhood. The gazes focused on the boy began to shift subtly. "Transform! Transform!" the boy cried out persistently. The individual who had just kicked the boy stood in a moment of bewilderment. He had not anticipated that this seemingly insignificant child would prove to be quite formidable. From his perspective, blood and tears were already streaming down the child's face in a relentless torrent. Not far away, Su Wentian felt a twinge of discontent. He believed his subordinate was dawdling. After all, dealing with such a small child was simple. Just cover his mouth and drag him into the warehouse to dispose of him. What was the purpose of this elaborate performance? Transform, 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 the little boy shouted repeatedly. At his tender age, he perhaps still held a genuine belief deep within his heart that he could become a superhero. Unfortunately, no extraordinary event occurred. He remained just an ordinary human child. "Hey, what are you doing?" A low voice emerged from the crowd. An uncle, unable to bear the sight, attempted to voice some semblance of fairness, but was restrained by his wife and daughter, who adamantly refused to let him be the one to step forward. Such scenes were abundant in the crowd at that moment. Many were discontent, yet few dared to speak out. "Transform, transform, transform, transform," the boy cried out with a quavering voice, desperately shouting. The man in front of him finally reacted, moving forward with the intent to kick the boy once more. However, at that precise moment, a brilliant light enveloped the child. To describe it as golden light might be an exaggeration, but in the eyes of many, that instantaneous reaction was indeed radiant. The bright glow illuminated the boy, transforming his small figure into something dazzling and resplendent. "Who?" Accompanied by a sharp shout, the crowd finally comprehended that the light striking the boy was not some superpower, but merely someone above using a powerful flashlight to illuminate him. Consequently, following the direction of the light, people began to look up. On the high edge of a building stood Su Zhe, smiling as he switched the powerful flashlight on and off, continuing to shine it upon the boy, simultaneously announcing his formal intervention. Chapter 77. Scoundrels, you are now under my control. Is he insane? Who is that? Just shining a flashlight startled me. Go up there and grab that person. Damn it. Always wanted to play the hero. Su Wentian's subordinates glared angrily at Su Zhe. Everyone wore a fierce expression, ready to unleash their wrath. Su Wentian, too, was infuriated, feeling that this charade had dragged on for too long. If it continued, who knew what other nuisances might emerge? So he contemplated taking matters into his own hands, demonstrating his power to the others. However, he need not go through such trouble. After shining the flashlight for a brief moment, Su Zhe extinguished it. Now, he had become the focal point of the crowd's attention. What is he doing? The crowd suddenly erupted in astonishment. They had all witnessed Su Zhe at the high edge, lifting his foot as if to step into the air. His figure then appeared to plummet downward. Yet, the so-called fall was merely an illusion. Su Zhe's form abruptly vanished mid-air, while everyone remained craning their necks. Searching for the figure that should have fallen, his voice resonated before the warehouse. "Here, my friend." The moment the voice sounded, Su Wentian's entire being bristled. He looked down to find Su Zhe standing right before him. Almost instinctively, he swung his fist to strike Su Zhe. In that fleeting moment, he belatedly remembered that he had a gun. Thus, he contemplated how to create distance and use bullets against Su Zhe. Yet, his thoughts were evidently futile. Su Zhe appeared before him as if teleporting, raising a hand to cover Su Wentian's face. A deafening thud echoed as Su Wentian's head was smashed into the ground. His skull, rather sturdy, even cracked the surface beneath. As for Su Wentian himself, he was already lifeless, his body twitching as if narrating the sheer terror experienced in his final moments. The crowd erupted in another wave of shock, accompanied by screams. They were utterly astonished by Su Zhe's brutal method, fortunately, having witnessed too much horror and death in recent days. They had grown desensitized to corpses and were not frightened by Su Wentian's remains. Instead, after a brief moment of shock, some even began to cheer quietly. At this juncture, no one was a fool. Everyone understood that Su Wentian was no good person, and with his demise, a wave of relief washed over them. It was certainly not excessive to quietly express approval. Brother Su Wentian's subordinates were devoid of any inclination to cheer. Their expressions froze in horror, petrified by fear. Even a mutated brute like Su Wentian had been instantaneously defeated. What would become of them? The bespectacled man, standing beside Su Wentian, was the most anxious of all. Following Su Wentian's death, Su Zhe's gaze shifted immediately toward him. The bespectacled man lacked any thoughts of resistance. he stammered, unsure of what to say to prove his innocence, to demonstrate that he posed no threat. "Have you been in the direction of Shibazhong?" Suze inquired, smiling leisurely at the bespectacled man. "Shibazhong? No, I haven't." The bespectacled man quickly shook his head in denial. Suze paid no heed to his verbal denial. He could discern the bespectacled man's true thoughts. The answer was indeed that he had not been there, as the bespectacled man had not awakened as a result of the pollution zone in Shibazhong. Thus, he held no value. Bang! The sound of a fist striking the chest echoed, shattering the heart. Suze delivered a fatal blow to the bespectacled man. Had the individual awakened in the pollution zone of Shibazhong, Suze might have spared him momentarily to extract information regarding the nightmarish awakening before passing judgment. However, since he did not, there was no value in his existence, and it was best to eliminate him immediately. After all, as Suze turned around, he could see countless gazes converging upon him. At that moment, those gazes undoubtedly yearned for him to take action. From a certain perspective, the bespectacled man attracted even more animosity than Su Wentian, for he was the one who had explicitly revealed his desires as a villain. The atmosphere remained tense. The crowd remained silent. Suze maintained his smile as he turned and approached the disheveled woman named Huang Yu. In just a few short steps, many felt a tightening in their chests, especially the onlookers standing in judgment. They indeed applauded Suze's massacre, yet they were also filled with trepidation. They feared that this evidently more powerful man bore no difference from the two deceased awakened ones. "Sister, put on your clothes." Suze casually took a jacket from a nearby man who had been daydreaming and handed it to the woman. "Thank you," she replied nervously, fearfully regarding Suze, but she managed to express her gratitude. Suze merely smiled and said nothing further. He then turned and approached the oak chair, under the gaze of the crowd. Amid the fearful eyes of Su Wentian's subordinates, and under the pleading gaze of the mother and child, he slowly sat down, lifted his head, and surveyed all those present before proclaiming loudly, "Scoundrels, you are now under my command." What a fortunate encounter. Thank goodness for that handsome man. Otherwise, who knows what heinous acts those individuals would have committed? Is there even a need for speculation? They killed many people last night. Those who perished had even generously shared their food with us. What a group of wretches, worse than swine and dogs. In the face of such adversity, they continue to harm others. That young man is exceedingly handsome, resembling a superhero who has instilled awe in everyone around him. The management of the warehouse has once again changed hands, with Suze now firmly in charge. This is evident. The outside discussions have overwhelmingly declared Suze a good person, even venerating him as a hero. In truth, Suze has not made significant changes. He merely adjusted the distribution of resources slightly, allowing everyone to receive more food daily than before, and that is all. As for what will happen once the supplies in the warehouse are exhausted, Suze has not given it much thought. He is not here to be a tyrant. Once he finds Qi Shaoyi, he will simply take his leave, and everything here will no longer concern him. With the death of the saint, the great thief shall not rise. Inside the warehouse, Suze wanders alone, contemplating how to initiate the refresh of the pollution zone. Just as he had muttered upon his arrival in this area, he too is a thief. However, what he seeks to steal is not the resources of this place, nor the hearts of its people, but rather the scum gathered by Su Wentian and those hidden among the masses. These individuals will become the test subjects in his laboratory over the next 10 days, serving as his ruthlessly consumed experimental materials. He will drive these miscreants into the pollution zone where the 18th Middle School is located, forcing them to expend their lives in exploration and excavation. Only when he thoroughly understands the nightmares corresponding to the pollution zone will he successfully refresh it and find Qi Shaoyi. His plan will culminate in a satisfying conclusion. Of course, Suze is not in a hurry. He intends first to stabilize YC-14 and establish a complete ecological system before embarking on his own scheme. On the 8th day of the apocalyptic era, Suze continues to remain active in YC-14, yet he is shrouded in mystery, appearing only to assign tasks and dispense justice, avoiding any unnecessary actions. It is just past noon when Chun Kuqing prepares 2 of her signature dishes, serving them in disposable containers on the dining table. Is Qin Yu sure still sleeping? Ah, she seems to be awakening today. It appears to be this very dream. As he eats, Suze remains vigilant, observing the ongoing apocalypse. In his view, Qin Yushur is curled up, hugging her legs, asleep in the cold basement. Chapter 78. Seeking the source of pollution. Will there be unexpected developments? Chewing slowly, Suze continues to watch Qin Yushur from a distance, once again playing the role of an audience member. However, this time, his personal interests clearly outweigh his previous detachment. Frankly speaking, he does not wish for Qin Yushur to perish easily. If, at the moment he casts his gaze upon her, he were to see her life hanging by a thread, he would undoubtedly intervene. Yet, as he had implied before the apocalypse, he is not one to suffer losses. Having given something, he must receive commensurate rewards. Even if the other party is unwilling to provide what he desires, he will take it by force. For now, he can only wish her good luck. After observing for a while, Suze shifts his focus away from Qin Yushur. It seems she will be asleep for quite some time. Who knows when the nightmare test will occur? He cannot simply keep staring at her. Well, he could, but if Chun Kuching were to attempt awakening, he would certainly keep a close watch to prevent any unexpected incidents. However, as for Qin Yushur, he trusts the simulated outcome entirely. Upon waking, she should undoubtedly become an awakened one. By the way, are you going out for a stroll later? Suze suddenly turns his head and smiles at Chun Kuching. Going out? Chun Kuching rises an ebro hesitating. To be honest, she has no desire to leave the house. The outside world is chaotic and perilous. Why would she want to seek trouble? If danger arises, she would have to rely on Suze for protection. Moreover, she is quite the homebody. As long as her needs are met, she could easily stay indoors for a lifetime during this apocalypse. So why venture outside? Today might bring some interesting occurrences. Suze perceives Chun Kuching's thoughts and adds, "Do not worry about safety. I assure you, the people in this area are no match for your man." Well then, let's go. Perhaps the mention of your man piqued her interest, as Chun Kuching beams with an adorable smile. Suze nods with a smile and adds, "However, you will need to wait a moment. I will head out first to see if I can find anything interesting. If I do, I will return and take you to see it." The notion of searching for something interesting is merely a fabrication of Suze. He indeed steps out first, but does not linger in his safe zone. Instead, he heads straight to Yuncheng, re-entering the YC-14 area. It is quite lively here. Descending from a vantage point where he attracts attention, Suze scans the scene below. As it is mealtime, a crowd has gathered, creating a bustling atmosphere. Finding joy amid suffering is a timeless quality passed down through generations. At this moment, people below are singing and performing, enlivening the environment. Little do they know that in 2 days, on the 10th day of the apocalypse, when the official self-rescue message arrives, this fleeting tranquility may no longer persist. In the blink of an eye, Suze vanishes from the high vantage point. His movements appear akin to teleportation, and indeed they are. With the upgraded divine summoning talent, his strength has undoubtedly increased significantly, capable of shattering buildings with a mere snap of his fingers. However, the functionality of his talent remains largely unchanged. It still possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities, allows him to condense time for contemplation, and showcases his current ability to teleport. Nevertheless, the ability does have its drawbacks. For instance, while he can teleport, it is merely a positional shift. To instantaneously move and eliminate an opponent requires additional steps, and the distance he can teleport is relatively limited. This is why he did not kill Su when Tion immediately upon teleporting yesterday. He had to maintain the appearance of descending from a height. Fortunately, when utilized effectively, this teleportation ability not only goes unnoticed, but also appears quite impressive. "Oh, you startled me, Brother Suze." Within the warehouse, Suze's figure materializes like a specter behind a middle-aged man. The man, named Gao Yang, was a primary school principal before the apocalypse, enjoying a decent reputation, along with some managerial skills. Thus, after Suze took control of the warehouse yesterday, he summoned Gao Yang to assist in managing the resources. Besides him, the individuals responsible for managing the goods and distributing supplies are still those left behind by Su and Tion. Of course, these individuals now all present themselves as reformed characters. More than one person claims they were coerced previously, and now that the leadership of the warehouse has changed, justice has been served. They express their delight and assure everyone they will never again conspire with evil. Such trifles do not concern Suze. He pays no heed to the words of others. All he desires is for his plan to proceed smoothly. "It's mealtime, Brother Suze. Why not have something to eat?" Gao Yang smiles at Suze. noting that he has not seen him eat since yesterday. It cannot be said to be a close rapport. Yet Su Zhe undeniably stands as the most formidable figure in this place. He feels compelled to somewhat elevate Su Zhe's status. No need for that. I just had a meal and merely came to take a look. Su Zhe interjects before the principal can speak again. He is not a leader inspecting the work, nor does he need to pressure the principal into resorting to bureaucratic formalities. After discussing the management of warehouse materials, Su Zhe senses it is time to depart and attend to more pressing matters. I will leave the management of the warehouse to you, Principal, Su Zhe concludes. There's no trouble at all. The current stability of the situation is largely due to you, Brother Su Zhe, the principal remarks, intending to praise Su Zhe. However, upon turning around, he realizes that Su Zhe has already vanished. He scratches his head, feeling hesitant to speak freely, only daring to murmur inwardly. Is Su Zhe human or a ghost? Su Zhe's figure appears atop a high building in the polluted area of Yuncheng's Shibazhou. Weightlessness, he mutters softly, silently absorbing the threats posed by this contaminated zone. A peculiar force capable of effortlessly lifting ordinary individuals into the air is now also acting upon Su Zhe. Yet he stands firm as if rooted to the ground, unwavering like a pine tree. This is undoubtedly due to the blessing of a guardian deity's power. The collision of two forces occurs invisibly, and Su Zhe's strength effortlessly overwhelms any adversary. Thus, the scene unfolds before him. Su Zhe appears to be unaffected by the pollution, moving through the contaminated zone as if traversing solid ground. Where could the source of pollution be concealed? Pondering, he raises his gaze towards a nearby residential building, witnessing someone being lifted into the air due to weightlessness. This individual, however, seems well prepared, secured with a sturdy safety rope. Moreover, at the moment the sensation of weightlessness strikes, he manages to grasp a water pipe on the building's exterior. Although his grip on the pipe intensifies the inversion of gravity, he holds on, resisting the invisible forces of the polluted area. Chapter 79, the so-called recognition by the deity, is precisely because there are still individuals active within this polluted zone that a steady stream of awakened beings continues to emerge. Su Zhe reflects inwardly. He then refocuses his attention, expanding his domain's power to track the source of pollution. From the onset to the identification of the target, it takes less than 3 minutes. In the blink of an eye, the source of pollution appears before Su Zhe, situated near the entrance of an underground parking garage. The appearance of the pollution source resembles a holographic projection, an ethereal shadow enveloped in ominous black matter. This black substance ebbs and flows, akin to the violent eruptions of solar flares, suddenly turning dark and dizzying. Perhaps there is indeed energy similar to radiation, affecting human perception in dimensions beyond comprehension. If one gazes too long, the murky black substance becomes even more horrifying, resembling a mass of writhing maggots, evoking a visceral discomfort. Yet the most terrifying aspect is the irresistible urge to plunge into it. No wonder, during previous simulations, locating the pollution source was so straightforward. Merely gazing upon such entities sends a shiver down one's spine. Silently. Over the past few days, he has observed various pollution sources, each exhibiting distinct appearances. Some are sinister entities attached to physical forms, while others are like the ethereal shadow before him, and some even coalesce around a corpse. In summary, the forms of pollution sources vary widely, but without exception, they elicit an unmistakable sense of physiological discomfort and an innate fear etched into human genes. Such an old-world style. Su Zhe murmurs to himself as he extends his hand towards the pollution source. He parts the swirling black matter, encircling it, catching a glimpse of the shadow ensconced within. This shadow resembles a close-up frame from a film. Su Zhe can faintly discern the sky, clouds, and a scattered backpack, its contents strewn about. Is this a fragment of someone's dream? He withdraws his hand and glances around. Suddenly, he recalls a scene from a prior simulation, the aftermath of falling stars, evoking the memory of an individual who claimed to have received the true recognition of the deity, becoming an apostle of the divine. The notion of receiving the deity's acknowledgement, Su Zhe iterates in his mind, savoring the phrase. If his understanding of the ancient cosmic deities holds true, the so-called recognition from a deity is nothing short of ludicrous. Those blind and foolish ancient gods would never cast a glance at such insignificant and ignorant beings as humans, let alone offer any form of acknowledgement. If those ancient deities truly did gaze upon humanity, it would indeed instill profound dread. However, Suze does not harbor arrogant biases. He does not presume that his knowledge constitutes the ultimate truth of this universe. He simply contemplates, given that this universe harbors genuine deities, what manner of existence are they? Is there a connection between this apocalyptic scenario facing humanity and the divine? An overwhelming array of enigmatic questions floods Suze's mind as he turns to gaze deeper into the polluted sky. He continues to ponder, why does this apocalypse manifest as a polluted zone? How can individuals utilize this polluted area to become awakened? Why does pollution overflow? Why are there chosen ones? Why do the stars fall? Why are there countless parallel human civilizations? In a farm, a group of turkeys await their daily feeding at noon by the farmer. Among them is a brilliant scientist who discerns this pattern. After a year of observation, he concludes that he has discovered truth. On Thanksgiving Day, he announces his revelation to the other turkeys. Yet, when noon arrives, the anticipated food does not appear. Instead, the farmer enters and captures all the turkeys for slaughter. Suze recounts this story in his mind, a smile gradually emerging on his face. Perhaps it is time to revisit the initial question. The notion of receiving divine recognition, perhaps, is merely a figment of human imagination. Suze chuckled softly. All other unresolved questions fade from his mind. There is little significance in hastily pursuing the answers to those questions now. What he must do has long been established through numerous simulations, to relish his survival in this apocalypse until the very end. Next, it is time to arrange for the scoundrels to line up and approach the source of pollution. Standing before the source, Suze meticulously outlines a detailed plan in his mind. After a considerable time, he turns back, this time noticing an awakened being appearing near the weightless polluted zone as a result of his domain's expansion. Damn it, is this even reasonable? A man curses, clutching a broken kitchen knife. His body tenses, overwhelmed by the presence of the creature before him. In an instant, unnoticed by him, Suze materializes nearby. The shark has arrived. Suze observes the scene with a quiet smile, noting the man confronting the creature, a man approximately 30 years old, clearly a recent awakened being, still grappling with the unfamiliarity of his newfound powers. Before the man stood a colossal great white shark, soaring through the air, circling as if in search of a fateful opportunity to deliver a lethal blow. From the perspective of an ordinary person, witnessing a great white shark gliding through the air would evoke disbelief akin to dreaming. After all, how could a shark swim in the sky? Yet, the undeniable reality was before him. The massive creature with its gaping maw was indeed navigating the air with reckless abandon. This area was dubbed the Shark Contamination Zone by Suze, who whimsically named it in his solitude. This polluted area bordered the Weightlessness Contamination Zone, with both zones adjacent to the YC-14 Safety Zone. At this moment, Suze was eager to ascertain the specific pollution zone in which the man before him had awakened. Get away. Move. The man was cornered by the great white shark, his weapon now dulled, while adversaries continued to multiply. In an instant, 3 or 4 great white sharks converged upon him, behaving like seasoned predators, relentlessly charging at him. With each passing breath, he felt his vitality waning. Surely, if he fled, he could escape? Yes, that seemed plausible. After a moment of observation, Suze resolved not to squander any more time. He approached, raised his hand, and with an invisible blade, cleaved through the air, severing the sharks in half, rendering them lifeless. The beleaguered man seized the opportunity to create some distance and finally acknowledged Suze's presence. Oh, I see. You are searching for your family, he deduced after a brief exchange. Through their conversation, Suze learned the man's name, Wang Chong, a name as common as Zhang Wei. While conversing, Suze discreetly listened to Wang Chong's innermost thoughts, gaining clarity on his motives. Indeed, as Wang Chong had stated, he had rushed over from a nearby area, having spent the night in the Weightlessness Contamination Zone, but alas, he had yet to locate his family. Moreover, Wang Chong's self-description revealed his remarkable fortune. He had narrowly escaped numerous deadly encounters in the contaminated areas until he awoke as an awakened one last night. Perhaps your family is in the adjacent safety zone. Would you care to accompany me there? Susie suggested with a smile after their conversation reached a natural conclusion. Chapter 80. Do you seek the treasures of the apocalypse? Seek them in the contamination zone. Is this what it means to be an awakened one? Wang Chong followed closely behind Susie, raising his hands to examine himself. Although his appearance bore no significant change, he felt markedly stronger. Yes, an awakened one, Susie replied, leading the way like a mentor, continuing to elucidate. Remaining in a contaminated zone may lead to awakening after a nightmarish ordeal. Direct contact with the pollution source will invariably induce such nightmares. In essence, enduring the trials within the nightmare and successfully awakening will result in a transformation akin to ours. Wang Chong listened intently, harboring no doubts about Susie's assertions. After all, he had indeed experienced a nightmare last night, aligning perfectly with Susie's described rules. Furthermore, upon awakening from the nightmare, the lingering terror had been palpable, with faint memories of facing life-threatening dangers within. This resonated with Susie's notion of trials. The only lingering question for Wang Chong was why, despite both being awakened ones, Susie appeared far more formidable. He had exerted every effort merely to protect himself from the terrifying sharks that had floated through the air, while Susie had effortlessly dispatched them with an elusive skill. By the way, how many family members do you have? Susie shifted the topic to Wang Chong's family affairs. He had already gleaned the crucial information he sought regarding Wang Chong's nightmarish trial, and which of the 6 incantations had facilitated his awakening. Wang Chong had nearly forgotten the specifics of his dream, retaining only the terrifying sensation, with the details shrouded in ambiguity. Fortunately, under Susie's subtle prompting, he recalled the incantation he had used in the dream, inspiration. The incantation corresponding to the weightlessness contamination zone was indeed inspiration. However, he could not recall the precise manner of its application. Having obtained this information, Susie felt satisfied. Through continuous application of a tactic akin to a human wave assault, the contents of the nightmare would gradually accumulate, ultimately revealing the complete truth. If he were a bit more unscrupulous, he could easily forego such complexities and rely solely on sacrifice, rather than assisting in crafting strategies. Writing strategies merely expedited the process. I believe my family is certainly still alive, Wang Chong continued, following Susie's lead. From the perspective of an ordinary individual, he could be deemed quite audacious. Having traversed several contaminated zones and faced numerous lethal perils, yet he remained steadfast in his pursuit to reach the weightlessness contamination zone and locate his parents. Remarkably, luck had played a pivotal role, as he had spent the previous night within the contaminated zone without encountering a crisis. Before long, Susie guided Wang Chong beyond the pollution zone's edge, entering the YC-14 area, heading straight for the warehouse. The closer they approached the warehouse, the denser the congregation of refugees became. Many recognized Susie's face. Numerous individuals had witnessed his battle the day prior and were well aware of his identity. "Brother Susie, you seem quite popular," Wang Chong could not help but inquire after walking a short distance behind him. A throng of individuals approached to greet Susie, including more than one woman seeking to familiarize themselves with him. This naturally piqued Wang Chong's curiosity, as he was unaware of the events from the previous day and did not realize that many in this safety zone relied on Susie for maintaining fairness and order. "Popular? Well, it's not too bad," Susie replied with a nod, refraining from elaborating further. He led Wang Chong to the garage to meet the principal. "Please assist in locating his family." Upon learning the details, the principal scrutinized Wang Chong. "To be frank, this is the onset of a disaster. Chaos reigns everywhere. There are many seeking relatives, and it would be quite troublesome to dedicate time to find them. Let me mention that he is also an awakened one. If he can help locate his family, he would likely be willing to assist with tasks in the warehouse," Susie added with a smile. "Ah, I see. I must admit, I did not perceive it at first." The principal's expression shifted upon discovering that this ostensibly ordinary man was indeed an awakened one. Not every awakened one was as amiable as Susie. Had another like Su Wentian appeared, it would have been quite different. Another awakened one? What exactly are these awakened ones? Can we become awakened ones too? Others within the warehouse, remnants of Su Wentian's faction, were also observing Susie's conversation. Susie intentionally engaged in this dialogue before the group to incite their desires amidst the unending calamity. Who wouldn't wish to be a step ahead and become an extraordinary existence? Now, I shall leave the matter in your capable hands, Gaozhong. I have other inquiries to pursue, so I must take my leave. After concluding his instructions, Suze swiftly turned and departed. Shortly after his exit, those onlookers, remnants of Su Wentian's faction, unsurprisingly sought to forge brotherly ties with Wang Chong, attempting to ingratiate themselves. Wang Chong, being a forthright individual, shared everything Su Zhe had previously confided in him about the secrets of becoming an awakened one. This was precisely the scenario Su Zhe had envisioned. Seeking treasures of the apocalypse? Go to the pollution zone. If you don't return soon, I shall have to report your absence. Although, at this point, reporting would be futile. Upon returning home, Chun Keqing pouted, expressing her grievances toward Su Zhe. He had promised to return promptly after scouting the surroundings, yet he had been gone for 2 hours. She had already prepared herself and waited at home, only to be met with an unexpectedly prolonged absence. Waiting would have been bearable, but the anxiety of waiting made it quite intolerable. Chun Keqing feared for Su Zhe's safety outside, worrying about potential dangers that might come knocking when he was not around. Just moments ago, someone had knocked at the door, but since he was absent, she pretended no one was home, she added. Is that so? Su Zhe glanced at the kitchen knife on the table, which was now Chun Keqing's makeshift weapon. It seemed she had been startled by the earlier visitor. In truth, there was no need for concern regarding safety. With his domain abilities, he could sense any impending danger, unless it stemmed from a higher-level adversary, which might pose a threat. However, such foes would only emerge after the fall of the stars, not including the still enigmatic containment objects. Let us go. Something interesting should occur today. With a wave of his hand, Su Zhe beckoned Chun Keqing to his side and took her hand as they ventured out. Chapter 81. The garage judge. It's so cold outside. Holding Su Zhe's hand, Chun Keqing cautiously surveyed her surroundings. The state of the neighborhood surrounding their community mirrored what she had observed from her balcony. Many individuals fleeing from other polluted zones crowded into the relatively warmer underground garage, corridors, and shops. Until yesterday, numerous people had been too frightened to sleep, always ready to flee at a moment's notice. However, circumstances were shifting, and gradually, people began to perceive that this area beneath their feet seemed somewhat different. No monsters had emerged here, and no other unknown dangers ravaged the vicinity. It appeared to be a genuine safe zone in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Consequently, some individuals started to settle in, utilizing every available resource to create a temporary home for themselves. It must be said, many were truly experiencing the sensation of sleeping in a bridge tunnel. Despite the harsh conditions, most felt grateful. After all, they had witnessed the terrors of the pollution zone, and simply surviving was a stroke of immense fortune compared to the fate of many others. Shall we take a look at the garage? After meandering for a while, Sucesada suggestive. All right, Chun Keqing replied, then wrapped her arm around Su Zhe's, drawing closer for warmth, despite her already substantial layers. She wore plush trousers, a long down jacket, and her head was thoroughly bundled in a mask and knitted hat, leaving only her strikingly bright eyes exposed. Wow, so many people are living in their cars. Upon arriving at the garage, Chun Keqing immediately noticed this. Indeed, there is no choice. The garage is too crowded. If we don't utilize the space inside vehicles, it will not only be cramped but also waste a relatively comfortable area. Su Zhe was unperturbed by the scene before him. He had lent his car to 2 young girls, having previously met and spoken to them. As he understood they were in a difficult situation, their respectful demeanor made him less reluctant to help. Shut up. A quarrel suddenly erupted ahead. Susismaid Satli. It seemed the interesting event he had mentioned was about to unfold. You're cursing too. I'll lent you my car out of goodwill, and you treat it like this. Go to hell. I never meant to do it. Even if I did, what did you do about it? I'll take you down. The argument intensified, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Chun Keqing, being astute, recognized that in this apocalyptic context, things were not as they once were in peaceful times. Thus, at the onset of the conflict, she sought to pull Su Zhe away. She had no desire to get involved in such turmoil, yet Su Zhe deliberately kept her there. Wait, let's observe a bit longer. Don't worry, it shouldn't escalate into a fight. Reluctantly held back by Su Zhe, Chun Keqing had no choice but to patiently peer towards the source of the altercation. She was quite tall, nearly 1.7 meters in height, but as more onlookers gathered, her view became obscured. She could only vaguely discern that one of the car owners was clashing with a refugee. 2 men were grappling, with their respective families seemingly poised to join the fray. What's so interesting about this? Chun Keqing tiptoed and whispered in annoyance to Suze. He did not respond, instead positioning her in front of him and adjusting her head to fix her gaze. Just as Chun Kaching was puzzled, a young man suddenly leaped high into the air and came crashing down. With a loud slap, he struck both men engaged in a melee, causing them to spin like tops. The crowd erupted in a chorus of gasps. If this were merely a case of justice being served, the reaction would not have been so pronounced. The astonishment stemmed from witnessing the young man leap several meters high. With a single strike, he sent the two burly men twirling in place, unable to stop. Such a display of strength was bound to elicit awe from the onlookers. Is he some sort of superhero? Chun Kaching marveled. Superheroes are far more powerful, but he is remarkable. Could he be a hidden martial arts master? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Standing before Suze, Chun Kaching leaned against his chest, gazing up at him with wide, astonished eyes. That person, she began, but her words trailed off. Her surprise was evident. Indeed, this is what I refer to as something interesting, Suze smiled, explaining. Wow, that person must have unlocked their genetic potential. Chun Kaching exclaimed in awe. Meanwhile, the impending brawl was abruptly halted by the young man's intervention. And under the intimidation of his formidable presence, the chaos swiftly subsided. Many witnesses applauded him, demonstrating that most were still hopeful for order to be maintained and protected. Undoubtedly, the young man who had just intervened was an awakened one. This aligned perfectly with the countless scenarios encountered in simulations. The 8th day marked the first appearance of awakened ones in SC-35. Though this was merely the public manifestation, the covert occurrences remained uncertain. Let us go. The commotion has concluded. Leading Chun Kaching away from the garage, they ascended to the courtyard of the community. It was only then that Suze inquired, "So, what are your thoughts?" Chun Kaching clung tightly to his arm, candidly expressing, "The apocalypse on Blue Star is far too perilous. I wish to return to Mars." Suze couldn't help but chuckle softly. Such a reaction from Chun Kaching was quite understandable. She remained unaware that the individual was an awakened, oblivious to the fact that she too could ascend to that status. Her naivety was evident as she harbored a fear of the formidable powers wielded by the awakened. The newly emerged awakened appeared to be a young man with a sense of justice in his heart. But what of the future? What if those endowed with such immense strength proliferated, leading some individuals to commit crimes? Do not fear, Suze reassured her, playfully teasing Chun Kaching's cheek. Did I not mention during our meal that not even the combined strength of these individuals could rival mine? Chun Kaching turned her head, her beautiful eyes blinking as she whispered, "Is that true? Just tell me directly how powerful you truly are." She leaned against Suze's arm, displaying a hint of childish charm. She was no fool. Prior to the apocalypse, Suze had been enigmatic, and even now, amidst the chaos, he remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of panic or fear. There was undoubtedly a secret surrounding Suze. However, out of consideration, she refrained from probing further since he had not volunteered any information. Yet, the situation was different now. Suze seemed to be fishing for answers, having cast out the bait, and Chun Kaching felt compelled to bite. Have you ever seen a hero boast in detail about their prowess in a film? Suze deliberately refrained from answering. He had brought Chun Kaching to observe the awakened, not to compare her with the first tier awakened, but to allow her to witness their existence firsthand and gradually cultivate her resolve to become one herself. This was an inevitable task. Since it could not be avoided, it was better to address it sooner rather than later. "You're teasing me on purpose," Chun Kaching pouted softly. At that moment, a familiar face approached. Manager Wong. Take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal. Manager Wong greeted Suze casually, having interacted with him a few times previously. They paused for a moment, exchanging pleasantries. It was only after a few exchanges that Chun Kaching learned the person who had knocked on the door earlier was none other than Manager Wong. However, she had intended to consult Suze about a matter, as the community was in dire need of reliable personnel, and she sought to enlist him. Upon their meeting, Suze explicitly declined the offer. Manager Wong did not press further, but pivoted the conversation to the commotion that had occurred in the garage. "That young lad is my nephew. I am his aunt." Manager Wong appeared to have been informed in advance about the changes in her nephew, and showed no surprise. In her account, her nephew was merely assisting in maintaining order within the safe zone at her request. That's quite reassuring. Having someone capable willing to uphold justice brings a sense of security to everyone, Suze remarked in agreement. Indeed, it's become quite chaotic, You all must exercise extra caution. Manager Wong commented with a sigh, adding a word of caution, revealing her elder demeanor, though it was not off-putting. Suze could sense her sincerity in the advice she offered. In the relatively narrow stairway, Suze and Chun Kaching ascended, continuing their casual conversation. So, do you feel any inclination to become an awakened? Suze asked, having laid the groundwork. If it were as simple as taking a nap to gain strength, I wouldn't mind, but if it entails danger, I might feel a bit cowardly, Chun Kaching replied, retracting her neck. Remember what you've just said. If a nap could make you strong, you'd be open to trying. Suze chuckled, delaying the revelation of how to become an awakened. He intended to clarify the nature of the nightmare trial before further guiding Chun Kaching. Previously, in simulations, he had observed that the most suitable incantation for Chun Kaching would be Shinkong, Starry Sky. Therefore, it was crucial to locate the corresponding incantation within the nearby contaminated zones and begin thorough research. With a soft click, the door swung open. Suze, however, did not rush inside but wore a calm smile. You go in first. I have something I forgot to attend to. Oh, Chun Kaching nodded obediently, closing the door behind her. Once the door was shut, Suze's smile vanished. He turned and approached the stairwell, activating his domain ability, locking onto his target, and his figure vanished from sight. On the 16th floor, a man wearing a cap quietly noted Suze's floor number. He was slender, with dark skin, and his eyes darted around quickly, evoking the phrase shifty-eyed. A man and a woman. The man continued to ponder. Earlier, he had brushed past Suze in the hallway, appearing nonchalant, seemingly oblivious to their presence. However, he had already marked Suze and Chun Kaching as potential targets. In the face of the impending apocalypse, it was hardly surprising for such unscrupulous individuals to exist, especially those who had been preying on others before the collapse. Indeed, the man had been scouting. He was searching for an easy target within the building, someone with enough value to justify an attack. Suze, or rather, Chun Kaching, was deemed a valuable target. That girl looks like a fairy. The man mused, contemplating how to stealthily invade Suze's home and enact his sinister desires. Yet, just as he was lost in thought, Suze's figure suddenly appeared before him. In an instant, the man's body was covered in a cold sweat, his very soul trembling. This was hardly surprising, for Suze had summoned his guardian spirit, reaching out towards the man from a distance. With a swift transition, the man's eyes widened in terror as he realized he had been teleported. In the blink of an eye, he found himself perched on the edge of a high building. To be precise, he was teetering on the precipice, his feet dangling over the void, as if he could plunge to his demise at any moment. Li Zihua, Suze smiled, uttering the man's name. The name had not been spoken by the man himself, but was gleaned from his thoughts. Moreover, Li Zihua was currently unable to utter a word. An invisible force gripped his throat, tightening to the point where a slight increase in pressure could snap his neck. Yet, Suze chose not to kill him outright. For two reasons. First, while eavesdropping on his thoughts, he had learned that the man had accomplices. Second, Suze anticipated that the next containment item, a coffee machine, would soon appear. Therefore, he would need a tool to test the coffee machine. Given this, the man before him could be of some use. Crack, crack. As Li Zihua's eyes rolled back, he gasped for the last remnants of air. Just as he was on the brink of unconsciousness, the global link ability infiltrated his mind. Minutes later, Li Zihua resumed his normal demeanor, wandering within the confines of the SC-35 safe zone. He traversed a vine-covered path until he soon arrived at his previous hideout, a small patch of ground beneath a building, where a makeshift tent awaited him. Back already? Did you find anything? A similarly dark-skinned, rough man emerged from the tent. Bending low. Yes, but not much, Li Zihua replied, all the while picking up a blanket from the ground and laying it across the rough man's lap. What are you doing? The rough man questioned, only to be met with the sudden thrust of Li Zihua's knife, a swift, lethal strike. With a swift motion, he twisted the rough man's neck, causing his eyes to widen in a mixture of terror and confusion as he faced the chilling realization that his accomplice, with whom he had committed numerous crimes, had suddenly turned against him. Taking a deep breath, the dizziness was a normal reaction. Li Zihua gently laid the man's head upon a blanket. Once the blood had nearly drained, he carefully wrapped the corpse in a blanket along with a nearby tent, dragging it to a location near the contaminated zone. Outside, numerous lifeless bodies littered the ground, and within the polluted areas, corpses were scattered indiscriminately. Even if a body were discarded in the street, it would hardly draw a second glance. In no time, the body would freeze into a form unrecognizable to even its own mother, serving as a means of eradicating harm for the populace. At home, Suze lounged leisurely on the sofa. These two individuals had chosen the wrong target by bringing their troubles to him, and thus, they can only be sent on their way. Naturally, the remaining one would meet the same fate after being utilized the following day. After a brief interlude, Suze returned to his previous state, observing the world around him from the comfort of his home. It was not until later in the evening that he suddenly noticed a disturbance concerning Qin Yushi. Having slumbered for nearly 10 hours, she remained curled up in the cold basement, her eyes tightly shut. However, unlike her previous peaceful state, her face now betrayed signs of terror, with her brow furrowed, indicating she had succumbed to a nightmare. Was this the beginning of her trial within the realm of nightmares? In his study, Suze placed down the book he had been holding, engaging in self-reflection. Chapter 83. Containment Object, Coffee Machine. After observing for nearly half an hour without interruption, Suze's figure materialized in the basement. Before him, Qin Yushi remained ensnared in her nightmare, still unawakened. Although the contents of her nightmare eluded his perception, he could distinctly discern the emotions manifesting on her face. Once again, terror washed over her features, as if she were encountering peril within the depths of her nightmare. Suze lowered his breath, surveying the surroundings of Qin Yushi's basement. The basement was relatively simple in its arrangement, yet exquisitely decorated. This modest space had been transformed by Qin Yushi into a music room, with a drum set, electric guitar, and piano tucked away in the corners. Judging by the signs of use, it seemed she favored the piano above all else. Suddenly, a sigh of relief escaped Qin Yushi, her facial agony gradually dissipating. After standing before her for a few more minutes and confirming the nightmare had come to an end, Suze vanished from the spot. This marked his first experience, closely tracking an individual through the entirety of their nightmare ordeal. The advantage of such observation lay in the knowledge he would possess when Shun Kuching attempted her own venture into danger. He would at least be prepared to safeguard her. In reality, the duration of the nightmare had been less than half an hour, as long as he stood sentinel, regardless of who faced challenges within their dreams. He could rely on the gifts of the fallen to rescue them in a timely manner. However, if death had lingered too long, he would be unable to save a deceased individual. Day 9 of the apocalypse. As the 9th day dawned, Suze made his customary appearance at YC-14. Subtly advancing his plans, he soon returned to his designated safe zone. As time passed, the psychological and physiological toll of the disaster on the survivors steadily intensified. Around 9 in the morning, a voice echoed through the neighborhood via a loudspeaker, reminiscent of those used in schools. Though the words were somewhat indistinct, the speaker's message was commendable, helping to stabilize the morale of the residents. Many were fervently awaiting the arrival of official rescue efforts. Buten Oklok, a resident from Suze's floor, knocked on his door. The inhabitants of the first floor were gripped by a sense of crisis, convinced that the order outside could collapse at any moment. Hence, they sought to unite with their neighbors, preparing to assist one another should any emergencies arise. Suze acknowledged their concerns verbally, but paid little heed to the trivialities. Shortly after 11, the community broadcast resumed, announcing that someone within the neighborhood had successfully given birth to a healthy baby boy with the aid of a doctor. Suze understood the intentions behind the announcement. The speaker likely believed that showcasing the strength of a new mother amidst an apocalypse would evoke emotions and encourage others to persevere while awaiting a change in circumstances. The effect was indeed somewhat uplifting, yet some individuals displayed irritation, merely thinking, "What does your childbirth have to do with me?" As noon approached, Suze found himself in the rare position of assisting Shun Kuching with the preparation of a meal. Although he had shifted his focus midway through, they managed to consume a hot meal before 1:30. Just as he savored a few bites, a sudden realization struck Suze. The location of the second containment object, the coffee machine, emerged in his mind. What a coincidence! It was situated right next to Qin Yushi's residence. Suze marveled internally, recalling that he had wandered near her home just the previous night. The linear distance to the containment object was likely less than 30 meters, yet he had been utterly oblivious to its presence. Who could have guessed that such a mundane appliance could be a containment object? Utilizing his innate abilities, Suze scrutinized the coffee machine from a distance. To the naked eye, it appeared to be an ordinary household appliance, devoid of any distinguishing features. Even had he seen it yesterday, he might not have perceived the secrets it concealed. It was possible that the containment object had not manifested until a specific moment in reality. After contemplating for a moment, Suze tucked away these scattered thoughts and continued his meal, pondering how best to investigate the coffee machine. Moreover, given its proximity to Qin Yusher's abode, he contemplated adding some intriguing plans to his agenda. In the basement, Qin Yusher attempted to draw her thin clothing closer around her as she curled up on the somewhat cramped leather sofa. Her stomach audibly grumbled once more. Each time such a sound emerged, she held her breath in anxiety, fearing that the noise would attract the lurking monsters outside. "It is consuming my insides. It hurts so much." Echoes of the cooking ant's final whispers resounded in her mind from a few days prior. After an unexpected attack from a brown bear in the living room, the cooking ant had lost her ability to move instantaneously. That bear, much like the terrifying tales of reality, did not immediately kill her, but rather ripped open her abdomen and began to feast. In the midst of that horror, Qin Yusher had heard the ant's agonizing cries, yet there had been no opportunity to heed them. To find a moment to escape into the basement had been a narrow chance at survival. Once again, her stomach growled. With a sense of resignation, Qin Yusher rose from the sofa. She had not developed the habit of storing food in the basement, so from the moment she had sought refuge, she had been enduring hunger. Fortunately, there was some unfinished mineral water in the basement. It was that meager supply that had sustained her through the initial 2 days, until she had finally succumbed to slumber the previous night. Have I mutated? Qin Yusher clenched her fists, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through her fingertips, blood, and cells. She sensed that if she struck out now, her punch could rival those of the finest boxers in the ring. Such a transformation seemed only explicable by terms like mutation or evolution. In a time of peace, such a change would have exhilarated her, reminiscent of her childhood when she was innocent and captivated by tales of the martial world. Yet now, she felt no excitement at all. The sun tomorrow, or rather, the moon, might not even be visible to her. What was there to be excited about? It was crucial to remember that the basement was not entirely secure. The beasts lurking outside were extremely sensitive to sound and light. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, Qin Yusher had heard piercing screams from outside. It was likely someone else, like her, had hidden away to escape the initial chaos, only to be found and brutally slain by the beasts due to some unforeseen circumstance. How terrifying! Qin Yusher mused sarcastically to herself. Her stomach growled again, this time even louder. She instinctively held her breath, for she could hear the beasts moving within her home. Fortunately, the earlier noise had not drawn their attention. This situation could not continue. She needed to devise a way to escape. Rubbing her stomach, a look of determination crossed her delicate face. She had to take the risk. Initially, she had hidden in the basement, hoping for rescue. However, with time passing, she had begun to suspect that the world outside had descended into chaos. No one would come to save her. No one had the power to rescue her, unless a superhero like Suze appeared. Qin Yusher thought of Suze once more, silently whispering his name as her gaze fell ahead. For some reason, she had an inexplicable feeling that he had visited this basement last night. Was I merely muddled from sleep? After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head and exhaled deeply. She believed it was likely just that she had slept too long the previous day, causing her to confuse the dream with reality. Furthermore, since the emergence of the abnormal phenomena, thoughts of Suze had been persistent. As the saying goes, what one thinks about during the day manifests in dreams at night. During this time, Suze had become a frequent visitor in her dreams. Naturally, there were reasons for her constant thoughts of him. The past grievances between Suze and the Bai family still left her astonished and perplexed. She could not fathom how he had killed the 2 young masters of the Bai family. She had certainly attempted to analyze and reconstruct Suze's methods with a rational mind, but every theory seemed implausible and fantastical, difficult to believe. Thus, when reality became too absurd, it was only natural for her to lean towards even more enigmatic explanations. Qin Yusher preferred to believe that Suze was a superhuman rather than someone who had meticulously devised means of murder, especially after becoming an awakened herself. She was even more inclined to believe that Suze, like her, was an extraordinary being. It was precisely for these reasons that she could not help but think of Suze repeatedly. Yet at this moment, It was not the time for curiosity about such matters. Qin Yushi was acutely aware of her precarious state. Thanks to the physique of an awakened, she was certainly much stronger now than when she was an ordinary person. However, she could not afford to delay any longer. She had already felt faint from hunger. Were it not for her enhanced condition after awakening, she would struggle to even stand and walk. Moreover, awakened individuals also required sustenance to replenish their energy. Even an awakened could not survive indefinitely without food. Persisting in such hunger would inevitably lead her to a dead end, leaving her weak and exhausted. At that point, escaping the disaster-stricken area would be even more challenging. I must first regain some strength, determined to take a desperate gamble and escape the basement. Qin Yushi calmly formulated a detailed escape plan in her mind. First, she needed to eat something to replenish her energy and sugar levels, preparing her body for the challenges ahead. She was uncertain about the extent of the contaminated zone beneath her feet or the density of the beasts prowling outside. Thus, it was imperative to elevate her physical state to better confront unforeseen dangers. Since she needed to eat first, she must avoid the beasts inside her home. Qin Yushi continued to contemplate. She recalled the signs of beast activity she had observed in the basement over the past few days. The beasts outside moved like the animals of the African savanna, constantly shifting and resting, with scarcely a moment of stillness. If she were to open the basement door, she would inevitably encounter the beasts in the living room. Was there any way to lure the beasts in the living room and courtyard away temporarily? Biting her cherry-colored lips, Qin Yushi felt the situation was tricky. Even as an awakened, she did not wish to confront the beasts directly. Whether it was a several hundred-kilogram brown bear or a sharp-toothed tiger, they were foes she could not easily handle. However, unless some external factor intervened, the beast would continue to roam the living room and courtyard on the first floor of the villa, leaving her no option for avoidance. Unless screams like those she had heard before echoed again. Qin Yushi glanced at the clock on the wall. It was just past 10 in the evening. This meant that more than 4 full days had elapsed since the disaster began. Perhaps there were indeed survivors like her hiding nearby. But would those survivors sacrifice their lives to divert the monster's attention from her? A sudden growl from outside interrupted her thoughts. Qin Yushi froze, her beautiful eyes widening as she listened intently to the sounds outside. It seemed the beasts were being drawn by something, converging towards the same direction. Could this be the opportunity she had been waiting for? Taking a deep breath, she quickly rose and approached the basement door. She had to admit that when her hand touched the dark door, a wave of tension and hesitation surged within her. She worried that she had misheard the sounds and that beasts were waiting for her outside. Fortunately, Qin Yushi was not one to linger in indecision. Her hesitation lasted only the briefest moment, after which she resolutely opened the door. Casting a quick glance at the chilling living room, she hesitated not at all, immediately heading upstairs. After grabbing some high-calorie food from the second floor, she swiftly made her way to the balcony and climbed onto the villa's roof. The agility of an awakened was fully manifested at this moment. Had it been her former self, even the act of climbing to the roof would have been quite a challenge. She would likely have needed a ladder to accomplish it. But now, with a powerful leap, she could swiftly ascend. Once on the roof, Qin Yushi concealed herself behind the solar panels, wary of hiding in the rooms below. As the beasts were highly sensitive to ordinary doors, closing them was futile. Crunch! A chocolate bar was quickly stuffed into her mouth as she efficiently executed her plan. First replenishing her energy. Next, she needed to assess her surroundings and choose the optimal escape route. Thus, while lowering her voice to chew, Qin Yushi also took the opportunity to survey the entire villa area. A glance revealed a scene of utter devastation. The entire villa district bears the scars of a catastrophic outbreak. Abandoned vehicles litter the roads, while the outer walls of some villas are smeared with frozen bloodstains. The sight of corpses is scarce. It is likely that they have long since been consumed by wild beasts. As she surveyed this horrifying inferno, even the once delectable chocolate bar in Qin Yushi's mouth began to induce nausea. Her brow furrowed involuntarily, and just as she intended to divert her gaze, she caught a fleeting glimpse. Was that Suze? In that brief moment, she discerned a figure in the courtyard opposite her own. Though it was but a fleeting glance, she recognized him instantly as Suze, the man who had occupied her thoughts incessantly over the past few days. However, when she blinked and focused her gaze again on the opposite courtyard, there was nothing there. No figure remained, not even a sign of any beast. It struck her as odd that there were no signs of wildlife around. If she were to stand and look farther afield, she might spot some massive creatures. But there was none in the immediate vicinity. Had she imagined it? Shifting her gaze, she scrutinized the opposite courtyard, once more within the confines of her limited field of vision. After a few breaths, she relinquished her search, attributing the figure she had seen to a mere hallucination. Despite a stubborn voice within her insisting it was not an illusion, time was of the essence, and she needed to promptly devise her next escape plan. Thus, she had to determine which direction in this area was the truly reliable path to safety. While Qin Yushir took a moment to regroup and observe, Su Zhe's figure re-emerged in the courtyard across the way. He paused, a smile gracing his lips, and after lingering for just a second, he vanished, but not too far. He entered the house and lingered on the first floor of the living room. His calm gaze fell upon a hidden door on the first floor, akin to the basement of Qin Yushir's home, where two survivors were intently listening for any sounds from the outside. After a brief glance, Su Zhe took his leave, ascending to the second floor of the villa. Chapter 85, a rather inexact retreat plan. The surrounding monsters were all drawn away by my efforts. For now, consider yourselves indebted to me. Sus mused silently. The absence of beasts nearby was, of course, no coincidence. The initial commotion had been orchestrated by him, as he had attracted the nearer wild creatures and, with the aid of his guardian's powers, effortlessly reduced these apparitions to ashes. For a brief period, the area would indeed remain devoid of significant wildlife, but that was merely temporary. At this moment, in the grand living room on the second floor, Li Zihua stood before the coffee machine, pen and paper in hand, diligently recording his experimental results. How is it? Is everything still normal? As he ascended, Su Zhe casually inquired, as if conversing with a friend. All normal. I have tested all ordinary targets and some of the more perilous ones, Li Zihua replied in a similarly mundane tone. If anyone were to realize that Li Zihua was under Su Zhe's control, they might be tempted to comment on his self-dialogue. Excellent. Keep it up. There should still be time to try those dangerous targets, Su Zhe encouraged, settling into a chair in the living room, leisurely stirring his coffee as if he were a callous employer. Having concluded their exchange, Li Zihua turned back to operate the coffee machine once more. By now, Su Zhe had been active in this area for several hours, though he had only appeared intermittently. His objective was, of course, to gather data from the coffee machine. Much like when he had acquired the universal key, he was now testing the capabilities of the coffee machine. From the results thus far, it appeared to provide all beverages that exist in reality. Whether one sought a bottle of 1982 Lafite, seawater from the Central Pacific, or natural spring water from Changbai Mountain, this seemingly ordinary coffee machine could effortlessly deliver all. These readily available beverages constituted what Su Zhe deemed ordinary experimental targets. In contrast, there were the dangerous experimental targets, which included items such as the blood of ancient deities and fragments of the most powerful containment objects, things even Su Zhe himself was uncertain of in terms of their existence. Out of range, Li Zihua muttered to himself after attempting yet another dangerous target. The coffee machine could not provide the requested beverage. Whenever a target exceeded its capabilities, it would display out of range, just as it had with the blood of an ancient deity. A bit bitter, but just right, Su Zhe remarked nonchalantly, savoring the coffee in his hand. Li Zihua, blissfully unaware of his own manipulation and indoctrination, continued his tireless investigation of the coffee machine. From Su Zhe's perspective, he was primarily interested in determining whether the coffee machine's capabilities correlated with awakened beings or apostles. If it turned out to be the latter, it would be a significant windfall. However, this necessitated greater caution in terms of containment and control, for should anyone else gain access to this coffee machine, it would spell disaster. All they would need to do is input a line requesting 10,000 milliliters of Su Zhe's blood, and it would be enough to fill a jug. Of course, even if the coffee machine's effects were limited to the level of awakened beings, it would still suffice for him. A faint sound emanated from the first floor, more accurately from the basement below. Qin Yushir's earlier thoughts were indeed correct. There were other survivors nearby. Directly across from her home, in the very villa where Su Zhe was situated, the basement door was cautiously pushed open. A disheveled pair emerged, a man and a woman, both appearing weary and unkempt. The man wielded a short-barreled shotgun, an antiquated weapon with only 2 rounds, while the woman followed closely behind him, armed solely with a screwdriver. Upon confirming that no beasts were present on the first floor, the two visibly relaxed and exchanged glances before continuing their ascent to the second floor. "Friends, keep your voices down," Suze whispered, deliberately lowering his tone as he turned to face them just before they peered up. "Who are you?" the man asked, his expression tense as he brandished his gun. Climbing the stairs. Technically, they were the rightful owners of the place, but in such dire circumstances, the notion of ownership was rendered meaningless. "Like you, we are survivors," Suze replied, casting a warm smile at the man's gun barrel. "Could you kindly lower your weapon?" Though such a firearm posed no threat to him. "Oh, my apologies," the man hastily complied, shifting his shotgun away. After days of fear and despair, his mental and physical states were far from ideal. Yet, the two individuals before him appeared to be in good spirits. Suze, youthful and handsome in a crisp white shirt paired with a striped waistcoat, seemed impervious to the cold. In contrast, the other man, standing behind the table, bore a more menacing appearance, with dark skin and sharp features, looking less than trustworthy. Yet the paper and pen he held provided a surprising contrast. "What brings you here? Are you locals?" The man did not approach any closer. He maintained a certain distance, wary of Suze and his companion. "This is a lengthy tale, yet I believe everyone is currently eager to depart from this accursed place." Suze was disinclined to address the questions lingering in the man's mind. He cut straight to the chase, feigning a desire to exit this polluted zone. The couple before him indeed displayed signs of urgency. The beastly man outside wore an expression of fear and distress. He yearned to flee to a safe haven. Yet the outside world was teeming with monsters, making escape anything but easy. "Rest assured, the number of beasts surrounding us has diminished." Suze gradually rose to his feet, using the wall beside him as a support, and began sketching a map of the villa area. "We entered this hazardous zone solely for the purpose of investigating the calamity, and we are well aware of how to make our exit. However, due to your unexpected presence, we shall need to adjust some details in our retreat plan. Originally, we intended to drive the vehicle parked to the northwest after concluding our investigation, following this route to exit the villa area. Now our plan remains unchanged, but we require at least one person to divert the monster's attention towards the southeast, specifically to the neighboring house. Once the monsters are drawn in that direction, we will have approximately 20 seconds to board the vehicle, which will approach from the north. The individual acting as bait will leap down from the house, and thereafter, we shall make our swift escape." Chapter 86. Unexpected betrayal. The man panted heavily, scrutinizing the map Suze had drawn on the wall. As a resident of this area, he was familiar with the local terrain, so he recognized that Suze's proposed route was indeed viable. Moreover, Suze had clarified that this was the only road accessible, as the others were blocked, and this sole passage had been cleared by human intervention. In addition, Suze provided a general overview of the situation outside to the two individuals before him. Escaping the polluted zone was merely the first step in combating the apocalypse. "We understand, but we may be unable to jump down from the house," the man stated awkwardly. "We have considered this, hence the bait will be my colleague, who is quite agile. You can observe his physique for yourselves," Suze replied with a smile. The two could not help but glance up again, assessing Li Zihua, who bore a striking resemblance to the members of Yinbian F4, indeed appearing quite capable. "When shall we act?" the man pressed, his desire to leave this terrifying place palpable. "At any moment. Oh, and there are other survivors here. I may need to attempt a rescue. Therefore, only my colleague, Mr. Li, will accompany you for the time being, as he also wishes to leave with you." Li Zihua displayed a somewhat naive smile. "Understood. Let us depart now. If the monsters increase in number, we may find ourselves in a dire predicament," the man urged, swallowing hard, yet trying not to appear overly anxious. After all, it was Suze's companion who would assume the more dangerous role of bait. In truth, the man had sensed peculiar details in Suze's plan, but since it relieved him of the necessity to confront danger himself, he refrained from inquiring further. "Very well," Suze replied with a smile, then pretended to give Li Zihua a knowing glance. Li Zihua nodded, and together they descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Li Zihua solemnly reiterated the plan to the two. After confirming their cooperation, he immediately proceeded to the neighboring villa. Upon swiftly climbing to a higher vantage point, Li Zihua signaled with his hands, indicating that the two could commence their actions. "Let us go." The man, clutching his short firearm, crossed through the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows of the first floor, and entered the courtyard. Outside, beasts were indeed lurking, albeit at a distance, and as soon as they emerged, a low growl echoed from the beasts, increasing the man's anxiety, fearful of attracting the attention of a lurking creature. There's a lion. The woman trailing behind suddenly tugged at the man's clothing. As they stealthily approached the northwest backyard according to plan, they unexpectedly confronted a robust male lion, saliva dripping from its jaws. Instantly, the situation became awkward. Coincidentally, Qin Yushi, hiding in the upper story of the opposite building, had leaned over the edge, intending to observe the monster's positions and ascertain an escape route. However, this exposure led her to lock eyes with the man. Both parties were momentarily astonished. They had not anticipated encountering a living neighbor. A lion. The woman behind him was on the verge of losing control of her bladder from fear. Directly ahead, the lion in the corridor had yet to discover their hiding spot, but was gradually advancing. The man was uncertain whether his weapon could kill the creature before him. Remaining motionless might suffice, as once the time was right, Li Zihua would create a distraction to lure the monster away. Yet, he feared that before the moment arrived, the monster might discover them first. After quickly weighing his options, a fierce resolve appeared on the man's face. He turned, snatched the screwdriver from the woman's hand, and hurled it toward Qin Yushi's position. The sound was not loud, but in such an open environment, it easily attracted attention. The previously aimlessly wandering lion was immediately drawn to the sound, growling as it bounded toward the opposite building. Qin Yushi, concealed above, felt an impulse to curse but remained still, unwilling to confront the beast directly. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the southeast villa, Li Zihua began to create a commotion, a crucial component of the plan. When the moment arrived, he would generate noise to divert the monsters. The results were promising. Many beasts wandering nearby were drawn by the sounds, converging towards the southeast. Get in the car. Seizing the opportunity, the man pulled the woman along and rushed to the vehicle. With unprecedented speed, he started the engine, pressed the accelerator, and turned the vehicle toward the designated rendezvous point. The roars of the beasts were low and furious, as if they intended to tear every living person they encountered to shreds. In an instant, the horrific scenes of the initial outbreak of pollution flashed back into the minds of the two inside the car, fear surging within them. It was not entirely unexpected. Just at that moment, the man indeed reached the agreed-upon rendezvous point, but he merely slowed down slightly, hardly waiting even a second before flooring the accelerator and fleeing. He. The woman in the passenger seat stuttered in anxiety. She intended to express that they hadn't even picked up the others before running off. Why should he care? They surely had a means of escape. The man glanced in the rearview mirror, seeing a leopard pursuing them. He dared not stop and wait there. Thus he violated the agreement and fled first. As for his protests, they were merely the self-reassurances of a man who had acted selfishly. After all, his priority had always been to ensure his own survival. He was not one to place himself in peril for the sake of others. Soon, the sound of a scream echoed from behind. Seemingly Li Zihua being attacked by the beasts, wailing in agony. The man became increasingly anxious, pressing the accelerator to the floor, fearing he would meet the same fate. The vehicle sped along the predetermined route. In the rearview mirrors, more and more beasts could be seen converging and chasing after them. These creatures roared and sprinted with a force reminiscent of a tsunami, instilling terror in the hearts of all. The two inside the car were tense, their bodies rigid with fear. Bang! Suddenly, a fierce tiger leaped out from the front, slamming its paw against the passenger seat. The car window shattered, and the tiger's claws reached into the passenger compartment. The woman screamed, leaning back and trembling as she withdrew her short firearm. Bang! A shot fired, yet it missed, barely grazing her face with a blank shot. The tension was overwhelming. The vehicle jolted violently, and despite her utmost effort not to aim the gun at herself, it was a struggle. Hurry and kill it. Quickly, the man desperately maneuvered the vehicle, tried to maintain balance on the treacherous, icy road, unwilling to slow down as the horde of beasts pursued them relentlessly. The woman frantically reloaded her weapon. Before she could finish, a claw reached through the window, viciously slashing her neck. Blood gushed forth, and her eyes widened in agony. Yet the assault of the tiger's claw did not cease. The vehicle shook violently, and the unbuckled woman was abruptly yanked out, facing certain doom. The sight sent a chill down the man's spine, his adrenaline surging. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in controlling the vehicle. It was only after they had traveled 100 meters that the car finally lost balance due to an obstacle by the roadside, spinning wildly on the icy path. Ultimately, it flipped over. Thanks to his seatbelt, the man was not thrown from the vehicle, but the impact rendered him unconscious. In the last fleeting moment of awareness, regret filled his heart. He felt certain that he too would meet a grim fate, torn apart by the beasts that were hot on their heels. Chapter 87. Expectations unfulfilled? Not quite. Meanwhile, within the villa, Suze drained the remaining coffee from his cup. Outside, Li Zaihua's agonized wails lasted less than 3 seconds before being silenced. How cruel! He chuckled to himself, secretly observing the beasts feasting on Li Zaihua's remains. Like the ferocious sharks prowling the air, these beasts were equally unreasonable, appearing out of nowhere. Earlier, he had silently dispatched a wave of monsters, momentarily quieting the area. However, this was merely a temporary measure. The monsters in the contaminated zone were endless. In the short term, he could reduce their numbers, just as he had done moments ago. With his current combat prowess, he could eradicate all the creatures in the beast-infested area, but he saw no reason to do so. It would only exhaust him without any reward. Even if he eliminated every last beast, within a day, they would re-emerge from the void. How cleanly they devoured their prey. It was no wonder there were no intact human remains, only bloodstains. Time passed swiftly, and Li Zaihua was soon torn to shreds, the beast beginning to consume him. Suze was, of course, indifferent to the sacrifice of this investigator. He had been nothing more than a disposable tool, and allowing him to survive a day longer in a state of self-loss was already a privilege for this tool. But what of Qin Yushi? Like a lord observing a play from the sidelines, Suze shifted his perspective, eager to see what choices Qin Yushi would make amidst the chaos. Time rewound slightly. A perfect opportunity. Upon hearing the commotion from the southeast, Qin Yushi raised her brows, instantly realizing it was an excellent chance to escape. She immediately knelt up, hoping to find a way out amid the escalating turmoil. However, the screwdriver that had been thrown earlier had caused her some distress. That cursed lion was not lured by the noise from the southeast and continued to roar within the house, searching for prey. With no other choice, Qin Yushi opted for a different direction. She could not flee towards the noise in the southeast, nor could she confront the lion below. And she certainly could not chase after the vehicle that was frantically fleeing. She had to retreat in the opposite direction. Once resolved, she took a deep breath and clenched her fists. Then, she swiftly rose and leapt into the courtyard below. Her movements were quick, her sounds hushed. While her speed may not have been great, it was sufficient to avoid attracting the beasts. Suddenly, a scream erupted behind her. Qin Yushi quickly sought refuge in the nearest villa. Pressing against the window, she peered toward the source of the sound. Was this the origin of the earlier noise? Qin Yushi's expression turned contemplative. She truly could not comprehend why her neighbor, having found an opportunity, did not simply toss a speaker toward the southeast to create a diversion with a delayed playback. Why sacrifice a person to attract the beasts? Surely, the monsters could not possess the discernment to ignore speaker. Qin Yushi was baffled. She was even more perplexed about how the neighbor had convinced this unfortunate soul to lure the creatures. The entire process seemed utterly foolish. This was not her concern. After briefly pondering in her mind, she quickly turned to leave. But just as she took a step, she suddenly recalled the vision she had seen earlier, the figure of Suze in the opposite courtyard. Wait, the direction from which that scream had come. Qin Yushi halted, a conflicted expression crossing her lovely face. She turned back to the window, gazing toward the source of the scream. By this time, the cries had ceased, leaving only the roars of the beasts. It was impossible. It could not be Suze. Hesitation flickered in her crystalline eyes. She was unwilling to believe that the enigmatic, cunning man would fall prey to the sharp teeth of those beasts so easily. She turned to leave again. This was the best opportunity to escape. If she delayed any longer, the assembled beasts would redistribute themselves throughout this terrifying locale. She must find a way out before that happened. After traversing through another house, Qin Yushi paused once more. The roars of the beasts behind her had faded significantly. Ahead, the path was not as bright. Perhaps it led to safety, but it might also lead her to another hell inhabited by monsters. Yet, those were not the matters occupying Qin Yushi's mind at that moment. She could not shake off her lingering doubts. What if it truly was Suze? She had not been mistaken in the courtyard. There had indeed been someone there. Qin Yushi glanced ahead, then turned back to look behind her. She had just managed to escape what she considered the most perilous central area. Now, was she really going to return just to confirm whether the injured person was Su Zhe? This made no sense whatsoever. Yet, Qin Yushi redirected her course. She was not one to act before thinking, even though her internal conflict had yet to settle. Nevertheless, she had made her decision, swiftly devising a new escape plan in her mind. Just a glance, that was all she needed, to see who the person in the courtyard truly was. Qin Yushi retraced her steps, still cautiously minimizing any noise. Now that she had regained some strength, she felt more confident than before. Initially, she had braced herself for the worst, believing the beasts to be more cunning than anticipated, but it seemed they were not as clever after all. Perhaps, even if she provoked one or two beasts directly, she could find a way to evade danger. This bolstered her resolve to seek the truth. Soon, Qin Yushi returned to her starting point. The lion that had been roaring around her home was nowhere to be seen. She successfully navigated through the passage between the villas, arriving in the courtyard below, where plants were cultivated. Taking advantage of their cover, she peered into the neighboring courtyard. Her breath quickened. She beheld the most dreadful sight, a pack of beasts feasting upon something grotesque. The ground was marred with ghastly bloodstains, tattered garments, and shattered bones. The creatures spared not even the remnants of humanity, diligently cleansing the final vestiges of human existence. The air grew heavier with Qin Yushi's anxious breaths. She continued to scrutinize the clothing scattered about, attempting to piece together the outfit that Su Zhe had worn previously. Yet the fragments were so fragmented that identification proved exceedingly difficult. Time slipped away, second by second. Qin Yushi understood that she could not linger in this place. Once the beasts finished their grim task, they would revert to their prior state and continue to roam the vicinity, searching for any human they could perceive. Nevertheless, she suppressed her labored breaths as she persisted in examining the clothing scraps. After a prolonged moment, she reached a conclusion. The fabric fragments matched the colors of Su Zhe's attire. In the instant of this realization, the brilliance in Qin Yushi's exquisite eyes dimmed slightly. It was not that she held deep affections for Su Zhe. Rather, after enduring calamity, she had repeatedly placed him upon a pedestal of mystery, so profound that she inadvertently fostered a certain hope. Yet now, it felt as if that wish had shattered. Su Zhe was not the superhuman she had envisioned, but an ordinary person, susceptible to the onslaught of monsters, capable of falling here. She gently bit her lip, a pang of discomfort settling in her heart. Yet discomfort necessitated departure, and it was imperative to leave immediately. Any delay would render her circumstances increasingly perilous. As she turned to leave, Su Zhe appeared at the window of the second floor of the villa, propped on the windowsill, a charming smile gracing his handsome visage. "My dear lady, would you care to join me for a drink?" Chapter 88. Deeper Speculations. Barefoot, she softly treaded upon the floor of the second story. Qin Yushi's beautiful eyes widened in unabashed astonishment. Just moments ago, she had genuinely believed that the deceased was Su Zhe. But in the blink of an eye, the real Su Zhe stood before her, clad in light attire, his complexion rosy, resembling a vacationer, devoid of the aura of a refugee that she bore. "Just a regular coffee, perhaps?" Su Zhe inquired as he operated the coffee machine. Before Qin Yushi could respond, he had already input the order for a sweetened coconut latte. Her gaze shifted, and she processed the situation slowly. She realized that Su Zhe was using an appliance, despite the power outage that had occurred days ago, and that other electrical devices in the room had also ceased to function. Why was the coffee machine before him still operational? These questions flitted through her mind, momentarily overshadowed by a more pressing curiosity. This man before her was the one who intrigued her the most. "Please have a seat." Su Zhe placed the coffee on the table, then pulled out a chair for himself and sat down. Observing this, Qin Yushi felt compelled to stow away her surprise, as Su Zhe appeared entirely unconcerned about lowering his voice. She too became more at ease, no longer making an effort to speak softly, and settled into her seat. She then lifted the coffee cup and took a tentative sip. "Oh, I believe you must be in dire need of some sugar, hence the generous amount." "C'est favorable." Qin Yushi thought to herself that she had just witnessed this and did not need further explanation. It sounded as though Su Zhe was quite aware of her condition. She found the taste somewhat familiar, reminiscent of a well-known coffee brand. After savoring the coffee, She turned her attention back to Suze. May I now ask you a question? How did you end up here? Did you not see me earlier in the courtyard? Suze replied with a smile. So it truly was you, Qin Yushur exclaimed, her eyes widening in realization as she felt reassured that she had not been mistaken. She then pressed on, what was that terrible scream just now? Suze chuckled and countered her inquiry. Did you think that the deceased was me? Qin Yushur glanced at Suze's attire, which was predominantly black and white, matching the colors of the fabric fragment she had seen on the ground. Huh. Qin Yushur exhaled a sigh of relief, regaining a semblance of her former poise. You frightened me. I honestly thought you had died. So you came back to find me? Suze continued to question. How could I possibly leave you behind to escape alone? Qin Yushur replied unabashedly. But I noticed you seemed quite hesitant, Suze chuckled. Did you install a surveillance device on me? Qin Yushur teased, embracing her ample bosom. If you truly did, please promise me you'll keep it to yourself. I'm still a maiden, and should you act in such a manner, I would be mortified to the point of despair. It appears you've recovered well enough. And seeing in the mood for jest, he observed. Indeed, Qin Yushur smiled faintly, then shifted the conversation back. Now, returning to the initial question, how did you come to be here? When she first asked, Suze had not answered directly. She was not one to be easily led astray. There's a famous saying, the more one knows, the quicker one dies. So, do you still wish to know? Suze leaned on the armrest of his chair, tilting his head and smiling. Qin Yushur fell silent, momentarily hesitating as his words resonated within her. In truth, Suze was also contemplating how to explain his presence if Qin Yushur expressed a desire to know. Should he reveal that he was here to investigate the coffee machine? That was indeed one of his planned contingencies. If she wished to know, he would speak candidly. However, if the matter delved into deeper realms, aspects even he had not fully comprehended, then such details need not be divulged. Qin Yushur remained silent, lost in thought, as Suze did not rush her. His gaze subtly wandered back to the coffee machine. Frankly speaking, he had far more speculations. Why could others become awakened through incantations and polluted zones while he could not? Even with the correct incantations? Why was the polluted area created based on humanity's nightmares? Why did awakened individuals have the opportunity to acquire word magic? These rules of the apocalyptic game, he had discerned, could not be replicated within himself. Yet, considering another angle, what if he was the unique one? What if the containment object was his exclusive polluted zone? What if the containment object was a manifestation of his nightmares? What if the containment object was the pathway to his own exclusive word magic? These rules could indeed correspond perfectly. If he, Suze, were the most exceptional individual in the world, walking a distinct evolutionary path from others, then everything would make perfect sense. He even pondered further, perhaps the so-called extraordinary apostles, those who had gained the attention and recognition of deities as higher beings, had taken the wrong evolutionary route, while he alone traversed a broad and prosperous avenue. Of course, such thoughts were somewhat idealistic, merely his personal hopeful conjectures. But without a doubt, he was indeed different. He required the aid of the containment object to obtain extraordinary powers beyond the rewards of the simulator. Furthermore, now that he was aware of the forthcoming emergence of apostles, he had even more reason to continue investigating, controlling, and ultimately destroying the containment objects. For only in this manner could he uncover deeper secrets, grow stronger, and, when the time came, crush any potential adversaries. Returning to the present, what occupied Suze's thoughts was how much of the truth he should reveal when Qin Yushur finally asked him. I wish to know, she said earnestly after a long pause. She pursed her lips and feigned a light-hearted smile, saying, even if knowing too much is not a good thing, I still want to know. At worst, I will just be the victim of your treachery. Come on, I can take it. Suze, with a hint of disdain, replied, in your current filthy state, I find it quite hard to commit to such an act. Qin Yushur was understandably infuriated, her chest rising and falling with indignation. Suze couldn't help but chuckle, subtly re-evaluating her. This woman had escaped without even putting on her shoes, her delicate feet exposed to the freezing cold, turning a shade of pink. Fortunately, as an awakened, her tough skin and flesh had only endured minor suffering. Above those tender feet, she donned a silk nightgown, layered with warm pajamas. A short down jacket covered her upper body, but these scant garments were hardly sufficient to retain warmth in the current outdoor temperatures. Above all, her exquisitely lovely face remained unmarred, devoid of makeup yet still radiant. Suze had previously focused on her flirtatious allure, somewhat neglecting her naturally stunning features. The absence of her usual provocative charm left him feeling a tad disoriented. Chapter 89. Death or a Dramatic Exit? Well, since you asked so sincerely, Suze said, retracting his gaze. He picked up a photo frame from the table, pointing at it as he asked, do you recognize these two individuals, the ones who just drove away? Qin Yushir was uncertain of Suze's motives for this sudden inquiry, but nodded in response. I know the man. He is the owner of this villa. The woman is his wife. Suze continued, what is the man's name? Tao Chu, Qin Yushir replied, adding, as for the woman, I only know her surname is Lin. I've forgotten her full name. Suze nodded, no matter, the woman is already dead. Under Qin Yushir's puzzled and astonished gaze, Suze rose and approached the coffee machine, beginning to input a command. A cup of blood from Tao Chu's melted heart. At the border of the contaminated zone, the man named Tao Chu regained consciousness within the overturned vehicle. His head spun, and he felt utterly drained. Yet, the instinct for survival compelled him to muster all his strength to escape. He had to crawl out of the car to have any chance of survival. This thought consumed his chaotic mind. Click! The seatbelt released. He felt as though his ribs were broken, a sharp pain coursing through him. But he couldn't afford to dwell on it. After adjusting his position and taking a few deep breaths, he regained some strength and crawled out of the vehicle. As he poked his head out, the biting cold wind jolted him alert. He remembered that the danger he faced extended beyond the car accident. Behind him, a multitude of beasts was in pursuit. Crawling out of the car merely meant exchanging one form of death for another. Such desperate thoughts surged through his mind. Yet in front of him, the beasts lingered at a distance, growling but not advancing. The man realized something had changed. He continued to crawl out, quickly scaling the vehicle to gaze toward his escape route. Many beasts roamed nearby, yet they seemed trapped within invisible boundaries, not daring to cross. With some even turning away to venture elsewhere. Had he been saved? The man felt a surge of joy as he stumbled down from the car. Turning around, he spotted other survivors observing the scene from safe distance. They were hiding in a secure spot, watching him from afar. His heart swelled with joy, surpassing his previous relief. He had survived, even if it meant his wife had been killed and the kind passerby who helped them had perished. It mattered not. For as long as he lived, he could accept everything. He knelt on the ground, thanking the heavens to the point of tears. However, just as he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his heart, intensifying rapidly. His face paled as he clutched his chest. Before he could struggle, he succumbed to the excruciating pain, slipping into unconsciousness, his soul departing this world. Thud! The man lay on his back, lifeless, a look of terror etched on his face, unable to comprehend what had transpired until his final breath. In the second-floor living room, bright crimson blood, steaming slightly, flowed from the coffee machine spout as Suze filled a large cup to the brim. With a wicked sense of humor, he raised the cup toward Qin Yushir, asking, "Care for a drink?" Qin Yushir's expression mirrored that of someone who had just consumed a fly, utterly repulsed. If the liquid in Suze's cup truly contained the blood of Tao Chu's melted heart, it was revolting. Even more nauseating was the thought that just moments ago, Suze had poured her a cup of coffee from the same outlet, and she had consumed it without hesitation. As she pondered this, her complexion turned pale as she gazed at the now empty coffee cup on the table. Is it really that revolting? Suze chuckled, pointing to another mug on the table. I had coffee too. It was produced by this machine. Suze had partaken as well. Qin Yushir's gaze shifted to the other mug, and she felt a slight sense of comfort. Indeed, having someone accompany her, even to the depths of hell, offered a modicum of solace. So, what exactly is this coffee machine? Qin Yushir inquired, casting a disdainful glance at the contents of her cup. As you can see, it can produce ordinary beverages but can also accomplish some rather horrific tasks. Much like what I just did, Suze explained succinctly, a smile gracing his lips. Qin Yushir instantly grasped Suze's explanation. Had this been before the apocalypse, she would have been perplexed and astonished. However, having witnessed the horrors brought by the end of days, she found it to be entirely reasonable. She glanced once more at the grotesque mixture of blood and organs in her cup, feeling disgusted yet curious about whether peculiar commands could yield strange results. Before you misunderstand, I must clarify further, Suze said, placing the grotesque concoction on the cupboard. He returned to the table and continued, this unique substance. which I refer to as a containment object, is not the same as the monsters or bizarre phenomena you observe in ordinary contaminated zones. These containment objects can harbor extremely dangerous entities, unmatched by any external contamination, and I must approach them with utmost caution. My long-term plan involves investigating these containment objects. Suze added with a grin. Qin Yushi blinked her enchanting eyes, and after several seconds of silence, she spoke. How can I assist you? Suze Chakil. He found Qin Yushi far more agreeable at this moment than before. Perhaps it was from the instant she returned to seek him out that she had become increasingly pleasant to behold. Upon learning about the existence of containment objects, Qin Yushi's initial reaction was crucial. If she merely sought to survive in this apocalypse, she would not have asked how she could contribute. The fact that she posed this question indicated that she had comprehended the deeper significance. Suze was undertaking a challenging investigative task. Why endure such difficulty? The answer, of course, lay in the potential for substantial rewards. A clever woman like Qin Yushi could deduce these connections in an instant. What are you laughing at? Qin Yushi asked. Noticing Suze's amused demeanor, her tone tinged with playful reproach. I laugh because with your current abilities, you can only help me keep warm at night. Societis de liberté. Humph. Qin Yushi retorted playfully. In this weather, keeping warm is indeed a noble profession. Ah, indeed, Suze nodded earnestly, showing his agreement. So, do you intend to recruit me? Qin Yushi pressed further. Recruit you for what? To truly help me keep warm at night? Societis. You. Qin Yushi gritted her teeth in frustration. Why are you telling me all this if you don't want me to join you? This man can't truly expect to enlighten me before he ends my life, can he? Qin Yushi felt a sudden surge of anxiety. Though she had yet to witness Suze in action, she could surmise, with an instinctual understanding, that he possessed formidable strength capable of overwhelming her. After all, it was impossible for Suze to act so recklessly in the contaminated zone without such power. Chapter 90. Come to please me. The introduction to the containment object had indeed concluded. Suze said with a serious demeanor, Now, it is time to send you on your way. Upon hearing this, Qin Yushi's heart raced even more. She knew she stood no chance against Suze. If he truly intended to strangle her here, she would have no choice but to comply. Despite her inner turmoil, Qin Yushi maintained an outward calm, instinctively asking, Before I go, may I take a shower? Suze responded with a simple rising to his feet. Of course, I'm in a good mood today and can guard you for a bit. Reluctantly playing along with the atmosphere, Qin Yushi stood up. She couldn't help but force a rather unattractive smile, saying, Aren't we on the same boat? There is no need to be so extreme. If you prefer, we could even share a bed. Feigning surprise, Suze replied, Oh dear, my words. When I said to send you on your way, I meant to a safe place. I mentioned before that there's a secure zone outside. Qin Yushi's face twitched. It was undoubtedly intentional on his part. Suze seemed to know exactly what she was thinking, deliberately trying to intimidate her. What a scoundrel! Following Suze down to the first floor, Qin Yushi could vaguely hear the roars of beasts outside, but with Suze leading the way with unwavering steps. She remained silent. The dilapidated door welcomed their arrival. The moment they stepped outside, Suze turned to her and asked, Do you have water at home? You could take a shower. Qin Yushi did not respond. Her gaze was fixed on several beasts charging towards Suze. Yet in the next instant, those creatures appeared to be struck by invisible blades, torn to shreds mid-air. Furthermore, ethereal white flames swiftly consumed their remains. In truth, even without employing the power of purifying flames, the carcasses of those beasts would have quickly dissipated. However, he chose to display his purifying abilities deliberately, likely intending for Qin Yushi to grasp the fate that befell Bai Ji Miao upon witnessing this scene. I have water at home. I'll be careful with it. It should be enough. Qin Yushi withdrew her gaze from the outside. Beneath her seemingly indifferent expression lurked a considerable degree of astonishment, which was impossible to conceal. So she decided to let it show. She regarded Suze with the eyes of someone observing a monster, pondering just how many secrets this man still harbored. Make haste. I have a lovely little girlfriend at home. You know if I return late, she will worry, Suze urged Qin Yushi. Oh. Qin Yushi thought of rolling her eyes, but refrained. Suze was now in charge. She understood the gravity of the situation. Crossing the corridor, Qin Yushi returned to her home, where faint traces of blood marked the first-floor living room, remnants left by the cook. Unable to bear the sight, She ascended the stairs to retrieve a change of clothes. After a while, the sound of running water echoed from upstairs. Although she could heat water, Qin Yushi dared not delay, hastily using some of the water she had stored a few days prior to cleanse herself. The cold water was piercing, making her wince. She had various wounds on her feet, some deep and others shallow, and contact with water only intensified the pain. The safe zone occupied her thoughts as she contemplated her future in this apocalyptic world. Frankly speaking, she had yet to devise a concrete plan for what to do next. After all, she had only just received some information about the apocalypse from Suze, and she needed time to personally observe the aftermath of this disaster before formulating a more detailed strategy. However, she could establish a rudimentary plan, even if it was simplistic. To survive. With those 3 simple words, she completed her basic plan. The sound of water continued to flow from upstairs. Noticing that Suze did not urge her, she relaxed and decided to wash her hair as well, thinking it prudent to seize this opportunity since she had no idea when she would next have the chance to bathe. After finishing, she hoped Suze wouldn't make any disparaging remarks about her appearance. As time passed, Suze indeed did not rush her. He even began to play the piano downstairs, performing a minor, Waltz number 19. Being adept at the piano herself, Qin Yushi quickly recognized the piece. More than the music itself, she was concerned about Suze's apparent disregard for the dangers of the contaminated zone, seeming unperturbed enough to play the piano. It was indeed astonishing how those beasts had been eliminated in such an extraordinary manner. You'd better wash a bit faster, or I'll have to go upstairs and check if you've drowned in the bathtub, Suze teased as soon as she descended. Ugh. Women often adorn themselves for the sake of pleasing others. She had meticulously prepared herself, after all, to impress someone. Once she was ready, Qin Yushi had regained her former grace. Dressed in a stylish coat layered over a down jacket, she wore long pants that concealed her thick stockings until they reached her ankles. Previously, she would have opted for a pair of high heels to enhance her appearance. But now, practicality reigned supreme in this apocalypse. Thus, she wore a pair of unremarkable casual shoes. What's the use of merely looking good? Suze's gaze and words conveyed his disapproval of her choice. You wound my heart, Qin Yushi replied with a hint of sarcasm. Let us get in the car. It will be more convenient to drive this stretch of road, Suze smiled. He led the way to the prepared vehicle, parked on the earlier mentioned road. Surrounding beasts still lingered, but under Suze's orders, the guardian spirits continuously eliminated nearby monsters, rendering the area devoid of visible threats. Are you specifically taking me to the safe zone? Qin Yushi inquired from behind. Yes, or else what? Suze countered. What about that coffee machine? Qin Yushi questioned, puzzled. Logically, Suze had come specifically to investigate the coffee machine, with her rescue being a mere afterthought. However, it now seemed as though he regarded saving her as his main mission. In reality, Qin Yushi underestimated her own capabilities. She could have escaped on her own, and whether Suze helped her or not would have made little difference. But now that she was following Suze, she naturally assumed the role of the rescued. The coffee machine? I have already destroyed it, Suze casually replied. In truth, he had not destroyed it. He had merely relocated the coffee machine, considering it a form of containment for the time being. It would not be wise to dispose of it just yet, as it might prove useful later. Destroyed? Qin Yushi hesitated, her expression reflecting contemplation. She quickly returned to the previous topic, asking, Are you really not going to let me join you? Do I really have to spell it out for you? It's quite a blow to one's pride. Your current abilities do not warrant inclusion. How can you not understand this? Suze's tone was devoid of any sympathy, his words dripping with sarcasm. Qin Yushi was momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to respond. After a while, she managed to ask, When will I be worthy? Suze mused, coming to a halt. The spot where he stopped was precisely where he had dropped Qin Yushi off a few days prior. If you are insistent on joining, it is not entirely impossible. With that, Suze leaned closer to Qin Yushi, whispering in her ear, deliberately teasing, If you strive to please me, I may not only consider a liaison with you, but also bring you into the fold. How does that sound? I am being rather generous, am I not? Qin Yushi stood frozen, her eyes widening slightly as she involuntarily twitched her lips. Was this the consequence of her previous actions? Previously, she had used similar teasing tactics on Suze, and now he was returning the favor in kind. This was truly a case of karmic retribution. All right, I will think about it. Qin Yushi forced a smile and, imitating Suze's tone from that day, responded, "Keep it up." Suze chuckled, then opened the car door, saying, "Get in." Chapter 91. Fool. A person's backside is inherently two halves. The road was icy. The vehicle moved at a relatively slow pace, yet it remained steady and reliable. Inside the car, in the passenger seat, Qin Yushi tilted her head and blinked her eyes, inquiring, "Your residence is also a safe zone. Why don't you take me there instead of sending me back to school?" Without hesitation, Suze replied, "My little girlfriend might not be psychologically prepared to enjoy the company of a maid or concubine." Qin Yushi narrowed her beautiful eyes, her expression dripping with sarcasm. It was unclear whether Suze was intentionally belittling her. In truth, Suze had spoken half a truth. Bringing Qin Yushi back would first necessitate considering Qin Kuching's feelings. After all, Suze lacked confidence in his own self-restraint. Being in close proximity, he would inevitably falter within days. If he were to proceed with this plan, he certainly had to consider Qin Kuching's perspective. He acknowledged his flaws, but held his own principles. Some individuals thrived in their doom. Qin Yushi murmured softly, then paused to gather her thoughts before saying, "I have another question." Suze, focused on the road, replied, "Do you also watch Lan Mao Taochi-san Qianwen?" Qin Yushi pouted. "The final question. You really didn't come specifically to rescue me today, did you?" Suze responded, "Not specifically, but assisting you as part of my plan." This was a remarkably honest answer. Controlling the coffee machine was, of course, his primary objective that must be accomplished. However, meeting Qin Yushi was also a component of his strategy. As Mr. Qin Danqing aptly stated, he enjoyed showing off. It had been a passion since childhood, and he had become quite adept at it. Yet, it was not entirely a premeditated display. Had Qin Yushi not returned earlier and instead followed the designated evacuation route, they would not be seated together in the car now. Naturally, Qin Yushi would have been unscathed, as her chosen escape route was indeed correct. If she had persisted a little further, she would have reached the nearby safe zone, the very one that had appeared in the simulation, which had instilled a sense of insecurity in her. This part of the experience was, of course, no longer applicable. Qin Yushi would head straight to school, first taking refuge there. "I will park at the intersection ahead, and we will walk the remaining distance." Suze continued to drive steadily. In the passenger seat, Qin Yushi gripped the seatbelt, her eyes wide with surprise, fixated on the road ahead. In her view, the road conditions were utterly disastrous, littered with obstacles and wrecked vehicles. However, none of these impediments could halt Suze's vehicle's progress. An unseen force seemed to sweep those obstacles aside. Qin Yushi was once again awed by Suze's extraordinary abilities, though this time she maintained a relative calm, despite her racing heart. Had she not believed that Suze would never divulge the truth, she would have been tugging at him with questions. With a gentle thud, the car nudged against an obstacle before it came to a difficult stop. After exiting the vehicle, Suze chose the nearest route, leading the way. They were still within the confines of the contaminated zone, but this pollution zone resembled a zombie-infested area, populated by creatures reminiscent of the Night Stalker from I Am Legend. These monsters preferred lurking in shadowy corners, only attacking when directly confronted. Striding confidently down the street, as Suze was, they were relatively safe. "Are you walking so slowly because you wish to enjoy my company a little longer?" After a while, Suze turned to ask the following Qin Yushi. "Where am I slow?" She retorted, glancing around. "I am merely walking slowly because of an injury to my foot. I certainly do not wish for my wound to reopen and become bloodied." "An injury to your foot?" Suze turned back, looking at her foot. "Yes," Qin Yushi nodded. "Take off your shoe. Let me see." Without hesitation, Qin Yushi removed her shoe, revealing thick black stockings that encased her delicate foot, though the wound was not immediately visible. Qin Yushi maintained her balance on one foot, casting a playful glance at Suze, and teased, "Boss, do you have a fondness for feet?" Suze remained silent, but a smile began to play on his lips, a smile that hinted at the prospect of a reprimand. "I initially intended to help you examine your wound, but since you seem so lively, perhaps it is best left alone." Suze sidestepped and continued leading the way. "If you dislike feet, just say so. Is it necessary to bully a weak woman?" Qin Yushi groaned in discomfort as she slipped on her shoe and quickened her pace to catch up. Before long, the two entered the safe zone of Suda. This particular safe zone was designated as C-38, though Suze could not yet refer to it as such. Once they arrived at the school, Suze and Qin Yushi split up. She returned to her previous dormitory, while he made a brief visit to his own, not for his bed, but to see his roommates. See, you're back. At the dormitory entrance, he encountered Wang Zixin and Suan Bin. Suan Bin was accompanied by his girlfriend, Yang Xiaowei, whom Suze had met several times during their collective dormitory activities and was somewhat familiar with. I brought you all a little gift. Suze got straight to the point, handing Wang Zixin a pack of cigarettes, the only smoker in the dormitory, and offering Suan Bin a box of oyster extract along with a large supply of male-specific vitamins. See, you're truly like my father, Wang Zixin exclaimed, tears in his eyes as he gazed at Suze. He had actually been planning to quit smoking in this apocalypse. What was the point? However, if circumstances allowed, he would be open to continuing, perhaps even trading Suze's cigarettes for other goods. This oyster extract must be a scam, but the vitamins are quite good, Yang Xiaowei remarked, glancing at the items Suze had given Suan Bin. Resources are already becoming scarce at school. Even a single bag of snacks would make them rejoice. Thank you, Zhe. Suan Bin, who was more reserved than Wang Zixin, expressed his gratitude with a serious demeanor, especially given the heavy atmosphere of the apocalypse. I must return quickly. Time is limited. I have some secrets to share with you. So listen closely. Chapter 92, Logistics Expert, Little Chun. Standing in a sparsely populated corridor beside the dormitory, Suze began to divulge information regarding the awakened. He shared nearly all the intelligence from the first phase with his roommates. Since no awakened individuals had yet been publicly identified at the school, the two listened with astonishment. However, given the surreal nature of the apocalypse, they did not find the existence of the awakened to be particularly outrageous. This is the information. You should not rush. It is wise to prepare adequately before taking action. The death rate among the first batch of pioneers is likely to be high, unless absolutely necessary. Avoid stepping into murky waters. After conveying the information, Suze added a final note. Having witnessed the friendship between his two roommates numerous times in simulations, he thought to lend them a hand. So, Zhe, you're already awakened? Wang Zixin asked in a hushed tone, curiosity evident in his voice. Yes. In a manner of speaking, Suze nodded. He certainly would not divulge the entire truth, merely borrowing the identity of an awakened for the moment. That's impressive. See, Wang Zixin exclaimed with excitement. Zhe, why not come back to the dormitory for a while? Sunbin suggested. Suze shook his head, for in his line of sight, Qin Yushi was approaching. Upon seeing Suze, Qin Yushi beamed with joy, coming closer and naturally extending her hands to gently tug at Suze's forearm. This was her forte, using small gestures to signify her social connections. It's nice to see you again. You are Wang Zixin, and you're Sunbin. This is Qin Yushi, who, as always, presented herself with grace. Due to the previous networking event, Qin Yushi recognized Suze's roommates, though it was Yang Xiaohui's first encounter. My girlfriend, Yang Xiaohui. Sunbin took the initiative to introduce. Hello, miss, you are so beautiful. Yang Xiaohui couldn't help but admire Qin Yushi, casually complimenting her. Thank you. You are quite lovely as well. After lingering for just a moment, Suze intended to take his leave. Qin Yushi offered to accompany him for a stretch of the way. Along the path, Qin Yushi engaged in light-hearted conversation, recounting how she reclaimed her rightful bed. This included the intricate dynamics of female relationships. Suze did not interject much, merely observing that Qin Yushi's methods, applied within a girl's dormitory, were indeed a case of overkill. The atmosphere at school has deteriorated significantly, do you know? Just yesterday, there was quite a ruckus on the playground. Merely hearing about it from friends made me feel nauseated, Qin Yushi commented, referring to the chaotic events that transpired. Suze had witnessed this in the simulator. This incident also indirectly illustrated the current climate at the school. The atmosphere was fraught with anxiety. Had it not been for a portion of composed leadership who had planned ahead to maintain order, chaos would have surely ensued. Furthermore, there lingered a glimmer of hope among the populace, a hope that the authorities would devise a means for rescue. As they reached the school gate, Suze slowed his pace, smiling as he said, Well, this is where we part ways. Why don't you stay at school? If you remain here, people will feel more secure. Otherwise, why not bring Xiaoqin over? Qin Yushi's delicate demeanor had an endearing charm. Many men, upon seeing such a sight, would likely find themselves unable to resist acquiescing. It is quite inconvenient at school, Suze decisively declined. Then how can you expect me to please you? I genuinely wish to delight you. But with you not here, how am I to do so? Qin Yushi lamented. Have you forgotten? I've installed surveillance on you. Suze replied with a chuckle. Really? You've actually set up surveillance? Qin Yushi's eyes widened. If you don't believe me, just look back. Suze mischievously promptive. Qin Yushi immediately turned to scan for any possible cameras, but of course, found nothing unusual. Where could it be? Upon returning her gaze, she discovered Suze had vanished. Her surprise lingered for a while. Then, she mused to herself, that wretched man truly knows how to act cool. Despite my efforts to keep him here, it seems I had no effect whatsoever. How infuriating. You're finally back. Upon returning home, Chun Kuching displayed a relieved expression. Suze's outings always stirred a mix of concern and unease within her, particularly during instances like today when he had been gone for several hours, amplifying her worry. I had some important matters to attend to. It took a bit longer than expected, Suze casually explained. When you came back just now, did you see anything? I heard quite a loud argument outside. It was rather intense. Chun Kuching assumed Suze had walked back from the outside, naturally thinking he might have passed by the scene of the quarrel. An argument? In this apocalyptic atmosphere, it would be strange if there weren't any. Although he hadn't been outside, Suze was aware of the nature of the altercation. It was merely a dispute sparked by trivial matters. If one were to highlight anything noteworthy, it would be that one party involved was a concealed awakened, who, after the argument, showcased their power, resolving the matter with force. Quite simple, really. Yet, it did serve to advance the timeline of the apocalypse. Awakened individuals are no longer extraordinary. Their numbers will continue to grow, and this notion will gradually permeate the consciousness of everyone. Oh, so there are other awakened ones? Upon hearing Suze's explanation, Chun Kuching revealed an adorably enlightened expression. She felt a bit tired, and after discussing this topic, she moved closer, wrapping her arms around Suze's waist, wishing to share the bed with him. As soon as she embraced him, Suze caught a whiff of her thoughts. Oh, there's a delightful scent, somewhat familiar, as if I've encountered it before. Ah, it seems reminiscent of the car, but perhaps it's best not to inquire further. Ivis roking on tien kiskikoking estavis. Suze felt a bit embarrassed. Chun Kuching, do you have a nose of a pig? How can you detect such scents? Day 10 of the apocalypse year. The following morning, Chun Kuching tied her hair into a bun, squatting in the storage room with a furrowed brow, facing a predicament. Last night, she had poured clean water into a basin, intending to use it today, only to forget to add salt. Upon waking, she found the water had frozen, rendering it unusable. Furthermore, the household water supply was dwindling, and if this continued, they would soon run out. How could she not be worried? What's wrong? Suze peeked in from the doorway and inquired. It's nothing, just frozen water. I'll wait a bit. The ice will melt soon, Chun Kuching replied, diligently attempting to melt the ice with physical methods. Do you need any help? Suze asked again. No, thanks, Chun Kuching answered without a second thought. She then continued her earnest efforts, stirring the icy water. Ever since the power and water supply were cut off, Chun Kuching had taken it upon herself to handle all domestic matters. Although Suze had returned with a gas canister, she was reluctant to use it to melt the ice. Additionally, the water stored at home was only sufficient due to her meticulous budgeting. I'm going out for a stroll. With a smile lingering on his face as he observed Chun Kuching, Suze declared, I'll bring something back for you. Chapter 93. Bad news arrives, delivering X. Stepping outside, Suze headed straight for the YC-14 safe zone. Like clocking in for work, he continued his daily presence there. This served to stabilize morale and allowed him to closely monitor the evolving situation and track the progress of his plans. At this juncture, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. The only mentionable detail was that Wang Chong, whom Suze had brought over earlier, had successfully integrated into this safe zone, becoming a prime labor asset. He had reunited with his parents and, in gratitude to Suze, worked diligently, although Suze had never expected him to do so. After a brief tour around YC-14, Suze swiftly returneth. Upon his return, he carried several buckets of drinking water and placed them at the door. Did you steal water from a neighbor's house? Chun Kuching's eyes sparkled with excitement, her fair face radiating joy. She was genuinely delighted. It was not just the prospect of clean drinking water, but also the knowledge that Suze was attentive to her troubles. Why are you always fixated on that little bit of stuff from the neighbor's place? Suze couldn't help but tease. The neighbors were not faring well. So leave them be. Hee hee, with all this water, it'll last us for days. Chun Kuching likely didn't even realize that when she said this. It indicated her readiness to maintain the status quo, continuing to endure the hardships of the apocalypse. Her mindset reflected that of the majority of survivors at present. Everyone simultaneously prayed for rescue, while reluctantly accepting reality, pondering how to navigate the harsh conditions of this apocalyptic environment. However, merely a few hours later, the survivors would no longer need to concern themselves with the former. There would be no need for prayers, as rescue would not be forthcoming for the time being. The planet's magnetic field, already in utter disarray and exhibiting peculiar phenomena, briefly restored communication at a certain moment, allowing a small portion of individuals to receive text messages. Dear citizens, as you read this letter, you must already be aware that human civilization is undergoing an unprecedented trial. The content of the message, after detailing numerous catastrophic scenes, swiftly transitions to the main point. The authorities endeavor to guide the survivors scattered across various locales to establish camps and construct new bases for survival, while maintaining order. They express hopeful sentiments, suggesting that aid may arrive soon. However, for the time being, self-rescue is paramount. The dissemination of the message has not been widespread, yet it has indeed reached some individuals. This information has rapidly spread through the most primitive means of communication, circulating throughout the entire safe zone. Since the afternoon, Susie has been seated at home, able to hear the tumultuous sounds from outside, which are not merely noisy, but also destructive. The young awakener tasked with maintaining order is nearly exhausted from running around to assist in suppressing those extremists intent on causing havoc. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberates from outside. Chun Kaching, who is leaning over the sofa to listen to the commotion, is startled and quickly withdraws her head, huddling closer to Susie. Surely, no one intends to blow up our house as well. Ah, dear Chun, do you harbor misconceptions about the sturdiness of modern architecture? What sort of weaponry do you believe is necessary to obliterate an entire building? Susie calmly replies while perusing his book. The explosion they just heard was caused by a gas canister, resulting in some injuries, but Susie remains indifferent. What are we to do? Earlier, people held onto the hope of rescue, which helped them maintain their composure. Now that rescue seems unlikely, will those individuals resort to mutual destruction? Chun Kuching expresses her practical concerns. Living in a house is undoubtedly preferable to those who are forced to reside on the streets. Under such inequality, it is inevitable that some will resort to extreme measures, employing violence to seize what does not rightfully belong to them. Fear not. After they create a ruckus, they will soon realize that life must continue. Susie reassures her, his gaze unwavering as he continues to read. Perhaps influenced by Susie's calm demeanor, Chun Kuching too begins to settle down. She believes that Susie's ability to remain composed stems from his foresight regarding potential dire situations. Thus, as he has often stated, she trusts him. He is indeed remarkable. Yet, she wonders how long the chaos will last and whether the Awakener will join the fray. The Awakener will likely refrain from overtly participating in the turmoil, for they are the ones wielding power, and there is no need for them to tarnish their reputations. Susie diverts his gaze from the pages, contemplating when he should intervene in the chaos within his safe zone. This is his stronghold in the initial phase of the apocalypse. He hopes others will remain tranquil and refrain from causing disturbances that might affect his mood. Thus, a question arises: timing. He needs the opportune moment to act. Like the martial arts masters in combat, striking first would mean sacrificing righteousness, marking oneself as a villain, while waiting too long could render one foolish, falling prey to the enemy's advance. Susie wishes to wait for the right moment to act, akin to his actions during YC-14, where his intervention symbolized justice and order, naturally garnering the people's support and ensuring smooth proceedings. However, if he merely displays brute force, he risks facing public criticism. To be candid, Susie is not overly concerned with others' opinions, but if he can avoid such scrutiny and execute matters more elegantly, why not? On the 11th day of the apocalypse, a day fraught with despair has swiftly passed. The chaos within the safe zone endured for a short duration before being quelled by several Awakener working in unison. Presently, while the populace is still somewhat disoriented, with some even choosing to return to the contaminated area to face danger and death, order has been restored. And at least on the surface, no one dares to act out. Once order is reinstated, the scene soon mirrors what Susie had observed in the simulator. The young men and women within the safe zone begin to indulge in unabashed revelry. In the midst of the apocalypse, such physical and mental pleasures are readily accessible. Irresistible even. Some, feeling a tinge of shame, engage discreetly, while others abandon all sense of modesty, unabashedly seeking pleasure in the streets without regard for onlookers. This type of behavior is not uncommon. Yet, many still uphold their moral values, unwilling to descend into the chaos exhibited by others. In the afternoon, a knock sounds at Susie's door. Rising to answer, he finds a woman of pleasing appearance standing outside. The woman's name is Tan Xianxian, and the vehicle parked in the garage belongs to her and her friend. Both are female streamers, and Tan Xianxian is regarded as a standout among them, a goddess in the eyes of many. "May I come in?" she asks with a beaming smile. Susie quickly discerns her intentions. She has come to offer herself. Earlier that day, while strolling outside, he had attracted the attention of numerous women, but with his discerning eye, he found none of them appealing, thus rejecting them all. Though Tan Xianxian possesses some beauty, she falls short of Susie's standards. "I'm sorry, but it's not convenient," Susie replies with a polite smile. As he speaks, Chun Keqing peeks her head out. Upon seeing Tan Xianxian at the door, she recognizes her immediately. However, Tan Xianxian is well aware that Susie has a woman in his home, so she is not at all surprised. Her extensive experience has acquainted her with the role of a third party, particularly in these turbulent times. She even contemplates that after striking a deal with Susie, she might be able to stay in his home, which will be far superior to living in a car. Is it really impossible? Tan Xuanxuan's face briefly displays disappointment. "Indeed, it's quite impossible," Susie states firmly. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Tan Xianxian reluctantly turns to leave. TSK. Our Susie is indeed quite popular. Once the door closes, Chun Keqing giggles. Earlier, she had heard Susie mention that many women were interested in him and wished to engage in relationships. Thus, she is hardly surprised by Tan Xuanxuan's visit. "If you like her, you could let her in. Don't worry, I won't be jealous," Chun Keqing continues to jest. She does not perceive Tan Xianxian as a threat. After all, she has shared many intimate moments with Susie and confided in him frequently, well aware of his high standards. It is clear that someone of Tan Xuanxuan's caliber would not catch his eye. At the very least, only someone of Qin Yushi's level could potentially attract Susie. To be fair, Susie has indeed raised his standards. He now only regards women scoring above 9 out of 10, and Tan Xianxian falls significantly short of that mark. "If I were to let her in, you mustn't throw a fit," Susie jokes. "I would never do such a thing. I might sulk and then make you guess." Chun Keqing responds with a laugh. Feeling particularly spirited, she clings to Susie like a koala, continuing their earlier conversation. "If you ever feel the urge to find someone to cater to you, please consult me first. I'm quite accommodating. Is that truly your desire? For me to find someone to serve me?" Susie playfully inquires as he lifts her into his arms. "That is unacceptable. I cannot serve you. I can barely manage household chores myself. If a small one comes and takes over the chores, would I not become a complete burden?" Chun Keqing indeed pondered what her reaction would be if Susie had other women. However, at this moment, she was clearly not thinking along those lines. Yet, Susie held her closely on the sofa and suddenly remarked, "The day before yesterday, when I went out, I was actually looking for Qin Yushi." Chun Keqing blinked, contemplating that it was indeed Qin Yushi, recalling the fragrance she had once sensed in the car. "I brought her out of the contaminated zone and then took her to Su University," Susie said, appearing to deliberate over his words. Upon hearing this, Chun Keqing's small face tensed slightly as she timidly inquired, "Did you have a deep conversation?" "Not at all," he replied. "That's good. But is she like you?" "Before the apocalypse, I felt she seemed to have a liking for you," Chun Keqing said, sitting on Susie's lap, playfully asking. "Even if she does like me, that is only natural. After all, who can resist my charm?" What I meant to say is, if Qin Yushi were standing outside today, would you still feel like joking around with me? "You didn't bring her back." Chun Keqing evaded the topic. "Even if you did, it wouldn't matter, as I could whisper in your ear." Susie's smile widened. "All right, you dare to provoke me. The family rules will apply." On the 11th day of the apocalypse, nearing midnight, the property management office, which had originally existed in the community, now bore a sign indicating it was a security room. At this moment, in a small meeting room, Manager Wang and her husband sat together. "Xiao Xiang, you need to work a bit harder these next 2 days. As you saw earlier, Everyone is looking to you for maintaining order. Manager Wang addressed her nephew, Deng Xiang, who was just 18 and had been dubbed the judge of the garage. It's all right. I feel quite energetic, Deng Xiang replied, showing no signs of fatigue. In the past few days, he had dealt with at least 20 disputes. Moreover, he also assisted in exploring the contaminated zone, retrieving urgently needed supplies. On 2 occasions, he nearly lost his life in the contaminated area, but he found joy in the fact that many now regarded him as a little hero. Every time he saw those he had helped express genuine gratitude. He felt his efforts were worthwhile. From now on, I shall be the dark knight of this region, dedicating myself entirely to upholding justice. Deng Xiang had fashioned himself a cape, complete with a hood that rested snugly over his nose, giving him a somewhat Batman-esque appearance. Despite his youth, he still retained a hint of youthful bravado. All right, for the first round of patrol, I'll leave it to you. Just remember to be careful and not let anyone harm you, Manager Wang said affectionately, her gaze soft on her nephew. Thanks to his awakening, she wielded considerable authority in the security office. Additionally, since Deng Xiang was the only survivor of his family, her demeanor was particularly gentle. Observing Deng Xiang's lively and cheerful spirit made her feel relieved, though perhaps he was merely temporarily suppressing the pain of losing his loved ones. Just don't overexert yourself while patrolling. Protecting yourself is the most important thing, her husband, who had remained silent until now, added in a calm tone. He was a doctor, and it had been he who helped with the childbirth in the garage, yet he was reserved and spoke little, even when offering advice. Got it. I'll head out now. You two should rest, Deng Xiang waved as he quickly left the security room. According to the current rules of the security team, several awakened individuals were responsible for leading the patrols, each taking turns to maintain order. Deng Xiang was assigned to the midnight shift, and according to his uncle's suggestion, it was meant to be a light duty, just to show face without putting himself in danger. However, Deng Xiang clearly did not grasp that implication. He diligently began to patrol within the safe zone. As time ticked towards midnight, everything appeared normal until he passed the logistics station within the community, when suddenly, his steps halted. It seemed someone was crying out for help, stifled. Following the sound, Deng Xiang climbed to the upper level of the logistics station. On the 3rd floor, he steadied himself against the railing and carefully peered through a gap in the drawn curtains, witnessing a shocking scene. A woman was being restrained by 2 men. The one on her left held her hands, while the other. Deng Xiang was aware of the prevailing atmosphere in the safe zone. Realizing he was intruding upon others' revelry, his face flushed, and he considered leaving. Yet, he suddenly heard the woman, whose mouth was covered, murmur a desperate plea for help. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Deng Xiang swiftly climbed over the railing and found a window leading into the bathroom, climbing inside. Moments later, a loud crash echoed as Deng Xiang was thrown backward, causing the railing to loosen. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he scrambled over the railing and leapt down. The assailants pursuing him kicked at him, missing their target but entirely destroying the railing. A loud thud ensued, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Many residents gathered at windows and balconies, eager to understand what transpired. The assailants on the 3rd floor were oblivious to the crowd watching them, hastily jumping down to continue their pursuit of Deng Xiang. However, after a few exchanges, the men soon realized the overwhelming number of spectators. Assault! Deng Xiang shouted, grasping the situation. The assailant before him was also awakened. Deng Xiang recognized him as Zhao Wenhui, a former fitness coach known for his muscular build. What happened? Who's fighting? Is someone assaulting a woman? The crowd grew louder. Zhao Wenhui felt a surge of panic. Just earlier, he had played the role of a guardian, maintaining order, only to find himself embroiled in such a scandal by night. He understood that the contrast between his daytime heroics and his nighttime transgressions would lead to widespread condemnation. On the 3rd floor, the victim is on the 3rd floor. Deng Xiang continued to shout, attempting to inform the crowd and seek assistance, as he was struggling against Zhao Wenhui's strength. What is going on? A voice from the crowd called out. Zhao Wenhui, growing increasingly agitated, contemplated his escape route. Just then, another participant in the assault, a man with yellow hair, emerged from the hallway, supporting the victim. It was him. He is the one who assaulted me. The woman pointed at Deng Xiang, making a false accusation. But who, aside from Deng Xiang himself, would know of the deception? In a twist of fate, Zhao Wenhui felt elation, nearly believing that his prowess had pleased the woman. Regardless, with the woman's accusation, he seized the opportunity to become brazen. You little scoundrel. You commit wrongs and dare to slander others. I will end you. Deng Xiang stood frozen in shock. He never anticipated that his good intentions to save someone would lead to betrayal by that very woman. At this moment, on the balcony of the adjacent building, Su Zhe's figure emerged, resembling most onlookers who were keen to witness the unfolding drama below. What transpired? Chun Kaching was lounging on the sofa, murmuring to herself, wanting to see the commotion, yet too lethargic to rise. Exhaustion had overtaken her. Although she claimed to possess the technique of Xingxing Dafa, she was merely a boastful individual, utterly outmatched by Su Zhe. After several hundred exchanges, she was compelled to concede. However, she had underestimated Su Zhe's brutality. At this moment, she felt as though her bones were about to crumble, utterly disinclined to move. A rare spectacle. Aren't you coming to witness it? Su Zhe appeared as a casual spectator. Come here and hold me. I wish to see. Chun Kaching, resembling a languid kitten, stretched on the sofa, yet remained immobile. It's fine if you don't watch. I'll narrate it to you later. Su Zhe disregarded her, turning his gaze back to the epicenter of the quarrel below. His eyes swept across the awakened individuals in confrontation, ultimately resting upon that woman. She was a familiar face, Tan Xianxian, whom he had visited just that afternoon, knocking on her door. Nonsense. She is lying. I did nothing. It was them, the villains. After a brief moment of shock, Deng Xiang recalled his need to defend himself. His face reddened as he shouted at the top of his lungs, exerting all his strength to plead his case. Yet, Tan Xianxian adamantly accused him of assaulting her, and this singular claim left Deng Xiang at a loss for words. You little scoundrel, I never realized you were such a person. However, it was understandable. Being young and inexperienced with women, he was overly eager. Zhao Wenwei, having gained the upper hand, adopted the demeanor of a sage, beginning to lecture. He leveraged Deng Xiang's youth to sway some of the onlookers. Moreover, a small faction among the crowd harbored grievances against the awakened ones, further stoking the flames, indifferent to the truth of the situation. They all rallied, clamoring for Deng Xiang's immediate execution. It's not me. I swear it's not me. As the cacophony of accusations grew louder, Deng Xiang's flushed face gradually turned pale. Yes, he was indeed young and had fantasies about women, but he was not the perpetrator. Why would they not believe that he was a good person? Xiao Xiang. What happened? Manager Wang and her husband hurried over. Family members were certainly inclined to support one another. They assaulted her, and now they claim it was me. Upon seeing the elders of his family, Deng Xiang's youthful vulnerability resurfaced. He instinctively sought assistance, tears welling in his eyes. Manager Wang, you must ask the girl herself who did it. Zhao Wenhui feigned composure, a hint of trepidation in his heart. Thankfully, Tan Xianxian once again pointed at Deng Xiang, affirming he was the culprit. Deng Xiang felt utterly wronged, tears shimmering as he erupted in anger. What the hell? It was you who cried for help. When I entered to save you, you were still shouting for help. Before he could finish his tirade, Zhao Wenhui sternly interjected, mind your language. Now, the assailant had paradoxically become the champion of justice, taking on the role of law enforcer. Deng Xiang remained agitated, while his uncle attempted to restrain him. Uncertain of what to say, Manager Wang, mustering her resolve, defended her nephew. There must be some misunderstanding. Deng Xiang is not that kind of person. He is your nephew. Naturally, you would side with him. Manager Wang, you are merely attempting to shield your nephew. Zhao Wenhui's words silenced her. The onlookers erupted in a chaotic uproar. In truth, the noise was overwhelming, and it was impossible to discern any clarity without careful listening. Yet Deng Xiang had lost control of his emotions. He perceived every voice as an accusation, as if he were wrongfully condemned. No one was a good person. The woman who had falsely accused him was certainly no good person. After a few breaths, Deng Xiang completely lost control. He violently shook off his uncle's grip and lunged toward Tan Xianxian, but was intercepted midway by Zhao Wenhui. Chapter 96. Fractured Dreams and Unexpected Demise. There exists a disparity among the awakened. This rule manifested itself in that moment. Although the two parties were nearly equal in strength, Zhao Wenhui, as a fitness instructor, clearly possessed superior combat experience. After several exchanges, Deng Xiang's scream pierced the air. The cry overshadowed the sound of bones breaking. You little brat, still wish to commit violence. Zhao Wenhui cursed, seizing the opportunity to strike, forcefully breaking Deng Xiang's other leg. This time, Deng Xiang stifled his scream, directing all his strength to endure the agony. He had utterly failed, devoid of any strength to resist his opponent. Just as Zhao Wenhui was about to deliver a fatal blow, Manager Wang and her husband rushed in, pleading for mercy, which ultimately spared Deng Xiang from a lethal fate. What a splendid performance! Having concluded his observation, Su Zhe returned from the balcony and closed the floor-to-ceiling window to prevent the cold air from infiltrating the room. So, the high school awakened named Deng Xiang was wrongfully accused? Chun Keqing, who had missed the live event, began discussing with Su Zhe. From him, she learned the truth. Although she did not comprehend how Su Zhe had discerned this sequence of events, she trusted his assertion that Deng Xiang was indeed the Good Samaritan, without a shred of doubt. Indeed, he is even more wrong than Lu Zi, Su Zhe remarked with a click of his tongue. How can there be such despicable individuals? Whether the two assailants or that woman named Tan Xianxian. Chun Keqing recalled the scene from the afternoon. At that time, she merely thought Tan Xianxian was shameless, knowing full well that Su Zhe had a girlfriend, yet still showing up to deliver her advances. However, she had not perceived Tan Xianxian as malevolent. Now, she found her thoroughly wicked for allowing an innocent person to suffer injustice. What are your thoughts now? Su Zhe casually inquired, crossing his legs. The human heart is truly frightening. Chun Keqing swallowed hard, her curiosity piquing. Why did Tan Xianxian assist in fabricating evidence? You would have to ask her that yourself. But it is certain she was coerced or tempted. Su Zhe, aware of the underlying reasons, had overheard her twisted thoughts. The distorted sentiments of a victim were terrifying. How dreadful! How dreadful! Chun Keqing lamented twice, pausing before adding, you must also exercise caution. Do not fall into someone else's trap. What do you think is the best solution for Lu Zi? Su Zhe smiled, countering with a question. Chun Keqing was momentarily at a loss for an answer. If direct evidence cannot be produced to prove one's innocence, then the best course of action is to eliminate those who oppose him. Day 12 of the apocalypse year. As per routine, Su Zhe made his appearance in the YC-14 safe zone in the morning. Under his orchestrated influence, many had begun venturing into the weightless contaminated zones to confront the source of pollution. Furthermore, the news of self-rescue had spread widely. In various safe zones, the displaced individuals were already setting up camp, preparing for a prolonged battle against the apocalypse. As time progressed, the supplies in the warehouse began to dwindle under relentless consumption. With resources only being depleted and not replenished, it was only a matter of time before they could no longer sustain themselves. Consequently, the principal he had appointed was anxiously seeking manpower and discussing strategies for resource acquisition. Many households within the contaminated zones had stockpiled supplies during the 3 days preceding the apocalypse. Now, searching door to door could yield a considerable amount of food. However, the dangers of the contaminated zones could not be overlooked. Ordinary individuals entering those areas faced uncontrollable casualties. Awakened individuals possess a degree of freedom. It is not without its perils. Furthermore, the current population of awakened individuals is relatively sparse. Wang Chang, who was brought here by Su Zhe, now bears the burden of 5 people's labor in a single day, exhausting himself more than the donkeys in the production team. Fortunately, today, Su Zhe encountered a new awakened individual, someone who had been influenced by him to venture into the gravity-affected contaminated zone, seeking fortune and thus achieved awakening. Seizing the opportunity, Su Zhe assisted this individual in recalling their experiences within the dream realm. Although the memories remained somewhat hazy, he gleaned a crucial piece of information. To complete the awakening, one must journey to a designated location during the dream trial. The details of the nightmare examination could only be pieced together incrementally. After acquiring this intelligence, Su Zhe promptly conveyed it to the earnest Wang Chang, trusting that he would not let him down and would soon spread the word like a loud trumpet. Upon returning from YC-14, Su Zhe resumed his leisurely existence. The chaos from the previous night persisted, as many had heard of Deng Xiang's assault on a woman. Some rational individuals, relying on their impressions of Deng Xiang, suspected there may be more to the story, yet they remained silent. The vast majority, however, merely seized upon this incident to vent their emotions, vocally denouncing Deng Xiang as a vile creature, who pretended to be a champion of justice, but ultimately descended to actions beneath contempt. Aside from the ongoing fallout from this incident, The atmosphere within the safe zone remained debauched. Yet, even in a life devoted solely to hedonism, the necessity of sustenance loomed large. The SC-35 safe zone similarly faced challenges of material scarcity. Starting today, Comrade Zhao Wenhui was appointed to oversee the procurement and management of supplies. Inside the security office, a new meeting had just concluded. In stark contrast to Deng Xiang's predicament, Zhao Wenhui emerged as a hero rescuing women and became the moral benchmark. He was entrusted with the management of supplies. Although he bore the responsibility of replenishing resources, the authority in his hands was undeniably substantial. Meanwhile, Manager Wang, who previously held a commanding presence within the security office, had been relegated to the periphery due to the Deng Xiang incident, even absenting himself from the meeting. It was indeed ironic. Seated comfortably at home, Su Zhe continued to observe the unfolding events. The perpetrator had transformed into a leader of security, while the young individual who fervently upheld order was now confined to a wheelchair at home. Zhao Wenhui had acted with ruthless intent, deliberately breaking Deng Xiang's legs with the intention of ending his life, resulting in injuries far beyond mere fractures. Despite the enhanced physical capabilities of awakened individuals, such grievous injuries would take considerable time to heal. Feeling somewhat idle, Su Zhe withdrew his gaze after a moment of observation. Zhao Wenhui's actions might present an opportunity for him to intervene in SC-35, yet the timing was evidently not yet ripe. He would need to exercise patience, and had the simulator not been in cooldown, he would have undoubtedly engaged in further simulations of the old version. Seizing this relatively tranquil period, he would have preferred to control more containment objects, yet for now, he could only sip tea and read at home. As time progressed, a new morning dawned on the 13th day of the apocalypse. After clocking in at YC-14, Su Zhe returned home to monitor the trajectory of the Zhao Wenhui incident, where Zhao continued to thrive and live freely. However, an unexpected development arose concerning Deng Xiang. Had he perished? Su Zhe's gaze swept over the vicinity before finally locating Deng Xiang's lifeless body in the nearby contaminated zone. The corpse bore the marks of a fall from a great height, the head shattered in the icy landscape. As Su Zhe's gaze fell upon it, the blood congealed into ice, and the body transformed into a frozen sculpture, clearly having been deceased for some time. In the next moment, Su Zhe appeared beside the corpse, contemplating the scene. After a brief pause, he utilized his teleportation abilities, instantly arriving at the elevated location from which Deng Xiang had fallen. There were no signs of struggle, yet evidence of Deng Xiang's presence remained. Thus, it was a suicide unrelated to others. Nothing was left behind. During the night, while Su Zhe rested, this young man had sat here for a moment before dragging his weary body to leap to his demise. It was a tragic loss. Su Zhe sighed softly to himself, reflecting on the anguish this young man must have felt in his final moments. He could only surmise the depth of despair that must have consumed him. No one believed in his innocence. He had performed a good deed, yet none would acknowledge it. The world had turned against him, using him as an outlet for their frustrations. His relatives suffered due to his plight, unable to hold their heads high in public. His parents had perished in the initial disaster. In such a world, one could understand the absence of attachment, yet it was still a life extinguished far too young to grasp the inherent injustices of existence. Such occurrences should ideally be rare in the future. Su Zhe procured a body bag to respectfully collect the remains. This young man had died in a contaminated zone where few would venture, and if the body were left here, it might remain undiscovered for a long time. Su Zhe slightly adjusted the position of the corpse. Before departing, he placed some wilted flowers atop it, ensuring others might take notice. Had that high school student truly taken his own life? During lunch, Chun Kaching, astonished, listened to Su Zhe recount the story. Yes, it was likely around dawn. Su Zhe nodded in response. In truth, his domain ability allowed him to sense such tragic events to a certain extent. If Chun Kaching were ever in danger, his domain would impart a subtle thrill of unease. However, Deng Xiang held no significance in Su Zhe's heart, thus his death went unnoticed. Isn't it incredibly unjust? He was a good person, yet driven to suicide, Chun Kaching remarked, pursing her lips in indignation. Indeed, it is unjust, Su Zhe calmly concurred. As day drew to a close, unnoticed, Su Zhe's figure materialized in midair. He lacked the innate ability to fly or hover, but with the aid of his guardian, he could grasp onto railings to maintain balance. At that moment, concealed from view, Zhao Wenhui was laughing and conversing with his companions. I accidentally killed her. You know how strong we are now. I got a bit too excited and, well, it happened. In the living room, 3 men, including Zhao Wenhui, and 1 woman, Tan Xianxian, gathered. In the bedroom, a woman had just died mere minutes ago. This woman was a colleague and friend of Tan Xianxian. Introduced to the men, and after a day of revelry, had fallen victim to Zhao Wenhui's careless actions. Xianxian, don't just sit there. Come in and have some fun with us, one of the men said, playfully patting Tan Xuanxuan's backside. Humph, Tan Xianxian retorted, smoking a lady's cigarette. You all should think about how to deal with the body first. What is there to worry about? People die every day. When we head out tomorrow, we can just dump the body in the contaminated zone, a man replied with a chuckle, while he began to grope Tan Xianxian. Are you going to throw me out one day? Tan Xuanxuan scoffed. That is out of the question. Xianxian is our top star. We must cherish her well, he replied. Just remember what you promised me before, Tan Xianxian said, fixing her gaze on Zhao Wenhui, the scoundrel who had assaulted her. Especially you. Deng Xiang's death is on your hands. Zhao Wenhui laughed derisively. That is hilarious. And what about you? You falsely accused someone else. It was me who made you feel good, yet you insist on blaming it on an innocent. No one noticed the figure outside the window. At such a height of 20 stories, who would expect Su Zhe to be suspended in midair? Furthermore, he held a mobile phone in his hand. Stop touching it, Tan Xianxian said with a lack of enthusiasm, nudging the man beside her. You all enjoy playing with women so much. I know a beautiful one right here in this community. Before she could finish her sentence, an inexplicable shiver ran down her spine. Instinctively, she glanced out the window, but saw nothing. Day 14 of the apocalypse, morning. Su Zhe was fiddling with his phone, replaying the video he captured last night. These scoundrels. These beasts. Chun Keqing, filled with righteous indignation, watched the video alongside him, her fists clenched in anger. If she had seen Tan Xianxian mention her in front of those men, her fury would have only intensified. What do you plan to do with this video? After a moment of fuming, Chun Keqing turned to Su Zhe, inquiring. I will give it to Manager Wang and see if she has any interest in helping her upright nephew clear his name. Su Zhe revealed his intentions without reservation. Oh, so you intend to intervene in this matter? Chun Keqing gazed at Su Zhe with sparkling eyes. Her initial reaction was not a desire for heroism, but rather concern. She was kind-hearted, yet she had learned from a young age that if one could not protect oneself, kindness could turn into foolishness. Thus, she worried that Su Zhe might suffer, but this concern lasted only a fleeting moment. She leaned closer and wrapped her arms around his waist, playfully saying, Go for it. I believe my man can handle everything. Susis Maiv. If all went according to plan, he would find the opportunity to take action today. Once this matter concluded, he thought it was time to formally assist Chun Keqing in becoming an awakened. At noon, in Manager Wang's home, Deng Xiang's uncle was tidying up the room previously occupied by Deng Xiang. Suddenly, he discovered a powered-on mobile phone on the already clean nightstand. The phone had no lock screen. Instinctively, Deng Xiang's uncle picked up the phone